Swallowed Star Chapter 1119 to Chapter 1175. 2 months ago, after acquiring the Star Tower, Luo Feng split into two groups. Luo Feng's Earth body came to Circus Island with the Masha clansmen. On the surface, he attracted the attention of the alien races and began to train openly. Every time he went to the inheritance ground, he would fly there instead of teleporting. Obviously, he wanted the alien races to find him on purpose. The golden horned beast used the god country to teleport to a distant territory in the universe. Then, it slowly flew in a ship in the dark universe and finally arrived at its destination, the Guji region. My attainment in the engravings is extremely high. If it wasn't for the bet with the ancestor back then, I would have reached an extremely high level. In the aspect of laws, I'm afraid I've long since reached an extremely high level. I've even long since mastered the 6th level of the Way of the Beast God. However, focusing on the school of mystical pattern diagrams is indeed extremely beneficial to me. However, the ancestral god sex beast god inheritance is also very helpful. Without the beast god inheritance, just the 4th level, I estimate it would take me 10 years. The 5th level would probably take me 10,000 years. Luo Feng thought. This was because of his attainment in the engravings and the beast god's heart. However, with the beast god inheritance, my efficiency has reached a limit. As long as I can accept and absorb it, I can absorb it again and again. Looks like I'll have to stay on Circus Island for a while. Luo Feng became a beam of light and swiftly flew out of the mansion, heading straight for the plaza in front of the island leader. Luo Feng is out. Every few days, he goes to the beast god inheritance. What a regular pattern. Some of the other races immediately recorded the information. They were ordered to collect all information. To kill the future absolute being of humanity, Luo Feng, information was obviously very important. Record it. Record all my movements. You guys have completely miscalculated my strength. One wrong move and every subsequent move will be wrong. I'll let you guys know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. Luo Feng once again flew into the screen of the fountain and teleported to the inheritance grounds. The Guji region was a universe secret region with a maximum diameter of 1.2 million light-years. Even though it was much smaller than the ancestral god's secret region, it was still very dangerous. A seemingly ordinary dark red spaceship was flying in the void. Within the control room, a 1-meter-long cute golden horned beast was standing on a sofa, looking at the outside world. According to the information given by Mr. Mountain Traveler, the 5th black metal plate is in the Ancient Qin Secret Realm. Ancient Qin Secret Realm, within Golden Horn Luo Feng's mind floated large amounts of information regarding the Ancient Qin region from the virtual universe. The Ancient Qin region was an extremely ancient secret region. During the universe's early stages, there had been many great battles here, all to snatch the treasures within the Ancient Qin region. Slowly, the treasures within Guji secret region dwindled. Because there were too few treasures, and it was extremely dangerous, the absolute beings didn't come anymore. Only a few Undyings and Universe Knights would occasionally come to try their luck. The environment was extremely dangerous, and most of the treasures had been taken. Because of these two reasons, very few foreign races came to the Ancient Qin Secret Realm. Even many special life forms had left, leaving only a few special life forms to continue living here. This place had become somewhat desolate, with very few life forms appearing. A nearly abandoned universe secret region. It's extremely dangerous and there are very few treasures. The 5th black metal plate was hidden here? Teacher Mountain Passenger really knows how to find a place. Woo. I've already sensed it. The adorable golden horned beast that was originally standing on the sofa suddenly's eyes gleamed. At this time every single cell in its body seemed to be trembling. A powerful call was transmitted over. Shua, the golden horned beast teleported outside the universe ship and kept it in its world ring. It's in that direction. Golden Horn Luo Feng teleported and swiftly headed towards the direction he sensed. The universe secret region was extremely peculiar and dangerous. However, to the golden horned beast that was even more terrifying than the pinnacle of universe tyrants, it easily passed through. The 5th black metal plate. Golden Horn Luo Feng raised his head and gazed into the distance. Endless black energy permeated the space, it was impossible to see clearly what was within the darkness. However, the strong call made Luo Feng extremely certain, the final black metal plate of the 9-level secret manual was right there. Even though the golden horned beast didn't need it anymore, his earth body needed it very much. The moment it reached the perfect gene level, his earth body would be able to reach a height of over 90,000 kilometers. His god energy reserves would be much higher, and he would be able to unleash the I Am the Universe. Be careful, Nine Ming River. The golden horned beast's thoughts moved. Rumble in space, the endless golden river water surged and surged, enveloping a 30 million kilometers area. Within the endless golden waves, there were 9 excited beasts, and those 9 beasts surrounded the black golden horned beast that rode on the waves. Advance. Golden Horn Luo Feng slowly flew into the darkness, the 9 Ming River swept the surroundings, scanning for any dangers. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown over 100 million kilometer Hua in the darkness. A huge creature flew past, staring at the black golden horned beast that was surrounded by the golden waves. The golden horned beast continued to fly deeper into the darkness, maintaining the 9 Ming River and even activating the space lock. He was extremely careful, he could feel that he was being watched by a powerful warrior. I knew it, teacher wouldn't let me get the 5th black metal plate so easily. Golden Horn Luo Feng was extremely careful. Suddenly, rumble. There was an explosion. A huge silhouette appeared from the endless darkness, rushing straight into his 9 Ming River domain. Rumble. The 9 Ming River's resistance was extremely strong, however it couldn't stop this huge silhouette. That huge silhouette broke through the waves with extreme speed, swiftly breaking through the 9 Ming River's waves and heading towards Luo Feng. Only then did Luo Feng see clearly. It was a black crystal giant. Its height was at least 1,000,000 km, waving its 6 huge arms, each holding a huge red hammer. Black Sky Leader? Golden Horn Luo Feng was shocked. Within the ancient Qin region, there were a few extremely powerful special life forms, of which the Black Sky Leader was an existence comparable to the strongest world tree, the pinnacle of the universe. It was a one-of-a-kind mountain giant. Its life genetic level was rumored to be at least 8,000 times. The 6 godly hammers it had were all high-level treasures, along with its natural talents and techniques. It was unparalleled. Big trouble. Golden Horn Luo Feng looked at the roaring mountain giant breaking through the waves, feeling a headache. I can defeat him, however 1,000,000 km body, to kill him, it's too difficult. Get out. Get out. The Black Sky Leader roared, breaking through the waves. Black Sky Leader, I didn't mean to offend you, however, don't stop me. The golden horned beast that was only a meter long instantly grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became 1,000,000 km long golden horned beast covered in black scales, staring at the Black Sky Lord. Golden horned beast, this isn't a place you can come to. The Black Sky Leader roared as he charged over. The waves of the 9 Ming River with a radius of 30 million kilometers, in a short while, the Black Sky Leader had already rushed past the obstacle. Get out of the way. The golden horned beast roared, immediately becoming a glaring golden light. Sharp, cold, the huge scaled wings unleashed a huge golden blade light that slashed straight at the Black Sky Leader. The Black Sky Leader was a famous being in the universe, even though he had always lived in the ancient Qin region and rarely showed himself. His strength definitely didn't lose to the Tianshi Palace Leader or the strongest world tree, the pinnacle of the universe. Damn. The Black Sky Leader roared madly. The black crystals on his body suddenly began to emit golden engravings. Countless golden engravings covered his entire chest, back. In an instant, the surrounding space began to tear and revolve, causing the golden horned beast to feel as though a black hole had appeared. With a mad roar, the 6 hammers in the Black Sky Lord's hands smashed over. Every single hammer, under the control of a special technique, combined with his natural abilities, it formed 6 visible black space whirlpools, directly smashing towards Luo Feng. The sky was dark. Under the Black Sky Leader's ultimate move, the surrounding light was completely swallowed, it was pitch black. Only through the 9 Ming River domain, Luo Feng could feel the 6 whirlpools attacking. Pung, the dazzling golden wings of light slashed down and the 6 black spatial vortexes with monstrous power were completely destroyed. Immediately after, the golden wings of light slashed onto the chest of the Black Sky Lord. while the Black Sky Lord was immediately sent flying by the wing blade. He tumbled in the Nine Peaks River before he managed to stand up. The surrounding 100 million kilometers area of space had long become a weak particle flow. The endless particles began to condense and recover. What a powerful golden-horned beast, I can't beat you. The Black Sky Leader roared and swiftly flew out. The golden-horned beast didn't stop him. Because of the beast god armor, every part of his body could be used for battle, however obviously the strongest was the horn. However, Luo Feng knew that to kill the Black Sky Leader with a body that was as pure as his was 1,000,000 km, it was simply too difficult. All he had to do was make the Black Sky Leader retreat. Golden-horned beast. The moment the Black Sky Leader flew out of the Nine Ming River domain, he turned and communicated through his god energy. This isn't a place for you, you are stronger than me, I respect your strength, however if you don't want to die, you'd better leave. If you continue charging in, my master will definitely kill you. The Black Sky Leader's huge body became a beam of light and entered the endless darkness. The Black Sky Leader's words shocked Luo Feng within. His master? The Black Sky Leader is an elite universe overlord. With such a huge body, even the universe lord would have a headache trying to kill him. He actually has a master. Teacher, just where did you put the 5th black metal board? Luo Feng immediately understood, this definitely wasn't simple. Let's see. I want to see just who the Black Sky Leader's master is. Even if it's the strongest warrior in the universe, I don't fear him. Luo Feng pondered for a moment, following which the golden wave continued to rush forward. The golden-horned beast was in the center of the Nine Ming River, majestically and continuously entering the darkness. P.S. 3 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The golden-horned beast was surrounded by the raging Nine Precipice River, carefully moving forward. And in the distant darkness, that golden-horned beast is heading towards the master's palace. We have to stop him, we definitely can't let him disturb the master. Silver Dragon, even I can't stop him, you can't either. I can't stop him, but Black Sky, you can definitely stop him. Even though your strength is about the same as mine, your god body is much stronger than mine. With your huge body, if you insist on tangling with him, you'll definitely be able to hold him back for a very long time. However, you immediately retreated after being defeated once. Don't you know that the master's authority is not to be challenged? You actually allowed the golden-horned beast to invade the master's palace. No, Silver Dragon, his strength is much stronger than you think. If he really wants to shake me off, I can't stop him at all. What, even you can't stop him? Don't tell me he's a universe lord? Even if he isn't a universe lord, his strength isn't too far off. Black Sky Lord said, let's slowly watch, let him go meet the master. Since he didn't listen to my advice, even if he falls, he can't blame us. If he sees the master and disturbs the master, he'll definitely fall. Right. Another clear voice resounded, that golden-horned beast will regret it. Let's go. Black Sky Lord and the other tiny figure on his body quickly disappeared into the darkness. The golden wave surged forward swiftly, engulfing the space and sweeping away everything that stood in its way. The golden-horned beast watched from afar. After Black Sky Lord's words, he didn't dare be careless, and this was after all a place arranged by his teacher Mountain Traveler. Back then the 3rd black metal board was placed with Qing Rui Ko Knight and Zi Haikao Knight. That was the power of a universe overlord. And the 4th black metal board was placed with the Craftsman Lord. The 5th and final black metal plate was probably extraordinary as well. To be able to make Black Sky Lord a servant, this master has to at least be a universe lord. Luo Feng thought. Following the strong call of the black metal board, the golden-horned beast continued forward. After a full half an hour, there were no obstructions along the way. Obviously the special life forms in the dark had all given up on stopping the golden-horned beast after Black Sky Lord's defeat. Damn the golden-horned beast, it dares to disturb master. He is very strong. Even Lord Erebus was defeated. Just wait and see. Once he meets master, he will regret it. But by then, it will be too late. The golden-horned beast could faintly feel that there were unique life forms staring at it from afar, but since they didn't want to disturb it, naturally it couldn't be bothered. After advancing for half an hour, they vaguely saw the corner of a huge palace in the distant black fog. It was a corner of the majestic palace. The incomparably majestic palace was completely blood-red in color. Just a corner of it was already unbelievably huge. Palace? The golden-horned beast controlled the Jiaoming River to advance swiftly, quickly arriving at the entrance of the palace. The design of the palace door looked ordinary, but it emitted a boundless pressure. There were even 3 incomparably complicated words on the palace door. Although it was impossible to decipher them, the meaning of the 3 words was directly transmitted into his mind: Blood Cloud Palace. Blood Cloud Palace? The golden-horned beast above the golden river in front of the palace revealed a look of shock. It's the Blood Cloud Hall? The legendary Blood Cloud Hall? It's actually the 5th black metal board. It's actually within the Blood Cloud Hall. Golden-horned Luo Feng was incredibly shocked. Simultaneously, the earth body on the distant Chinese Thorn Island also received this news. His consciousness connected to the virtual universe and began to investigate. The Blood Cloud Hall, Luo Feng understood quite a bit about it. The Blood Cloud Hall was extremely famous amongst the trillions of races in the universe. Wherever the Blood Cloud Hall passed, it was a sea of slaughter. The Blood Cloud Hall leader's personality was peculiar. Just because he didn't like a warrior, he would immediately kill his way into that warrior's nest, or even kill his way into some race's territories. He would forcefully kill his target. However, the Blood Cloud Hall leader's background? Identity? Which race was he from? His true strength? Everything was unknown. All he knew was that the Blood Cloud Hall was a flying palace treasure. Back then, the Blood Cloud Hall leader roamed the universe, killing countless. He had enmity with 99% of the universe's powers. Many universe lords wanted to kill him. Even though the Blood Cloud Hall leader was alone, he was extremely powerful. The number of universe lords that had fallen by his hands numbered at least 2. The number of universe lords was terrifying. And when he saw that the situation wasn't good, he would sit in the Blood Cloud Hall and swiftly leave. Over the long years, not a single warrior had been able to trap the Blood Cloud Hall leader, and if any power were to clash with the Blood Cloud Hall leader, the Blood Cloud Hall leader would be like a madman, thinking of ways to deal with that power. Evil. Madman. Powerful. Mysterious, this was the Blood Cloud Hall leader. No one knew where his nest was, where his true strength was. Was he a special life form or from another race? Everything was unknown. As he always wore a blood-red battle robe and mask, his true appearance was a mystery. During his craziest period, the entire universe hated this madman. However, this madman was still alive and well. Even 2 universe lords had fallen by his hands. One had to know that when universe lords fought, it was very difficult to kill each other. He could kill 2 of them. This had already proven his strength, and it was rumored that the Blood Cloud Hall leader was from the human race. As the Blood Cloud Hall leader had a bad temper, he had killed countless. Like the Ancestral God Sect, North Border Alliance, Crystal Race, Prison Race, Bug Race, Demon Race, Automaton Race, Space Beast Alliance, they had all fallen by his hands. Only the human race had not been harmed. As for the 9 Territories Alliance and the other weaker powers, they had naturally suffered greatly too. Anyway, if a race lord was killed by him, they could just bear with it. If they really fought, naturally the losses would be even greater. After all, even the Ancestral God Sect and the other superpowers had not been able to successfully deal with this Blood Cloud Hall leader. It's actually the Blood Cloud Hall. The golden-horned beast looked up at the 3 words above the door. Back then, the Blood Cloud Hall leader dominated the universe. He was definitely a mysterious and powerful being. However, ever since his most dazzling time, he began to disappear. In the following years, he had only appeared twice. The last time he appeared was over 3 million years ago. He has disappeared for too long. There has been no news. The various powers of the universe all thought that the Blood Cloud Hall leader was definitely a powerful universe lord in disguise. However, there's no need for this disguise anymore. Hence, he hasn't appeared. Luo Feng finished reading the detailed information in the virtual universe. He only had one thought. This was a madman. A powerful madman, whoever messed with him, he would fight them. He had no ties, he was a lone wolf. Even the superpowers who fought with him ended up losing out. I didn't expect the Blood Cloud Hall to actually be hiding here. And with the protection of the Black Sky Lord. Luo Feng exclaimed, no wonder no warriors have discovered it. After all, the Universe Lords don't even bother to come to the ancient Qin region. And how can a normal knight pass through the protection of the Black Sky Lord? The universe races only know that this is the territory of the Black Sky Lord. However, they don't know, this is actually the lair of the Blood Cloud Hall leader. What do? Do we go in or not? The name of the Blood Cloud Hall leader was too famous. His strength was also extremely strong. Even 2 universe lords had fallen by his hands. His strength should be close to the Primal Chaos City leaders. No wonder the Black Sky Lord was so confident earlier. And the Blood Cloud Hall was a flying palace-type treasure. However, according to his senses, the black metal board was within the palace. Should I enter the treasure? The golden-horned beast hesitated for a moment before quickly making a decision. Flying palace-type treasures, their main purpose is to protect the owner. I've never heard of this Blood Cloud Hall being able to trap warriors. So, without hesitation, the golden-horned beast immediately shrunk the area of the Nine Hell River and simultaneously flew towards the door. The door had long opened. After flying in, there was a huge and vast plaza. In the distance were 3 palaces. In the middle was the main palace and beside it were 2 side palaces. And one could faintly see that behind the main palace was another palace. It's in the main palace. The golden-horned beast could clearly feel the strong summoning and swiftly flew towards the main palace. The main palace emitted an endless killing intent and tyrannical energy. Upon entering, one could see the blood-colored throne in the main palace. However, there was no silhouette on the throne. Where's the Blood Cloud Hall leader? Is he not here? He's the leader of the Blood Cloud Hall. The moment I entered, he should have sensed it. Why hasn't he shown himself? The golden-horned beast had this thought in its mind. However, it didn't hesitate at all. It followed the summoning and swiftly entered the back hall of the main palace. The main palace was split into the main palace, many side halls and back halls, etc. Following the corridors, the golden-horned beast walked at an extremely fast speed. It's here. Knocking on the door and entering. Entering a secret hall. The moment it entered, the golden-horned beast was slightly shocked. There were large amounts of items placed in the hall. All sorts of powerful energies emitted from them. These items had large amounts of precious materials. Judging from the energy, there were shocking amounts of treasures. With one look, there were probably over 10,000 treasures. At the same time, there were over 100 treasures. However, based on Luo Feng's judgment, they should all be normal treasures. This is a treasure trove room? Luo Feng thought. However, the door could easily be pushed open. No, this is the Blood Cloud Hall. Is the leader very confident? And the items placed here, to the leader, probably aren't that valuable. Over 100 treasures, over 10,000 treasures, a vast amount of materials, it caused this treasure trove room to emit an endless amount of energy. But the golden-horned beast's gaze landed on the item that was placed right at the center of the large amount of materials, a black metal plate that seemed to be damaged. The 5th piece. The golden-horned beast felt weird too. How could it be obtained so easily? So. A thread of god energy swiftly shot out from the golden-horned beast's horn and penetrated the metal plate. Very quickly, the last bit of information from the 9-level manuals madly flowed into Luo Feng's consciousness. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng had already acquired the 4 black metal plates before. With this new information pouring in, the information regarding the 9 tribulations manuals in his mind was immediately complete. Only after acquiring the entire 9 tribulations manuals did Luo Feng realize in shock just how mystical this manual was. Unbelievable. The golden-horned beast closed its eyes. Within his consciousness, the words regarding the 9 tribulation manuals floated about. Countless words formed this manual. Even without looking at the contents, just the combination of the countless words was like a huge engraving diagram. Every word was a part of the engraving diagram, naturally forming an engraving diagram that was even more complex and perfect than the miniature universe engraving diagram. Simply unbelievable. The contents of a manual can actually form an engraving diagram? I've never even heard of it before. Luo Feng was shocked. He too understood that this was completely because the 9 tribulation manuals had reached such a high level. The closer one got to the mysteries of the universe origin laws, the more mysterious it would be. Like the beast god, his body was the embodiment of the origin laws. The 9 tribulation manuals were directly rejected by the universe origin laws. Even if it was created, it couldn't be passed down. Luckily Mountain Guest used the Heaven Soul Crystal to carry it, allowing him to pass down this heaven-defying manual. And he could only pass it down to one life form. Like the strongest natural abilities, they were all bestowed by the universe, however the 9 tribulation manuals were rejected by the universe. Obviously the 9 tribulation manuals were even stronger than the strongest natural abilities by a level. It had already reached an unbelievable level. It wasn't something a universe lord could create. The golden horned beast was stunned for a moment before the black metal board in the treasure room. Obviously it was shocked by the complete manual. However, it quickly recovered from its shock. We can't stay in the Blood Cloud Palace for long. Let's leave quickly. The golden horned beast's god energy immediately swept up the black metal board and kept it in his world ring. After which, his gaze swept across the huge amount of rare materials, over 10,000 treasures, over 100 treasures, rumble. An overwhelming pressure immediately descended and engulfed the entire Blood Cloud Palace. At the same time, the space within the palace was completely controlled. The space ripples immediately stopped. Not good. The golden horned beast was shocked. It's the universe lord. The golden horned beast turned its head and saw a silhouette emitting an endless killing aura in the distant corridor. He wore a blood-red battle robe and had a pair of golden horns on his head. At the same time, he wore a mask. His tail extended out from his battle robe and was waving slightly. His eyes were staring at the golden horned beast. Blood Cloud Palace leader? The golden horned beast slowly turned around, facing him from afar. So what if he was the master of the universe? Golden horned beast. The Blood Cloud leader looked at Luo Feng and walked over step by step. Your guess is right, I am the Blood Cloud leader, however. Following his words, his body swiftly began to transform. The blood-red robe swiftly became a normal green armor, the pair of golden horns became 2 crystal horns, the mask disappeared and a familiar face appeared. His aura had also changed. The boundless killing aura from before had turned into an aura as vast as the sea. Teacher? The golden horned beast stared wide-eyed, the Blood Cloud leader before it had instantly transformed into his teacher Mountain Traveler. And the aura was exactly the same, not just the aura, even the pressure that was even stronger than the Primal Chaos City leaders was the same. This was definitely something that couldn't be faked. Luo Feng. Mountain Traveler smiled and said, did you expect the 5th black metal board to end up like this? Golden horned Luo Feng blinked, recalling his conversation with his teacher Mountain Traveler back in the Beast God world. Back then, Luo Feng had asked his teacher, is the 5th black metal board of the 9-level manual training? Mountain Traveler's reply back then was, no, if you could guess my methods, would I still be my teacher? Luo Feng was curious back then and continued to ask. However, Mountain Traveler didn't answer back then, saying when the time comes, you will know. Blood Cloud Palace, outside the main palace. Mountain Traveler stood and looked at the endless black energy in the distant space. The golden horned beast had become as tall as Mountain Traveler, almost like a winged lion standing beside him. Teacher, this Blood Cloud Palace leader is actually you. The golden horned beast spoke, no wonder the various races of the universe can't do anything to him. Back then, the Blood Cloud Palace leader that dominated the universe was merely a clone that I formed. Mountain Traveler looked at the endless space and exclaimed, even though it's just a clone, it still has the power of your Primal Chaos City leader teacher. Dominating the universe, that's enough. Then teacher, why are you using the identity of the Blood Cloud Palace leader? The golden horned beast's eyes were filled with suspicion. With Mountain Traveler's strength, who would dare mess with him? If he wanted to take revenge, he could just do it openly. Because of you, Mountain Traveler said. Me? The golden-horned beast was stunned. Right. Mountain Traveler nodded. Accurately speaking, this identity of the Blood Cloud Palace leader is something I prepared for my third disciple. No matter who is able to meet my requirements, he will inherit the position of the Blood Cloud Palace leader. Blood Cloud Palace leader? Inherit? The golden-horned beast's eyes stared wide. Damn. His teacher was a troublemaker. The identity of the Blood Cloud Palace leader was a madman with enemies all over the universe. All the big powers wanted to kill him. Hearing his teacher's words, it seemed like he wanted it to inherit the position. Back then when I trained your second senior brother, it was the same. Mountain Traveler exclaimed, I created a new identity early on. Northern Prison leader. When your second senior brother's strength is enough, I'll let him inherit the position of Northern Prison leader. What? The golden-horned beast was even more shocked. Blood Cloud Palace leader, Northern Prison leader, they were both clones created by Mountain Traveler teacher. The Northern Prison leader was an evil super being whose fame wasn't any less than the Blood Cloud Palace leader. He had a flying palace treasure called the Northern Prison. This treasure also had the ability to suppress and seal things. This Northern Prison leader roamed the universe. The moment he fought with an enemy, he loved to trap them in the Northern Prison. If they didn't have the ability to create clones, the only way to escape would be to self-destruct. He was even older than the Blood Cloud Palace leader. He was a powerful evil being at the beginning of the universe, but he gradually disappeared. I let your second senior brother inherit the position of Northern Prison leader. Mountain Traveler shook his head. However, after countless years, he still wasn't able to satisfy me. Hence, I took back everything from the Northern Prison leader, making his position disappear forever. He no longer has the right to be the Northern Prison leader. Luo Feng was shocked within. Taking back everything from the Northern Prison leader? Your second senior brother doesn't have much hope for him anymore. Hence, I've given my all to train you. Mountain Traveler exclaimed, smiling as he looked at Luo Feng. Second senior brother has disappointed teacher. In the future, I'm afraid your disciple will disappoint teacher too. The golden-horned beast lowered its head. Mountain Traveler smiled, when you can fully activate the Star Pagoda, you're already stronger than your second senior brother. The Star Pagoda, even though its power is heavenly, the Universe Knights, Universe Lords, the strongest warriors in the universe don't even have a chance of controlling it. And the weak's willpower isn't enough. You were able to survive the life and death inheritance at the Sector Lord level, not bad. However, even though you're stronger than your second senior brother, you're still far from my goal. Mountain Traveler said. Goal? The golden-horned beast turned to look at the teacher beside him. The strongest warrior in the universe. Mountain Traveler said slowly, this was the first time he revealed his thoughts to Luo Feng. When you become the strongest warrior in the universe, then I'll have succeeded. If your second senior brother can become the strongest warrior in the universe, then I'll have succeeded. However, according to my judgment, the chances of him becoming the strongest warrior in the universe are extremely low. He's already on the wrong path. Luo Feng was shocked within. First senior brother and second senior brother were both universe lords. Mountain Traveler was still disappointed and continued to train his third disciple. So Mountain Traveler's true goal for his disciple was to become the strongest warrior in the universe. What a crazy thought. How rare were the strongest warriors in the universe. With one of the strongest warriors in the universe, the race would be the pinnacle of races. A power would be a superpower. Even the lone strongest warrior in the universe would still be a free and unfettered eternal being. Mountain Traveler being able to reach this level was already heaven-defying, yet he wanted to train the strongest warrior as his disciple. Crazy. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but respect his teacher, because Mountain Passenger was indeed impressive, nurturing the Flame God race, the Earth race, even creating many powerful treasures, at least things like the Calamity Armor and the Soul. The pinnacle treasures weren't difficult for him. Even with luck, he was able to create the Star Pagoda. Becoming the strongest warrior in the universe is incomparably difficult. Mountain Traveler said, if you just stay in one place and train silently, you'll never become the strongest warrior in the universe. The birth of every strongest warrior in the universe. There are large amounts of encounters and training, but without a doubt, they are all trained through blood and fire. You have your race to worry about, you won't be able to fight and train to your heart's content. That's why I prepared the identity of the Blood Cloud leader for you. No one knows who you are, your enemies are all over the universe, the moment you appear in the universe, all of them will rush over. Mountain Traveler looked at the golden horned beast. In the endless training, you'll continue to grow, at least, this is the only way I know to increase the chances of becoming the strongest warrior in the universe. The golden horned beast blinked, a little dazed. They can recognize me. They won't be able to. Mountain Passenger flipped his hand, and a blood-red bead appeared in his hand. This is a special treasure that I forged, the Blood Cloud bead. It can change the aura of your soul, and it can even disguise your armor. No one will be able to recognize you. And the flying palace behind you, the Blood Cloud Palace. It will also be yours. Of course, if you disappoint me, I'll do what I did to your second brother, take back the Blood Cloud Palace and the Blood Cloud Pearl. My disciple. When you become the Blood Cloud leader, that will be a new journey. Do you dare to accept it? Mountain Traveler looked at the golden horned beast. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Tomato continued to write the third chapter. It was a little slow. The third chapter would probably be over 12 points. There were indeed many strong people in the comment section. How did they all guess that the Blood Cloud leader was Mountain Traveler? I'm going to faint, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The golden horned beast's dark golden eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. I accept. Slaughter, the path of the strong? A new journey? It was quite interesting. You're bloodthirsty. Mountain Guest looked at the golden horned beast and smiled, very suitable to take over the position of Blood Cloud Palace leader. After which he threw the blood-red pearl in his hand, the Blood Cloud Pearl. Imprint your life force within, control the Blood Cloud Pearl. Mountain Guest said. The golden horned beast looked over. A thread of God energy swiftly enveloped the Blood Cloud Pearl in midair. A thread had already seeped into it, instantly recognizing it as its master. As a treasure personally crafted by Mountain Guest, the Blood Cloud Pearl didn't have any information on it, and its functions were very special and peculiar. Actually, many of the treasures Mountain Guest crafted were very special. Like the Soul Source, the Calamity Armor, these pinnacle treasures all had strict requirements for their owners. Other warriors couldn't even use them. This was a reflection of Mountain Guest's skill in crafting treasures. Who? The golden horned beast opened its mouth and the Blood Cloud Pearl flew in. Immediately the golden horned beast's body began to change, its back limbs swiftly became longer and thicker, its chest and abdomen became more powerful, completely transforming from a crawling life form to an upright one. Its face was covered in a silver mask, and on its forehead were 2 golden horns. The scaled wings on his back quickly retracted and disappeared. Even the color of the beast god armor on his divine body was slowly changing, turning into a blood-red battle robe. A scaled tail stretched out from the battle robe. Endless killing intent emanated, evil. Crazy, it was exactly the same as the Blood Cloud Palace leader that Mountain Guest had become. Ha ha ha, my Blood Cloud Pearl isn't bad, right? Mountain Guest stood at the side, as though admiring a beautiful piece of art. Very mysterious. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment, my energy and pressure are all released by the Blood Cloud Pearl. It can even change the structure of my god body, from the golden horned beast form to this form through the Blood Cloud Pearl, my strength isn't affected at all. And it can even disguise as my beast god armor, it's too mysterious. To craft a Blood Cloud Pearl, one has to kill a universe lord. Mountain Guest exclaimed, and one has to destroy the soul, leaving his god body intact. After which large amounts of materials are used with his god body, transforming it into a Blood Cloud Pearl. This allows the Blood Cloud Pearl to release a specific energy. Pressure. I can even change your divine body into a fixed structure that I've designed and disguise it as a supreme treasure. Luo Feng was stunned. The Blood Cloud Pearl was a very unique and special treasure. It did not have any direct combat power, but it was enough to make many super existences covet it. However, he did not expect the refinement requirements to be so exaggerated. First, he had to kill a master of the universe through his soul. Perhaps only the strongest people in the universe would have the confidence to do so. Remember, once you use the Star Pagoda, you must be careful. Perhaps other experts might not be able to tell if you use the Star Pagoda to attack, but if you use it to protect your life, you will definitely be exposed. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. The Star Pagoda shrunk to the size of a palm and became a conical shape. After changing its appearance slightly, it could be used as a sharp horn. However, once his life was saved, the Star Pagoda would naturally expand and Luo Feng would hide inside. At that time, the Star Pagoda would naturally be exposed. If I use it to protect myself, I'll definitely be exposed. Mountain Passenger smiled. Whether you choose to let the Blood Cloud Palace Master use the Star Tower or use your true identity, it's up to you. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng's true body using the Star Pagoda was exposed. The Blood Cloud Palace Master using the Star Pagoda was also exposed. Wouldn't that be telling the trillions of races in the universe? Luo Feng was the Blood Cloud Palace Master? The Blood Cloud Palace Master still has a life-saving treasure, the Blood Cloud Palace. I've just retrieved my life imprint. Mountain Passenger smiled. Right now, it's yours. Blood Cloud Palace? Luo Feng turned to look. Looking at the majestic palace, he didn't hesitate and immediately infused his god energy into the ground beneath his feet. Following the life imprint, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. The entire Blood Cloud Palace immediately seemed to become his own limbs. He could control everything within the palace, even the treasure room from before was clearly observed. The Blood Cloud Palace is a top-grade flying palace treasure. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng. It's extremely precious. You can only use it when using the identity of the Blood Cloud Palace Master. Normally when you roam the universe, you're forbidden from using it, otherwise, your identity will be exposed. Luo Feng nodded. I hope this Blood Cloud Palace won't be retrieved by me. Mountain Passenger smiled. I'm not the second senior. Luo Feng said directly. Just like how I treated your second senior back then. Mountain Passenger smiled. I'll give you a promise too. Promise? Luo Feng listened carefully. Mountain Passenger smiled. During your universe night period, if you can kill 10 top universe overlords, or a universe lord, then I'll promise, you provide the materials and I'll make a top-grade treasure for you for free. Then, I promise. If you provide me with the materials, I'll refine a supreme treasure for you for free. The materials needed to refine a supreme treasure are worth about 10% of the supreme treasure itself. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. A top-grade treasure, it was enough to make the Primal Chaos City leader and the creator of the huge axe move. Back then, the bet between the Ancestor and Mountain Passenger was only at this level. If you become a Universe Lord, then the requirements will be higher. You'll have to kill 100 top Universe Overlords or 10 Universe Lords before I'll make a top-grade treasure for you for free. Mountain Passenger revealed a weird smile. The top-grade treasure I'm talking about includes top-grade domain treasures, top-grade flying palace treasures etc. Luo Feng's eyes immediately turned red. Damn. Crazy, humanity's strongest was only at the top-grade domain treasures level. The higher your requirements, I'll give you a list of materials based on the treasures you require. Mountain Passenger mocked. Don't be too ambitious, the top-grade domain treasures, just the materials required are rare and precious, even your human race might not be able to gather them. There's definitely a way. Luo Feng was filled with fighting spirit. Remember, the requirement to become a Universe Knight is to kill 10 top Universe Overlords or 1 Universe Lord. The moment you become a Universe Lord, the requirements will be 10 times more than before. Mountain Passenger exclaimed, back then when I made this promise to your second senior, he was already a Universe Lord when he inherited the North Prison leader position. It's a pity he never got what I asked for. Luo Feng was speechless. Kill 10 Universe Lords? What a difficult and demanding requirement. It wasn't something that could be killed just by being stronger. The higher the Universe Lord, the stronger their ability to escape. Don't even talk about Universe Lords, just killing the top Universe Overlords. Firstly, they could delay for time and even call for help, allowing a powerful being or even the strongest warrior in the universe to personally descend. After all, they all had their own backgrounds and powers. Once they felt their lives were in danger, it was normal to immediately call for help. Killing 10 universe lords, even the strongest warrior in the universe would find it difficult and troublesome. No wonder Flame Emperor couldn't do it back then. Asking me, a universe knight, to kill 10 top universe overlords? Or 1 universe lord? Luo Feng sighed. None of the top universe overlords are easy to deal with, and they can even summon universe lords. As for universe lords, it's already not bad for me to fight them one-on-one. Kill? Difficult. Mountain Passenger's requirements were indeed difficult, but he still made a promise, and continued to tempt Luo Feng. This teacher of mine wants me to go kill. Luo Feng could naturally tell what Mountain Passenger was thinking. This is the blood cloud tag. Mountain Passenger waved his hand and threw out a blood-red tag. Luo Feng received it and immediately realized it was very similar to the one his teacher gave him to communicate with back then. After recognizing you as the owner, you can use the blood cloud tag to give orders to your 18 servants. Mountain Passenger instructed. The 18 servants are all universe lords, they too manage other special life forms. Servants? Luo Feng was curious. Back then when I created the identity of the blood cloud leader, I accidentally saved a few special life forms while roaming the universe. They begged to recognize me as their owner. I was born a special life form, hence I also protected these little punks. As time went on, the number of these little fellows under me increased. Under my guidance, there were 18 universe venerables. Among them, there are 3 peak universe overlords. Through the blood cloud token, you will be able to obtain some simple information about these 18. I will protect them for an indefinite amount of time. You should also take care of them to the best of your ability. Star Pagoda, Calamity Armor, Blood Cloud Palace, you've already obtained everything. Whatever teacher can do, I've already done. As for how far you can go, it's up to you. Mountain Passenger looked deeply at Luo Feng before vanishing into thin air. Luo Feng stood where he was. He could feel the anticipation in Mountain Guest's eyes, almost as though he was watching his child grow up. Mountain Guest nurtured the Flare Emperor and Luo Feng. It was obvious he really wanted to nurture the strongest disciple of the universe. There's probably some secret involved within. Luo Feng thought. Following closely, Luo Feng picked up the blood cloud tag in his hand. Teacher Mountain Passenger told him to do his best to take care of these special life forms. Naturally he had to do his best. Through the blood cloud tag, Luo Feng ordered the 18 servants to bring all the special life forms under them and rush to the blood cloud palace to meet him. The master wants to see us. Quickly. Little punks, you're lucky, the master actually wants to see you. Ah, we're just sector lords, can we even see the master? The blood cloud leader controlled special life forms that occupied close to 1/6 of the Guqin secret region swiftly rushed towards the blood cloud palace. To them, it was like a pilgrimage. After all, normally the blood cloud leader only communicated with the 18 knights, the other special life forms had no way of contacting him directly. After spending over a day, they finally gathered. The 18 knights each brought their own special life forms, the majestic formation of all sorts of special life forms in the darkness, flying towards the blood cloud palace door. The door opened wide. Countless beams of light flew past. Blood Cloud Palace, Main Palace. Black Sky Lord, Silver Dragon Knight and C.I. Wu, the 3 pinnacle of the universe overlords were at the front. Behind them were 15 special life forms that either had the strength of a universe overlord or an upper-level knight. Behind them were hundreds of special life forms, and at the very back were thousands of sector lord special life forms. We greet the master. Black Sky Lord and the other 2 pinnacle overlords knelt down. We greet the master. The black mass of thousands of special life forms behind all knelt down respectfully. And in the blood-colored throne of the main palace, the blood cloud leader sat high above, gazing below. 3 chapters finished. 2011 only has one last day left. Everyone please vote for tomato in the last 22 hours. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng sat in his throne, gazing down at the black mass of peculiar life forms kneeling below. These thousands of peculiar life forms' eyes were filled with excitement, worship, this made Luo Feng immediately realize, these seemingly powerful and rare peculiar life forms had a tragic point, they were just too weak. Because of their extremely high life forms, natural talents and techniques, they lured the trillions of races in the universe to attack and enslave or steal them. If a group of peculiar life forms didn't have a powerful protector, then they would very quickly be ripped apart by the trillions of races in the universe. Devoured. Back then, the blood cloud leader roamed the universe. Back then, the number of peculiar life forms wasn't small. When he saw some of them being killed, he felt pity and saved group after group of them. Finally they gathered together to form these thousands of peculiar life forms. After countless years of growth, with the Mountain Guest's guidance, the Black Sky Lord, Silver-Horned Knight and Ci Wu, these pinnacle overlords were born. If it was back then, they too would have been hunted down. Of course, after countless years, the peculiar life forms without protectors had long vanished from the universe's history. Hence, the ancient beings like the Primal Chaos City leader etc. had quite a few peculiar life forms. However, as time went on and it reached Luo Feng's era, it was too difficult to find another life form to steal. Mountain Guest protects them and guides them. Just like their father. Luo Feng thought, no wonder they all call him master, yet respect and worship him from the bottom of their hearts. From today onwards, I am the Blood Cloud Hall Master. Although I have gained such a powerful force, I also have another responsibility in addition to the earth. Luo Feng thought. This was indeed a force that made the universe powers envious. 3 pinnacle overlords. Especially the Black Sky Lord, his god energy purity was close to 100 times stronger than Tian Heng's. Even with the same high-level armor, Luo Feng needed 2 levels of attack to achieve the same result as Tian Heng's, and the Black Sky Lord's body was even more than 1,000,000 km tall. Its size was trillions of times that of Tian Heng's body that was less than 10 m tall. Silver-Horned Knight and Ci Wu, even though their bodies aren't as exaggerated, they aren't small either. With the 3 of them here, unless they encounter a Lord of the Universe, this special life form force will be able to resist them. Luo Feng nodded to himself. Protecting such a power wasn't as difficult as protecting Earth. The special life forms had grown for countless years and had the ability to protect themselves. Luo Feng suddenly understood. Why were there so many precious materials, treasures and normal treasures in the treasury? After all, Luo Feng's future opponent would be a Universe Lord, normal treasures would shatter in a Universe Lord level battle. Clearly, these normal treasures weren't left for Luo Feng, but for these special life forms. Black Sky. Luo Feng said. Master. Black Sky Lord said honestly. The 18 of you, tell me your treasures. Luo Feng gazed below. Yes, I have a high-grade treasure armor and 6 high-grade treasure divine hammers. Black Sky Lord laughed. Master, are you going to bestow me with a peak-grade treasure armor? Last time, you even said that the next time, you would think of a way to get me a top-grade armor treasure. You said that if I had a top-grade armor treasure, even the Lord of the Universe would have a hard time killing me. Luo Feng was shocked. A top-grade treasure armor? The treasury his teacher left him only had over 100 normal treasures. Teacher Mountain Passenger is too sinister. Now that I've inherited the position of Blood Cloud Leader, the responsibility of giving the strongest under me treasures is on my shoulders? Luo Feng cursed within, but there was nothing he could do. I'm thinking of a way, a top-grade armor. Treasure isn't easy to get. Luo Feng said. Yes, however Master will definitely be able to do it. Black Sky Lord said. Next. Luo Feng ordered. Silver Dragon Knight, Thorn Crow Demon Leader and the others all reported their treasures. Luo Feng realized that these 18 knights all had treasures, and they were obviously chosen according to their strength. Like the 3 top universe lords, they all had high-level treasures, and each had several of them. Luo Feng, who originally planned on giving them treasures, gave up on that idea. In the end, he only gave a few undying life forms and treasures, and the meeting ended. This is a power. Even though I have the responsibility of leading and protecting them, they can help me with many things too. Luo Feng thought, in the future, my Earth bloodline will naturally be protected by me. Black Sky Lord and his group of aberrations should be able to complement the Earth bloodline. That day, Luo Feng ordered the aberrations to leave. He also sent an order to Black Sky Lord, Silver Dragon Knight and Thorn Crow Demon Leader, Black Sky, Silver Dragon and Thorn Crow, I'm going out for a while. I'll leave the matters of the children in the ancient Qin region to you guys. If there's anything you guys can't handle, inform me. Yes. Yes, Master. The three replied through their tags. That day, the golden horned beast quietly returned to the human territory, back to the god country. From then on, Luo Feng's life was split into two parts. One was the golden horned beast studying the star tower using the engravings. The other was his earth body training on Circus Island. The earth body first started training the 8th level of the 9-level secret manual. The advantage of having a small god body was that it trained extremely quickly. In a year's time, Luo Feng completed the 8th level. His life genetic level grew from about 9,800 times to about 10,050 times. This was purely Luo Feng's estimation. Following which, Luo Feng continued training the 9th level of the 9 level. During the training, his life genetic level grew extremely slowly, especially when he was halfway through the 9th level. Suddenly, his life genetic level got stuck. It stopped when it was just a sliver away from the perfect gene. No matter how much the 9-level secret manual trained, his life genetic level didn't increase at all. Just a little bit more. The Netherworld Ocean clone and the Golden Horned Beast clone have both reached the perfect gene level, but my Earth body is only a sliver away from the perfect gene level. Why is it that halfway through the 9th level of the 9 Calamities manual, it's useless? Luo Feng was anxious. It was useless. No matter how much his training progressed, his life genetic level stagnated. Just a little bit more, what do you want me to do? The 3rd year on Circus Island. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a stone bridge beside a pond in his mansion's courtyard. At this moment, he finally reached the final step of the 9-level secret manual. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Horned Beast or the Serene Sea clone, they had both attained perfect genes before even reaching the end. The Earth deity was the first to complete the 9 Calamities secret manual. Hua Luo Feng sat there, but his entire body made the sound of the surging ocean. At the same time, his skin started to emit golden threads, and a huge mysterious and complicated engraving appeared on his body. If Luo Feng's entire skin was peeled off, the engraving formed, although it was different from the engraving formed by the words of the 9-level secret manual, the concept was the same. Peng. Luo Feng felt that his life source had a fundamental breakthrough, as though he had broken through a bottleneck. His life genetic level finally took another small step forward. It was just a small step, but it represented a fundamental breakthrough. I broke through. I broke through. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with joy. I have to go back to the god country. Luo Feng clearly felt that his god body was trying to absorb energy to grow, but there wasn't enough energy to absorb on Circus Island. He immediately teleported to the god country and quickly left Circus Island. In the god country, the endless tranquil sea stirred up huge waves that were hundreds of kilometers in height. Above the waves, a black-haired young man was standing, naked in midair. Countless amounts of seawater surged up from below, wrapping around this black-haired young man like countless ribbons. They were constantly being absorbed by him. The black-haired youth began to grow bigger and bigger. From less than 2 meters tall, he began to rapidly grow taller and taller. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, the god's power in his god body also continued to increase, increasing by more than 1 trillion times. It had reached an incomparably turbulent and terrifying level. When he became a towering 90,000 kilometers tall, he finally stopped. From today onwards, my earth body and the golden horned beast will be my 2 main forces. Luo Feng smiled. Before, even though his earth body's purity was high, it was too small, causing him to be unable to unleash I Am the Universe. And now, in terms of body, his earth body was the same as the golden horned beast. Naturally he could unleash even more power. Like unleashing the Universe Lord's golden light, he didn't have to worry about using up too much of his body's energy. It's time to make a trip to Primal Chaos City. That mountain beheading blade is too weak for me. Luo Feng first headed to Primal Chaos City to acquire the mountain beheading blade and the large amounts of normal treasures he had hunted on Primal Planet. Along with the 20 treasures in the Blood Cloud Palace treasure room, He accumulated them all, along with his remaining treasure points. Only then did he exchange for a top-level treasure blade. Sad 9 Snow. The blade's original name was Sad 9 Snow, however Luo Feng named it the Blood Shadow Blade. Black Sky, Silver Dragon, Thorn Crow, the 100 treasures in the treasure room were left behind by my teacher for you special life forms. However, those punks still need a long time to grow. I'll temporarily take a portion, I'll definitely get them back in the future. Luo Feng felt the pressure too. The bug race, automaton race, and demon race were all getting restless. The stronger he was, the better. With the pinnacle of treasures, the calamity armor, able to reach the 3rd level, weakening the enemy's attack by 1/100,000 th, and a 90,000 kilometers long body, his natural survivability had reached a terrifying level. In a battle against a master of the universe, a high-level supreme treasure saber was clearly too weak. Leaving God Country and returning to Purplethorn Island, the golden-horned beast left from the engraving school, still studying the Star Pagoda engraving in God Country. Luo Feng's true body was quietly cultivating on Circus Island, constantly increasing his understanding of the way of the beast god. After all, the more he understood about the way of the beast god, the better it would be for his attainments in the mysterious pattern school. 61 years passed in the blink of an eye. P.S. First chapter has arrived, sweat. The update was late, however there will definitely be 3 chapters today. There are only 2 hours left of the year, if you don't vote, it'll be too late, please support Tomato. Tomato continued writing, there will definitely be 3 chapters. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On Bauhinia Island. Look, Luo Feng has appeared and is flying towards the plaza in front of the island leader's palace. In one of the countless palaces on Circus Island, 2 demon undying beings were chatting. However, their gazes were locked on Luo Feng, who was flying in the distance. They didn't dare miss anything. Their mission was to monitor Luo Feng's every movement. After a while, Luo Feng entered the fountain and vanished, only then did the 2 demon undyings relax. Expression, smiling. War, silver armor. The 2 swiftly checked each other's situation and made a detailed report. It's been so many years, by now all the large powers of the universe know that our demon race, bug race, and automaton race all want to kill Luo Feng. However, up till now, there's been no movement at all. The demon with the green-gray turtle shell shook his head and said hoarsely, everyone says that Luo Feng has long reached the pinnacle of Universe Lord strength. If we don't make a move, when he breaks through to Universe Lord, it'll be too late for regrets. Don't blame the race, we can only blame Luo Feng for hiding on Bauhinia Island. Our demon race, bug race, and automaton race, what can we do? The black eye under the countless feathers stared at the distant plaza in front of the island leader's palace. However, it's weird, why is Luo Feng still at the 5th level of the beast god path? On Bauhinia Island, the inheritors could challenge each other, the rankings were very clear. The 3rd level of the beast god path was all on the same list. The 4th level of the beast god path was all on the same list, and Luo Feng had entered the 5th level 62 years ago. Obviously he was training the 5th level of the beast god path, this seemed very strong, however the pinnacle of Universe Lords should at least be at the 7th level, right? Stupid. He's the 5th level of the beast god path, but do you even know what level his time-space path has reached? Who knows, he's almost at the limit, stepping into Universe Lord level. That makes sense, however he's been training for such a short time, how can his comprehension of the origin laws be so fast? Who knows, if it wasn't for his terrifying speed, the race wouldn't be in such a rush to get rid of him. Look, he's out. The 2 demon undying stared at the distant Luo Feng, continuing to observe his every movement. From the surface, they might be able to deduce some important information. Luo Feng flew back to his residence. There are at least 100 inheritors watching me right now. Luo Feng grinned. This made the inheritors from the various powers of the universe immediately record down the times when Luo Feng revealed a smile. I feel like I'll be able to comprehend the entire 5th level in a year or 2. Luo Feng waited silently. Back then, it only took him half a month to comprehend the 4th level, which represented the claw of the beast god. However, the fifth level of the beast god path represented the beast god's horn. It was even more profound and took up a lot more time. As studying it required a lot of time, Luo Feng usually took 2 to 3 months to go to the inheritance grounds. 62 years had passed, and it was only then that he could vaguely sense that he was close to mastering the fifth dan. And as his beast god path continued to improve, it made it much easier for Luo Feng to create techniques through the engraving system. Even as he studied the Star Pagoda, he was inspired to create a Universe Lord Pinnacle technique and a Universe Overlord Ultimate technique. Luo Feng named them Golden Mountain and Heavy Mountain. Right now Luo Feng had decent techniques. He had the Universe Lord's Ultimate Golden Light, the Universe Lord's Pinnacle Golden Mountain, the Universe Overlord's Ultimate Misty Light and Heavy Mountain. Of course these were secondary, the most important thing was his study of the Star Pagoda. Even though he was inspired to create 2 strong techniques, the Star Pagoda Luo Feng could only activate the most basic first-level engravings. As for the second level, he had already understood more than half of it. However, he still needed a period of time before he could activate the second level. Right now the Star Pagoda, I only know one attack, Pierce. As for the other smash, I'm afraid I'll need to completely comprehend the second level of the engravings before I can unleash its power. I reckon it'll take a few more years. Luo Feng swiftly rushed down from mid-air, landing in his own mansion and continuing his peaceful life. Luo Feng knew too. This was the calm before the storm. The human race was constantly concerned about Luo Feng's movements. Luckily, this Luo Feng has always been on Circus Island, it's very safe. Primal Chaos, why did you let him out back then? If you left him in Primal Chaos City, wouldn't that be the safest? After all, he could still encounter great danger outside the human territory. Even though the Ancestral God sect is very powerful, the Bug Race, Monster Race, Automaton Race, and the Northern Border Alliance all have strong warriors in the Ancestral God sect. Once they join forces, they can definitely find a way to deal with Luo Feng. When he wanted to go out back then, I naturally wouldn't stop him. He has a soul treasure, and his willpower is extremely strong. Even if he encounters a crisis he can't resist, he can still self-destruct. With his talent and clone ability, there's nothing to be afraid of. The Dragon Leader and the Primal Chaos City Leader discussed. The Dragon Leader's worries were not wrong. Because Luo Feng had always been on Circus Island, the Bug Race, Monster Race, and Automaton Race were anxious. They didn't dare to send a Universe Lord over. Once they did, they would definitely be attacked by the 5-color Aurora Lake and annihilated. It wasn't worth losing a Universe Lord just to kill someone who could become a Primal Chaos City Leader. Damn. This human Luo Feng, is he planning to stay on Circus Island forever? He's been on Circus Island for so long, and he hasn't done anything else. What he lacks now is cultivation. He must be trying to cultivate and meditate on Circus Island. He has such combat power, but his Tao of the Beast God isn't very profound. Then he must be almost perfect in the Tao of space and time, so he's practicing the Tao of the Beast God as a reference. Different Taos can learn from each other, and maybe he'll finally make a breakthrough. We can't waste time like this. The longer we wait, the better it will be for Luo Feng. The top 3 races were anxious. They wanted to wait for Luo Feng to leave Circus Island, but it seemed that he wouldn't leave at all. It had already been 62 years. How could he delay any longer? In the vast universe, in a starry sky. 3 thoughts passed through the endless distance and landed in this starry sky. 3 lofty figures could be vaguely seen. One of them was a beautiful and graceful figure surrounded by endless light. Just looking at her figure was enough to enchant a universe venerable. A gigantic, oval-shaped, black sphere shadow was floating in another place. The last figure was surrounded by thousands of vague snake shadows. A huge silver-white snake head looked around, and the starry sky around it was completely twisted into a vortex. Dream Tea, where's Xianxia? The huge black sphere asked. We're monsters. I can handle it. The silver-white snake head also said. Their voices were instantly transmitted to the other 2 parties. It seemed that the rule that the speed of light was the limit of the original universe didn't apply to them. Machine, you summoned the monsters and the Zerg. Now that the Zerg Queen and I are here, it's time to talk. Machine, speak. The faintly discernible figure also spoke. Okay. The Black Sphere said, a little guy named Luo Feng has appeared in the human race under the protection of Giant X. His strength is improving very fast, and he's been staying on Circus Island. If we let him go on like this, the human race will have one more powerful existence in the future. He also has the talent to create doppelgangers. It'll be difficult for us to kill him in the future. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Of course we must get rid of him as soon as possible, the slim figure said, her voice filled with endless charm. But how? That's the core of the Ancestral God sect. The territory controlled by the ultimate treasure, the five-color lake, can't be entered without the permission of the Ancestral God sect. Once the treasure is activated to attack, even the Universe Lord will die. And it's not just about the death of the Universe Lord. Trespassing into the core area of the Ancestral God sect is against the rules. That's provoking the Ancestral God sect. The consequences of provoking the Ancestral God sect will be more severe than having another Primal Chaos City leader. At least in the original universe, the Ancestral God sect is the guardian of the universe's rules. No one can beat it. I agree with the Queen. Our monster race wants to get rid of them as soon as possible, but how? The Silver Snakehead said. Our three races don't want to be enemies with the Ancestral God sect, but, can't we just ask the lone traveler, the strongest in the universe? The Black Sphere said. We're worried because we have things to worry about. But those few lone travelers aren't afraid at all. The Ancestral God sect can't do anything to them, and they have nothing to worry about. Naturally, they dare to trespass into the core area of the Ancestral God sect. Even if they kill Luo Feng, what can the Ancestral God sect do? The strongest lone traveler in the universe? The Silhouette and the Silver Snakehead hesitated. That price won't be small. The Silhouette said. To get the strongest lone traveler to the core area of the Ancestral God sect to kill the absolute geniuses of humanity. This will offend the Ancestral God sect and incur the hatred of Huge Axe. Even though those lone travelers don't care, the moment they are invited, the price will definitely be high. The Silver Snakehead said. Each of you give me 3 top treasures. I'll invite them. The Black Sphere said. 3 top treasures? The Silhouette and the Silver Snakehead hesitated. Following which, the Silhouette said, even if your automaton race gives me 3 more, a total of 9 treasures, that's equivalent to 1 pinnacle treasure. 1 pinnacle treasure. To invite a lone traveler strongest in the universe to do such a thing, that's not easy. Who are you inviting? Mountain guest? Shihua Island leader? No need to ask any further. Each of you give me 3 top treasures and I'll invite the strongest in the universe. If I can't invite him, then I'll return them. I won't go so far as to cheat you out of these 3 treasures. Alright, I agree. 3 treasures to get rid of the human Luo Feng, I'll agree too. The Silhouette and the Silver Snakehead said. Very good. That huge oval black sphere immediately vanished. Following which, the Silhouette and the countless silhouettes and the Silver Snakehead all vanished. The starry sky returned to its previous tranquility. Who would have known that the 3 strongest beings of the universe had once conversed here? P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Tomato continues writing the 3rd chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On a vital planet in the human domain. A hunchbacked, green-skinned old man with tentacles stood in an alley of a bustling city. He stood in front of a dispirited young man. Child, you are so young and full of vigor. Your future is limitless. Why are you so dispirited, without any will to fight? The green-skinned old man spoke hoarsely. The dispirited young man sat on the ground, leaning against the wall. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He shook his head, there's no hope anymore. I've tried my best, but they're too strong. Although they aren't the strongest in this city, they aren't something an ordinary person like me can resist. They keep toying with me. They don't kill me because they treat me like a toy. Life is full of miracles. The green-skinned old man spoke hoarsely, nothing is eternal. The universe is even more mysterious. Anything can happen. Is that so? The dispirited young man glanced at the green-skinned old man, then lowered his head and continued drinking. Yes, anything can happen. The green-skinned old man smiled and nodded. The dispirited young man was startled. He sat there in a daze, holding the bottle of wine. The smile on the old man's face grew wider and wider. 5 seconds later, the dispirited young man woke up. The dispirited young man's eyes were sharp, his aura completely different. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, but when he saw this ordinary alley and the hunchbacked old man, he was stunned. He revealed a look of disbelief. I. How did I return to 100,000 years ago? I'm already a sector lord, what's going on? This is an illusion, it can't be so real, but... Child. The hunchbacked old man spoke. You are. The dispirited young man stared at the hunchbacked old man. You're the old man who guided me back then? Back then, wasn't it just now? The hunchbacked old man smiled and vanished into thin air. The dispirited young man was stunned for a long time. Domain. The dispirited young man looked around, his will moved. Although his telekinesis was weak, under the guidance of a sector lord's will, it formed a weak flame domain. It's real, everything is real. Everything that happened is real. I cultivated all the way to becoming a sector lord, is it all real? But, how did I return to the most painful time? Travel back to the past? No. The dispirited young man was different from before. He now had the heart of a strong warrior. Even if you reverse time, you won't be able to travel to the past. In other words, I experienced an illusion. But what kind of illusion could allow me to live in it for 100,000 years? And become a world overlord? Moreover, he comprehended a portion of the laws? The dispirited youth's eyes widened in horror. He looked around and shouted, Senior, however, there was no one to be seen. The dispirited young man shook his head. Unfortunately, I missed a great opportunity. If he could follow by that senior's side, becoming an undying would be easy. It's incredible. But I've already benefited a lot. Humph, that group of bastards, I killed you in the illusion. This time I will make you feel despair again. Then, the decadent youth left the alley. The hunchbacked, antenna-horned old man stood where he was, watching the dispirited young man leave, and smiled. From beginning to end, the hunchbacked old man didn't move at all. However, if he wanted the dispirited young man to see him, he could see him. If he wanted the young man to not see him, he could not see him. Buzz a powerful will traverse the endless space-time, suddenly descending upon this planet, descending upon this alley. The surrounding space was slightly distorted. An oval black ball appeared in the alley, speaking, Stone, you are known as a demon god. Even universe lords fear you, yet you have the mood to help that punk. If I want to kill, I'll kill. If I want to save, I'll save. If I want to bestow favors, I'll bestow favors. If that punk had knelt in the alley and begged me, begging to see me, I would have immediately killed him. The hunchbacked old man turned to look at the black ball. Automaton, this is the human domain, your will descended here to find me? Yes. The oval black ball floated in mid-air, the surrounding space was unstable, indistinct. I'm asking you to kill a punk. Is he very strong? The hunchbacked old man said. Human Luo Feng. The oval black ball said. Luo Feng? The hunchbacked old man nodded, I know this punk. After returning from the cosmic sea, news about him spread like wildfire. No wonder you came. Your automaton race, the bug race and the demon race all want to kill him. Tell me, where is he now? Ancestral God Sect, Purplethorn Island. The oval black ball said. Ancestral God Sect. The hunchbacked old man was no longer as calm and natural as before. His eyes stared and a black light flickered. Automaton, I don't care about that huge axe, I can help you kill that punk. However, he's in the core area of the Ancestral God Sect. You want me to barge into the core area and kill their inheritor. It's said that the sect even gave him treasures, obviously they value this Luo Feng. Back then I helped you once, this time I've returned the favor. The distant black ball spoke. I owe you one. The hunchbacked old man said hoarsely, all right, I'll agree. Give me his details. Pinnacle Universe Overlord strength, his god body is comparable to a rare life form, and he has the ability to clone himself, just destroying his body alone won't work. You have to use your soul to destroy his entire body. Or soul control. However, soul control is obviously much harder. The black ball said, Stone, you're an illusion type, the strongest in the universe. If you can't do it, no warrior in the primeval universe will be able to do it. Alright, I'll leave now, I know you're all getting impatient. The hunchbacked old man said. Then I'll wait for your good news. The oval black ball said. Hua, the two disappeared one after the other, the surrounding space shook a little before returning to normal. And the normal humans in the city didn't even notice this. Ancestral God secret region, space outside the five-colored extreme light lake. A completely black alien race being stood in the air, surrounded by black air currents. The black air currents covered his entire body, and only a pair of dark eyes could be vaguely seen. Human Luo Feng? To be able to make one of the strongest in the universe invite another to kill you, you should be proud. Purple Thorn Island. Luo Feng's mansion was built in the Jiangnan style, with bridges and streams, pavilions and terraces. Luo Feng sat in front of a table, drinking wine and pondering about the path of the beast god. He really liked these peaceful days of training. However, Luo Feng was clear, he seemed very safe in the ancestral god sect. However, the longer it dragged on, the more anxious the bug race, the demon race and the automaton race would be. After all, how could the top three races stand by and watch him grow? They would definitely think of a way to kill him. And he had the talent to create clones. If they destroyed one of his clones with just a physical attack, they wouldn't be able to achieve the result they wanted. Hence, if they wanted to kill him, they would definitely attack his soul, or use it to completely destroy him, just like how the Yun Mo planet master died back then. Or his soul would be controlled. Luo Feng naturally didn't dare to be careless when his earth body appeared out in the open. He always carried the soul treasure pearl and wore the pinnacle treasure, calamity armor. The calamity armor had the ability to weaken soul attacks. Most importantly, a weak soul-type treasure might directly collapse in the face of some soul attacks. However, the pagoda pearl was one of the control cores of the Star Tower. It was the proof that it recognized its owner. Even if a powerful treasure attacked it, it would not shatter. Although its defensive power was only at the level of a normal treasure, it was definitely trustworthy. Pearl, calamity armor, along with my universe lord willpower and consciousness. Luo Feng thought. His powerful god body, endless god energy, gave him a powerful consciousness. Universe lord level, training time and time again, the life and death inheritance evolution, 180 million years of training, allowed his willpower to reach the universe lord level. With this to rely on, Luo Feng naturally had more confidence. Luo Feng, who was sitting there holding a glass of wine and pondering about the path of the beast god, suddenly looked up at the sky. He couldn't feel anything wrong. He looked up, high up in the sky, below the rainbow lake, a silhouette surrounded by endless black energy appeared. Under the shroud, it was impossible to see clearly, only a pair of eyes could be seen. What kind of eyes were those? Luo Feng felt a shiver just from looking at it. Not good. That shiver that came from his soul made Luo Feng immediately understand. This feeling of helplessness was only felt when meeting the space primogenitor and mountain passenger. It's the strongest of the universe. Luo Feng immediately understood. Hua, a formless attack descended. Peng. 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 100 meters above Luo Feng, a gigantic crack suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, it wasn't a crack. It was a clash between two space. The space around the black energy silhouette was completely controlled. The universe laws within were all retracted. Everything was under the control of that black energy silhouette. The space below too was being controlled, one above, one below. The two actually clashed 100 m above Luo Feng. It was even more terrifying than a collision between planets. The two formless space clashed, the two powerful willpower controlling their own space. As the space clashed, cracks appeared. What? Luo Feng was stunned. After all, his strength far surpassed the pinnacle of the universe lords. He could even compete with the universe lords. His willpower and consciousness was extremely strong too, hence he immediately determined that there was another strongest being below. Two strongest of the universe? They're exchanging blows? Luo Feng was stunned. Hua Hua Hua, the highest five-colored lake in the sky, was truly going berserk. This was the first time Luo Feng had seen it so berserk. The endless five-colored lake was like a lake in the sky collapsing, rumbling. The endless aurora rushed downwards, rushing towards the black mist silhouette. The black mist silhouette didn't move at all, instead it let out an angry roar. Ancestor God, you want to stop me? Demon God Su Zhan, this is my ancestral god Sek's territory. A powerful voice resounded. P.S. 3 chapters completed. I've written too late. Tomorrow's 2 chapters will definitely be at night. I'll inform you beforehand. Tomato will post a summary chapter of 2011 in a while. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ancestor God? Luo Feng followed the voice and turned to look. Not far from his mansion, a silhouette rose from a normal palace. This was a 10m tall foreign race warrior with 6 arms and 2 thick legs. He had a face on the front and back of his head. The front face was white and looked very benevolent. He had a smile on his face that made people involuntarily feel affected. The back face was pitch black and looked very ferocious. It was filled with killing intent. Each of his 6 arms was holding onto 6 short rods. Each of the short rods had 4 edges, and it was somewhat similar to the Jian weapon from Earth's history. Of these 6 Jian, 3 were black and 3 were white. At the same time, each of the black and white Jian had an aura flowing, forming a cycle of black and white airflow. The ancestor god is beside me? Luo Feng was shocked. He had been training on Circe Island for 62 years. He didn't know there was an ancestor god living beside him. The ancestor god's benevolent face looked towards the sky. His voice passed through the space he controlled and reached the Void Demon God. Void Demon God, quickly retreat. I'll treat it as though you were never here. Haha, so it's the dual-faced ancestor god. What a big talk. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Humph, others might be afraid of your ancestor god sect, but I, Void, have never cared. I go wherever I want to go. Who can stop me? Today, I want to kill this human Luo Feng. You can't stop me either. As the black foggy figure in the sky sneered, the spacetime he controlled came pressing down on them once again. Rumble, the pressure from the cosmic space he controlled seemed to be even stronger than before. Pung. The dual-faced ancestor god looked up. The space he controlled also rushed upwards. Rumble. 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 At the same time the 2 universes clashed, the endless 5-colored lake finally pressed downwards. The countless auroras became extremely small and gathered together, forming a golden pillar of light. Everywhere it passed, it was silent. The space controlled by the Void Demon God seemed to have been cut, revealing a space ravine. An absolute treasure is indeed powerful. Luo Feng looked up and was shocked. That part of the universe space is completely controlled by the Demon God. His words are law and the laws of the universe have retreated. This is even more powerful than the master of the universe's ability to control spacetime. However, in the face of a supreme treasure, it's useless. The golden light pillar silently bombarded the ground below. Wherever it passed, a dark spatial ravine extended towards the Void Demon God. Ha! Demon God Void suddenly raised his head. Black fog filled the air. You want to hurt me with the 5-colored Aurora Lake? Get lost. The Void Demon God let out a roar. As he roared, an armor that caused the space to tremble immediately appeared. It was a mysterious armor that was stained with specks of golden blood. The armor fused with every inch of the Void Demon God's body. The moment the armor appeared, a dark void that was over 10 meters wide appeared around it. The golden beam of light blasted down, the blood-stained armor directly withstood it. Pung 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 pung, almost as though space was exploding inch by inch, like countless firecrackers going off. In an instant, the space around the Void Demon God completely crumbled into particles. However, the space controlled by the Ancestor God was very stable and wasn't affected at all. Luo Feng's gaze pierced through the particles and saw the evil void demon god silhouette. After this clash, the void demon god slightly sank down and the golden beam of light immediately crumbled. Haha, I have an absolute treasure protecting me. I've roamed the universe sea and nobody has been able to kill me, who do you think you are? Haha. Along with an insolent roar, universe space, shatter. Rumble, the black fog silhouette fiercely descended. One could vaguely see his right leg stomping down fiercely. The Void Fiend Celestial wore an ancient combat boot on his right foot. Clearly, it was one of the components of the paramount treasure that protected his body. The ancient combat boot. Just by stomping downwards, it caused space-time to completely distort. The flow of time became chaotic as space shattered. Pung pung pung, the universe space controlled by the ancestor god also shattered inch by inch. It couldn't stop this stomp at all. Void demon god, you're too presumptuous. The two-faced ancestor god's black face appeared in front of him. He looked above ferociously and his expression was filled with killing intent. With a roar, he rushed upwards. Each of his 6 arms had a god truncheon. As he waved his 6 truncheons, 3 black energy flows and 3 white energy flows formed. They combined and formed a complex black and white energy flow diagram, black and white energy flow diagram. He rushed upwards, his right leg stomped downwards, rumbled a moment the two clashed. The void demon god had an absolute treasure. The ancestor god's 6 truncheons were all pinnacle treasures too. With the 6 pinnacle treasures stacked together, the void demon god only had the defensive power of the treasures. In terms of offensive power, the ancestor god and the void demon god weren't much different. Void, scram. The two-faced ancestor god's 6 arms waved outwards, forming a complex black and white energy flow diagram. The 6 truncheons actually stacked together and supported each other. The void demon god's legs stomped downwards, the space they controlled was trembling. Luo Feng felt the surrounding space tremble. This made his expression change. He wanted to escape. However, the space controlled by the ancestor god was still safe. The moment he escaped, he would be in danger. What's more, the 2 strongest warriors of the universe were battling. It caused the space they controlled to tremble and become unstable. He couldn't even create his god country to teleport away. I can't escape either. There's actually the strongest warrior of the universe coming to kill me. Luo Feng stared hard at the battle between the 2 strongest warriors of the universe. Even though their battle was completely restricted to that space was constantly condensing into particles. Even though he didn't personally feel it, Luo Feng could vaguely deduce, it was terrifying. The void demon god was using his protective treasure. The ancestor god was using the 6 black and white truncheons. Even the universe lord would probably be destroyed. Void demon god, since you're still not leaving, don't blame me. 5-color Aurora Lake. The ancestor god roared. The 5-color Aurora Lake that had been attacking with only a portion of the 5-color Aurora began to shrink. One had to know that the 5-color Aurora Lake was a treasure that covered a few light years. At this time it had completely shrunk. Countless Aurora became the size of rice grains and condensed into a 5-color huge blade. Slash. The 5-color huge blade slashed downwards. The ancestor god wielded his 6 truncheons and attacked again. Damn ancestor god, you actually. Void Fiend Celestial roared angrily. As he withstood the 5-colored Aurora Lake's 5-colored sword, he also had to withstand the ancestor god's 6 divine truncheons attacks. Immediately, he became flustered and suffered several attacks. His divine body was somewhat drained. You're forcing me. The void demon god looked up and roared. The surrounding space immediately began to crack. Even the ancestor god was forced to retreat. The 5-color huge blade couldn't even get close. In an instant, the ancestor god and the 5-color huge blade couldn't even get close. The void demon god emitted an overwhelming aura. It was simply ridiculously strong. Luo Feng, who was watching from below, was dumbstruck. The legendary strongest warrior of the universe was restricted by the universe origin laws. His true strength should only be slightly stronger than the universe lord's. However, it shouldn't be this ridiculously strong. The ancestor god and the strongest treasures couldn't even get close? Void Demon God, this is the primal universe. You actually dare to mess around? The Ancestor God roared. Yeah. The Void Fiend Celestial's might was overwhelming, and it completely ignored the five-colored greatsword as it punched downwards. At that moment, a golden chain suddenly appeared in the void and wrapped itself around the Void Fiend Celestial's arm, preventing its punch from landing. No. The Void Demon God was shocked. Another aquamarine chain extended out of the void, directly binding the Void Demon God's other arm. An aquamarine chain also extended out of the void. Chains that were born out of the void, each of them silent, yet with irresistible power, they bound the Void Demon God's body layer by layer. Damn. The Void Demon God roared furiously, but his aura continued to weaken. It was so weak that it was even weaker than when the battle had just begun. Only then did the chains that had extended out from the void around him gradually fade. Dual-faced Ancestor God, this is the primal universe. If we were in the cosmic sea, you wouldn't even be my match. The Void Demon God looked below and roared. But this is the primal universe. The dual-faced Ancestor God looked above coldly. Any one of us can defeat you. In the primal universe, no one can shake our Ancestor God sect. We are the protectors of the universe origin laws. Naturally, we will receive the universe origin laws' blessings. Give up. Unless you want to challenge the universe origin laws? The Void Demon God stared below. The dual-faced Ancestor God looked at both sides. The two faced each other. Very good. The Void Demon God laughed angrily. In the cosmic sea, I will let your Ancestor God sect know the consequences of angering me. The three of us never go to the cosmic sea. The dual-faced Ancestor God said. The Void Demon God gritted his teeth. However, he could only suppress his rage. In the cosmic sea, the Ancestor God sect couldn't be arrogant. However, in the primal universe, the Ancestor God sect reigned supreme. Punk. The Void Demon God turned to look at the shocked Luo Feng. Count yourself lucky. Rumble, the Void Demon God fiercely rushed into the sky. His speed far exceeded the speed of light. He immediately broke through the five-colored lake and vanished. The chaotic and broken universe space had completely calmed down. The flowers and plants on Circus Island were intact, and the colorful Aurora Lake was floating calmly in the sky. Except for Luo Feng, the other inheritors on Circus Island only felt the space shake, but they didn't know what had happened. Luo Feng looked up at the sky and was stunned for a while. The Ancestor God and the Void Demon God had both vanished. Luo Feng, come here. The Ancestor God's voice suddenly resounded in his ears. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. The first day of the new year, requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng, who was beside the railing, turned to look below, only to see a silhouette standing in the courtyard of his residence. It was the two-faced Ancestor God. Ancestor God. Luo Feng immediately flashed and arrived below. The two-faced Ancestor God's kind face looked at Luo Feng, making him feel like he was bathed in the spring breeze. Luo Feng said gratefully, "Thank you, Ancestor God, for saving me." The five-colored Aurora Lake enveloped the entire core area of the Ancestor God sect. The sudden disappearance of the five-colored Aurora Lake had indeed attracted the attention of many islands: the Octagonal Beast God Temple, the Octagonal Beast God Temple, and the 72 Divine Generals continents. How big of a deal was it for the five-colored light lake to disappear? Even though it quickly returned to normal, it still caused endless discussion. The five-colored light lake is an absolute treasure. Unless it's in a critical moment, it won't be fully used. Usually just a little bit of light is enough to destroy the enemy. It disappeared in an instant just now. The five-colored light lake must have gone all out. Just who was it? Who provoked the five-colored light lake to go all out and attack? The Ancestral God sect had a large number of outer members. They usually lived on other islands. They discussed and secretly sent the news back to their respective powers. Even though they were outer members, like Jiufeng Knight, even though he was a candidate god, he was definitely loyal to humanity. With the Ancestral God sect as the core, the news spread swiftly. The Ancestral God sect's treasure, the five-colored light lake, was used once and instantly disappeared, only recovering after a while. Something big must have happened. To be forced to this extent, could it be that the strongest warrior of the universe invaded the core area of the ancestral god sect? The other 9 superpowers of the universe were not fools. Very quickly, they had their own deductions. This was especially so for the bug race, demon race, and automaton race, the 3 highest existences. They were all secretly anticipating this. This was because after the automaton race's godfather had invited the virtual demon god, he had immediately informed the demon race and bug race. He had already invited the strongest experts of the universe. Killing Luo Feng must have angered the ancestral god sect. Haha, as long as we kill Luo Feng, with that hard rock's ability, he can easily leave. The news quickly spread to the outside world, but Luo Feng didn't know about it. Especially on Circus Island, because the dual-faced ancestor god controlled the universe space, so the inheritors on Circus Island didn't see the 5-colored Aurora Lake disappear and reappear. What? Luo Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Ancestor god, you've always been protecting me, ha ha ha, the 2-faced elder god laughed. I'm the immortal from your neighboring residence. Of course no one on Circus Island would be able to detect my appearance. It's him? An image of a 2-headed silver wolf demon undying appeared in Luo Feng's mind. If I hadn't been living next door to you, how would I have been able to save you in time if I had been at the ancestor god palace when you suddenly encountered danger? The 2-faced ancestral god said with a smile, demon god Void Truth is so powerful that he appeared on Circus Island in an instant. If I had been in the ancestral god palace, I'm afraid that by the time I arrived, you would have died and your soul would have been controlled. Soul controlled? Luo Feng frowned. According to what he knew, the strongest expert in the universe was only slightly stronger than the strongest lord of the universe. The difference was not too ridiculous. His will and consciousness were at the level of a lord of the universe, and he had the tribulation armor to weaken soul attacks. He also had one of the Star Pagoda's components, the Pagoda Pearl, to guard his soul. He shouldn't be that weak, right? You don't believe me? The 2-faced ancestral god smiled at Luo Feng and shook his head. He's called Demon God Void Truth? Why is he called Void Truth? It's because his illusions are exactly the same as reality. Illusions? Reality? Luo Feng was shocked within. The moment you fall into his illusions, you will still be able to sense the universe origin laws and train, the comprehension of the laws within will be completely real. The 2-faced ancestral god smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Of course the moment you leave the illusions, you will realize that your body hasn't changed at all. Only your willpower and memories will change. Of course, the laws you train in must be ones he knows. If he doesn't, naturally he won't let you train in them. Luo Feng was shocked within. One could even train in illusions? This was very similar to the virtual universe. Not right, the virtual universe allowed countless life forms to enter at the same time, and they could train in any law within. It was no different from reality. And the true absolute warriors would be able to clearly differentiate between the virtual world and reality, they wouldn't get mixed up. Only the weaker normal humans who stayed in the virtual world for long periods of time would get mixed up. And the moment one's willpower became strong, they wouldn't get mixed up. Therefore, there was a fundamental difference between the virtual universe and the illusory realm. The illusory realm was more upright, like another universe, the universe of consciousness. The moment you fall into his illusions, you may instantly spend 10,000 years in them or even longer. The 2-faced ancestral god said. Won't this be used for training? Luo Feng was shocked, a very powerful way to save time. No. The 2-faced ancestral god walked on the stone path beside the pond. Maintaining the illusions consumes a large amount of god energy, and he has to use all his strength. Making a normal human fall into an illusion for a long period of time is very easy. However, making a universe lord fall into an illusion and spend 10,000 years in it, the amount of god energy used is ridiculous. How can you use it for training? What's more, the path you're walking on, the demon god might not know. However, his strongest technique is his illusions. The ancestral god looked at Luo Feng. I've lived beside you for 62 years, silently observing you for so long, I can deduce, your willpower and consciousness should have reached the universe lord level, your god body too is comparable to a unique life form. Luo Feng was shocked. Terrifying. He didn't even battle, just observing in the dark, he was able to deduce this after a long period of observation. Even his primal chaos city leader teacher had to deduce this in the primal universe. Killing you with a soul is as difficult as killing a universe lord. However, the demon god can do it. The ancestral god nodded. The demon god's illusions are terrifying. With the universe lord's willpower and consciousness, one has to at least have a top-level soul-type treasure to not fear his illusions. And this is when his strength is restricted by the universe laws. One has to have a top-level soul-type treasure? Luo Feng held his breath. A top-level soul-type treasure, comparable to a pinnacle treasure's value, even amongst the universe lords, more than half didn't have one. You have to know, he's the strongest in the universe, the most terrifying in terms of illusions. The two-faced ancestral god looked at Luo Feng. Normal soul-type treasures, his godly energy can instantly tear through them, even high-level soul-type treasures can't protect them. This is a fact proven by his battle records. Luo Feng nodded, memorizing it. This information was considered top secret. For the two-faced ancestral god to tell him, it was a huge favor. Actually, the two-faced ancestral god was able to hide beside him for a total of 62 years, which meant that ever since his fame exploded, provoking the Bug clan, Demon clan and Automaton clan to kill him, the two-faced ancestral god had been hiding beside him. The armor can only weaken one level, just the pearl, is that not enough? Looks like I have to bring the Star Pagoda with me at all times. Luo Feng thought. The moment the pearl returned to the Star Pagoda, it would shrink and sit within Luo Feng's body, naturally protecting his soul. The Star Pagoda, it had attack, soul type, flying palace type, sealing and many other effects. Even though it only had soul type effects, the entire Star Pagoda within his body, according to Luo Feng's judgment, it was comparable to a pinnacle soul type treasure. At least Luo Feng felt it was completely different. Just as Mountain Passenger said, with the Star Pagoda, he feared no one. His strongest defense was to hide within the Star Pagoda, be it material attacks or soul attacks, the Star Pagoda could completely defend against them. Hiding within, even the strongest of the universe couldn't do anything to him. Of course, doing that would also reveal that he had the Star Pagoda, that would definitely attract the jealousy of the pinnacle existences of the universe. There was no such thing as guarding for 1,000 days, being watched by the strongest of the universe. He couldn't always stay within the Star Pagoda. The moment he was careless, he would be in danger. Next time I'll place the Star Pagoda within my body and protect my soul. I've still underestimated the universe's strongest expert. It's said that the universe's strongest expert is only slightly stronger than the strongest lord of the universe. I didn't expect them to be so powerful, looks like. I've underestimated the power of the universe lords too. Luo Feng thought. He always thought that after stepping into the universe night level, he would be able to spar with the universe lords. However, Luo Feng suddenly realized, there were strong and weak universe lords too. The weak ones, he might be able to spar with them. However, the strong ones like the primal chaos city leader, they were only slightly weaker than the void demon god. From the void demon god's performance, the pinnacle of universe lords were probably much stronger than him. Absolute treasure Star Pagoda to protect my soul, calamity armor to protect my body, 90,000 kilometers long god body, the strongest of the universe shouldn't be able to do anything to me. I have to quickly retrieve the Star Pagoda. Luo Feng felt that he was overconfident. The power displayed by the strongest of the universe this time woke him up. The two-faced ancestor god turned and looked at Luo Feng. The news of you killing the blurry light leader and Zhongzhan Knight has spread, especially when you appeared on Purple Thorn Island. The other two ancestor gods and I have discussed about you. The bug race, automaton race and demon race will endure for a while, but as time goes on, they might make a move. Hence, on the second day of your arrival, I stayed in the palace beside yours. Thank you, ancestor god. Luo Feng said. This heart, he had to remember. Repay kindness with kindness. You are the one our ancestor god sect has the highest hopes for in the recent long years. Your potential is even stronger than Purple Rain Knight. The two-faced ancestor god smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Our ancestor god sect hopes for you to grow to a level comparable to your teacher, the primal chaos city leader. At that time, we will give you the position of guardian god leader. The first day of the new year, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Damn, isn't Tomato a little too vicious? However, throwing it all at Tomato will be very excited. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Protector God Leader? Luo Feng was shocked. 9 Underworld Leader was the Protector God Leader of the Ancestral God sect. The Protector God Leader was already the highest level of the outer members of the Ancestral God sect. His position was second only to the Elder God, comparable to the Beast God. No wonder he helped me so much. He thinks highly of me and wants me to become the Protector God Leader. Luo Feng thought. Right now, I'm facing the strongest of the universe, and I still need the protection of the strongest treasures. However, the moment I step into the Universe Lord level, my God energy will rise again, and my consciousness will naturally rise again. At that time, even if I don't use any soul treasures, I won't have to fear the illusionary demon god anymore. Luo Feng thought. Right now, his strength was very strong, and he dared to fight the Universe Lords. However, against the strongest of the universe, he still had to rely on the Star Pagoda to protect himself. It seemed like the strongest of the universe mountain guest was the most accurate. Back then he said that Luo Feng relied on the Star Pagoda to dominate the universe without fear. The other meaning of this was that without the Star Pagoda, Luo Feng still couldn't reach a level where he didn't have to fear anyone in the universe. Understanding the intentions of the Ancestral God sect, Luo Feng was still grateful. After all, they only did this because they thought highly of him. And according to his investigations, the Ancestral God sect indeed had no conflicts with the human race. Plus the Ancestral God sect had promised back then, the moment one joined an outer member, like a human, they definitely wouldn't let the human warriors deal with the human race. They could even reject certain missions. Since Demon God Illusionary tried to deal with you once, you should know how much the Bug Clan, Automaton Clan and Demon Clan want to kill you. The two-faced Elder God looked at Luo Feng. Think carefully about what you should do. Luo Feng nodded. Of course there's no need to panic. Demon God Illusionary is the strongest in the universe. What kind of status does he have? To invite him to act, the price won't be low. Since he had already tried once and failed again, at the very least, Void Demon God definitely wouldn't come to the Ancestor God sect to assassinate him a second time. It wouldn't be easy to invite another strongest expert of the universe. I'm afraid the Bug Clan, Automaton Clan and Demon Clan won't be willing to do it. After all, after failing once, if he fails again, wouldn't that be akin to giving away treasures? The two-faced Elder God smiled. Think carefully about what you should do. I'll return to the Ancestral God Palace. The two-faced Elder God immediately turned and left. With just 3 steps, his silhouette blurred and vanished. Return to Ancestral God Palace? Luo Feng nodded within. What kind of status did the Ancestor God have? It was already a great favor for him to stay by the side and help him once. He couldn't always be his bodyguard. Let's return to God Nation first. Luo Feng turned around and headed towards the living room of his mansion. He left Circus Island and teleported back to the Divine Kingdom. The endless tranquil sea was constantly sensing the universe origin, absorbing divine power and continuing its transformation. After all, when he became a universe paragon from the immortal realm, only 1/8 of his body, a diameter of 10 billion kilometers, had completed the transformation, and he was still improving. Star Tower. The silver-armored and winged Luo Feng stood on the surface of the ocean. In the distance, a golden-horned beast flew over. The golden-horned beast that had become 1,000,000 km long had a huge star pagoda on its head. The star pagoda had also become 100,000 kilometers long. These few years, the golden-horned beast has been studying the engravings of the Star Tower. The engravings on the Star Tower were incomparably profound and complicated. Furthermore, there were layers upon layers, as though a group of mountains was shrouded in white fog, making it impossible for one to see through them. Luo Feng was currently like that too. He could only vaguely discern the 3 layers of engravings. He had only completely comprehended the first layer. Of course, the second layer was almost there. Come. Luo Feng extended his hand. Hua, the distant star tower immediately flew over. As it flew, it shrunk and landed in Luo Feng's palm. It was only the size of a walnut. Protect the soul. With a thought from Luo Feng, the star pagoda instantly drilled into Luo Feng's body and floated in the center of his chest. The original pagoda pearl naturally flew back into the star pagoda and returned to its original place. Just one pearl alone had the effect of protecting the soul. The most powerful treasure star tower, in terms of protecting the soul, it was even stronger by who knows how many times. Countless god energy threads spread out with the star pagoda as the core. It was almost like the star pagoda had set up a network, swiftly covering Luo Feng's entire body. Every bit of god energy and life force was completely protected together. This made Luo Feng exclaim, it was simply too powerful. The pearl protected the soul, like a huge rock suppressing it. The star tower protected the soul, like a majestic mountain suppressing it. The stability was much stronger than before. As expected of a supreme treasure. Luo Feng was overjoyed. No wonder it was said that an absolute treasure could become a family treasure or a sect treasure. Even the strongest of the universe didn't have an absolute treasure. Even though I failed to invite the strongest of the universe to kill me the first time, the chances of a second time is very low. However, I can't be careless. Luo Feng immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. Back then I tried to search for information on the strongest of the universe, but I couldn't find anything. And when the news spread, I was recognized as the pinnacle of the universe, my authority should have been raised. Virtual universe, Thunder Island, Luo Feng's residence. In a tranquil hall. Through the window, one could see the endless Thunder Island below. Luo Feng sat at his desk, looking at his laptop. Indeed, my authority has been raised. Luo Feng looked and smiled. The last time, Luo Feng had the authority of a middle-level knight. And this time, it was a 7-star universe overlord authority. Master. The virtual universe assistant Babada's voice resounded. Of course, this was only Babada's AI. Babada's true body was quietly training on Earth. With Luo Feng's resources, Babada had long stepped into the undying level. However, even in undying, he couldn't participate in battles at Luo Feng's level. Hence, he remained on Earth. However, the Luo family had many matters. Babada had provided some help. Search for the universe lords and strongest of the universe. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Hua, many messages immediately appeared on the screen. Luo Feng immediately opened the first one. Usually the first one was the one with the most information. The authority of a 7-star universe overlord is indeed different. Looks like some of the most important secrets have the authority to know. Luo Feng looked at the large amount of information and smiled in praise, reading on. The countless life forms in the universe were nurtured by the universe. Like the universe's children, they received the love of the universe. Unique life forms were born with eternal life. Normal life forms had to reach the undying level to have eternal life. Otherwise, they would only reach the end of their lifespan and fall. Generation after generation, they would grow and fall, from which undyings would emerge. Below the undying level, there was no need to say more. Undying, just comprehending one of the lowest origin laws, and with the help of the origin law ocean, they would transform into a god body, gaining eternal life. Universe lords, however, comprehended one of the space or time laws. Their god bodies were stronger, and their comprehension of the origin laws would reach a higher level. Universe lords, however, comprehended space and time, or one of the fusion laws of metal, wood, time, and wind. Only by reaching this level could one truly become the lord of the universe. Once one became a universe lord, even the golden space beast god would be able to control space and time. This was a gift from the universe to them, undying, universe knight, universe lord, these 3 levels, the universe origin laws had always been bestowed. Bestowed. And bestowed, endlessly bestowed, with luck, they would be bestowed with natural techniques, bestowed with complete control over space and time, bestowed with the possibility of reviving through space and time. Even after becoming a universe lord, the universe origin laws still treated them like children, bestowing and protecting them. And during the training process, they would never intentionally disturb or destroy it. However, from the universe lord to the strongest of the universe, firstly, there was no clear path, Once a universe's strongest was born, the path he once walked would be sealed. Other experts would not be able to walk the same path and become the universe's strongest. Secondly, even after experiencing endless hardships, great wisdom, great luck, and great perseverance, one could finally break through the final bottleneck and take the final step. After becoming the invincible universe's strongest, the universe's strongest would be able to control the laws and laws themselves. Their strength was so great that their words would be law. At this time, they would instead be suppressed and restricted by the universe. From being a weakling to cultivating to becoming a universe lord, the universe had always favored them. The universe's strongest would instead be restricted and suppressed, their strength would be suppressed, and they would only be able to unleash slightly more power than the strongest universe lord. Although they could only unleash this much power, their bodies were indeed extremely powerful. Thus, even reversing spacetime to revive an overlord of the universe was incomparably easy for them. Furthermore, once the universe's strongest killed a universe lord or a universe knight, one had to know that universe lords and supremacies were all protected by the universe origin laws. If they were truly killed, the universe's strongest would be punished by the universe origin laws. The stronger the killer, the heavier the punishment. For example, killing a universe lord, the punishment was nothing to the universe's strongest. The punishment for killing a master of the universe was much heavier. Of course, like the 9 underworld lord, primal chaos city leader etc., some of the universe's strongest, even if they gave it their all and accepted the punishment to kill them, they still didn't have enough power to kill them. Because the strength they could unleash was always limited. So it's like that. Luo Feng was dumbstruck as he watched. The universe nurtures all living beings, naturally it favors them, so the moment one becomes the universe's strongest, his identity changes, almost like he would be suppressed and restricted by the universe. Even killing universe knights and universe lords would result in punishment. How peculiar. Similarly, born from the endless primal universe, they've always been protected. However, the moment one becomes the universe's strongest, they have to be suppressed? And every strongest person in the universe must find a different path to break through? Luo Feng realized that the universe's strongest should have an even bigger secret. This secret was enough for the primal universe to suppress them, at least this secret, at least his 7-star authority didn't have the right to see it. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng leaned back and knocked his legs on the table. He closed his eyes and recalled all the information he had read about the universe lords and the strongest in the universe, thinking carefully. Universe lords have differences in strength. Unless the difference in strength is too huge, it's usually very hard to kill the other. The strongest in the universe are even stronger than the strongest universe lords by a little. However, their numbers are extremely rare. Just like our human race, we only have one creator of the huge axe. And if they kill a universe lord, they'll receive the universe's punishment. These two reasons lead to one result: the masters of the universe rarely perish. Luo Feng nodded. Universe lords rarely fall. It wasn't because of their strength, it was just one aspect. The other aspect was that some absolute beings weren't willing to pay too much of a price to attack. Unless there were enough treasures to attract them. Just like on the primal star, the fight for the treasures would cause the universe lord to fall. What do I do? Automaton, Demon and Bug clan have already invited the strongest to deal with me. What should I do? Luo Feng pondered. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could guess that the demon god was definitely invited by the Bug clan, Demon and Automaton clan. I dodged once, the ancestor god helped me block it. The ancestor god helped me block it once, but he can't always be my bodyguard. What should I do next time? Even though the chances of the strongest attacking next time is very low, it'll be hard to not force the 3 large races to attack again. I'm afraid the next time will be even crazier. Luo Feng frowned as he pondered. It was very troublesome. He had the absolute treasure star pagoda, he wasn't afraid of the strongest at all. However, this was the problem: if one of the strongest attacked, and Luo Feng actually blocked it, an Apex Universe Lord actually blocked the strongest? That was simply the biggest joke in the world. As long as one wasn't stupid, one could guess, this Apex Universe Lord definitely had a powerful protective treasure, and an extremely powerful one at that. Otherwise, how could he survive against the strongest? As long as the strongest attacks me, if the ancestor god doesn't block it in time, I'll be exposed. Luo Feng frowned as he pondered. He definitely wouldn't be willing to die. He would definitely resist. Surviving under the attack of the universe's strongest, anyone would guess he had treasures, especially when the absolute treasure star pagoda disappeared and caused a huge commotion in the universe. At this crucial moment, Luo Feng was actually able to survive under the universe's strongest's attack unscathed. There would probably be many who suspected him. At that time, it will really be troublesome. There should be quite a number of the strongest experts in the cosmos eyeing the Star Tower. When that time comes, I won't even need the Bug Clan, Demon Clan, or Automaton Clan to ask for help. Those few universe's strongest warriors will all rush to my side. Don't tell me I'll have to live in the Star Tower every day? Luo Feng was troubled as he pondered. Within the study, Luo Feng closed his eyes and pondered. There are two ways. First, hide in the primal cosmos until you become a universe lord. However, stepping from the universe supremacy stage to the universe lord stage was an extremely difficult hurdle. Even if another 180 million years were to pass, it still might not be possible. What's more, the longer this drags on, the angrier and angrier the three insectoid races will become. It's even possible that they'll attack the Luo family. Battles between experts rarely involved clans. But that was only within the human race. The grudges and killings between human experts rarely affected the clans. As for the slaughter between the races, the foreign races were very crazy in their slaughter. Their final goal was to make the other race completely fall and disappear. They were willing to go to any lengths. Right now, with the ocean shadow that was even stronger than the average universe overlord guarding Earth, plus the fact that Earth itself was an important place with extremely tight security, unless they sent out a universe lord, otherwise there wouldn't be any problems. Second, let them think I'm the universe lord. Luo Feng thought. The reason why they're so anxious to kill me is because they're afraid I'll become the universe lord. The moment they confirm I'm the universe lord, they'll regret and think they've been too slow and that I've already broken through. Luo Feng thought, and even if they invite the universe's strongest, they won't easily agree to attack a universe lord. The universe's punishment is very severe. Two plans. Luo Feng very quickly eliminated the first plan. Who knew how long it would take to become a universe lord? There were many who were stuck at the universe lord level for countless years. And he hadn't even reached the 5th level of the beast god path. To completely accept the 7th level of the beast god path, that would take an extremely long time. Moreover, judging from Teacher Mountain Traveler's requirements for him, Mountain Traveler clearly hoped that he could temper himself and grow through battles, rather than hiding in a corner to cultivate. Hiding in a safe place to train, he probably wouldn't become a universe lord his entire life. Then, there's only the second plan. Disguise as a universe lord. My god body should be very close to a universe lord's body, almost the same. Luo Feng thought. According to his research, breaking through from a universe lord to a universe lord, the body would be 100 times stronger than before. Meaning, even the weakest universe lord's body would be as strong as a universe lord with 10,000 times the vitality. My body is similar. Willpower and consciousness is also at the universe lord level. Techniques too. Luo Feng nodded. I have the pinnacle of the universe lord technique Golden Mountain and the ultimate technique Golden Light. If I unleash these two techniques frequently, and unleash my full universe lord strength, then, who would dare say I'm not a universe lord? The only weakness is that I can't control time and space. Controlling time and space, one could use it to suppress the opponent. One could also reverse time and revive other universe lords, undyings etc. A universe lord level battle is extremely powerful. Controlling one area of time and space doesn't affect that level of battle at all. Controlling one area of time and space can only suppress the weak. Luo Feng thought, and no one has forced me to reverse time and space to revive anyone. Luo Feng thought carefully and nodded. It was completely doable. The most convincing thing was the secret technique. He had used two secret techniques at the Lord of the Universe level, the Golden Mountain and the Golden Light. As long as more super existences knew about it, they would quickly determine that this was a Lord of the Universe level secret technique. And the engraving technique was obviously a secret. One had to become a Universe Lord to create the ultimate technique of the Universe Lord level. In a situation where the mysterious pattern school had yet to appear, this was common knowledge in the primeval universe. I can definitely succeed. Luo Feng nodded. I have to use battle to prove myself. Since Luo Feng had decided to let the trillions of races of the universe think he was a Universe Lord, then naturally he had to use battle to prove himself. Battle, he had to be convincing. Teacher Mountain Guest wants me to kill 10 Universe Lords or 1 Universe Lord, then he'll craft me the pinnacle treasures. For me to directly kill a Universe Lord, I have no confidence at all. And I've never battled with a Universe Lord before, the situation will probably be out of my control. This battle, I can't have any accidents. I have to do it beautifully. I have to shock the trillions of races of the universe, let them clearly recognize my strength as a Universe Lord. I have to let the bug race, demon race, and automaton race think. I've already broken through. If they kill me now, the price is too high, it's not worth it. Luo Feng immediately stood up. Babata. Luo Feng shouted. The virtual assistant's AI Babata immediately responded, Master. Gather the information of the demon race, automaton race, and bug race, the 3 Universe Lords, along with their respective alliances. I want to look at them one by one and pick from them. Luo Feng said, he had already decided, his target was to pick from the 3 alliances. Yes. Hua. In just a moment, I've already finished gathering, this is the detailed information. Babata said, there is a lot of detailed information on every Apex Universe Overlord, including their growth, combat information, strength assessment, treasures, etc. Luo Feng nodded, ordering, one by one. After which Luo Feng began to carefully study the detailed information of these Universe Lords. Just as Luo Feng was picking his unlucky prey, a mail from the Primal Chaos City leader arrived. The content was simple, come quickly. Looking at this mail, Luo Feng immediately stopped picking his prey, immediately heading towards the peak of Thunder Island, the Primal Chaos City leader's shrine. Endless energy permeated the area. Before the shrine was a round table carved out of jade, with 2 silhouettes sitting opposite each other. One was the gold-robed Primal Chaos City leader, the other was an extremely tall and sturdy man with a dragon tail dressed in an ordinary battle robe. He sat there like a mountain, his tyrannical aura was evident. The moment Luo Feng arrived, with one look, he immediately determined that the person beside him was also a Universe Lord. Luo Feng, this is the dragon leader. The Primal Chaos City leader saw Luo Feng arrive and said, Teacher, dragon leader. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Luo Feng. The Primal Chaos City leader turned, I'm indeed looking for you for an extremely important matter. According to our information, something big has just happened in the core area of the Ancestral God sect. The other islands of the Ancestral God sect all noticed the extremely powerful treasure, the 5-color Extreme Light Lake, vanishing for a moment before reappearing, yet the inheritors of Purple Jean Island didn't notice anything. Do you know what this means? It means, a part of space and time on Purple Jean Island has been controlled. All the warriors unknowingly didn't notice anything at all. Even though the Universe Lord can control a part of space and time, he can't make it so that the other Universe Lords on Purple Jean Island can't see or sense it. Only the universe's strongest. The universe's strongest covered up everything, and the 5-color Extreme Light Lake disappeared. There's an 80 to 90% chance that one of the universe's strongest broke into the core area of the Ancestral God sect. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Did that universe's strongest go to kill you? 2 chapters completed, the monthly votes were now in second place. Tomato looked at everyone with tears in his eyes. Do you have any votes? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me. Your monthly vote, your support is my biggest motivation. The Primal Chaos City leader and the other upper echelons of humanity had just received the news and deduced that one of the strongest warriors in the universe had broken into Circe's Island. They immediately connected the dots. The Bug Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Automaton Clan had long wanted to kill Luo Feng. Since Luo Feng had been on Circe's Island all this time, the 3 top clans had been waiting anxiously for a long time. It wasn't impossible for the strongest warrior in the universe to kill Luo Feng, After coming to this conclusion, the Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. Fortunately, Luo Feng's consciousness had been connected to the virtual universe, so the Primal Chaos City leader knew that Luo Feng was still alive. That was why he wasn't anxious. But the Primal Chaos City leader was also confused. If the strongest warrior in the universe had come to kill Luo Feng, he shouldn't have failed, unless Luo Feng reacted quickly and self-destructed. If he hadn't come to kill Luo Feng, then what would happen? The strongest warrior in the universe is Demon God Su Zhen, said Luo Feng respectfully. Demon God Su Zhen? The dragon leader and the Primal Chaos City leader were both shocked. He did come to Circus Island to kill me. Luo Feng thought for a moment and decided to say it out loud. After all, from a normal point of view, he was a rising warrior in the human race. The Bug clan and the other 3 clans were desperately trying to kill him, so the human race naturally had to protect him. He had been assassinated by the strongest warrior in the universe, so the human race should have done something about it. There was no need for him to fight all by himself. Let's see what the race would do first. He really came to kill you? The Primal Chaos City leader's eyes were filled with killing intent. Demon God Su Zhen went personally. How did you escape? The dragon leader couldn't help but ask. The Primal Chaos City leader also said, Demon God Su Zhen came personally. With his strength, your Circus Island leader couldn't have stopped him. As for your ancestor god, he couldn't have stopped him in time. How did you? Teacher, it was the ancestor god who saved me, said Luo Feng respectfully. The dragon leader and the Primal Chaos City leader looked at each other. Actually, they had already deduced from the battle information that the inheritors of Circus Island hadn't noticed the movement of the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Only the ancestor god could use the 5-colored Aurora Lake. But they didn't understand how the ancestor god could have had time to intervene. One had to know how fast the speed of a battle between experts was. If it weren't for the ancestor god, I'm afraid. Luo Feng shook his head and said, ever since I was recognized as a top overlord of the universe, the ancestor god has been living in seclusion next to me since I entered Circus Island. He has been my neighbor for the past 62 years. Ah. Neighbor? Dragon Travel Leader and Primal Chaos City Leader were shocked within, shocked at how much the ancestral god sect valued Luo Feng. To be able to get the highest-ranking ancestor god in the entire sect to be his bodyguard, this gesture was indeed beautiful, the highest being in the universe's #1 power personally staying by his side to protect him for so long. Anyone would be touched. Where are you now? The Primal Chaos City Master asked. I'm not on Circus Island right now, Luo Feng said. Don't go back yet. The Bug race, Automaton race, and Monster race have failed this time. It's hard to say if they won't try again next time. The Primal Chaos City Master instructed solemnly. Go and meditate first. I'll think about your matters. Yes. Luo Feng immediately bowed towards the 2 before him and vanished into thin air. The Dragon Leader and the Primal Chaos City Leader were deep in thought and didn't say anything. Primal Chaos. The Dragon Travel Leader finally spoke. Circus Island isn't a safe place. The 3 races' desire to kill Luo Feng is terrifying. Back then it was just a guess, I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, it's a demon god that specializes in illusions. It's truly the most terrifying existence to deal with a clone talent. I'll immediately inform Hugh Jax and gather all the universe lords to discuss this matter. The Primal Chaos City Master couldn't hold it in any longer. When the human universe lords gathered again because of this matter, Luo Feng was in one of the halls of his palace flipping through the information of the top universe overlords. My human race, including myself, only has 4 top universe overlords. The automaton race has 4 top universe overlords. The demon race has a total of 21 top universe overlords. After all, the demon race has different levels of bloodlines. There are quite a few demon race with a clone talent, so the number of top universe overlords is extremely high. The bug race has 81 universe overlords, and 2 top universe overlords. However, the bug race overlords, the moment they activate the bug C tactic, they can easily match up to the other race's top universe overlords. Luo Feng nodded within. The bug race was terrifying. A bug race queen, just based on her own strength, might only be a universe overlord. However, she could pay any price to create a group of Universe Knight-level bug soldiers. Even though only their bodies were strong, the Queen's consciousness could descend on each soldier, giving them extremely powerful battle abilities. The Automaton Alliance has a total of 12 top Universe Overlords. The Demon Race's Alliance has a total of 16 Universe Overlords. The Bug Race Alliance has a total of 9 top Universe Overlords. Who should I choose? Luo Feng first eliminated the Bug Race. The Bug Race Queen herself wasn't terrifying, however she could control the powerful Bug soldiers. Even if he could kill the Bug soldiers one by one, the Bug Clan Queen could still take the opportunity while they were blocking Luo Feng and swiftly escape. Automaton Race. The Automaton Race had a total of 4 top Universe Overlords. Just like the human race had a total of 3, the treasures they had were all extremely powerful. And they were all in important areas of the Automaton Race, just like the human leader Xianxia and Star Hell Demon Lord were. In important areas. The Demon Race. The Demon Race has a large number of top Universe Overlords, and they're scattered. Luo Feng looked at the information floating in midair. Suddenly he stared at one. It's him. Skyflower Lord. Supremacy Tianhua was a top Demon Universe Overlord. He was second only to the Heavenly Wolf Clan's Lord and was the pride of the entire Heavenly Wolf Clan. He was the personal disciple of the Heavenly Wolf Clan's Lord and also the disciple of Demon Matriarch Dream. Skyflower Lord? Skywolf Leader? Luo Feng laughed softly. He couldn't forget back when he came out of the ice prison. That high and mighty Skywolf Leader wanted to kill him. Luckily his Primal Chaos City Leader teacher appeared. Skyflower Lord, you're unlucky. It's you. After deciding on his prey Skyflower Lord, Luo Feng naturally began to search for detailed information and plans. Investigating his treasures, techniques etc., he wanted to understand his strength and where he usually stayed. However, when Luo Feng was planning, the Primal Chaos City Leader immediately contacted him. Luo Feng. Come to the Primal Chaos Ruins to meet me. Yes. Without caring about anything else, since his teacher had given his orders, Luo Feng swiftly left the God Country and arrived at the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters. Sitting in the ship, through the universe pathway, he arrived at Primal Chaos City. Walking within the city leader's residence, the guards were all respectful. Primal Chaos Ruins. Within the vast Chaos Ruins, the Primal Chaos City leader sat cross-legged. Only when Luo Feng approached did he open his eyes. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed. Hua. The Primal Chaos City leader casually waved his hand and a beam of light flew towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng extended his hand to receive it. Looking down, there was a triangular crystal in his palm. It was like an amethyst. On it there were beautiful ancient carvings. The entire crystal had a peculiar allure to it. This is one of the better high-level soul treasures. Its name is Xiang. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Xiang? Luo Feng was shocked. Earlier, when he was exchanging for the top precious treasure, the Blood Shadow Blade, he'd scanned through many of the exchange catalogs. With his ability, he naturally had a photographic memory, and he clearly remembered that under the soul-type precious treasures, afterimage required a total of 620 precious points. High-level soul treasures were even more valuable than the normal top-level weapons. Top-level battle blades etc., normally 80 treasure points would be enough to exchange for them. However, high-level soul treasures, even the lowest would be 200 to 300 treasure points. Xiang was even more of the best, at 620 treasure points. Of course, if it was a top-level soul treasure, then its value would be much higher. That was completely comparable to the 1000 treasure river, sword river etc. Normally it would require a few thousand treasure points. Teacher. Luo Feng looked up at the Primal Chaos City leader. It wasn't me who gave it to you, it was the clan who gave it to you. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. This is a top-level soul treasure. Xiang, it's worth multiple top-level weapons. This was the clan's final decision after they found out you were being chased by the demon god, to give you this Xiang to protect your soul. Your willpower and consciousness has already reached the Universe Lord level, and Xiang is also a top-level soul treasure. If you meet a demon god again, with Xiang protecting your soul, at least you won't be invaded by the soul, much less controlled by it. You can easily self-destruct. the Primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed. If it was a true pinnacle overlord, even with a treasure protecting his soul, against the strongest of the universe, he still wouldn't be able to escape. Normally he would choose to self-destruct. Being able to self-destruct was already considered a success, only Luo Feng was different. He had the absolute treasure star pagoda to protect his body, and the pinnacle treasure calamity armor to protect his body. Thank you, teacher. Luo Feng was still thankful, he indeed lacked a soul treasure. Even though he had the star pagoda, however, his earth body and the golden horned beast both required soul treasures. After acquiring this Xianxia, Luo Feng immediately made a decision. I'll let my earth body use it. He already had the calamity armor before, and it has the ability to weaken soul attacks. Yu Xiang and the calamity armor together, it's completely comparable to a pinnacle soul treasure. Then, I'll probably be able to withstand even that demon god's soul attack. The golden horned beast has the star pagoda, it'll have enough confidence. When I use the Blood Cloud Palace leader's identity to roam, I won't tarnish his reputation. Luo Feng made a decision within. This treasure indeed came at the right time. This Yuxiang required 620 treasure points. Luo Feng's remaining treasures were all given to his clan, and he could only get a small portion of it. With this treasure, you can roam the universe. After all, it's not easy for the Bug clan and the other two races to invite the strongest of the universe again. You don't have to worry too much. The Primal Chaos City Master said solemnly, your strength has already reached such a level. You must temper yourself in battle. Any master of the universe is born from the tempering of battle. You won't become a master of the universe if you just cultivate. Go. Yes. Luo Feng bowed and left. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Looking at the comments section, Chasing Change, Moon, and many other brothers were shouting. Tomato, let's add one chapter for every 1,000 votes. This double 7-day period usually had more than 10,000 votes. If we play with adding chapters, it was normal to have more than 10,000 votes. Considering how powerful the Red Alliance brothers and sisters were, it was possible to have 20,000 votes. But now, it was 5,000 votes. Let's say it was really 20,000 votes. Then, every 1,000 votes for a chapter, wouldn't that mean that he had to add 15 chapters? The pressure was not small. But since the brothers in the comments section were so passionate and the other authors had been updating very quickly, Tomato gritted his teeth. Wasn't it just a fight? He would stop updating tonight to prepare for the next plot. From tomorrow onwards, he would bury himself in writing. Now, his monthly votes were 5,000 votes, every 1,000 votes. He would add one chapter. Of course, it was normal to maintain at least 2 chapters a day. As for the 2 chapters that were lacking this week, late update at noon and late update at night, they would also be updated later. Come on, every 1,000 votes and 1 chapter. There would be guaranteed updates as well, from today, the 3rd of January at night to the 7th of January at midnight. During the double period, every 1,000 votes would add 1 chapter. Let me have 10 more chapters? 20 chapters, come on, it had been a long time since I went crazy. Let's go crazy. How many monthly votes do you have? Go all out. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. After leaving the primal universe, Luo Feng returned to his god country. The waves were huge and in the air above the endless sea floated a shrine shrouded in light. Luo Feng stood in the plaza before the shrine and beside him was the majestic golden horned beast. A 9-level pagoda appeared in Luo Feng's hand and flew towards the golden horned beast. From today onwards, the golden horned beast will use the star pagoda. Earth body will use the Wu killer wings, the armor and the afterimage. Luo Feng nodded. This arrangement was indeed the best. As the golden horned beast had another identity as the blood cloud leader, hence it had the blood cloud pearl, and the pearl itself had the ability to disguise itself. To be able to change one's life energy, to be able to change the appearance of treasures, etc. Even though it was hard to evaluate the level of the blood cloud pearl, Mountain Passenger had paid a huge price to make it. During normal battles, the star pagoda would shrink to the size of a spike. However, the moment it was enlarged, anyone would be able to notice something fishy. However, with the blood cloud pearl, one could completely change the appearance of the star pagoda. The blood cloud pearl itself had the ability to disguise and change one's appearance. That way, no one would be able to recognize it. Even the Primal Chaos City leader teacher said that training alone won't allow me to become a Universe Lord. He told me to train through battles. Just like what he said. Luo Feng nodded within. That day, Virtual Universe Thunder Island. In a pavilion outside Luo Feng's palace, the Luo family's attendants prepared an exquisite banquet. Luo Feng and Ying Zhou Knight sat opposite each other. The triangular head thick and sturdy man Ying Zhou Knight seemed a little reserved. He said, "Knife River, there's no need to prepare wine for you to find me. If there's anything you need, just say it, I'll definitely do my best." Ying Zhou Knight wasn't dumb at all. What a joke, the Luo Feng before him was comparable to the Xianxia palace leader, the ancestral tree knight and the star hell demon lord. Which knight wouldn't want to befriend him? There's indeed something I need to trouble you with. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Speak. Ying Zhou Knight said, "It's just that my power is limited, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well." Very simple. Luo Feng said, "Help me find the demon race Tianhua Knight's coordinates." Places like the bar had large amounts of universe knights gathered, and people like the Tianxia palace leader and the star hell demon lord rarely appeared. Luo Feng couldn't just stroll around there every day, he didn't have the time either. Track my whereabouts? Yizhou's eyes lit up, "Leave this to me. I don't dare speak of other things, but in terms of fighting and killing, I'm average amongst the universe's paragons, but in terms of searching for information, haha," Luo Feng smiled and nodded. For instance, when the experts in the open-air bar were conversing, some of the important information would be shielded from voice transmissions. Therefore, even if one were to stroll around, it would be very difficult to gather too much information. At this point, he had to rely on his connections. Exalt Yuan Zhou could be said to be an all-rounder, and he was extremely skilled at gathering information. Naturally, he had a wide network of friends, and could gather a great deal of information. Supremacy Tianhua should be on the primitive star. Supremacy Gue Zhou laughed. Actually, most of the demon race's peak universe overlords roam the primordial stars. According to the news I received, Supremacy Tianhua once appeared on primordial star number 02002 more than 1,000 years ago. However, as you know, Blade He, the pinnacle of the universe overlords all move alone. In the blink of an eye, he left. Later on, as I didn't intentionally gather information on him, I'm not sure either. However, I estimate that he should be on the primitive star. Luo Feng nodded satisfactorily, "Then I'll have to trouble you." No problem, no problem. Blade He, if you have such information, feel free to look for me. Yizhou patted his chest loudly, he was very clear that the more he could do for Luo Feng, the more he would have to rely on. Right now, everyone in the circle of knights knew that the Ganwu country leader, because of his identity as Luo Feng's son's teacher, he had even repaid his debts to the other knights. His status was obviously different, and he was even more valued by the other knights. There's no time to lose. Blade He, I'll go gather information now. Yizhou smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Yizhou immediately vanished from mid-air, immediately making his move. Luo Feng was clear too, to search for an absolute warrior's tracks was a very hard thing to do. If one intentionally hid, just like Luo Feng, even the demon, automaton and bug clans' combined efforts would have a hard time finding him. However, Tianhua the Venerable didn't deliberately hide, and he was even roaming the primitive star. He estimated that after spending some time, he would be able to find him. Until then, I'll continue to train on Circus Island. Luo Feng was confident and calm. That day, his earth body teleported to Circus Island from his god country, where he first immersed himself in training. After staying there for more than 2 months, he left for the land of inheritance for the first time. On Circus Island, there were many palaces. Look. It's Luo Feng. Luo Feng went to the land of inheritance again. The inheritors of some powers were tasked with the task of monitoring Luo Feng. They immediately recorded the information and quickly sent it back to their clans. In the vast starry sky of the universe, as three consciousnesses crossed the infinite space and descended, the surrounding universe space immediately distorted, as though it existed in another dimension. A huge black oval sphere silhouette, a beautiful figure, a huge silver-white snake head surrounded by countless snake silhouettes, automaton, what's going on? How come Luo Feng is still alive? The faint silhouette scolded angrily. Didn't you say that demon god Void would kill him himself? The silver-white snake head said angrily. When demon god Void broke into the ancestor god Sek's territory to kill Luo Feng, he failed and didn't contact the automaton race's father god. As the strongest in the universe, the automaton race's father god was naturally patient. He didn't rush to ask. Instead, he carefully investigated the human race's intelligence. In these 2 months, Luo Feng appeared in Primal Chaos City, but he entered the main residence directly, so very few people knew about it. Even though the automaton race had eyes and ears in Primal Chaos City, they didn't have many, so they didn't discover that Luo Feng entered the main residence and left. Until this time, when Luo Feng appeared on Circus Island, the automaton race, bug race, and demon race finally knew that Luo Feng was still alive. Since I asked demon god Void to help, you know his temper. Rushing to ask will only make that stone unhappy, said the oval black sphere silhouette. This time I found out that Luo Feng is still alive, so I went to ask him. Just now, I met him and chatted with him. What exactly happened? Asked the silver-white snake head. The slim figure stared at the oval black sphere too. The 4 pinnacle races fought against each other. This time, they only formed an alliance because they had a common target, the human Luo Feng. Actually, their relationship was already bad. Demon god Void said that he suddenly descended on Circus Island and immediately used his killer move. However, he didn't expect the ancestor god Sek's dual-faced ancestor god to stay by Luo Feng's side and secretly protect him. The moment he attacked, the ancestor god of the ancestor god sect attacked. Even though he tried his best, he still couldn't kill Luo Feng, said the black sphere silhouette. Ancestor god? Dual-faced ancestor god? The silver-white snake head and slim figure were both shocked. The ancestor god lowered himself to secretly protect him? The slim figure's voice was incomparably moving. How is that possible? That's the truth, said the black sphere slowly. Demon god Void failed once, so let him attack again, said the silver-white snake head. Since he accepted this task and has benefited from us, he naturally has to do it well. And what kind of status does the ancestor god have? The high and mighty ancestor god protecting Luo Feng once is fine, but can he keep protecting him? Let demon god Void attack again. He'll definitely succeed. Dream tea, roared the black sphere silhouette. The 3 of us combined only have the value of a pinnacle treasure weapon. What kind of status does demon god Void have? In the cosmic sea, he's the most difficult existence to deal with. It's already good enough that he attacked once. And you want him to attack again? If the ancestor god tries to stop you once, it's fine. But if he tries again, isn't that a clear provocation to the ancestor god? Do you think the value of a pinnacle treasure is enough to make demon god Void completely go against the ancestor god sect? But he failed, said the silver-white snake head. Demon god Void said he gave it his all. Even when he unleashed his full power, he was suppressed by the universe. He did enough. It's worth the value of a pinnacle treasure, said the black sphere silhouette. The slender silhouette and the silver-white snake head fell silent. Demon god Void's status was indeed extraordinary. As a lone ranger, none of the major powers dared to provoke him. Plus, he had a powerful treasure to protect him. He was even more unbridled and arrogant. Just like that smiling but incomparably sinister mountain-sitting guest, all the major forces gnashed their teeth in secret, but they could only swallow their broken teeth into their stomachs. Then what should we do? Luo Feng appeared on Circus Island again. If we invite the strongest warrior in the universe and the ancestor god secretly protecting him, wouldn't that be a waste of a treasure? The slender silhouette and the silver-white snake head had the responsibility of their race, so they naturally didn't want to waste a treasure. The black sphere silhouette said, let's wait first. The ancestor god might still be secretly protecting him now. But as time goes on, he can't keep doing that. When that time comes, we'll invite the strongest warrior in the universe. We can only wait first. Who should we invite next? In my opinion, invite Mountain Guest. He's extremely cunning and has many tricks up his sleeves. He's also very proficient in soul attacks. I think he'll have a better chance than Demon God Void. Invite Mountain Guest. I'm afraid his conditions will be very high. How will we know if we don't try? Let's wait first. After a while, Empress, contact Mountain Guest. He's the closest to you. Soon, the three of them reached an agreement, and the three thoughts instantly left. This part of the starry sky returned to normal. Circus Island. It had been more than a year since Demon God Void came to kill him. Luo Feng had finally completely comprehended the 5th level of the Path of the Beast God and had begun to study the 6th level. This study made Luo Feng feel like it was as vast as the ocean, extremely difficult and complicated. The further he went, the more difficult it became. However, after completing the 5th level, his foundation became more solid. This allowed Luo Feng to have a deeper understanding of the secret patterns, and creating secret techniques became easier than before. He easily created a peak-level Lord of the Universe secret technique, which Luo Feng named Golden River. Blade River, I found Tianhua Supreme's location. A male interrupted Luo Feng's training days on Circus Island. Brothers, you guys are ruthless. With an increase of 3,000 votes, it looks like Tomato will have at least 5 chapters today. With everyone's ferocity, it's possible for Tomato to have 6 or 7 chapters, come on. The more the monthly votes, the more chapters. Let's fight, *****, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Virtual Universe Thunder Island, Luo Feng's study room. A huge screen floated in mid-air with detailed information on Tianhua Knight's movements over the past few years and his current coordinates. Number 02933 Primal Star. Luo Feng revealed a smile. These few years, Tianhua Knight seems to have gained quite a bit. Just from what the warriors of the various races know of, there's already a high-level treasure and close to 10 normal treasures. Tianhua Knight, if you've already returned these treasures to the demon race, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, they'll all end up in my hands. Even though his consciousness was connected to the virtual universe, Luo Feng's earth body had already left Bauhinia the moment he received the news and returned to his god country. Because, he had to bring the golden horned beast along. This time I'm heading to the Primal Star. Primal Star, even universe lords and the strongest warriors of the universe can't teleport. If I'm discovered and the other races want to kill me, they'll have to fly over slowly. Luo Feng nodded within. The moment he was discovered in other places, the enemies might arrive quickly. However, the Primal Star would have a hard time reaching him. However, it's still a Primal Star. That place has trillions of races and warriors, I can't be careless. This is the battle that will make me famous. Luo Feng went all out this time, bringing the golden horned beast and the Masha clansmen along. He headed towards the Primal Star. Luo Feng first entered the 03921 Primal Planet and flew alone for about half a day, reaching the whirlpool pathway to the 02933 Primal Planet. This was the fastest way Luo Feng could reach the Primal Star after careful consideration. Number 02933 Primal Star, above the vast ocean, there was a huge whirlpool pathway. A tall and sturdy burning silhouette flew out from within. He was about 10 m tall, his entire body black, every inch of his body was spewing flames. I've reached the Primal Star. Luo Feng looked at his burning body and smiled. He was using the Masha clansman to rush, and he let the Masha clansman unleash its natural ability clone, directly cloning one of the universe overlords under the Blood Cloud leader's many life forms. Even though the other overlords weren't bad, those with 1 head, 2 arms, and 2 legs were rare. Luo Feng was still used to his human form. On his back was a battle saber that was about 6 meters long. It was the supreme treasure saber, Bo He. Whoosh, the tall and sturdy figure of flame with a blade on his back flew through the air, over the ocean and into the range of the land. He flew above the vast swamp for about a day before he began to approach the coordinates provided by Venerable Yuan Zhou. I'm almost there. Even though he had flown for a day, Luo Feng's heart didn't waver at all. Luo Feng began to slow down, at the same time carefully observing his surroundings. The coordinates provided By Yunzhou Knight were after all the strong warriors from the Hong Alliance had discovered Tianhua Knight's location 3 days ago. 3 days had passed, and there was a high chance that something had changed. He observed carefully along the way. Half an hour later, Luo Feng landed on a small lake in the swamp. His feet, which were surrounded by flames, stepped on the surface of the lake, causing steam to rise from the water. No, he's not here? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. I've already scanned the surrounding area. I haven't found Tianhua Knight at all. Whoosh, following closely, Luo Feng rushed into the sky, flying at an extremely high altitude and swiftly flying, once again conducting a larger-scale search. After all, it had only been 3 days since the strong warriors from the Hong Alliance had discovered Tianhua Knight. In these 3 days, Tianhua Knight wouldn't have left the primal planet, he should still be in the surrounding area. Luo Feng expanded his search area. After searching for half an hour, suddenly a special energy spread out majestically in all directions, causing Luo Feng who was searching to be stunned. He too had roamed the primal planet before, naturally he had experience, immediately determining that this was the energy of a treasure being born. What a strong energy. Very strong. It's definitely a treasure, it could very well be a high-level treasure. I didn't expect that when I came to find Tianhua Knight, I would actually encounter a treasure being born. Luo Feng smiled, following which his eyes gleamed. Right, I've discovered a treasure being born, I've discovered it. If Tianhua Knight is in the surrounding area, he'll definitely discover it too. He'll definitely rush over with his fastest speed, ha ha ha. So, Luo Feng immediately became an arc, heading straight for the source of the energy with extreme speed. It's a treasure, it should be a high-level treasure being born. Quickly. Rush over. Such a strong treasure energy, quickly, with the fastest speed, if we can get it, we'll be rich. Let's hope we're the first to arrive. The energy spread out, those that were closest to the treasure were naturally the first to discover it, those that were further away were the ones that discovered it. Ahead or behind, teams of knights from the various powers of the universe, the solo universe overlords, the pinnacle overlords, all swiftly rushed towards the source of the energy. Haha, my luck is really good, I actually managed to encounter a high-level treasure being born, this energy must be a high-level treasure. His entire body was covered in snow-white fur, his back was bent, his face had a huge blood-red vertical eye, his entire body emitted an endless amount of blood energy as he laughed. He was Tianhua Knight, a heavenly wolf that had once possessed a special life form. Back in the clan, to exchange for the white needle, I've given almost all my other treasures to the clan, I'm really poor. Now that a high-level treasure has appeared, the stronger the treasure, the slower it is to appear. If I rush over, I'm afraid it won't even be completely born, this treasure will definitely be mine. Tianhua Knight laughed sharply, simultaneously becoming a beam of light and swiftly heading towards the source of the energy. Teams after teams, either solo or in groups of 3 to 5, all rushed towards the source of the energy. Rumble. Rumble. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions. Luo Feng hadn't even arrived, he could already feel the intense energy ripples, looks like the battle for the treasure has already begun. And at this time, as the consciousness of the endless dark ocean was constantly connected to the virtual universe, it received the mail that Yizhou Knight had just sent. Blade River, number 02933 Primal Planet, not far from the coordinates I gave you, there's a battle going on, there's intense energy ripples, Tianhua Knight is there, and he's currently in battle. He's really there. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee, continuing to fly towards the source of the energy. In the distance was a vast forest, the battle was continuing within, Luo Feng could see with a glance that there were teams of knights floating above the forest, there were a total of 20 knights gathered in mid-air. Luo Feng very quickly flew above the vast forest, gazing down. There were 3 silhouettes below. One was completely covered in snow-white fur, his hands wielding 2 godly hammers, with an unparalleled stance, he wantonly smashed towards the other 2 warriors of the other races. As for the other 2 outsider sovereigns, they were also tall and strong, and they also wielded supreme treasures to fight back. Demon Race Tianhua Knight, 9 Territories Alliances Zawi Leader, Thousand Shadows Knight. Luo Feng gazed below, nodding to himself, no wonder they aren't retreating, so it's 2 Universe Overlords. Even though Tianhua Knight was strong, he was only strong in terms of life force, as high as 2,000 times. Zawi Leader and Thousand Shadows Knight's life force gene levels were 100 times, their strength was obviously 1 level lower. However, just 1 level, their bodies were considered bigger, they were just at a disadvantage. The Zavale Lord walked the path of a fighter, while the Thousand Shadows Venerable walked the path of a spirit reader. If the two joined forces, they would definitely be able to put up a fight. They didn't hope to defeat Tianhua Knight, they just hoped to be the first to get their hands on the treasure before it fully appeared. Right now, the high-level treasure was already more than halfway out, it was a completely blue godly hammer, the handle was already completely exposed, the head of the hammer was slowly floating up. Elite Universe Overlord, and 2 Universe Overlords, the treasure must have been obtained by one of them. What bad luck. If it was just 1 Universe Overlord, we could still fight, but there are 3, and one of them is an Elite Universe Overlord. The other alien race venerables in the sky shook their heads helplessly. They didn't dare to get involved. Xavier Overlord and the Thousand Shadows Venerable could withstand Supremacy Tianhua's attack, but they, the Universe Venerables, would die if they tried. Luo Feng floated high in the air, gazing down. Who is that? I don't know, but his energy is strong, and he's a Lone Ranger, he could very well be a Universe Overlord. Looks like this Universe Overlord is waiting for an opportunity. The other knights discussed, they were clear, in this fight for the treasure, from the level of the battle, they didn't even have a chance to interfere. Zawi Leader, Thousand Shadows Knight, the 2 of you want my treasure too? Tianhua Knight roared, his blood red. I was incomparably mad, the treasure that has appeared this time is the godly hammer, I use it, it should be mine. If the 2 of you push me too far, don't blame me for not showing mercy. What big talk. Even though the 2 of us aren't your match, to kill us, dream on. Why would the 2 of us be afraid of you? Xavier Leader and Thousand Shadows were also incomparably frenzied. Xavier Leader went to block time and time again, Thousand Shadows unleashed a spirit weapon that transformed into thousands of images, covering the sky and earth, crazily tangling with Tianhua Sage. Tianhua Knight could only use his huge hammer to attack again and again. Zawi Leader and Thousand Shadows Knight weren't anxious at all, they were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the treasure to fully appear and immediately snatch it. Time passed minute by minute. The 3 of them continued to fight, the other knights in the air could only watch, not daring to interfere. Luo Feng too watched quietly. Soon. The treasure is about to appear. Zawi Leader and Thousand Shadows Knight's eyes gleamed. Thousand Shadows, the last chance, it's up to you. Leave it to me. Thousand Shadows Knight's eyes were filled with madness too. When it was time to fight, one had to fight madly. Treasures were obtained by fighting. The 2 of you are dreaming if you think you can get it. Tianhua Knight roared as he walked towards the treasure again and again, not wanting to stray too far from it, but Zawi Leader and Thousand Shadows Knight's attacks were too strong, causing both sides to retreat each time. And at this time, Luo Feng slowly descended, the treasure has appeared. It has appeared. The group of knights in the air were all excited. Hua, Venerable Tianhua, the Lord of Xavier, and the Thousand Shadows Venerable moved at the same time, and a figure pounced down from mid-air. Chapter 2 has arrived. The monthly votes are really ferocious, the more the monthly votes, the more tomato updates, from the looks of it, tomato needs at least 6 updates today. Asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Zawi Leader, the Thousand Shadows Venerable, Tianhua Venerable, and Luo Feng had already spread their divine powers around the hammer. The moment the blue hammer appeared, the divine powers from all directions tried to enter and recognize it as its master. However, it was just like the time when they fought to recognize the sealing star as its master. Everyone fought to recognize it as its master, but naturally, they all failed. The life mark had to be left alone and not be disturbed. Another trash. Tianhua roared, all of you scram. Dream on. The Thousand Shadows Venerable controlled the 1,000 phantoms to envelop Supremacy Tianhua, hindering his advance. Break. Paragon Tianhua swung his hammer and smashed the illusions apart. The illusions were actually flying daggers that were as thin as cicadas' wings. There were 1,000 of them, and every single one of them had a secret law rune on it. Countless law threads connected to each other, making the 1,000 flying daggers look like they were a single entity. Even though every knife was just a treasure, with 1,000 of them stacking together, it was enough to match a high-level treasure. Hua! Luo Feng, who was diving down, immediately split into two people. One was the tall and sturdy figure still covered in black flames, Masha clansman transformation, and the other was Luo Feng, who had just broken a world ring and came out. Like those normal world rings, Luo Feng had prepared over 10,000 of them. After all, during a true battle, the god energy ripples didn't allow for world energy to guide him. Hence, the fastest way to leave the world ring was to break a world. To Luo Feng, breaking a world, just the god energy ripples alone were enough to cause the land and skies to collapse and the world to shatter. Rumble, the golden waves surged and instantly filled a large area of a vast forest, turning the forest into a surging golden river. Naturally, the Lord of Zeve, the Thousand Shadows Venerable, and Venerable Tianhua felt the strong resistance of the golden river, causing their speed to decrease sharply. And the 9 beasts within the endless golden river surrounded the hammer and grabbed it as they flew towards Luo Feng. Silence, Supremacy Tianhua, the Lord of Zavei, and the Thousand Shadows Venerable all stopped fighting, while the 30 or so venerables in the sky stared at the scene below in a daze. This scene was completely unexpected. They all thought that the 4 warriors would engage in a bloody battle. Who would have thought that one side actually had a domain treasure? That is, 9 Nether River. It's the 9 Hell River, Luo Feng's 9 Hell River. Domain type Supreme Treasure, 9 Nether River. Luo Feng is here. The shocked silence in mid-air quickly turned into an uproar, all of them looking over. On the surging golden river, a black-haired young man with silver armor and silver wings and a saber on his back was standing on the waves with a smile on his face. It was the human Luo Feng. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Lord Tianhua, Zawi leader, and Thousand Shadows were all shocked. They never thought that after such a fierce battle, the one who would benefit in the end would actually be the legendary human Luo Feng. The waves surged and the 9 beasts revolved around, sending the god hammer to Luo Feng's hands. Luo Feng extended his hand and received it. As for the Masha clansman, it had long entered the world ring. The two of you fought so fiercely. It might seem cruel to let you rejoice for nothing, but I'm sorry, I'll still accept this precious treasure. Luo Feng's divine body naturally blocked off all external divine power. He easily made the hammer recognize him as its master and stored it in his world ring. Let's go. Let's go. It's Luo Feng. If we're too slow, we'll be dead. The foreign warriors in mid-air all swiftly fled. Even Thousand Shadows and Zawi leader exchanged glances. Luo Feng's reputation was simply too great. He was someone who had killed a universe overlord before. And a few overlords had fallen at his hands. No matter how good the treasure was, it wasn't as important as their lives. The two of them swiftly broke through the waves and flew far away. Ferocious. This was true fame. The moment Luo Feng appeared, the universe warriors including the 2 universe overlords immediately retreated. Only the pinnacle of the universe overlord Tianhua stood amidst the surging 9 Nether River waves, glaring angrily at Luo Feng. Human Luo Feng, you actually dare to appear on the primal star? Tianhua roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Luo Feng stood amidst the waves and laughed softly. He had guessed that the moment he appeared, Tianhua and the other foreign warriors would immediately inform the powers behind them. However, this was all within his calculations. For this battle that would make him famous, Luo Feng had already made ample preparations. Good, very good. Tianhua bent over, the blood-red eye under his snow-white fur grew even more frenzied. Zawi leader and those 2 bastards are afraid of you. However, in front of me, you're just a joke. He indeed wasn't afraid of Luo Feng at all. His life force level was about 2,000 times. From his point of view, even if Luo Feng was thousands of times stronger, there wouldn't be much of a difference. What's more, his body was much larger than Luo Feng's. Even if they fought head-on, he would still have the advantage. Joke? Luo Feng gently grabbed the blood shadow blade on his back and pulled it out. Caressing the blade, he lowered his head and looked at it. I've killed universe overlords before. However, I've never killed an elite one. I've heard that even universe lords find it hard to kill an elite one. I want to try. You want to kill me? Tianhua's blood-red eye stared wide open, as though he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Right, I want to kill you. Luo Feng nodded. His voice reverberated throughout the area. In the distance, the foreign race knights who had already escaped beyond the Ninming River area were all watching from afar. As long as they maintained a sufficient distance from Luo Feng, they wouldn't be afraid. And from the looks of it, the two elite universe overlords were about to battle. How could they miss such an exciting battle? When they heard Luo Feng's words, the foreign race knights, including Zawi leader and Thousand Shadows, were all shocked. Haha, what a joke, what a joke. After killing a few universe overlords, you dare say you want to kill me. Even universe lords don't have the confidence, much less you? Human Luo Feng, I'll let you know how strong a true elite universe overlord is. Tianhua roared. He wielded a hammer in each hand and strode forward, rumbling as he rushed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and stood there smiling. The foreign venerables, including the Lord of Zawi and the Thousand Shadows venerable, were watching carefully from above the Nine Ghost River. The distance between the two swiftly closed. 100,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, roar. The originally smiling Luo Feng suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with ferocity, almost as though he had transformed into a beast god. With a flash of lightning, he charged forward. His calm smile before, however, the moment he exploded, he was like an erupting volcano, becoming berserk and unstoppable. His energy was much stronger than his opponent's. The hammer tore through the air. The blood shadow blade slashed forward. Rumble. The two clashed. Luo Feng retreated 3 steps. And the madly charging Tianhua knight was sent flying backwards. However, he twisted his body in mid-air and stopped. No wonder you can kill a universe overlord. You are stronger than me, however your strength is limited. You can't even completely suppress me, haha. Tianhua knight had long expected Luo Feng to be stronger than him. After all, Luo Feng could easily kill a universe overlord. This was something he, Tianhua knight, couldn't do. From this exchange, Tianhua knight swiftly deduced that Luo Feng was only slightly stronger than him. Really? Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and stepped on the golden waves as he walked over. What he unleashed earlier was the universe overlord's ultimate technique, Heavy Mountain. It was comparable to Tianhua knight's technique. He only relied on his body and weapon to gain the upper hand. Haha, you still want to fight? Let's see how many times your body can last. Tianhua knight took a big step forward. With the hammers in his hands, the space around him trembled. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. That was just a warm-up. He wanted to carefully feel Tianhua knight's strength. After the exchange, he deduced that even if he unleashed the Universe Lord's pinnacle techniques Golden Mountain and Golden River, he probably wouldn't be able to kill his opponent in a short time. He had to unleash the Universe Lord's ultimate technique Golden Light. There were more foreign race warriors in mid-air, a total of 30 over. They came from the various powers of the universe. All of them were carefully watching the battle. However, Zawi leader said directly, the pinnacle of the universe overlords are strong. Their bodies are strong too. Luo Feng only has the upper hand. If he keeps fighting and exhausting his body, the human Luo Feng might actually fall. His expression froze. Up in the sky, the 30 or so alien venerables who were discussing quietly were all stunned as they watched the scene unfold below them in shock. Below. In the 9-mile river, Luo Feng and Tianhua knight clashed. That golden light shone, a resplendent golden light. A dazzling golden light, sharp and cold. Pung. Tianhua knight's hammers were slashed by the blade and smashed into his own body. That blade was infused with unbelievable power. It immediately crashed into the high-level armor. It immediately reached the limits of a high-level armor. Tianhua knight could even hear the armor ringing. How can it be so strong? Tianhua knight's blood-red eye was filled with shock and disbelief. Rumble Tianhua Knight was immediately flung away. Like a broken sandbag, he had no strength to resist. His body trembled from the impact. 11% loss, how can this be? Is he a Universe Lord? Has he already broken through to become a Universe Lord? Tianhua Knight was completely shocked. Even though his body wasn't too big, it was still close to 10 kilometers tall, one blade, and it drained 11% of his body. That was too much. This was definitely something only a Universe Lord could do. Back then when Luo Feng killed Xianxia Knight, he needed 2 blades. One blade drained half of his body. Tianhua Knight and Xianxia Knight both had high-level armor. However, his god energy purity was 20 times that of Xianxia Knight's. However, after Luo Feng became a Universe Lord, his god energy purity was 100 times that of before. And his weapon changed from the Xiangyue blade to the Extreme Treasure Blood Shadow Blade. This gave Luo Feng an even greater advantage. And at this level of battle, the high-level armor's defense was much weaker. Hence, with just one blade, it destroyed 11% of his god body. The 30 over foreign race warriors in mid-air were shocked to find that Tianhua Knight's energy was obviously weakening. The weakening was very clear. It was at least 10% weaker. One blade and it caused an elite Universe Lord to lose close to 10% of his god body? They were completely shocked by the scene. This was definitely something only a Universe Lord could do. P.S. Chapter 3 has arrived. This was the 6,000th update. Tomato continued writing, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Volume 21, Chapter 20, Wind Rising, 7,000 votes. If the difference in strength between the two wasn't huge, the recoil from the clash would cause Luo Feng to slow down or even retreat. However, the difference between the two was simply too huge. Unleashing the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, Luo Feng was like a true Universe Lord. After the first slash, he followed closely behind Tianhua's body and slashed again. Not good, one slash after another, 9 slashes will be enough to kill me. Tianhua couldn't care less about the shock of Luo Feng becoming a Universe Lord, escaping was the most important thing now. White Needle. A huge white shuttle-shaped object suddenly appeared behind Tianhua Knight. It was about 1,000 kilometers long, completely white and extremely glossy. The moment it appeared, it immediately flew towards Tianhua Knight. Tianhua Knight followed the force of Luo Feng's second slash and flew over, entering the white shuttle-shaped object. After escaping into the shuttle, Tianhua finally let out a sigh of relief. I was almost killed by this Luo Feng. Tianhua's snow-white fur-covered blood-red eye was filled with fear. Too strong. Luo Feng only revealed a little bit of his strength at the start, he was hiding it all. The strength he revealed after was completely at the Universe Lord level. Sinister. Too sinister. That slash was so fast I couldn't dodge, so strong I couldn't defend against it. The profoundness was deep and profound, I couldn't even see through it. It was definitely a Universe Lord's technique, and it was probably the ultimate technique. Such a technique could only be created by a Universe Lord. And only a Universe Lord could injure me. This Luo Feng becoming a Universe Lord, he actually hid it from the public. Tianhua was nervous and excited. Luckily, when I offered up the clan treasures to exchange for treasures, I chose the white needle and not the armor. Tianhua exclaimed within. As an elite Universe Lord, his wealth naturally far exceeded normal Universe Lords. Over the countless years of accumulation, he had even roamed the Universe Sea for a long time. He had many treasures. During this opening of the primal planet, he naturally planned to exchange for an important treasure to protect himself. At that time, he had 2 choices. One was to exchange for a supreme treasure armor, 100 supreme treasure points were enough for the human race. 2 was to exchange for a high-grade flying palace treasure, the cheapest among the human race was also around 200 supreme treasure points. Obviously, treasures of the flying palaces were more expensive. However, he still gritted his teeth and traded for this flying palace treasure regardless of the price. I made the right choice. If I had gotten a top-grade supreme treasure armor back then, even though its defense would have been stronger, it would have been much stronger. However, his attacks are too terrifying. Even with the top-level armor, one move can hurt at least 1/1000 of me. With this Luo Feng surrounding me, even if he slashes me over 1000 times, I'll still die. Supremacy Tianhua heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he was hiding in a flying palace, he had nothing to fear. The Nine Ghost River was vast and mighty. Luo Feng stood within the golden waves, looking at the white shuttle floating in the distance. His expression changed. Flying palace-type treasure. Haha, Luo Feng. A voice resounded from the white shuttle, I respect you. You're probably one of the top geniuses of the trillions of races in the vast universe. Training for such a short period of time, the other warriors all think you're an absolute tyrant of the universe. However, they never expected you to actually be a universe lord. If not for this flying palace treasure, I'm afraid I'd have died today. Ha ha ha, however now, I'm afraid you're out of luck. I'm out of luck? Luo Feng looked at the white shuttle. Very angry, very angry? However, what can you do to me? I'm within the flying palace. Even if you're 10 or 100 times stronger, you can only stare. Supremacy Tianhua's sharp voice resounded from within the white shuttle. Luo Feng too felt that he had miscalculated. He had made very detailed preparations for this battle that would make him famous. He had also anticipated many unexpected situations. The paragon of Tianhua having a flying palace was one of the worst situations. Although he had proven his strength, and many experts had seen it from afar, and the paragon of Tianhua had admitted it, however, he still hadn't been able to kill him cleanly. This battle didn't have enough credibility. As for breaking through the white shuttle, Luo Feng didn't have such thoughts. The flying palace treasures were the sturdiest treasures of the same level. They specialized in resisting material attacks. A normal flying palace treasure, in terms of sturdiness, was comparable to a high-level armor. A high-level flying palace treasure was comparable to a top-level armor, like the Sky Wolf leader. He had the Sky Wolf Palace, which was also a high-level flying palace treasure. However, it was considered one of the better ones. According to human values, it was worth 800 to 900 treasure points. The Sky Wolf leader relied on it to dominate the universe. Even the Primal Chaos City leader and the 9 Underworld leader couldn't break through it. The shuttle was slightly weaker than the Sky Wolf Palace. However, it was still enough to dominate the universe. Most of the universe lords were helpless against it. Against a flying palace treasure, one could usually only rely on soul attacks. And Luo Feng wasn't proficient in soul attacks. Humph. So, Luo Feng immediately kept the 9 Sea River and became a beam of light and flew away. You want to leave? The white shuttle followed closely. Luo Feng and the white shuttle tore through the skies one after the other, causing the distant foreign race warriors to be dumbfounded. There's actually a flying palace treasure. Skyhua Knight actually said Luo Feng is a universe lord. Of course he's a universe lord. To be that strong, if he isn't a universe lord, then what is he? Even an elite universe lord lost 10% of his body in one slash. Other than a universe lord, who else could be that strong? One after the other. Skyhua Knight, you're determined to follow me? Luo Feng looked behind. Right, I'm determined to follow you. You won't be able to escape. The white shuttle said. Luo Feng glanced at the huge white shuttle behind him. He indeed couldn't deal with it. He was clear that the automaton, bug and demon race had been investigating him. Skyhua Knight would naturally follow him to confirm his coordinates and inform the upper echelon of the demon race. Play big? I'm afraid I'll have to rely on Plan 9. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Demon territory, Dream Ancestor secret region. Skyhua Knight left his body within the race. He used his servant's god country to swiftly teleport to the Dream Ancestor secret region. After arriving there, his consciousness immediately connected to the virtual space. Like the automaton race, they too created their own virtual space. Even back on Earth back then, with a simple quantum computer, they were able to create a simple virtual space war god palace. To reach a virtual space that covered the entire universe, with all the laws within, was very difficult. However, if it was a small virtual space, just exchanging information was still very simple. The demon race had a virtual space that covered the entire Dream Ancestor secret region. Within the demon race virtual space, within a vast mist, a majestic white palace rose and fell. This was where the dream ancestor was at. Within the mist, there was a long table with 9 silhouettes. Above each of them was a huge silver-white snake. The snake's body extended far into the distance, faintly discernible within the mist. It was incomparably huge. The other 8 silhouettes were of various shapes and sizes. Obviously they were the great beings of the demon race. Teacher. Xianxia Knight appeared in midair. His snow-white fur body bowed respectfully. You said you discovered Luo Feng and that he's a universe lord? The silver-white snake head looked over. Yes. Xianxia Knight said. Liar. How can the human Luo Feng become a universe lord so quickly? Impossible. Immediately, many of the other 8 seated masters of the universe began to shout. Xianxia Knight said, this is the truth. I personally verified it. If it wasn't for me exchanging for the flying palace treasure White Needle early on, I'd probably have fallen to him. Impossible. To kill you, he'd have to have the power of a universe lord. How long has he been training? Impossible. The other universe lords were still in disbelief. Sitting in the main seat, Dream Ancestor watched quietly. Xianxia Knight immediately said, words are useless. I'll show the other universe lords what happened then and everything will be clear. After which, he looked into midair. Everything he had experienced, including the scenes from his memories, was simulated once more. Starting from his fight with Xavier Leader and Thousand Shadows, silence reigned. The universe lords all watched carefully. Trillions of years of experience told them that it was impossible to become a universe lord in such a short period of training. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. The simulation ended. The universe lords were silent for a while. They could all see that when Luo Feng exchanged blows with Xianxia Knight, the difference in strength between the two wasn't huge. However, after Luo Feng's second slash, the power immediately exploded, causing Xianxia Knight to lose 10% of his body. Just from the images alone, they couldn't see the wonders of that slash. Because Xianxia Knight didn't understand it, naturally he couldn't replicate it. One slash, just mimicking 100% of the postures was useless. The true essence was the Tao of the beast god that was activated by the countless mysterious runes of the laws. This was something the memory images couldn't replicate. Luckily I hid in the flying palace, otherwise I would have died. Xianxia Knight emphasized. Not necessarily. Dream Ancestor said, Luo Feng might not be a universe lord. He was able to fight against Bark Mirror Emperor at undying level. When he was a universe lord, his body should be stronger than yours. With such a strong body, he should have had some special encounters, or even been bestowed with a natural technique. Perhaps he would have obtained an innate secret art that is comparable to the ultimate secret art of the Lord of the Universe. The other universe lords nodded. Have you ever seen him control space? Dream Ancestor said. No. Xianxia Knight shook his head. Just one powerful technique could be a natural technique. Unless he can unleash 2 techniques, only then would one be his own creation. Dream Ancestor shook her head, and your strength isn't enough, you can't really tell. Only by letting a universe lord fight him, can you clearly determine if he's a universe lord. You're following him now? Dream Ancestor said. Yes. Xianxia Knight said, he can't escape. I'm definitely following him. The silver-white snakehead said, I'll contact the automaton and bug race. The 3 races will work together to eliminate this Luo Feng. P.S. Tomato ate dinner and wrote the 4th chapter, a little slower, this is 7,000 votes more. I'll continue writing the 5th chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the dark space, 3 thoughts pierced through time and space and descended here. It was the 3 strongest warriors of the universe, the demon, automaton and bug race. The silver-white snakehead hovered in space and said, Luo Feng has appeared on the primal planet, and we can confirm, he has the strength of a universe lord. I've received the news. The huge oval-shaped black ball silhouette spoke, your demon clans Xianxia Knight and Luo Feng fought on primal planet number 02933. Tianhua Knight wasn't his match at all, he relied on his flying palace-type treasure to survive. I've received the news too, the silhouette said. Since you all know, that's even better. The silver-white snakehead's voice had a formless power. If a weakling heard it, he would naturally feel boundless fear. This is a rare chance. Luo Feng is currently on the primal planet. If we three join forces, we can take the chance to get rid of him. Of course we have to get rid of him, however, I want to confirm, is he a universe lord now? The silhouette's gentle voice resounded. I want to know too, the huge oval black ball silhouette said. Even though they didn't dare believe that one could become a universe lord in such a short time. However, they understood, the evolution of the universe was always unknown, any miracle could happen. The silver-white snakehead said, I'm not sure, he could be, he could also not. Of course I hope he's a universe lord. Even the automaton and bug races too hoped so too, because if Luo Feng wasn't a universe lord, he already had such powerful strength. The moment he broke through, how terrifying would that be? If he broke through, that meant Luo Feng wouldn't be much stronger in the future. Naturally the threat would be much smaller. I suspect he has an extremely powerful natural ability, relying on it to heavily injure my disciple. The silver-white snakehead said, if that's the case, then he's still a universe lord, naturally we have to get rid of this threat. He could really be a universe lord, even if he is, getting rid of him would be a part of humanity's strength. What do your two races think? Just our demon race alone, with the interference of the Great Alliance, would have a hard time killing Luo Feng. If we three join forces, we'll have a much higher chance of killing him. The machine race's godfather and the insectoid queen fell silent for a moment. I agree. I agree. One after the other, the oval black sphere and the slim figure spoke at the same time. With our three races joining forces, we are naturally unstoppable. The silvery white snake leader laughed. In my opinion, each race should send out 3 universe lords. If the 3 parties work together, there will be 9 masters of the universe. 9 masters of the universe will arrive at the primitive planet from different vortex passageways and surround it. Even if the Hong Alliance resists, what can they do? 9 universe masters? You think too highly of Luo Feng. The bug race and the machine race were somewhat unwilling. In terms of the number of lords of the universe, the machine race and the bug race actually had very few. It was even fewer than the humans and demons. If we want to kill, we have to not give them any chances. Otherwise, if we send too few and let Luo Feng escape, when Luo Feng grows up, humanity will naturally become stronger. You should know, if it wasn't for that lunatic from the human race, our 3 races would have long been suppressed by the human race. Don't look down on humans, their potential is terrifying. I can see from this Luo Feng that the madman from back then. The silver-white snakehead said. It can't be. How can that be? Thinking about that madman that had long been destroyed by the human race, the automaton god and the bug queen felt a chill. It was just that because he was too crazy, he destroyed himself. Think about it, how long has Luo Feng been training for? The silver-white snakehead said. My bug race alliance will send 3. The silhouette said. My automaton alliance will send 3. The oval black ball silhouette said. The upper echelons of the demon race, bug race, and automaton race swiftly came to an agreement, deciding on the plan to kill Luo Feng. With the 9 universe masters as the main force, along with the large amounts of universe knights and universe overlords from the 3 alliances as support, they would kill Luo Feng. And with the other strong powers of the 3 alliances as support, to defend against the Hong Alliance, ******** in the air above the forest of the primal planet 02933, Luo Feng was flying swiftly, following behind him was the white shuttle. Following? Luo Feng glanced behind. The demon race, automaton race, and bug race have all received the news long ago. With their efficiency, they probably already made plans. However, how would you know my trump card? This battle to become famous will definitely be very exciting. Hua hua hua, endless golden waves formed in mid-air, immediately covering a 30 million kilometers area, causing the white shuttle behind to be engulfed by the waves. The strong resistance caused the white shuttle's speed to decrease. 9 Sea River? Tianhua lowered his head, the blood-red eye under his snow-white fur revealed a look of disdain, trying to escape, dream on. His god energy spread out and searched his surroundings. Rumble, however, the divine power he used to probe was directly blocked off by the barrier. Forbid me from searching? It's useless. I'm in the 9 desolate river, and you're controlling it. Once you're slightly further away from me, beyond 30 million kilometers, I'll exit the 9 desolate river and naturally be able to follow you. Supremacy. Tianhua was confident in his victory and was not anxious at all. Time passed, the 9 desolate river continued to advance rapidly, and Supremacy Tianhua was also within it. After a while. Why are you constantly maintaining it? You have so much god energy that you don't even know where to use it. Tianhua sneered, after which he was stunned. Not right. Space domain. Paragon. Tianhua immediately unleashed his law domain. Rumble clashing with the law domain within the 9C, the two domains clashed constantly. This made Tianhua feel that something was wrong. Why did Luo Feng keep stopping him, not allowing him to search clearly? There had to be a problem. Ha ha ha, Tianhua, you're really stupid. A powerful laugh resounded, simultaneously the golden river disappeared. In mid-air, there was a majestic golden horned beast with 6 sharp horns floating in mid-air. Within the white shuttle, a snow-white furred head appeared, looking around and raging. Where's he? Where's Luo Feng? He left a long time ago. The golden horned beast laughed. Damn golden horned beast, you, how do you control the 9C river? Tianhua was both anxious and raging. Luo Feng and I are life and death friends. We've been exploring the primal star together, only, I've been hiding within his world ring. Before, when he was flying in front, you were following behind. He's long since secretly placed the 9C river into his world ring, withdrawing his life imprint and letting me use it temporarily. The golden horned beast laughed in mid-air. The 9C river's sudden appearance, that's because I'm controlling it. Luo Feng has long snuck away, by now, he's long gone. Bastard. Tianhua gritted his teeth. He finally remembered, back then Luo Feng earned the title of the pinnacle of the universe overlord. It was because he wantonly slaughtered the foreign warriors. Many of them said it was a black beast that killed him, others said it was the black golden horned beast that killed him. I actually forgot, he still had a golden horned beast friend. Tianhua raged within. Haha, if you want to chase, hurry up and chase. Maybe you can even catch up to Luo Feng. The golden horned beast laughed, casually flapping its wings and flying away. Tianhua cursed within. He was actually tricked by such a method, he was too careless. Teacher, Luo Feng has escaped, I lost him. Within the Demon Dream Ancestor secret region's virtual space, Tianhua could only report to the Dream Ancestor Demon. Lost him, this infuriated the 3 races who had just come up with the plan, but there was nothing they could do about it. They immediately modified the plan and ordered the experts of the Fey Race Alliance, the Insectoid Race Alliance, and the Mech Race Alliance to conduct a large-scale search on primitive planet number 02933. They also sent a total of 9 universe lords to primitive planet number 02933. Chase me? Luo Feng flew in mid-air, intentionally heading towards the same spot as the golden horned beast, preparing to meet up. Tianhua underestimates me too much, just the first method was enough to trick him. Luo Feng smiled. Just as Luo Feng was smiling happily, rumble the land and skies went silent, an endless pressure immediately enveloped the entire planet. The 3 races had a total of 9 universe lords. The first universe lord had descended on this planet. The entire planet's warriors from the various powers all went silent, all of them were filled with fear and caution. They understood, the universe lord had descended. Luo Feng, you have to die. The voice was low and rumbling like the ground itself, resounding around Luo Feng. I wonder which universe lord it is. Luo Feng smiled. Bug Clan Alliance, Banfa leader. The voice resounded around Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed softly, you want to kill me, just you? Ha ha ha. Luo Feng's laughter got louder and louder, not caring about the space around him at all. Luo Feng continued to fly in mid-air, however he didn't intentionally meet up with the golden horned beast. These are Luo Feng's coordinates. Surround him. Surround him. The Demon Race, Bug Race, and Mech Race Alliance quickly sent messages and began to arrange for a large number of universe supremacies to head towards the coordinates. Even the experts of the Three Great Races Alliance on other primitive planets quickly rushed over. This time, it was the first time that the Three Great Races Alliance had gathered together for a big operation. The Great Alliance naturally received the news at the first moment, swiftly making arrangements. Rumble after the Bantha leader descended on planet number 02933, about half an hour later, another universe lord descended. The moment they descended, they began to fight for control of space and time, causing the entire space of the planet to be in chaos, affecting each other, causing both sides to lose control of space and time. "It's our Great Alliance's universe lord," Luo Feng immediately guessed. At this time, in the virtual universe, Luo Feng received his teacher Primal Chaos City leader's mail. "Luo Feng, the dragon leader has already descended on your planet. This time, the devil race, the machinery race, and the insect race are doing their best to deal with you. The Hung Alliance can only try our best to interfere and disrupt their plans. Even if teacher arrives, he will be restrained by the three races. It is said that you have the combat strength of a Lord of the Universe? Do you have any confidence in dodging this? If the situation gets too troublesome, you'd rather self-destruct, understand?" The Great Alliance wasn't worried. Because they had long given Luo Feng the sole treasure afterimage, from their point of view, with Luo Feng's talent in cloning, he would at most lose a few treasures. "Teacher, your disciple naturally has confidence," Luo Feng immediately replied. "It's getting more and more exciting, the curtains have already been drawn, let's begin. I wonder how this battle that will make me famous will turn out." Luo Feng's smile widened. This was the 8,000th update, he would update 5 chapters today, this update would last a full 4 days, hence Tomato couldn't stay up too late, otherwise it would affect tomorrow's update. Tomato went to sleep now, he would wake up tomorrow and continue writing. Right now he had close to 10,000 votes, that meant, with the guaranteed 2 updates, Tomato would have at least 4 updates tomorrow. Tomorrow would naturally have many more monthly votes, 5 updates wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, the more the monthly votes, the more updates, Tomato definitely wouldn't miss a single update for everyone, naturally, he would do it. Tomato went to sleep, I'll continue writing tomorrow. Monthly votes, I'll leave it to everyone, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Common vote, your support is my greatest motivation. In mid-air a few 100 million km away from Luo Feng, there were 3 universe knights from the Demon Alliance flying. Even though they weren't true demons, the moment Demon Ancestor Dream gave the order, they naturally obeyed. "We shouldn't be far from that human Luo Feng," a short man with a blood-red beard said. "According to the Demon Alliance's detailed information, we can discover that human at any time." "Jia, Boya, we definitely can't be careless now, we have to observe carefully. The moment we discover him, we have to follow him. When that happens, the rewards from the Demon Alliance, Bug Alliance, and Automaton Alliance won't be small." "We understand," the other 2 short men with big beards said. The 3 of them came from a strong race, of course they were only a part of the Demon Alliance. "Big brother, our strength is far from that Luo Feng. The moment we meet him and accidentally enter his Nine-Ming River region, we'll be dead," the black-bearded short man said. "Hence we have to be careful and observe. Don't be stupid and get so close to him without knowing. We have to maintain a distance of at least 30 million kilometers from the ground. And from high up in the sky, it's easy to see over 100 million kilometers. And the information is very clear, there aren't many other warriors in the entire area. As long as it's not one from the reports, then it could very well be that human Luo Feng." Understood. The 3-clan alliance was extremely cautious. When the Banfu leader descended earlier, he instantly controlled the space of the primal star. Naturally, he was very familiar with all the warriors on the primal star. He also memorized the information of all the warriors in the area around Luo Feng's location. The 3-clan alliance then passed the information to every member of the alliance who carried out the orders. As long as it wasn't one from the reports, then it could very well be Luo Feng in disguise. Meeting a stranger or a lone warrior from another race that had to be identified, they would rather kill by mistake than let him go, After all, even if it was by mistake, they would at most kill a few. In this three-clan alliance, killing a few wasn't much. Anyway, they definitely couldn't let Luo Feng escape. Who? 3 beams of light tore through the sky. Look! The 3 bearded short men fiercely slowed down, looking from afar. With a glance they could see the silver-armored silver-winged black-haired man in mid-air. Luo Feng didn't disguise himself like the information was worried about, he just openly revealed himself. It's human Luo Feng. We actually found Luo Feng. It really is him. The 3 big bearded short brute looked at each other with a bit of excitement and nervousness. Even though they guessed that they would bump into each other, they didn't think that they would actually bump into each other. After all, Luo Feng is constantly changing his position. Xianxia, Boya, this is a great opportunity. You must seize it. The blood-red bearded man hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Let's be careful and stay far away from him. He won't be able to do anything to us. Even if we accidentally fall into the 9 Rampart River and are killed by him, the Tri-Race Alliance will eventually reverse spacetime to revive us and compensate us. Yes. The other 2 bearded men also nodded. This time, there was a precise promise in the Alliance's command. If they died, they would definitely reverse time and space. As for the treasures that they had previously possessed, they would first be registered. Once they died, these treasures would also be returned, and the greater the contribution, the greater the final reward. It was because of this series of orders and promises that made the warriors of the Tri-Race Alliance put in so much effort. Watch him, maintain a 50 million kilometers distance from him. The 3 of us will split into 3 directions. We definitely can't let him escape. We will be the first to discover him. This time, we have to earn a lot from this and gain a huge contribution. I've already begun reporting the news. The blood-red bearded man ordered. His other 2 warriors nodded and flew apart, swiftly closing in on Luo Feng. The embodiments of the blood-red bearded man's race's venerable clones were currently gathered in a small secret realm within their race. There was also a virtual space that enveloped this small secret realm, allowing these embodiments to rapidly transmit information to the upper echelons of the race. And from the upper echelons to the upper echelons of the Demon Alliance. We've already confirmed Luo Feng's coordinates. There are 3 Buhan race knights watching him. The other knights are immediately heading over. The moment the Demon, Automaton and Bug Race Alliance received the news, they immediately began to transmit it to the various races of the Alliance. These races in turn transmitted it to every single warrior rushing over. For a time, the large number of universe supremacies, universe overlords, and even universe lords of the 3 races alliance that had participated in this operation were rapidly approaching the newly provided coordinates. Rumble the golden waves surged and instantly covered a radius of 30 million kilometers. However, the 3 universe venerables of the Buhan race maintained a sufficient distance from them. Luo Feng stood on the waves and gazed into the distance. He shouted coldly, "Leave quickly and I'll spare your lives." Haha, human Luo Feng, what are you talking about? Why would we need your mercy? We are a total of 10 million kilometers away from Nine Reed River. What can you do to us? You are strong. However, we are tens of millions of km away. Why would we be afraid of you? Human Luo Feng, your doomsday has arrived. Right now all the warriors of our 3 race alliance are rushing towards you. No matter how you disguise yourself, it's useless. You definitely won't be able to escape our encirclement. I advise you not to flee. It's useless. Just give up. The 3 bearded knights laughed loudly. In the distance in mid-air, they seemed very confident. Luo Feng frowned as he watched. Being watched meant that his location would be exposed. Hence, the 3 race alliance could easily find out his location. This wasn't good for his plan. Looks like I can only use that move. I have to reveal some of it. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng stood in place and looked at the distant 3 alien knights. His gaze was filled with pity. I originally didn't want to kill you 3. However, since you've been following me, don't blame me. Luo Feng stood there without moving. He just looked at the 3. This made the 3 bearded knights curious. Why didn't Luo Feng flee? Did he give up because he felt there was no hope? Who cares? If he doesn't flee, we can relax. Just as the three bearded knights were conversing, suddenly, at the edge of the golden wave, a silhouette suddenly flickered. Following which, it vanished and flashed again about 10,000 kilometers away. Shwa. 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 In an instant, over 100 silhouettes flickered and rapidly approached the three universe venerables, causing them to jump in fright. Teleportation? There's no way to teleport on the primal planet. No one can do it. Even the universe lords can't do it. Yes, natural ability, it must be a natural ability. Even the absolute warriors can't do it. For him to be able to do it, it must be a natural ability. The three bearded knights panicked and split up to flee. However, the Masha clansman used his extreme speed to unleash his natural ability domain. With his god energy purity, consciousness and willpower, he could teleport hundreds of times in a second, reaching a terrifying speed of millions of km per second. In just 3 seconds, the Masha clansman had already reached the side of a short black-bearded man. His blade had already become a glaring gold light. The gold light was sharp and cold, extremely fast. Ah! The black-bearded man waved the warhammer in his hand and a shield in his hand, attempting to block. Pung! Even though the Masha clansman's body was weaker than the golden-horned beast's body and the earth body, it was still a universe knight that was 100 times stronger. It was definitely comparable to the blurry light lord, Xianxia knight and other universe tyrants. Moreover, he had used the ultimate secret technique of the Lord of the Universe, Golden Light. One could say that the Masha clansman was as strong as the golden-horned beast clone and his earth body before he broke through to the realm of the universe and killed the blur light lord and the knight. Rumble. The black-bearded man's body trembled and was immediately destroyed. No. How is this possible? The other two fleeing knights were completely terrified. Just and they were destroyed. The blood-red bearded man began to report. He directly simulated the scene and said, he can use a technique similar to teleportation. It should be a special technique of the Masha clansman and a few other unique life forms. And it's extremely strong. 1/ can destroy a universe high-level knight. Shwa. 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 The Masha clansman flickered. In just 2 seconds, he killed another knight. 4 seconds later, the last universe venerable was killed. The battle was over, close to 10 seconds later. 3 knights had fallen. None of them could resist at all. What a joke. The Masha clansman's current strength definitely wasn't any weaker than Purple Rain Knight. The earth body dared to compete with the universe lords. The Masha clansman too dared to compete with the world tree. Even the blurry light lord who was wearing a normal treasure armor was killed in 1/. These high-level knights without treasures, how could they escape from Luo Feng? Luo Feng kept his spoils of war. The Nine Ming River too vanished. 3-race alliance. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. The 3-clan alliance naturally received the report from the 3 Buhan clan knights before they died, especially with the footage. Along with Luo Feng's black flame spewing godly body from his previous missions, it made the Demon Clan, Automaton Clan and Bug Clan deduce that Luo Feng had a natural talent cloning technique, that clone should be the Masha clansman. I can use the innate secret technique domain, and I have the innate secret technique duplication, which allows me to disguise as many identities. However, the Masha race was good at hiding, escaping and assassinating. Their direct combat strength was not strong to begin with. To kill a high-level universe venerable with 1 blade? Could it be that he has really stepped into the level of the Lord of the Universe? This shocked the higher-ups of the Tri-Race Alliance. Today's first update was here. Yesterday, Tomato updated 5 chapters. Continue working hard today. Regarding the lack of updates the day before yesterday, Tomato had already said that he would definitely make up for it. It should be made up on Saturday. In short, with Tomato's continuous outburst, there would definitely be updates. There would not be one less update. That was a promise. The more monthly votes there were, the more updates there would be. Now he was sprinting towards 11,000 votes. Brothers, Tomato will work hard to update. The monthly votes will depend on everyone, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. On the 02933 planet, the Demon Alliance, Automaton Alliance and Bug Clan Alliance, these three superpowers allied to kill Luo Feng. With such a huge commotion, naturally it couldn't be hidden from the other powers. Like the North Border Alliance and Nine Regions Alliance, they all temporarily left the Storm Source region. At this time, the Bug Clan Alliance had a total of 2,102 knights on this planet. The Automaton Alliance had a total of 1,960 knights. The Demon Alliance itself had a lot of people, hence they had a total of 5,230 knights here. Their total number exceeded 9,000, and this was just the current number. At this time, there were still many knights rushing over from the other 10,081 planets, causing the number to continue to increase. At least right now, at least 1/5 of the knights from the 10,081 planets were gathered here. Suspected to have the strength of a master of the universe? There's a Masha clansman? Hence anyone not from the three-race alliance in the danger zone will be killed? An automaton warrior flying in mid-air sneered and shook his head. What a joke. For this Luo Feng, they actually made such a huge commotion. However, that's right, there aren't many non-three-race alliance members left in the danger zone. The danger zone referred to Luo Feng as the center, with a radius of 5 billion kilometers. The number of knights from the three-race alliance in the danger zone was gradually increasing. One had to know that every warrior could see over 100 million km away. Hence, the chances of Luo Feng being discovered greatly increased. Occasionally, he would be discovered. The three-race alliance, from the start of the hunt till now, who knows how many knights have fallen. Luckily the upper echelon of the three-race alliance made a promise that if they died, they would definitely reverse time and space and return the registered treasures. Otherwise, who would be willing to risk their lives? Without so many knights, this hunt wouldn't even be possible. The automaton warrior Qian Fan Knight flew leisurely in the sky. He was an overlord-level being, and he had always been alone on the planet. Leisurely flying, however, his eyes were constantly observing. He observed all the plants, lakes, and other traces in his surroundings. With the speed of his consciousness's calculation, he could naturally find anything suspicious. One had to know that the flora and fauna of the planet were all one, even if they were destroyed, they could swiftly recover. If the Masha clansman turned into a rock and hid there, carefully sensing it, one would realize that this rock didn't fit in with the planet. After flying for a while, Qian Fan Knight's eyes gleamed. He looked at the distant silver light over 100 million km away. That silver light was the silver-armored silver-winged black-haired man. Human Luo Feng. The knight immediately closed in, preparing to maintain a close distance with Luo Feng. After all, the distance between them was too great. The moment Luo Feng charged into the forest or the wild grass, it would be hard for him to see him clearly. I've discovered Luo Feng, his latest coordinates are. Qian Fan Knight immediately reported to his clan. Immediately, the command center of the three-clan alliance had received Luo Feng's newest coordinates, adding another point to his movement map. They immediately sent orders for the over 9,000 universe venerables to head towards the latest coordinates. Half a minute later. Hua! A sharp and ice-cold golden saber light flashed past. Although Venerable Hidden Sail tried his best to resist, he was like an ant in front of a high-speed truck. Boom! The ice-cold saber brought with it a bone-piercing chill as it slashed his armor. The terrifying impact instantly reached the limit of a high-grade supreme treasure armor. His close to 10 m tall body trembled and was completely destroyed. Even with my high-level armor, I can't even block a single blade from the Masha clansman? Is he really a universe lord? Luckily, I placed my most important treasure back in my god country. Qian Fan Knight felt his body crumble. A thought flashed through his mind and he fell into endless darkness. The Masha clansman kept the treasure in mid-air and said softly, Qian Fan Knight's most famous treasure, the hidden sail wings, is actually not with him. Killing the Knight, he only received a high-level armor and a normal treasure weapon as well as the world ring. There was no legendary hidden sail wings. Even so, I still earned quite a bit. Killing a universe lord is more profitable than killing 10 universe high-level knights. Luo Feng stood on the surface of the Nine-Ming River, waiting for the Masha clansman to fly over. With a thought, he kept the Masha clansman into his world ring, simultaneously retrieving the blood shadow blade the Masha clansman used before. The blood shadow blade was a top-level treasure. Its power was extremely strong. Luo Feng had to exchange for this blood shadow blade with many of his treasures and treasures from the Blood Cloud Palace's treasure room to his race. Back then Luo Feng needed 2 blades to kill Zhongzhan Knight, who was wearing a high-level armor. This Qian Fan Knight too was wearing a high-level armor, and his body was close to 10 m tall. It was even larger. If the Masha clansman used the Bohi blade, it would probably take tens to hundreds of blades. However, with the blood shadow blade's power, it caused the high-level armor's defense to drop drastically. Only then could it be killed in one blade. This is just a top-level treasure, Luo Feng thought. If it was a top-level treasure or an absolute treasure, just how powerful would it be? Generally speaking, only the lords of the universe would be able to use such a treasure. Even if the knights had them, normally only the pinnacle of the universe lords would have 1 or 2. The 16th universe lord, 1st universe lord, Luo Feng said softly. Keeping the Nine-Ming River, he continued to swiftly flee. While fleeing, his earth body would occasionally fly, and the Masha clansman would use his natural ability domain to swiftly change his position, increasing the difficulty of the 3 race alliances' encirclement. And any knight he met, he showed no mercy, killing them all and taking the spoils of war. Luo Feng's kill count of the 3 clan alliances' knights has already reached 115, and 3 universe overlords. Damn punk. Let him be proud and go crazy. Right now the danger zone is shrinking, and the chances of finding him has greatly increased. And Banfu leader is also rushing over with his fastest speed. Before long, he'll arrive. His escape area is shrinking, let him go crazy for the last time. The 10 upper echelon of the command center of the 3 clan alliance were all enraged. Luo Feng was simply too vicious, and his killing efficiency was too high. One had to know, the revival of these knights still depended on the universe lords. The 3 race alliances' knight count on this planet had already exceeded 10,000, and many of them had entered the danger zone, causing the 3 race alliances' knight count to increase greatly. Naturally, it was getting harder for Luo Feng to hide, his disguise was useless. Becoming a mountain rock? It was completely different from the primal planet, he could completely sense and discover them. Becoming another alien knight? Killing them all. Becoming a dead member of the 3 race alliance? One had to know that the high-level knights moved in groups, hence they could only disguise themselves as the universe lords. However, how many had Luo Feng killed so far? And the 3 race alliance already knew that those few had been killed by Luo Feng, naturally they would be easily seen through. As for the living 3 race alliance's universe lords? Luo Feng hadn't seen them personally, and had no way of replicating their energy. And the coordinates of the universe lords were always recorded by the command center, Luo Feng would be easily seen through. Anyway, there was nowhere to run. After flying in another direction, he would meet the 3 race alliance's knights, and after killing them, he would quickly meet another one. The frequency of them discovering me is getting higher and higher. These knights maintain a huge distance from each other, making it hard for my Masha clansmen to chase after them. I met 4 before, and only killed 3, the last one escaped. Luo Feng's eyes glowed red. However, since you guys are so crazy and don't give me any leeway, then come on, kill. The more he killed, the more it triggered the bloodthirsty killing intent in his bones. 160. 180. 200, 240. 280. 320, Luo Feng had gone completely crazy. As the frequency of him meeting the knights increased, Luo Feng's killing speed of the 3 race alliance grew faster and faster. Every time he killed, he would definitely take all the spoils of war. This made the upper echelon of the 3 race alliance even more furious. Human Luo Feng, after we kill you, you'll have to return everything you took. Banfu, how much longer until we reach Luo Feng? He's been changing his location, however, it won't be long, let him struggle a little longer. Banfu leader was rushing towards Luo Feng with his fastest speed. He was the universe lord closest to Luo Feng. Right now on the entire primal planet, there were already 4 universe lords from the 3-race alliance that had descended. Only because of the dragon leader's interference, they couldn't control the space in a large area. In the sky above the endless ocean of the primal planet, a huge whirlpool pathway floated in midair. Hua, an incomparably majestic silhouette that was over 1,000,000 km tall, stepped out of the pathway and appeared in midair. The huge mountain range body had a total of 8 heaven pillar-like claws, along with 4 thick long arms, and in the center of the entire body was a huge eye. He was the incomparably powerful being that the Demon Alliance spent countless benefits to recruit into the Demon Alliance, the Mountain Range Master. The Mountain Range Master was a special life form that was born when the universe was born. Even though a special life form was powerful, a special life form that could train to the Universe Lord level, that was the true power. Naturally, the large powers all fought to invite him, and when he was still at the Universe Lord level, he finally joined the Demon Alliance. Ha 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 ha, the Mountain Range Master let out a heaven-shaking laugh. The endless ocean water began to tremble. Rumble. The endless black ocean water immediately engulfed the oceans, forests, deserts, swamps, wastelands. In an instant, it had completely engulfed the entire primal planet. It caused the entire primal planet to be engulfed in the Black Ocean. The Black Ocean's terrifying binding energy was unbelievable. All the warriors, including Luo Feng, were engulfed. P.S. I've reached the 2nd chapter. I've already written half of the 3rd. I should be done by 9:30. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. His body was as burly as a mountain, and a huge dragon tail extended from the end of his spine. He raised his head and looked at the endless black sea around him. As he burned his divine power, the black sea was suppressed and couldn't get close to him. Fu Shanhai? Dragon Emperor said softly, Tongling Master is here too. Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with worry. They actually sent Tongling Master. That punk is extremely difficult to deal with. Bug, Demon, and Automaton, all the Universe Lords sent by the 3 alliances are not normal. They're not normal Universe Lords. Looks like they're really going all out to deal with Luo Feng. Our great alliance has no choice now. Even if we go all out, even if the creator of the huge axe arrives, the 3 alliances can still send one of the strongest warriors to deal with him. When that time comes, they'll probably be even more fearless. Dragon Emperor sighed within. One-on-one, the Great Alliance wasn't afraid of any of the 3 alliances. However, now that the 3 alliances had joined forces, all the Hong Alliance could do was interfere and restrict them. If you want to blame someone, blame Luo Feng for rising up too quickly, scaring the 3 alliances, causing the 3 alliances that have always been competing to kill Luo Feng to come to an agreement. Dragon Emperor shook his head, looking at the distant danger zone. Luo Feng, you can only rely on yourself. What the Great Alliance can do is make sure your situation isn't too bad. No one knew Luo Feng's current situation, be it the 3 Alliance or the Great Alliance, no one knew. Ha ha ha, to force me, to trap me, to make me an enemy, to mess with me, I'll kill them all. Those who block me, I'll kill them too. No one will be able to escape. Luo Feng looked calm on the surface, but his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Actually, when he was growing up as a child on Earth, because of the spiritual force crystal in his brain, Luo Feng often had headaches, causing him to have a sense of insanity in his bones. Back then, when he was forced by Li Wei to the point where blood splattered 5 steps away. This madness was fine at first, until he took over the body of the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast's nature was cold and bloodthirsty. The coldness in its bloodline naturally affected Luo Feng, causing his tendencies to get stronger and stronger. However, his willpower was extremely strong, hence he controlled it well. After becoming an undying, it had been a long time since he had been this reckless. Even though he had comprehended the heart of the beast god, he had only entered that state while he was in deep slumber. He had not truly begun to go on a killing spree. This was the first time after comprehending the heart of the beast god that he had been so crazy and his killing frequency was so high. At first, killing the first 100 venerables was considered slow, but the further he went, the faster his killing speed became. 100. 200. 400. 800, Luo Feng had already gone mad from the killing. He had completely entered the heart of the beast god state. Any life that appeared in his field of vision would be quickly determined as a target to be killed, a frenzied massacre. It was a killing frenzy. Super existences fell one after another. Not a single one of them could resist him. And in front of the Masha clansman's innate ability domain, it made it hard for the universe paragons to escape. Boom! The endless black seawater instantly drowned the endless wasteland and the sky. The powerful binding force was simply terrifying, causing Luo Feng to immediately wake up from his state of slaughter. He's awake. Luo Feng gazed at the endless seawater. Although it was called black seawater, it was actually a huge region formed from a high-density special energy. It was just that it looked like water from the outside. Like the 9 Snow River and many other domain treasures, there were many that looked like water. What powerful binding force! Its power is terrifying. It's just that it's always hidden and not unleashed. The moment it unleashes its power, it's 10 to 100 times stronger than my Masha clansman's full-strength blade. This should be comparable to Teacher's 1,000 Treasure River. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Demon Alliance's Tongling leader's Fushan Ocean. Luo Feng thought. Before this mission, he had naturally gathered information. His authority in the virtual universe was that of an elite universe lord. He could indeed view the Bug Clan, Demon and Automaton races' information on the universe lords. With just one look, it also allowed Luo Feng to understand more about the universe lords, and understand how terrifying they were. However, Luo Feng still had full confidence in this battle that would make him famous. Human Luo Feng. A powerful voice resounded around Luo Feng. Are you the Tongling leader of the Demon Alliance? Luo Feng smiled. You can actually laugh. Ha ha ha, you really have guts. I'll tell you beforehand, the Banfu leader will be arriving soon. The powerful voice said. Luo Feng smiled. He turned and chose a direction to continue flying, breaking through the heavy black water, his speed soaring. You still dare to fly in my Fushan Ocean? The majestic voice was filled with rage. Immediately, the black sea water that was hiding its power suddenly exploded. Almost like water droplets from a neutron star formed waves that smashed into Luo Feng's body. However, Luo Feng continued to fly, unfazed by the attacks. You were still worried that my Fushan Ocean's full power would kill you. Looks like you indeed have the ability to be proud. Immediately the black water's power continued to rise. Even an elite universe lord wouldn't be able to last long under the full power of the Fushan Ocean. However, Luo Feng easily broke through the heavy water and flew into the distance. This made the Tongling leader on the other side of the primal planet extremely shocked. Don't tell me, this Luo Feng is really a universe lord? I have the pinnacle of treasures, the Calamity Armor. It can weaken all attacks to 1/100,000 th of its power. My god body is a full 90,000 kilometers tall. Just the defense alone, even a universe lord pinnacle would have to expend a lot of effort to kill me. Just relying on the domain treasures? They can't even shake me. Luo Feng was very clear of his own capabilities. Treasures armors, from normal to high level to the pinnacle, would normally weaken attacks to 1/10,000%. The only difference was the limit. Only the pinnacle treasures that were extremely rare could weaken attacks to 1/100,000%. The Calamity Armor, however, was weakened to 1/100,000%. Obviously it was one of the top of the pinnacle treasures. And its limit was extremely high. At least the attacks of the universe lords would find it hard to reach the limit of the Calamity Armor. Meaning, normally when fighting against a universe lord, the Calamity Armor could weaken the attacks to 1/100,000%. Flame Emperor had the Calamity Armor to protect his body and his original soul to protect his soul. He had nothing to fear. Incomparably arrogant. Of course, Mountain Guest had a powerful treasure. It wasn't something he could defend against. Luo Feng can easily block my floating mountain ocean attack. He can even block my full power attack. This news was quickly relayed back to the Tri-Race Alliance's command center by Lord Tongling, causing all the universe lords there to jump in shock. There were two possibilities. 1. Luo Feng had broken through to the Universe Lord level, his body was extremely strong. Second, Luo Feng had an extremely heaven-defying protective treasure. Has Luo Feng really become a Universe Lord? Maybe he's lucky enough to acquire a powerful treasure. Treasures aren't that easy to acquire. A true absolute treasure, every one of them has its own history. It's not something that can be acquired with luck, unless it's bestowed by the upper echelons. Many of the Universe Lords of humanity all use the pinnacle armors. How did Luo Feng acquire one? Very soon, we'll know after the battle between Ban Fu leader and him. The Bug Clan, Automaton Clan and Demon Clan, the three alliances gradually discovered Luo Feng's unfathomable abilities. There were already some who suspected that Luo Feng had truly become a Universe Lord. Of course there were many who didn't believe it. Luo Feng broke through the heavy black ocean and wantonly swam about within one of his world rings. The Masha clansman was within. It's so satisfying killing. Killing to the point of insanity. Consecutively killing over 800 knights made Luo Feng feel an unprecedented joy. And he had a strong desire to create his own techniques. Within him was an extremely intense killing intent that was ready to explode. He wanted to infuse this into his blade technique. When he unleashed the golden light, he felt that it was powerful enough, however, it wasn't crazy enough. Hua the Masha clansman looked in mid-air. Countless amounts of god energy were activated and complicated engravings began to appear. Luo Feng was currently filled with that urge. No, it's not this feeling. No. Luo Feng was very clear, he could very logically rely on his solid foundations to create a Universe Lord level technique. But if he wanted to create the Lord of the Universe's mystic art, he needed inspiration and feeling. It was just like when he had just comprehended the heart of the beast god and naturally created the golden light. Not right. Right, it's like this. Luo Feng looked at the huge engravings in mid-air. Under his consciousness control, the huge engravings became even more complicated and intricate. That feeling of exhilaration grew stronger and stronger. The killing intent in his chest was completely infused within, almost as though he had returned to that endless killing state. Finally, the threads of the mysterious patterns were connected. Rumble in the sky, the enormous and complete mysterious pattern diagram floated there, emitting a boundless pressure. It faintly carried a bloody killing intent. It's done. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. With a thought, he pointed in mid-air and swiftly formed another huge engravings. It was the golden light engravings, 2 engravings, one on the left and one on the right, floating in mid-air. Both of them exuded boundless might, and it could be said that they were on par with each other. The left was filled with endless killing intent and the right was filled with endless coldness. I've finally created the second Universe Lord's ultimate technique. Luo Feng smiled. After a long time, his origin law comprehension had already begun to study the beast god level 6. Only because of this crazy encirclement and slaughter, under the endless pressure and anticipation of the battle with the Universe Lord, he created this form in his slaughter mental state. This form will be called Blood Light. Luo Feng immediately decided on the name. Endless black ocean water enveloped the land and skies. In the distance a majestic silhouette broke through space and approached from a diagonal direction. Luo Feng. A voice resounded throughout the land and skies. Luo Feng turned and looked into the distance. He knew, the Ban Fu leader had arrived. P.S. This is 9,000 votes plus updates. Tomato continued to write the chapter with the 10,000 votes. Right now, he was only 100 votes away from the next 1,000, another 100 votes and Tomato would have to write 5 chapters today. Do you want Tomato to write 5 chapters? To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Master Ban Fu, his skin was pure white, with glaring golden hair. His upper body was like a human's, his lower body was like a reptile's. His gaze was like the sun making one feel warm, his smile was like Mother Earth making one feel warm, making one unknowingly immersed in such a beautiful feeling. He's the human Luo Feng that even the 3 great clans want to kill. Master Ban Fu observed the distant human youth, dressed in silver armor and wings, even under the pressure of the floating mountain ocean's endless water, he was still unaffected. He still remembered the orders the Bug Queen gave him before she came. Banfu, the main reason for killing Luo Feng is because of you. You are the absolute pinnacle in terms of hypnotism techniques among the Bug Clan Alliance, Demon Alliance and Automaton Alliance. This Luo Feng's rise is too fast, his growth is too shocking. If we allow him to continue growing, he will become a huge threat to our Bug Clan Alliance. If he were to hide in the Primal Universe, we would have no way of dealing with him. Luckily he has appeared on Primal Star. The Bug Clan, Demon Clan and Automaton Clan, how could they not know? The moment Luo Feng self-destructed, all their efforts would be for naught, at most they would get some treasures. However, even if there was a possibility of it being for naught, they still had to work hard. Because it was still a chance. If Luo Feng were to hide in the Primal Universe, then the three great clans wouldn't even have the chance to get rid of him. Right now Luo Feng has appeared on Primal Star, it was already a rare opportunity, they had to grab it. This Luo Feng, rising so quickly, he must be extremely confident within. He can't possibly self-destruct without even fighting. If that's the case, why would he enter Primal Star? We have to make use of his pride, his confidence. Deal with him. Remember, the first goal is to control him with your soul. As long as you can control him, then this human genius will be gone, he can even be used by our Bug Clan Alliance. This will be the greatest success. If you can't do it, then we'll use our souls to kill him, causing his many bodies to perish. For a human to be this strong and grow so quickly, he must have had some extremely heaven-defying special encounters, and some special encounters, the moment one revives in time and space, he won't be able to have them again. The Bug Clan Empress was very clear on the mysteries of the universe, some of the special encounters in the universe were indeed like that. Like the 9 manuals memories, only one person could receive them, the moment one dies, even if one revives in time and space, one wouldn't be able to bring back the 9 manuals memories. Like universe lords, the moment they die, they would die forever, unable to revive. Some extremely heaven-defying special encounters too. The moment one dies, even time and space wouldn't be able to bring them back. Luo Feng. Luo Feng is, Luo Feng. If we can't do that, then this operation will be a failure. That's our third objective, which is to destroy this clone of his and bring back all of his treasures. Luo Moon, King Luo Feng, King God, and Luo Dragon, Luo King. Luo. In the virtual space that enveloped the monster race's dream ancestor mystic realm. Demon Clan. Luo Ban. Long and Demon. The silvery white snake head was in the main seat. The entire demon race was divided into 2 major factions, Demon Ancestor Dreams faction and Demon Ancestor Zhen's faction. Usually, those who gathered here belonged to Demon Ancestor Dreams faction. Usually, those gathered here were all Demon Clan members. Today, there was an additional Tong Mountain Lord. Master Ban Fu has already met with Luo Feng. Tong Mountain Lord said. We await the good news from Master Ban Fu. The huge silver-white snake head spoke. Many universe lords nodded. A threat had to be eradicated as soon as possible. One primal Chaos City leader had brought so much trouble to humanity's enemies. Many things the creator of the huge axe didn't even need to show up, the primal Chaos City leader would solve them. Another primal Chaos City leader, that was even more terrifying than 3 or 4 universe lords, Master Ban Fu looked at the distant Luo Feng and laughed. His voice was low, almost like the earth itself was shaking. You can actually instantly break free of my influence, your willpower seems strong. Compared to Master Ban Fu, there's still a gap. Luo Feng stood in the distance. You're quite modest. In just a short period of time, over 800 universe supremacies from the 3 great alliances have fallen at your hands. Your methods have amazed me. However, with such strength, why do you need to slaughter those weaklings, said Master of Ban Fu, seemingly in no hurry to attack at all. Luo Feng shook his head, as long as they don't mess with me, I don't mind showing my mercy. However, all of them mess with me, they deserve to die. Haha, they deserve to die. Master Ban Fu laughed, that makes sense. Luo Feng was stunned, looking shocked at this Master Ban Fu. Luo Feng, do you know which side I belong to? Master Ban Fu smiled. Bug Clan Alliance. Luo Feng said directly. He too was on guard, wondering what this Master Ban Fu was up to. Wrong, I belong to the Northern Border Alliance. Master Ban Fu shook his head. I've long secretly left the Bug Clan Alliance and joined the Northern Border Alliance. Today, my true reason for coming here is to invite you to bring your home planet's human bloodline to join the Northern Border Alliance. I know, Earth is a mysterious planet, nurturing the human bloodline, and the human race has taken over your home. As long as you're willing, the Northern Border Alliance is willing to help you take back Earth. Saying that, Master Ban Fu stopped. He looked silently at the distant Luo Feng. At this time Luo Feng's gaze was gradually dimming. However, in a moment, get out. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and roared. Rumble, the formless god energy actually caused the surrounding black ocean water to tremble. Good. 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 Respect. Luo Feng stared at Master Ban Fu, gritting his teeth and laughing coldly, indeed worthy of being Ban Fu Master, proficient in illusion attacks. Conversing with me, he actually led me into the illusion unknowingly. I've finally witnessed the pinnacle of the Universe Lord's illusionary techniques. That fast, even against a true Universe Lord, they'd normally be affected by me for a moment. He's even faster than some Universe Lords. This is troublesome. Master Ban Fu was shocked within. He had just entered and led Luo Feng into the illusion when Luo Feng detected him and swiftly broke through the illusion, repelling his god energy. Respect. Luo Feng grabbed the blood shadow blade on his back and immediately pulled it out, staring at Ban Fu Master. Ban Fu Master, I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Rumble, Luo Feng immediately moved, extremely fast. Hua hua hua. However, the surrounding black ocean water was incomparably turbulent, suppressing Luo Feng. Even with the Wu slaying wings, his speed was still greatly restricted. Ban Fu Master however retreated as fast as lightning. When Luo Feng was suppressed by the floating mountain ocean domain, Ban Fu Master was able to receive help. Empress, soul control failed. Ban Fu Master immediately reported, his willpower and consciousness are extremely strong and sturdy, comparable to a normal Universe Lord. I suspect he still has a soul-type treasure. As he reported, Ban Fu Master understood, he couldn't achieve his first goal. Then he could only rely on his second goal. Die. The master of Ban Fu looked at Luo Feng from afar, his eyes were incomparably resplendent, it was enough to steal one's soul. Suddenly his eyes seemed to become two blue crystals, a formless soul attack swiftly pierced into Luo Feng's mind. In his mind, there were two huge blue spirals madly revolving. Pung, as the two blue spirals clashed, occasionally blue crystals would form, directly piercing into Luo Feng's god energy. Chi chi chi. Luo Feng felt the life imprint within his god energy, as though his skin was being splashed with acid, the intense pain pierced through his soul. However, Luo Feng's expression didn't change. He had even survived the life and death inheritance, how could he fall so easily? After image. Guard. Luo Feng roared within. The purple crystal three-edged crystal in the center of his chest immediately emitted countless origin law threads, connecting every part of his god energy, causing his life imprint to seem to be covered with a layer of armor. Simultaneously, peculiar beast roars resounded from the three-edged crystal, spreading throughout his body, swiftly weakening the pain. Simultaneously, Luo Feng swiftly controlled his god energy to madly attack the two huge blue spirals, wanting to completely expel them, or even destroy them. Destroy. 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 Ban Fu Master was in the distance, staring at Luo Feng. The two blue crystal balls in his eyes constantly spun, sending formless attacks over. The first goal before has already failed, I don't believe that I can't even kill him with my soul. Fall for me. Ban Fu Master used all his strength. Soul destruction was completely different from physical destruction. After the soul was destroyed, only his life imprint would completely vanish, Luo Feng's body would remain, just that he would fall. Just like the master of Yunmo planet. Rumble. There was an explosion before Luo Feng. You failed. Luo Feng stared at him. He had the armor and afterimage to defend, he didn't expect it to be so taxing on him. The demon, automaton and bug race alliance's Ban Fu Master was indeed extremely strong in terms of hypnotism and soul attacks. It was a pity that to kill Luo Feng with his soul, it was far from enough. You. Banfu Master couldn't believe it, however he could only report to the bug race queen. The second goal has failed. Luo Feng may have an extremely powerful soul treasure, his defense speed is too fast, I'm guessing that he may have an elite soul treasure. The strongest warriors of the bug race, automaton race, and demon race received the news. They were immediately enraged and unwilling. However, their rage was useless. Soul control, soul destruction, they had all failed. Banfu, execute the third goal, kill Luo Feng for me. He would take back all the treasures of the universe's venerables, as well as his own supreme treasures. To be able to get the elite soul treasures and many other treasures, this mission is worth it. The bug race queen ordered. Yes. Asterisk. This was the 10,000 votes. Brothers, you're amazing, you already have 11,000 votes. Tomato will continue writing the 5th chapter, asterisk, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Lord of Banfu stepped on the black seawater, his hands holding a green spear that was 10 times longer than his body. The tip of the spear had faint bloodstains, and it exuded an ancient aura and a bloody aura. Luo Feng, even if you're the Universe Lord, today will be the day you fall. The Banfu Lord let out a low roar. His 4 claws stepped on the water and whistled as he rushed towards Luo Feng, the long spear in his hand pointed at Luo Feng. It seemed like a normal charge, but the entire space seemed to tremble. This was a technique infused with space and time. Ha ha ha, come. Luo Feng too flapped his wings and his body became a blur. The space and time around him became chaotic as he became a beam of light and rushed over. However, with the Fushan Ocean domain's suppression, Luo Feng's speed wasn't too fast. Hula! Banfu Lord wielded the spear with both hands, and it seemed like a normal stab. If a spectator was watching, they wouldn't be able to tell how powerful this stab was. Only Luo Feng, who was the target of the spear, felt, as though the entire universe was pierced through by that spear. Its power was unbelievable. The primal planet's incomparably congealed space had a visible linear crack. A golden light flashed, it was sharp and cold. Dang! The blood shadow blade immediately clashed with the tip of the spear. The two's energies immediately clashed. Without a sound or presence, the surrounding 100 kilometers of black ocean water was immediately pushed away. The surrounding wasteland too immediately vanished. It was silent. What followed was a violent rumbling sound. Like a small car being rammed by a large truck, Luo Feng was sent flying. And Banfu Lord's 4 hooves retreated a few steps before stopping. Universe Lord's ultimate technique. Banfu Lord looked at Luo Feng. You can create the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, yet why is your god body's genetic level still only 100 times? With the time to create the technique, the human race should have helped you raise your genetic level. Why ask so many questions? Luo Feng stopped in midair. He knew what Lord of Banfu meant. Normal lifeforms such as humans, demons, insectoids, space behemoths, Masha race, and other lifeforms that could reproduce for generations could only increase their genetic level by 100 times even if they used various methods. This was the limit. Many universe overlords had reached this stage. As for the lords of the universe, they were existences that transcended space-time. They were the masters of space-time. They were known as the masters of the universe. For sector lords, undying, and universe supremacies, 100 times was the limit. But for the lords of the universe, as existences that transcended space-time, they could exceed the limit of 100 times. They could use all sorts of methods to increase their gene levels. As their gene levels increased, their divine bodies would gradually become stronger. Even their bodies could gradually become larger. The shackles of body size and the level of one's genes disappeared when they became the Lord of the Universe. They could get close to the legendary perfect gene level, 10,081 times. However, it was very difficult. Ordinary Lords of the Universe could only allow themselves to reach around 1,000 times. It was very difficult to reach 2,000 to 3,000 times, and it was even more difficult to reach 5,000 times and above. As for the legendary perfect gene, that was just a legend. If you are the Lord of the Universe and have the time to create secret arts, you should first improve your divine body. Lord of Banfu sneered. Or perhaps you're a universe venerable whose genetic level is 10,000 times higher, and you've been bestowed with a heaven-defying innate secret art, the one you used just now? Whether or not I'm the Lord of the Universe, you'll know soon enough. Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and rushed forward again. Come. It doesn't matter if you're a heaven-defying Lord of the Universe, or a young Lord of the Universe. Even though I'm an illusionary school, I can still kill you. Lord of Banfu's four hooves stepped on the ocean water. The space trembled as he rushed towards Luo Feng. Rumble, 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 the two were like mad demons. Lord of Banfu would occasionally use soul attacks to affect Luo Feng at crucial moments, and occasionally use illusions to affect Luo Feng. Plus his divine body's genetic level was close to 2,000 times, and his god energy purity was 20 times higher than Luo Feng's, along with his illusions and other techniques, and most importantly, the floating mountain sea domain suppressed Luo Feng. This put Luo Feng at a complete disadvantage. Peng. Luo Feng was tossed and turned in the ocean water. However, he quickly rushed forward again. The two used all their strength and techniques. Killing each other, Lord of Banfu relied on the floating mountain sea domain to help him, along with his illusions and other techniques, especially with his god energy purity 20 times higher than Luo Feng's. He naturally had the upper hand. However, Luo Feng had the pinnacle treasures, the calamity armor, which reduced all attacks to 1/100,000th Also, Lord of Banfu's body was only 100 kilometers long, Luo Feng's body was actually 90,000 kilometers long. The battle consumed very little energy. Universe Lord level battles were like this. Because their bodies were huge, their defenses were strong, and the difference in strength was usually only 1 or 2 levels, it was very hard to kill the opponent. Hence, it was very hard for a Universe Lord to fall. Unless it was a real fight, like Luo Feng and Banfu Lord, they fought time and again, madly burning their god energy. My god energy purity is higher than yours. I have a top-level armor. My body is over 100 kilometers long. I don't believe I can't exhaust you to death. Even though it seemed laughable, this was the reason why Universe Lords found it hard to fall. Banfu Lord. Luo Feng once again flew away and floated in the black ocean water, roaring, "If you have the ability, get that Tong Ridge Lord to keep the floating mountain sea. 2 against 1, what's the point? This is to kill you, it's not a spar." Banfu Lord however laughed. Bastard. Luo Feng completely felt his weakness compared to Banfu Lord, and that was the difference in his god energy purity. His battle techniques were comparable. Rumble suddenly, a faint sound resounded, transmitting into Luo Feng and Banfu Lord's souls. Even all the knights and universe lords on the primal planet heard that sound. This made Dragon Lord on the other side of the primal planet laugh. Primal chaos, they've arrived. Thousand Treasure River. Luo Feng, who was fighting Banfu Lord, revealed a look of glee. Hua the space river covered the entire primal planet. Peng. 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 Thousand Treasure River and Floating Mountain Sea began to clash on the primal planet. Just like back when Luo Feng fought Tian Tu's knight, the two domain treasures clashed. Both being top-level domain treasures, Thousand Treasure River and Floating Mountain Sea madly clashed again and again, each occupying half of the area. The center of the battle was Luo Feng and Banfu Lord. Haha, Tong Ridge Lord, you and Banfu Lord are teaming up to bully my disciple, isn't that too embarrassing? Laughter resounded from Thousand Treasure River and into the Floating Mountain Sea region. Primal Chaos City Leader, this time the three races are working together. Do you think we only have this? Just this, and you want to help your disciple? Haha, let me tell you, even if I don't interfere, your disciple is dead for sure. Tong Ridge Lord's voice resounded throughout Thousand Treasure River. Luo Feng gritted his teeth as he looked at the distant Banfu Lord. The surroundings were filled with endless jade-green lights. Or world. Luo Feng grit his teeth, this is the Bug Clan's Jade Field Lord or world. Just now, when the Primal Chaos City Master and Through Ridge Master's two domain treasures clashed, this Master of Banfu brought out Oro Realm. He actually also had a peak domain treasure, and he had been hiding it all this time. Humph, Banfu Lord laughed mockingly at Luo Feng, in this mission, I'll be in charge of killing you. How could I not have prepared well? It's just that I needed a soul attack at the start. I was afraid I'd use your world to scare you and let you escape. Hence I waited till now. With the top-level domain treasure to help, when we fight, you'll be weaker while I'll be stronger. That way, you'll die even faster. I don't have time to waste with you. Very good. Luo Feng smiled. Very good, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Banfa Lord felt something amiss. Banfa Lord. I'll let you have a taste of my strongest move after stepping into the Universe Lord level. I've endured for so long, waiting for this moment, and right now, it's about time. I reckon many of the knights from the three-race alliance have already entered the danger zone. Luo Feng smiled. What did you say? Banfa Lord's expression changed slightly, after which he laughed coldly. Whatever moves you have, don't waste time. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng looked at the endless jade green lights. Along with his laughter, the entire sky and land immediately darkened, countless gray energy currents madly surged. In an instant, the entire sky and land seemed to have entered another world. This was a chaotic world, filled with endless chaos energy currents, his strongest natural ability. I am the universe. The moment I am the universe was unleashed, its largest diameter could reach 10 billion kilometers. Within that 10 billion kilometers, it would form an oval-shaped miniature universe. Why is the sky dark? Before it was black ocean water, after that it was an endless river. After that, there were countless jade green lights. Right now even the sky is completely dark. Don't tell me this is the legendary chaos energy flow? The demon race, bug race, and automaton race in the danger zone, the large number of supremacies and universe overlords from the three alliances looked up curiously at the sky. The surroundings were still filled with the green light spots, but other than the green light spots, there was also the endless chaotic energy flow. Just the pressure produced by the chaotic energy flow caused them to hold their breaths. They felt that this chaotic energy flow could easily crush them. Luo Feng stood in mid-air, maintaining the 10 billion kilometers diameter miniature universe. Within it, he was the master. It's really powerful. Luo Feng closed his eyes, enjoying it immensely. Back when he killed Tianwu Knight, he was only an undying. Naturally the miniature universe he unleashed wasn't too strong. Even killing the Mist Knight required large amounts of chaos energy to be crushed by the universe grinder. But now, Luo Feng's god energy was 100 times purer. The entire miniature universe was 100 times stronger. Just a little chaos energy flow could easily crush an upper-level knight. One had to know, Luo Feng's 90,000 kilometers long god body hadn't even used 1/10,000th of it up till now. However, unleashing I Am the Universe consumed 10% of his god body every time, and it only lasted for 9 seconds. With so much god body consumption, one could imagine how terrifying this miniature universe was. 5 chapters completed. This was the 11,000 monthly votes added. Luo Feng's plans were beginning to be revealed. I've written too late tonight. Tomato won't be able to wake up tomorrow. I'll probably update later tomorrow. I'll push it back to 6 p.m. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Comment vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Compared to when he killed Tianhua back then, the miniature universe that was 2 whole levels stronger was able to completely wipe out the 3 Pinnacle Race Alliance's knights. This feeling of controlling the fates of thousands of knights made Luo Feng feel an unprecedented joy and excitement. I've been waiting for this moment. Luo Feng was extremely happy and crazy at this time. Back when the demon god charged into Purple Thorn Island to kill him, Luo Feng was indeed furious. However, very quickly he understood that this was the universe's law of strength. When he displayed his terrifying potential, the 3 pinnacle races wanting to eliminate him was understandable. Then what he had to do was make the 3 pinnacle races unwilling to mess with him, afraid that they would mess with him again. Just like how the 3 pinnacle races didn't want to mess with the Primal Chaos City leader. How to do it? Back then Luo Feng had formulated many plans for his rise to fame. The first plan was to simply kill the pinnacle overlord Tianhua, letting the trillions of races in the universe know that he, Luo Feng, had the strength of a universe lord. If the 3 pinnacle races just gave up, that would naturally be a good thing. Luo Feng wouldn't cause a huge ruckus, and he would have enough prestige in the vast universe. However, if the 3 pinnacle races really wanted to cause a huge ruckus, Luo Feng had many other plans. During the actual implementation, the worst situation occurred. Tianhua actually had the Flying Palace treasure White Needle, allowing him to escape and follow Luo Feng. As he didn't truly kill Tianhua, naturally the shock wasn't enough, plus he followed Luo Feng. Naturally the three pinnacle races decided to use the opportunity to eliminate Luo Feng. Actually, with Luo Feng's Masha clansman's abilities, he could easily shake off Tianhua Knight, and when the three pinnacle races' formations were still rough and crude, he could swiftly escape to the closest whirlpool pathway and escape. However, Luo Feng didn't do that. He allowed Tianhua to follow him. After a period of time, Luo Feng estimated that the three pinnacle races had already reached a consensus and had begun to deploy their forces. Only then did Luo Feng begin to shake off Tianhua. After shaking off Tianhua, Luo Feng didn't use all his strength to flee. At the start, he only relied on his earth body to fly and dodge. He was very clear that the three pinnacle races would definitely send many universe lords. After all, they were too weak to deal with him. When that happened, the Great Alliance would at least send universe lords to interfere. Hence, he could only rely on a large number of universe venerables to surround him and determine his whereabouts. At the start, Luo Feng didn't use the Masha clansman's domain. That was because he was afraid the three races wouldn't use it. After the large amounts of knights surrounded him, Luo Feng began his slaughter. The Masha clansman used its natural talent domain to be shockingly fast, causing the knights to have no way to escape. And the real result was indeed ruthless. Over 800 universe supremacies were killed. Of course, this was just the appetizer. The universe lords sent by the three-race alliance, Master Ban Fu, had finally arrived. Luo Feng welcomed him without fear. Actually, Luo Feng had long wanted to battle with the universe lord to test his abilities. With the calamity armor and Yu Xiang on him, the golden horned beast with the star pagoda, not to mention the universe lord, he was the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng had the confidence to survive. Fighting the Lord of Banfu was just a test of his abilities. What truly caused the three races alliance to feel heartache and regret, this was his strongest mystic technique. I am the universe. I am the universe had a diameter of 10 billion kilometers, and over half of the people surrounding Luo Feng on the primal planet had already entered this range. The current I am the universe was ridiculously powerful. Of his many techniques, probably only the Star Pagoda could surpass it. Killing the knights was simply a blink of an eye. At this point, the plan had just reached its climax. The majestic Dragon Emperor stood in mid-air. He had been working hard to control the space around him, interfering with the space that the other universe lords couldn't control. Although he couldn't control it, he could faintly sense an incomparably huge and terrifying aura in the distance. This aura shocked even him. Primal chaos, what's going on? What's going on? Dragon Emperor asked anxiously. Don't tell me the three races have some special techniques? He didn't know the situation. And the Primal Chaos City Master who controlled the Thousand Treasures River was very clear that his Thousand Treasures River had already touched that huge miniature universe. This is. The Primal Chaos City leader was extremely shocked. It already has a trace of the Primal Universe. This kind of secret technique was probably the strongest secret technique of the Master of the Universe. Who used the secret technique? Could it be that Banfu has already comprehended the strongest secret technique of the Master of the Universe? The Primal Chaos City leader was extremely shocked. The techniques created by the Universe Lord were separated into the Pinnacle and the Ultimate. However, the Ultimate techniques of the Universe Lord had different levels too. Some barely made it past the threshold of the Ultimate level, while others reached the limits of the Ultimate level. This was the Universe Lord's strongest technique. It represented a limit that a Universe Lord could reach. Those who could create such a mystic art were all famous lords of the universe. Like the Primal Chaos City leader, the Nine Underworlds leader, if the Banfu leader can do it, then that's not good. The Primal Chaos City leader was frustrated. From the surface, he didn't even know who unleashed this miniature universe. This is. Lord Tongling was equally shocked. His floating mountain sea had also come into contact with this miniature universe, and he could sense the boundless might contained within it. The Universe Lord's strongest technique? The Tong Mountain leader immediately deduced. It was simple. If this technique could transform God energy into the most basic chaos energy, that would be the Universe Lord's limit. To surpass such a technique, only the universe's strongest could do it. Who created it? Luo Feng? Impossible. Banfu? Right, his mastery of the soul can be said to be at the pinnacle of the universe lords. It's not strange that he could create it. The Tong Mountain leader sighed. I didn't expect that even I couldn't create such a technique, yet Banfa beat me to it. The ultimate technique wasn't difficult for the universe lords. As long as they spent enough time, they could achieve it. However, the ultimate limit, the legendary universe lord's strongest technique, was something most universe lords couldn't even create. Primitive Planet 02933, the miniature universe suddenly appeared. Outside the miniature universe, the City Master of Primal Chaos, the Dragon Master, the Mountain Master, and some other masters of the universe did not know who cast it. Many even believed that it was Master of Banfu who cast it. However, within the miniature universe, Banfu, you actually created the strongest technique? A towering beast with 6 thick claws and a long nose noticed the endless chaotic airflow around it. It was startled at first, then it immediately let out a sound. The sound echoed in the aura realm of the turquoise light spots. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Banfu. A humanoid lord of the universe with black scales on his head and 3 eyes that glowed with a dark red light spoke up as well. This time, the 3 races sent a total of 9 universe lords. The other 6 universe lords were scattered in different directions. Banfa Lord and Luo Feng were engaged in battle. Simultaneously, the other 2 universe lords rushed into the danger zone. Suddenly, this isn't a secret technique that I used. It's Luo Feng, it's the human Luo Feng. An incomparably furious voice swiftly resounded around the 2 universe lords. What? The 2 universe lords were completely dumbfounded. How was that possible? Quickly, work with me to break this technique. The strongest technique is extremely powerful. Even my top-level domain treasures can't break it. Banfa leader urged anxiously. All right. Together. They didn't have time to be shocked that Luo Feng was the one who unleashed it. The other 2 universe lords immediately understood that things weren't looking good. Such a huge miniature universe, the amount of knights within would definitely be many. The moment they were killed, to reverse time and space and revive so many of them, even the 3 universe lords of the Alliance would be heavily injured. The moment Luo Feng's miniature universe formed, Banfa leader immediately knew something was amiss. He controlled his top-level domain treasure Aura World to attack the entire miniature universe. However, this was formed from Luo Feng's huge body's large amounts of god energy through the complicated miniature universe engravings. His stability was unbelievable. Luo Feng, don't be rash. As Banfa leader attacked, he communicated to the distant Luo Feng, there are a total of over 6,000 knights here. These are the 3 Great Alliance's knights, not just our Bug Clan Alliance. There are many more races involved. If you kill them, you'll incur the wrath of many races. The amount of god energy used to revive the bodies of over 6,000 knights is astronomical. The price to revive them is terrifyingly high. If you do that, the consequences will be dire. The 3 Great Alliance will definitely go crazy. Banfa leader was panicking. The treasures of over 6,000 knights were important. But their lives were important too. These were all high-level knights, and even some universe overlords. Reviving an autarch of the universe required the strongest experts of the universe, and reviving 1 or 2 high-level venerables of the universe was a very difficult task even for an ordinary universe lord. If it was 10 or 100, only the extremely powerful and heaven-defying universe lords would be able to do it. Reviving over 6,000, my god. The strongest warriors of the 3 Great Alliance, universe lords all working together, all heavily injured, couldn't possibly revive them all. And to rely on the universe lord's own recovery abilities to slowly reverse space and revive over 6,000, how long would that take? If they paid a huge price to allow the universe lord to constantly recover and revive, that price would be ridiculously high. Compared to the price of reviving, these high-level knights mostly used sets of treasures, and a few treasures. Adding them all together, they could barely compare to a pinnacle domain treasure. Far less terrifying than the price of reviving. Offend the 3 Great Alliances? They'll go crazy? Ha ha ha, trying to kill me time and time again, destroying my soul, making me unable to revive forever. And they still want to negotiate with me? Floating in mid-air, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed coldly and crazily, simultaneously his hands pressed downwards. All of you, die. Rumble, the entire miniature universe's endless chaos energy was like a huge steel plate, pressing downwards. The countless jade-green lights were hard to defend against. No. The over 6,000 universe paragons from the bug race, demon race, and automaton races looked at the sky and cried out in shock. Following the loud rumbling sounds, it was as though the entire miniature universe was shaking, as though a huge steel plate had crushed thousands of flies into meat paste. One by one, the universe paragons were annihilated, even their treasures were crushed. P.S. The explosion is continuing. If you enjoyed it, please buy your monthly tickets, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The other two universe lords within the miniaturized cosmos were just about to fly towards the end of the miniaturized cosmos to destroy it. However, just as they were about to fly, the entire miniaturized cosmos origin source activated the boundless primal chaos air currents rumbled and crushed down, killing over 6,000 universe supremacies. The six-hoofed long-nosed beast and the three-eyed man, these two universe lords were completely shocked. They knew that this matter had gotten out of hand. Banfa Lord's eyes stared wide. His eyes burned with flames as he stared angrily at Luo Feng. How dare you? Ha ha ha, of course I'm not. You've all angered me and wanted to kill me, why would I hold back? If they dare to kill me, I dare to kill you too. Luo Feng roared fiercely. Within the vast miniature universe, endless chaos energy madly surged towards Luo Feng. Hua Luo Feng's body immediately expanded to over 1,000 kilometers. The blood shadow blade in his hand too was a few hundred km long. The chaos energy surged into the blade and infused within. In an instant, the surroundings of the blade became a blurry huge blade silhouette. Receive my blade. Luo Feng roared. Kill me? Arrogant. Banfa Lord wielded his long spear and roared as he rushed forward. Banfa Lord's spear carried the power of the Russian world, it affected space and time. Luo Feng's blade even carried the support of the miniature universe's origin laws, using the ultimate golden light technique to activate it. Rumble the moment the two collided, the powerful might caused the surroundings to instantly turn into a vacuum of nothingness. Regardless of whether it was the chaotic air currents or the green spots of light from the Oro realm, everything was blocked out. Even the flow of spatial particles was swept away. Banfa Lord's four hooves retreated rapidly. Luo Feng only retreated 2 steps. Ha ha ha. Luo Feng rushed forward again. What? Banfa Lord stared wide-eyed. He didn't expect to be at a disadvantage. Rumble. 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 At Lord of Banfu's level, the exchange of blows was extremely fast. They clashed again, and in just 3 seconds, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Each time, Lord of Banfu was suppressed. When the two of them collided for the last time, the entire miniaturized universe instantly dissipated, along with the chaotic air currents. Haha, Master of Banfu, I can't do anything to you, and there's no point in continuing to fight with you. I'll be leaving first. Luo Feng used the last exchange to swiftly flap his 4 wings, becoming a beam of light and swiftly flying into the distance. Simultaneously his voice resounded throughout the land and skies. You want to escape? Banfa Lord roared, becoming a beam of light and swiftly chasing. Simultaneously the Russian realm madly tried to stop Luo Feng. However, the Russian world may have been able to easily kill a universe tyrant, but Luo Feng's killing Wu Yu's wings broke through countless jade light obstructions, allowing his speed to continue soaring. Even though it was very slow, when Lord of Banfu was about 10,000 kilometers away from him, he still reached light speed and continued to fly. The two of them were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, flying one after the other. This time Luo Feng unleashed his miniature universe. Controlling the endless chaos energy to kill over 6,000 knights, the entire process of accumulating, mobilizing, and crushing took a total of 6 seconds. During this time, Luo Feng was also conversing with Banfa Lord. The battle lasted for 3 seconds. When the entire miniature universe lasted for 9 seconds, Luo Feng swiftly cut off the god energy supply, causing the miniature universe to automatically dissipate. Every time he unleashed it, it took at least 9 seconds. This was the shortest amount of time. In just a short while, Luo Feng's god body had been depleted by 10%. It's a pity that after the 6,000 knights died, they were too far away, their treasures were too hard for me to retrieve. Luo Feng muttered to himself as he flew, not without a sense of pride. Of course he was proud. Because this battle was destined to become an unforgettable, shocking event in the history of the universe. Causing over 6,000 knights, at least high level, to die at once, this was extremely rare even in the history of the countless powers in the universe. It was enough to shake the entire universe. And something as peculiar as Luo Feng's incident had never happened before. Over 6,000 knights coming to surround Luo Feng and getting wiped out in one fell swoop, this indeed had never happened before. Like the large-scale battles in the history of the universe, they were usually battles between the large powers of the universe, after which an absolute being would kill his way into the enemy's base and carry out a large-scale massacre, etc. Luo Feng swiftly flew, glancing behind and communicating, "Banfa Lord, you can't do anything to me, why are you still chasing? Bastard." Banfa Lord was behind, unwilling to give up. This matter had gotten out of hand. This wasn't a large-scale battle that involved the annihilation of the entire race. Just one operation to surround and kill Luo Feng actually caused the 3 great races to suffer such a huge loss? And the one responsible for killing Luo Feng, Banfa Lord, was naturally filled with rage. Thousand Treasure River. Luo Feng continued to fly towards the distant Thousand Treasure River. One had to know that the clashes between Thousand Treasure River and Fu Shanhai were based on the battle between Luo Feng and Banfa Lord. Luo Feng very quickly flew into the Thousand Treasure River domain. Haha. Luo Feng was in Thousand Treasure River, turning back to look at Banfa Lord, who had already stopped. "Why aren't you chasing? Luo Feng, don't get cocky." Banfa Lord's voice was low and filled with rage. "I admire your strength, you are powerful, actually able to create the strongest technique. However, this matter won't end so easily. Killing over 6,000 high-level sages from the 3 alliances, how could the 3 alliances not go crazy? Then I'll wait." Luo Feng smiled. "You won't be able to handle it." Banfa Lord stared at Luo Feng. "Ah, is that so?" Luo Feng smiled, turning and flying towards the depths of Thousand Treasure River. "Humph." Lord Banfu immediately turned around and flew back. At the same time, he controlled the Oro realm to sweep up the treasures left behind by the 6,000+ dead universe supremacies, causing them to fly towards him. However, no matter how fast the treasures flew, they couldn't exceed 300,000 kilometers per second, and these treasures were scattered everywhere. There were many that were billions of km away from him. It would take a long time to reach. When the Primal Chaos City leader saw the miniature universe earlier, he immediately felt something was amiss. Banfa Lord created the strongest technique? Not good. Luo Feng is in deep trouble this time. However, since he's forced to this point, it seems like the soul control and soul infiltration failed. However, with the death of his body, the treasures will be lost. He's out? The Primal Chaos City leader suddenly realized the miniature universe had dispersed and Luo Feng was flying towards him. Even though due to the obstruction of the Russian world, Thousand Treasure River was unable to scan the treasures left behind by the dead knights. However, after Luo Feng flew into the river, Banfa Lord's furious roar echoed throughout the river. The Primal Chaos City leader naturally knew about it. The content of the roar was, "I admire your strength, you are powerful, actually being able to create the strongest technique. However, this matter won't end so easily. Killing over 6,000 high-level knights from the 3 great alliances, how could the 3 great alliances not go crazy?" The Primal Chaos City leader was truly shocked. Luo Feng. Within Thousand Treasure River, a voice resounded in his ears. "Teacher." Luo Feng said. "That Universe Lord's strongest technique was unleashed by you?" "Yes." Luo Feng immediately admitted. "You killed over 6,000 universe supremacies?" "Yes, I killed them all, don't leave a single one alive." Luo Feng said. The Primal Chaos City leader was silent. Luo Feng could unleash the Universe Lord's strongest technique. Luo Feng had killed over 6,000 knights at once, with the lowest being an upper-level knight. These two pieces of news, even a being like the Primal Chaos City leader was stunned, finding it hard to comprehend, wondering how such a thing could happen. Miracle. In the universe, indeed anything can happen. The Primal Chaos City leader muttered to himself, after which he communicated, Luo Feng, from now on, you are a universe lord. Your disciple doesn't dare lie to teacher, actually your disciple hasn't truly become a universe lord yet. Luo Feng said. Hiding it, he had to hide it from the other races and outsiders. Like his teacher, there was no need to hide it, and his teacher understood him deeply, he should be able to see through it. If I say you are a universe lord, then you are a universe lord. Right now, what's the difference between you and a true universe lord? Even if you cross that threshold in the future, it'll just make your body a little stronger, adding another ability to control time and space, that's all. The Primal Chaos City leader said, stepping into the universe lord level won't increase your strength by much anymore. Luo Feng understood what his teacher meant. When other warriors stepped into the universe lord level, 1. Their body would rise, 2. Their comprehension of the laws would rise, allowing them to create stronger techniques, their techniques would also rise by 2 to 3 levels. Overall, their battle strength would naturally be much stronger than when they were universe lords. However, Luo Feng was different. Luo Feng's techniques had already reached the peak of the universe lord level, the strongest technique. Even when he stepped into the universe lord level, only his god energy would be pure, his control of time and space wouldn't be of much help in a battle against a universe lord. Empress, Luo Feng unleashed the universe lord's strongest technique, its power is overwhelming, forming a huge world with a diameter of over 10 billion kilometers, immediately causing the 6,000 overnights within that area to fall. Even though Banfa Lord was having a headache, he still sent the news to the Bug Empress. Actually, he didn't even need to send the message, many of the Knights' clones were destroyed simultaneously, a total of over 6,000 of the Knights from the 3 Great Alliances were destroyed. This had already caused many races in the 3 Great Alliances to rage, panic and roar. This shocked the upper echelon of the 3 Great Alliances, the universe lords of the 3 Great Alliances all roared with rage, if Luo Feng doesn't die, will our 3 Great Alliances still have any face? This is a scandal of our 3 Great Alliances. Kill Luo Feng, we have to kill him. How do we kill him, who will do it? Do we think the Great Alliance is stupid? The universe lords argued endlessly, all of them felt humiliated, the other powers of the universe would treat the 3 Great Alliances as a joke, and Luo Feng would step on them and become famous in the universe. This was something the universe lords of the 3 Great Alliances couldn't tolerate. The 2 strongest experts of the demon race, Demon Ancestor Dream and Demon Ancestor Zhen, the Queen of the Zerg race, and the Godfather of the Automaton race, gathered under such circumstances to discuss this matter seriously. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived. Tomato will continue writing the 3rd chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. This ancient and silent space seemed to be frozen, it was incredibly stifling. For thoughts formed into 4 huge silhouettes, each in 3 different directions. Of which the huge silver-white snake head and a sawtooth armored beast were in the same direction. The silhouette was in another direction. The huge oval black ball silhouette was in another direction. Everyone knows the situation. The silhouette of the Bug Clan Queen's voice was as gentle as ever, filled with endless charm. Luo Feng unleashed the universe lord's strongest technique, forming a miniature universe, instantly causing over 6,000 knights to fall within it, and forcing Banfa Lord to retreat, escaping back to his teacher, the Primal Chaos City Lord's 1,000 Treasure River domain. Queen, Banfa Lord was chosen by you. The black ball silhouette raged. An ancient voice came out of the sawtooth-shelled alien beast's mouth. Insectoid Queen, this matter was carried out by your Insectoid Alliance's Lord of Banfu. In the end, it's your Insectoid race that has to bear more responsibility. You all agreed too. The Bug Queen's voice was cold. What's more, Luo Feng was able to unleash the Universe Lord's strongest technique. Which one of you could have expected that? It was completely unexpected. Even if your Demon Alliance or Automaton Alliance sent Universe Lords, could they have done better? The 2 demon ancestors and Automaton Godfather naturally understood this logic, however the losses were still huge. Even though some of the 6,000 knights had clones, they were after all very few. Along with the 800 Luo Feng killed earlier, adding it all up, the number of knights that needed to be revived was about 7,000. And they were all at least high-level knights. This was a terrifying number. This involved the distribution of responsibilities, which of the three sides had to shoulder more. Hence, right from the start, the demon and automaton race had already mentioned that Banfo Lord wasn't able to carry out the task well, obviously to prepare for more requests later on. Humph. The Bug Queen snorted coldly. Our three sides, each have their own knights, come and revive. Don't even think of making our Bug Clan alliance take more responsibility. Queen. The huge silver-white snake head spoke. For this mission, our demon alliance has sent the most number of universe supremacies. On that primitive planet, our demon alliance has more than half of our universe supremacies. More than half of the universe paragons that died were from our demon alliance. In the operation, we contributed the most, but now we have to bear the most responsibility? This is not fair. I didn't force the demon race to send so many universe supremacies, said the insect race queen. You all volunteered. You naturally have to bear the responsibility for the deaths of so many. Moreover, we said at that time, the fallen universe supremacies will naturally be borne by their respective alliances. Previously, no one had expected that so many universe venerables would die. They even thought that the number of knights that died would be very few. Only after Luo Feng's Masha clansmen appeared did the three alliances realize they had miscalculated. However, this was still within an acceptable range. However, the final great extinction caused the three great alliances to feel heartache. The three parties argued. Even someone as noble as the strongest expert in the universe would not easily lower his head when it came to the interests of his race. This was because the benefits involved this time were extremely huge. Reviving a high-level venerable would cause a universe lord to be heavily injured. Only those with extraordinary talent, such as the World Tree, the Mountain Giant, and other lords of the universe with extremely large divine bodies, could revive more. The number of revived venerables had nothing to do with strength, it was related to the divine body, the more resistant they were. The more they revived, however, there were after all too many this time, about 7,000 of them. Just those fallen universe overlords alone made the four strongest experts of the universe feel immense pressure. And how many universe lords did the three great alliances have in total? With all the strong heavily injured, there was no way to revive so many venerables. From what I see, the black ball silhouette said. There's no need to argue. Our three alliances will go invite the 9 underworld lord. Let the lord of the netherworld come back to life. His sea of the netherworld was comparable to a supreme treasure. It can definitely revive 7,000 venerables. The more they revive, the stronger the universe punishment. The silver snake head said. With the 9 underworld lord's ability, his 9 underworld ocean can indeed withstand the terrifying punishment. However, most of the 7,000 venerables have never been to the 9 underworld ocean. The 9 underworld lord has to come to our three alliances to revive. However, the 9 underworld ocean can't be moved. Just the 9 underworld lord's split body. At the start, one of his bodies could revive a universe venerable. Even if he teleported one body over each time, towards the end, the punishment would be even stronger. One of his bodies might not even be able to withstand the punishment, he wouldn't even be able to revive a universe venerable. The three alliances went silent once more. Reversing space-time to revive experts would be punished by the universe's laws. This was going against the universe's laws. Going against it once, twice, thrice, going against it too many times would be provoking the universe's origin. The punishment would also become heavier. Of course, the 9 underworld ocean was boundless and could definitely withstand it. However, the 9 underworld ocean couldn't be moved. Asking all the universe lords from our three alliances to revive is impossible. The black ball silhouette said. This will cause our three alliances to be unprecedentedly weak. And if we don't revive or delay it, that won't do either. Since we've made a promise, we have to carry it out. From what I see, we should invite those special lifeform universe lords with huge bodies. The black ball said. Our three alliances have quite a few of them. Like the Northern Border Alliance and Ancestral God Sect, there are many of them. If we invite them, each of them can revive up to 100 knights or even more. After we revive the universe lords, we can probably revive a few more knights too. The strongest of the universe swiftly discussed. Their consciousness revolved at shocking speeds, swiftly coming up with a detailed plan. This was already the plan with the lowest cost. The three alliances would share it equally, every alliance would lose a pinnacle domain treasure. This made the four strongest of the universe feel heartache. The revival plan has been decided. Let's talk about that Luo Feng. The black ball silhouette said. Luo Feng, we have to kill him. The Bug Clan Empress said. He has a natural body technique and is extremely strong. Even the universe lords can't do anything to him. Unless we act. However, there are only 4 of us, do we have to all act? That would be a joke. And if we act alone, just one of us, how can we catch up to him on Primal Star? The sawtooth armored beast's voice was ancient. However, I agree with your point of view. This time, our 3 alliances plan has failed and we've suffered a huge loss. If we just end it like this, then our 3 alliances will become the laughingstock of the entire universe. Even if we kill a body, we have to kill his other body to end it. Right. The huge silver snake head spoke. Kill his doppelgangers and take away his treasures. Otherwise, if we let him leave arrogantly, we'll be laughed at even more. The black ball silhouette said. Luo Feng has the Masha clansman. His speed is extremely fast. We're afraid we won't make it in time. The ancient voice said. Even if he escapes Primal Star. The Bug Clan Empress said coldly. However, her voice was still filled with charm. We'll continue to chase and kill him. We have to kill him at least once and take his treasure. That way, we can barely make up for the humiliation of this failure. These 4 high and mighty existences understood, at the moment Luo Feng killed over 6,000 knights, it was destined that the 3 great alliances had lost their face. Even if they could kill one of his bodies, it would still be a loss of face. However, if they didn't kill his body and allowed him to slap the 3 alliances in the face, they would still be able to get away with it. That would be even more shameful and they would become laughingstocks. Let the other universe lords chase after his tracks. It's best if they can tie him down. Dream Tea, you do it. Alright. Primal Star 02933. Within the Thousand Treasure River domain, a blurry Primal Chaos City leader silhouette appeared before Luo Feng. Of course the real Primal Chaos City leader was 30 billion kilometers away from Luo Feng. Teacher, you're sending me to my death? Luo Feng was shocked. You've done well this time. Our great alliance is cheering for you. If Teacher was in the same situation as you, I'd do the same. The Primal Chaos City leader silhouette said. Even though you've done it, the 3 alliances were in the wrong. They wanted to kill you first. Hence, even if you did it, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Luo Feng nodded. Between the superpowers, the universe lords usually forbade massacres. If they did, it would be a provocation to the other side. Even causing a war would be normal. However, this time, the 3 alliances wanted to kill Luo Feng. However, they fell at his hands. Naturally, it wouldn't cause a war. Even if they can't do anything, they still have to protect their face. The 3 superpowers have suffered so much at your hands. If they don't make a sound and take it, they'll be laughed at by the entire universe. The Primal Chaos City leader silhouette said. They'll definitely make a move. Even the strongest warrior of the universe will descend. Luo Feng thought within. They have to protect their face. Hence, they have to kill you. Even if it's just one of your clansmen. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Leave the treasures with the other clansmen. Send any one of them, like your Masha clansman, and send it to its death. It's just a Masha clansman without any treasures. It'll just use up a bit of your god energy. Then the 3 alliances will use this chance to publicly kill you. It'll be considered as an end to this matter, saving some face. What do you think? The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng thought quietly. He wasn't a fool. If he didn't have a series of plans beforehand, he would have nodded. After all, the Masha clansman dying at the hands of the strongest warrior of the universe wasn't too shameful. However, with this, his other blood cloud plan couldn't be executed. Teacher, I won't tangle with them. However, I'm not willing to send myself to my death. Luo Feng said directly. Teacher, you know my capabilities. I can easily escape from the primal star. Even if you escape from the primal star, they'll continue to chase and kill you. The primal Chaos City leader said. Use the Masha clansman to die and we'll end this matter. P.S. This is 12,000 votes. Tomato, go write the next chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The primal Chaos City leader silhouette from Thousand Treasure River smiled. They can easily kill you, of course they know you're sending yourself to your death. However, all they want is face. You're a newly risen individual, lowering your head to the three great powers, it's nothing. And this time over 6,000 knights were killed at once, it's enough to shock the entire universe. Your name has spread far and wide, no warrior dares to look down on you, including the strongest in the universe. Luo Feng nodded. Even the opposing three great alliances, even if they wanted to kill him, they had to admit, they didn't dare look down on him. Teacher, letting my Masha clansmen escape is equivalent to letting them kill me. Luo Feng shook his head, sending myself to my death, I don't like it. Even if they want to kill me in the future, they'll have to rely on their own strength to do so. Since you've decided to do so, teacher won't stop you, only the grudge between you and the three great alliances will only grow. What's there to be afraid of? Luo Feng smiled, his smile filled with absolute confidence. He, Luo Feng, stood tall in the universe, relying on himself, naturally he didn't fear any warrior. Alright. The primal Chaos City leader silhouette nodded, whatever needs to be done, just do it. Yes. Luo Feng smiled, immediately letting the Masha clansman out, his earth body entering the world ring. Shwa shwa shwa, Masha Luo Feng's silhouette flickered constantly, within Thousand Treasure River's domain he wasn't affected at all. Every second, he maintained a speed of millions of km, within a minute or two, he reached the nearest whirlpool pathway. One had to know, there were a total of 10,081 whirlpools on a primal planet. Every whirlpool pathway was about 1 billion kilometers apart. Time to go. Luo Feng immediately entered the whirlpool pathway and arrived at another primal planet, number 08293. Ha ha ha, Masha Luo Feng once again unleashed his natural ability domain. Within 5 minutes, he entered yet another whirlpool pathway and headed towards another primal planet. This was the natural ability domain. Natural abilities were all innate, some couldn't even be learned, like the body technique, even many universe lords were envious of it. As for the domain, it allowed the Masha clones to fuse with the space around them and then leave. How could they fuse? This was because the Masha clansman was actually the life crystal core with 10,081 facets. Before it transformed, it had formed a resonance with the laws of space and was extremely sensitive. But he still couldn't fuse with the space. However, after absorbing the essence of the spatial heart, the vitality crystal core had transformed and completely fused with space. Even the masters of the universe and the strongest experts of the universe were unable to completely fuse with space and become a part of it. About 10 minutes after Luo Feng left the planet 02933, a majestic winding huge silver snake silhouette came out of the whirlpool pathway, floating in mid-air. Boom boundless might instantly filled the entire primitive star, and a powerful will also enveloped the entire primitive star, instantly taking over control of the spacetime on this primitive star. The other lords of the universe's control over spacetime was far from being comparable to the universe's strongest expert. The universe's strongest expert could even make the universe's operating laws temporarily retreat. Of course, the primordial star was the place closest to the origin of the universe. The origin of the universe could not be provoked, and even the strongest experts in the universe could not teleport here. Even their flying speed could not surpass the speed of light. After all, in a true battle with the origin of the universe, the strongest would still be at a disadvantage. Ancestor Dream. All the universe lords, including the primal Chaos City leader and dragon leader, all expressed their respect. Primal Chaos, where's your disciple Luo Feng? Ancestor Dream's voice traveled through spacetime, resounding in the primal Chaos City leader's ears. My disciple Luo Feng has long left this primitive star. The primal chaos city leader smiled. Since ancestor dream has come, then dragon leader and I will leave first. Let's go. The primal chaos city leader and dragon leader swiftly flew towards the whirlpool pathway not far behind them, entering it and leaving the primitive star. Humph. A cold snort resounded throughout the entire primitive star. Ancestor Dream was obviously furious. You 9 universe lords, begin heading to the other primitive stars, search them one by one and find traces of Luo Feng. Ancestor Dream ordered. Yes. The universe lord's search efficiency was extremely high. Arriving at a planet, they could immediately control the spacetime and easily search the entire planet. Luo Feng's Masha clansman disguise was useless. And each of the 3 races alliance had sent close to 10 universe lords to begin a large-scale search. After all, the treasure hunt on the primitive star this time had many universe lords on it. The only problem was that flying from one whirlpool pathway to another required quite a bit of time. Universe lords descended one by one, unleashing their control of spacetime, causing many of the universe lords on the primitive star to be extremely shocked. However, very quickly, they received news of the unbelievable event that happened on planet 02933. One had to know. The matter was so huge, it couldn't be covered up at all. Plus the Great Alliance had been secretly adding fuel to the fire. The news spread extremely quickly. Luo Feng repelled Banfu leader? Unleashing one technique and killing over 6,000 universe lords at once, they were all at least high level, and many of them were universe overlords? You're not joking, right? It's true. The news has spread long ago. Over 6,000 universe lords, killed in one move? Luo Feng has become a universe lord? My god. Blade River Emperor, no, he should be called Blade River Leader. Back then I was in the Ancestral God Sex Plaza watching his battle with Bark Mirror Emperor. How long has it been? 20,000 years and he's already become a universe lord? Miraculous, heavenly defying, this Luo Feng is too heavenly defying. Over 6,000 universe lords, if I can kill over 6,000 in one move, my name will spread throughout the universe and be sung by countless races. Even if I have to die immediately, I'd be willing. Crazy. The explosive news engulfed the trillions of races in the universe, countless warriors went crazy. This was simply a legend. Luo Feng rose at an unbelievable speed, reaching a point where countless of them looked up to him, standing at the pinnacle, shoulder to shoulder with the other universe lords. And they all unanimously changed the title of Luo Feng to Blade River Leader. Luo Feng indeed stepped on the 3 races, stepped on over 6,000 lords, and finally his name shook the universe. This was equivalent to announcing to the trillions of races that he, Luo Feng, had officially entered the pinnacle of the universe, number 03129 primal planet, within a hill. A man dressed in a blood-red armor, with a pair of golden horns on his head, wearing a mask and a tail extending from his armor, was leisurely leaning on a mound behind him. How relaxing. Luo Feng smiled. He used the Masha clansman to quickly pass through one whirlpool after another. After passing through 3 whirlpools, he stayed on this planet 03129, allowing the Masha clansman to swiftly enter the world ring, allowing the golden-horned beast to take on the appearance of the Blood Cloud Palace Lord before coming out. Right now, the Masha clansman and his earth body were both in the world ring. Outside was the Blood Cloud leader, the renowned Blood Cloud Hall Master. Ha ha ha, Luo Feng leaned on the mound and laughed. Carefree. Fleeing before was really annoying, and he still had to consider the benefits of the Great Alliance etc. Now that his identity had changed, to the Blood Cloud leader, he had nothing to worry about, the entire world was his enemy. This kind of freedom, the feeling of being able to do whatever he wanted, it was truly delightful. Luo Feng extended his hand and a long shuttle with red engravings appeared. The long shuttle was thick at one end and sharp at the other. It seemed normal, however in truth it was a form of the Star Pagoda after being disguised by the Blood Cloud Pearl. The Blood Cloud Pearl's disguising ability was extremely strong, of course it couldn't be too ridiculous. He couldn't very well disguise the Star Pagoda as a domain treasure, that definitely wouldn't work. The Star Pagoda was originally in the shape of a pagoda, thick at the bottom and sharp at the top. Now with the disguise, it had become an ancient long shuttle. From then on, this long shuttle was the Blood Cloud Leader's new weapon. When Luo Feng was leisurely lying on the primal planet for over an hour, a majestic silhouette stepped out of the whirlpool tunnel. He had a majestic body and a human form. On his head were 9 fiery red feelers, every one of them wrapped in flames. His eyes were like fiery red jade. He was the famous Heavy Fire Lord. Rumble endless pressure was immediately released, descending upon the entire primal planet. Ah, Universe Lord. The Universe Lord has arrived. Is he looking for the Blade River Lord Luo Feng again? The Universe Venerables from the various forces on the primitive planet were shocked at first. Then, they quietly discussed among themselves. Clearly, according to their information, the Universe Lords of the 3 great alliances, the Demon Race, the Bug Race, and the Mechanical Race, were conducting a large-scale search at this time. During the search, the Universe Lords from the other powers of the 10,081 primal planets were happily watching the show. They wanted to see whether the 3 great alliances would be busy until the end, or whether they would be able to kill Luo Feng. Heavy Fire Lord stood in mid-air, controlling time and space to scan the entire primal planet. While searching for Luo Feng, he discovered another being. A familiar life energy, a familiar pressure, a familiar armor, a familiar mask. This made Heavy Fire Lord's eyes filled with shock. Blood Cloud Leader. If Luo Feng had offended the 3 great alliances too much this time, then the Blood Cloud Leader had caused much more trouble. He was simply the nightmare of the trillions of races in the universe, the public enemy of the universe. Many universe supremacies and universe overlords had died at his hands. Even universe lords had been killed by him. I've discovered the Blood Cloud Leader. The Blood Cloud Leader is currently on number 03129 primal planet. Heavy Fire Lord immediately sent the news to the other upper echelon of the Demon Alliance, including Monster Dream and Monster Zhen. P.S. This is the 13,000 update. Today's update has been completed. Tomorrow's update will begin at 6 p.m. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ancestor Dream was still on that primal planet, quietly waiting for news. Number 08293 primal planet, no human Luo Feng found. Number 08448 primal planet, no human Luo Feng found. Number. The Masters of the Universe from the 3 alliances roamed the primordial stars. They quickly investigated and passed the information to Monster Ancestor Dream. Dream T, have you found Luo Feng? In the virtual space that covered the Dream Progenitor's secret realm, in front of the palace complex that belonged to Dream Progenitor Monster, a huge beast with a sawtooth shell came out of the darkness. It slowly descended and spoke to the silver snake below. Not yet. It's been so long and you still haven't found him? Ancestor Zhen roared softly. With Luo Feng's Masha clansman's speed, he's probably long escaped the primal planet, even returning to the human domain. I think so too. The huge silver snake head turned to look at the sawtooth beast. After all, normal universe night searching would be suicide, and universe lords, even in the 3 great alliances, there are only a few of them, and they're scattered everywhere. Just by rushing over, that Luo Feng would be able to escape very far. If he wanted to be found, he would have found out long ago. After so long and not finding him, Luo Feng must have returned to the human domain. Dream T, if that human Luo Feng has been hiding in the primal universe, what do we do? Ancestor Zhen asked. No choice. Ancestor Dream said, the primal universe is controlled by the Primal Chaos City leader. Even if we go there, we won't be a match for the Primal Chaos City leader who can control the entire primal universe. In the primal universe, the Primal Chaos City leader was invincible. The 2 of them were silent. This Luo Feng is actually so unwise. Ancestor Dream said, the 4 great races have fought for countless years, and no one has been able to destroy the other. As long as the strongest of the universe are there, the fights are all about face. Since this Luo Feng is able to unleash such a terrifying technique, he's obviously already a universe lord. Maybe he's not a universe lord. Ancestor Zhen said. Zhen Jiao, whether or not he's a universe lord doesn't make much of a difference. His battle strength is comparable to a universe lord's. Not only does he have the universe lord's ultimate technique, he even created the universe lord's strongest technique. These two techniques, one is at most a talent technique, while the other was created by himself. He also has many clones. The huge silver snake head swam slowly, and there was a hint of a sigh in its eyes. Even if we go and destroy it, I'm afraid that we can only destroy a clone. We won't be able to hurt its core. If we can't get rid of him, it will only be a fight for face. If he's smart, he'll send a clone over. Die. That's the end of this matter. Demon Ancestor Dream was a little angry. But he ran away and made the three alliances lose face, so, this hatred is even greater. The three great alliances won't let him off easily in the future. Even though the three great alliances really wanted to kill Luo Feng, after all Luo Feng had made them suffer too much this time. However, they were the ones who set Luo Feng up first. Secondly, Luo Feng had the Great Alliance behind him. There was also the Ancestor God cult. After all, the Hong Alliance was one of the 9 superpowers in the universe. The Ancestral God sect was also protecting Luo Feng from behind, with Luo Feng being so strong, unless the 4 great races fought to the death, they wouldn't be able to touch Luo Feng. So he could only swallow this pain for now. If Luo Feng lowered his head, then their future battles wouldn't be too crazy. But now, at least Luo Feng and the 3 great alliances didn't even have a chance to recover. Demon Ancestor Dream, Xian Monster, I've discovered the Blood Cloud Palace Leader. The Blood Cloud Palace Leader is currently on Primal Planet 03129. An urgent message arrived suddenly, shocking Demonic Ancestor Dream and Demonic Ancestor Xian, who were talking about Luo Feng. Blood Cloud Palace Leader? Both Demon Forefather Dream and Demon Forefather Xian were shocked. That punk actually came out? Xian Monster was filled with shock. He dares to come out? Humph, that madman. Demon Ancestor Dream was filled with rage. That's right, he's disappeared for millions of eras. It's rare for a primal planet to open. On it, it's very hard for the universe's strongest to kill him. It's not strange for him to appear. What do we do? Xian Monster said. Of course we spread the news, let all the powers in the universe know. Demon Ancestor Dream said, this Blood Cloud Palace Leader's escaping ability is extremely strong. Just our Demon Alliance alone has no way of taking him down. What's more, to kill him, we'll have to pay a huge price. He's the universe's public enemy. Let everyone attack. Together, isn't that good? Xian Monster nodded. How long has it been? He still dares to appear. Demon Ancestor Dream's eyes gleamed with coldness. The Demon Race Alliance took the initiative to spread the news that the Blood Cloud Hall Master had appeared on Primitive Planet 03129. Soon, the Insect Race Alliance, the Machine Race Alliance, the Human Race Alliance, the Astral Beast Alliance, the Prison Race Alliance, the Crystal Race Alliance, the Northern Border Alliance, the Ancestor God Sect. Aside from the 9 superpowers, the Thorny Ring Alliance, the 9 Territories Alliance, and other slightly weaker forces also knew about it. Ancestral God Sect, Ancestral God Palace. A furious voice resounded. Blood Cloud Palace Leader? Blood Cloud actually appeared? He still dares to appear. Feng Tian God Lord, you will lead your 3 universe lords to the primal planet and kill that Blood Cloud. Yes, Ancestral God. One of the Ancestral God Sect's Divine Lord Protector, God Lord Feng Tian, immediately left the Ancestral God Palace with the other 3 universe lords. It's actually Blood Cloud. The Northern Border Alliance was one of the 9 great powers of the universe. In terms of experts, supremacies, and races, they had the most. Similarly, back then, when the Blood Cloud Hall Master was rampaging through the universe, his ferocious might filling the skies and killing countless, the one who paid the greatest price was also the Northern Border Alliance. They died too tragically. A large number of powerhouses had fallen. Peak universe overlords had fallen. Even a universe lord had fallen. There was no enmity, but just because he did not like a certain expert, the Blood Cloud Palace Leader started a massacre. There were some experts who went to flatter the Blood Cloud Palace Leader and tried to rope him into the North Border Alliance, but they were still trampled, imprisoned, and finally killed. In short, the Blood Cloud Palace Leader was a madman. Extremely evil. To be able to offend almost all the great powers of the universe was a kind of ability. After disappearing for more than 3 million eras, when the hatred from back then surged in the minds of the experts, the upper echelons of the North Border Alliance could not bear it either. The Blood Cloud Hall Master had undisguised contempt and disdain towards the Northern Frontier Alliance all those years ago, and he had slapped and humiliated them time and time again. Madman. This madman actually dares to show himself. Does he think that on the original star, the strongest of the universe can only fly, so he's safer? Leave it to me, I'll teach him a lesson and kill him. I want to go too. He killed me back then, luckily the Alliance leader reversed time and space to revive me. Finally, I've become a universe lord. The hatred of killing me back then, the hatred of humiliating me, I have to go too. Very quickly, a total of 12 universe lords wanted to kill the Blood Cloud Palace leader. Space Beast Alliance, Space God Mountain. Blood Cloud? He still dares to show himself? The space primogenitor roared, the humiliation of our alliance back then, we'll use his death to wash it away. Primogenitor, I'll go kill him. I'll go too. This despicable bastard, back then when I just arrived, he fled without a trace. This matter cannot be left out of the Golden Horn bloodline. Very quickly, including the Universe Lords on the original star, the Space Beast Alliance decided to send 4 Universe Lords to resolve this matter. And the 4 Universe Lords they sent were all extraordinary. Hong Alliance, Virtual Universe Hong Alliance City, Hong Alliance Palace. The creator of Xianxia sat in the main seat, the other palace leaders sat around him. The Blood Cloud Palace leader, that old bastard, actually appeared. He disappeared for 3 million eras and still dares to appear. Xianxia. What should we do? The Blood Cloud Palace leader didn't really offend us. Among all the powers in the universe, only we haven't suffered much from him. I think we shouldn't get involved in this matter. You all know the Blood Cloud Palace leader's methods. His Blood Cloud Palace is an escaped treasure, it's already escaped many times. There was much discussion within the alliance, but no one was willing to get involved. After all, the Blood Cloud Palace leader didn't offend them. If they got involved, and the Blood Cloud Palace leader took revenge, they would be in trouble. Let's see what the outcome will be when all the powers work together to deal with the Blood Cloud Palace leader. Xianxia said. Number 03129, Primordial Star. Beside a mound. Dressed in a blood-red battle robe and wearing a blood-red mask, the Blood Cloud Palace master was leaning against the mound behind him, looking very relaxed and at ease. It's really crazy. From the news from Hong Alliance City, I reckon all the powers in the universe are going crazy. Teacher, you're too powerful. You've offended all the powers in the universe, other than the Great Alliance, to kill you. Luo Feng sighed within. With the change in status, even the Ancestral God sect and the Space Beast Alliance who were close to him would probably want to kill him. It's about time. The news is about time. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately stood up. Luo Feng looked up at his surroundings, saying softly, controlling time and space to monitor my movements, I reckon all the powers have begun to move. Ha ha ha, come on, if you want to kill me, come on, don't get killed by me in the end. Hua, dressed in a blood-red battle robe, with a pair of golden horns, Luo Feng broke through the skies and flew into the distance. The Deep Fire Lord who had been controlling space and time naturally monitored the movements of the Blood Cloud Palace. Naturally he could hear Luo Feng's words easily. This made the Deep Fire Lord's expression change. He knew he could control space and time, that Blood Cloud Palace leader definitely knew. However, he didn't expect him to be this arrogant. The Blood Cloud Palace is making the move. He's moving. He's heading towards the closest whirlpool pathway. Master of Deep Fire immediately reported to Ancestor Meng and Ancestor Zhen. However, all the powers in the universe were moving, obviously they hadn't formed a perfect encirclement yet. Master of Deep Fire, I order you to tie down the Blood Cloud Palace leader. Stop him. Ancestor Meng's order was immediately given. P.S. First chapter has arrived, even though the monthly votes were lagging behind, no matter what, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied if he lost. Tomato continued writing the second chapter. *, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. I'll stop him? Deep Fire Lord was immediately unwilling. Even though he was from the Demon Alliance, he wasn't a demon, but the leader of a strong race. The Blood Cloud Hall Master's ferocious reputation spread far and wide, and he had even killed 2 masters of the universe. His strength was definitely at the pinnacle of universe lords. Even though he, the Deep Fire Lord, wasn't weak, he was still lacking. Just hold him back. Demon Ancestor Dream ordered. What's more, you still have a clone. Even though I have a clone, this old punk hasn't appeared in over 3 million eras. I have no way of predicting what he has up his sleeves. If this clone of mine dies, the treasures will be taken by him. And I still have the Suppression Valley token. Deep Fire Lord wasn't willing to take the risk. He was the leader of a strong race, the entire race depended on him. If this clone of yours dies, when the Blood Cloud leader dies, he'll naturally return your treasures to you. Demon Ancestor Dream said, if the Blood Cloud leader escapes this, the Alliance will compensate half of your losses. Humph, you're also the famous Deep Fire Lord, don't tell me you can't even protect your life against him? Alright. Since the Demon Ancestor has promised, then I'll go hold him back. Deep Fire Lord didn't hesitate anymore. Rumble, he became a beam of light and swiftly chased after Luo Feng. Luo Feng wasn't far from the Deep Fire Lord, just a few 100 million-kilometer Luo Feng was flying through the skies. Blood Cloud Leader, wait a moment. A powerful voice resounded in his ears. Humph, Luo Feng laughed coldly and continued forward. Blood Cloud Leader, I, the Deep Fire Lord, wish to have a chat with you. That powerful voice said again. Obviously the Deep Fire Lord didn't really wish to fight with Luo Feng. After all, the other powers had enmity with Luo Feng, while he himself didn't have much enmity with Luo Feng. As long as he could hold Luo Feng back, that would be a huge contribution. If the Blood Cloud leader died after this, he would naturally get a share of the treasures. Deep Fire Lord. You think I'm as stupid as you? Luo Feng said softly. You, the master of Deep Fire, was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Hall Master Blood Cloud had enemies all over the universe. He was just too ruthless. He clearly had no enmity with Hall Master Blood Cloud, but just by speaking to him, Hall Master Blood Cloud had directly called him a fool. Wasn't this an insult to a master of the universe? If any other expert had said this, the Master of Deep Flames would have roared in anger and wanted to fight. But these words were spoken by the infamous Blood Cloud Hall Master. His anger quickly dissipated. After all, that was Hall Master Blood Cloud's temperament to begin with. Otherwise, how could he have offended the major powers of the universe? One was flying in front, and the other was chasing behind. Hall Master Blood Cloud is escaping as fast as he can. I can't catch up with him, so I can only follow him for now. Master of Deep Fire followed him from afar. At the same time, he sent messages to Ancestor Demon Dream and Ancestor Zhen. After a while. Following that, Luo Feng flew into a whirlpool pathway. He has entered the Whirlpool Tunnel. The Whirlpool Tunnel leads to Primitive Planet 06231, Master of Deep Flame immediately reported. The news immediately spread from the Demon Alliance. It was all spread amongst the Absolute Beings. Within moments, everyone knew that Blood Cloud Hall Master had already entered Primitive Planet 06231. Star River Master, we are about to reach the coordinates of Blood Cloud Hall Master on Planet 03129. The 6 Universe Lords of the Northern Border Alliance were flying in the air above a primordial planet. Leading them was the Galaxy Lord, who held an extremely high position in the Northern Border Alliance. Although the Northern Border Alliance had 12 Universe Lords participating in this operation, the other 6 Universe Lords were already on the primordial planet and were rushing over from their respective primordial planets. Stop. Star River Master spoke. The other 5 silhouettes in mid-air stopped simultaneously. They all looked at the Star River Master, a tall dark space. Blood Cloud Hall Master has already left Planet 03129. He's arrived at Planet 06231 through the Whirlpool Tunnel. Star River Master said. Then what do we do? This is going to be troublesome. The other 5 felt that things weren't going well. What's the fastest route to the Whirlpool Tunnel on planet 06231? Star River Master ordered. We'll spend the least time traveling through 8 primitive planets, one of the universe lords said. In that case, let's go. Star River Master ordered. Boom, the 6 universe lords immediately changed direction. When the news spread, many of the factions chasing after Blood Cloud Hall Master were very dissatisfied. However, there was nothing they could do. Every primitive planet had a total of 10,081 whirlpool tunnels. This was one of the most difficult things to pursue. Perhaps, this was also one of the reasons why Blood Cloud Hall Master had appeared on a primitive planet. Deep Flame Master's towering figure also stepped into the whirlpool tunnel and entered another primitive planet. As soon as he entered, before he could even control the spacetime around him, Deep Flame Master looked into the distance in shock. In the distance, about 100 million kilometers away, there was an endless black fog spreading out. Within that endless black fog, there was a faintly discernible ancient palace. In front of that ancient palace, there was a figure standing in midair, seemingly indistinct in the black fog. Blood Cloud Hall. The Master of Deep Fire immediately recognized the famous treasure. Blood Cloud Hall was a top treasure of the Flying Palace. It was a whole level higher than Skywolf Hall. Incomparably sturdy, even the strongest experts in the universe would find it hard to destroy this Blood Cloud Hall. Moreover, it could emit a black fog that spanned over 100 billion kilometers. Black fog lingered around the majestic palace. This was Blood Cloud Hall. It was only by relying on Blood Cloud Hall that he could escape death. Time and time again. This Blood Cloud Hall Master actually didn't flee? Deep Flame Master was secretly shocked. Ha ha ha, Deep Flame Master, why, are you afraid? The black fog spread out, covering Deep Flame Master. His voice rang out, aren't you chasing me? It's been a long time since I've fought. Now, I'll give you this chance. Humph. Deep Flame Master snorted angrily. This Blood Cloud Hall Master actually didn't put him in his eyes at all. Haha, you really don't have the guts. The Blood Cloud Hall Master's voice resounded, then I won't keep you company. Blood Cloud, if you have the guts, don't flee. Deep Flame Master saw the Blood Cloud Hall Master continue to fly away. He immediately roared and became a beam of light and flew over. Ha ha ha. Rumble, the Blood Cloud Hall Master waved his hand and stored the Blood Cloud Hall. He wielded his long shuttle and flew over. I'll let you know my power. Deep Flame Master wielded his 2 huge hammers. The 9 feelers above his head burned with flames as he roared. Luo Feng wielded his long shuttle and swiftly flew over. At the same time, he sighed within the trillions of races in the universe, especially the absolute beings. There were many who used hammers as weapons. Over 100 million kilometers, the two flew towards each other and arrived in an instant. Blood Cloud, prepare to die. Deep Flame Master roared. As the hammer swung out, it was naturally accompanied by an enraged roar. This roar seemed to come from the primordial era of the universe. The Lord of Deep Fire was an existence that had completely mastered the fire and space beast god Daos. As he swung his hammer, the stable space around him shattered like glass being crushed by a tank. With just you? Luo Feng's current height was over 1,000 kilometers. Deep Flame Master 2 was over 1,000 kilometers tall. In Luo Feng's hands, the long shuttle made of the Star Pagoda and Blood Cloud Pearl had reached over 3,000 kilometers long. Go and die. Luo Feng stared at his opponent from afar. His entire body's god energy had long ignited and poured straight into the long shuttle in his hands. Up till now, Luo Feng had only comprehended the first level of the complex engravings of the Star Pagoda. Even though he was close to comprehending the second level, he was still lacking a little. He couldn't completely activate it. Hence, he had to expend more god energy, and its power wasn't as strong as the second level. Activating the Star Pagoda long shuttle, through the long shuttle, he executed the ultimate secret technique of the Master of the Universe, Sanguine Light. This was also the first time he used this newly created ultimate secret technique of the Master of the Universe in battle. Shatter, the Master of Deep Flames roared. The god hammer's power was endless. In an instant, it felt as though the land and skies were collapsing. Suddenly a glaring blood-colored shuttle flashed past. It was terrifyingly fast, even the hammers of Deep Flame Master didn't have time to block it. Chi. The blood-colored shuttle pierced straight into Deep Flame Master's chest. Pung. Deep Flame Master bit his teeth and smashed his hammer into the Blood Cloud Leader's body. Rumble, rumble, both of them flew backwards. How can he be so fast that I didn't even have time to block it? Although the master of the Deep Fire had guessed that the Blood Cloud Hall Master would have changed after not seeing him for more than 3 million epochs, he hadn't expected that he would be able to move so quickly by using his new supreme treasure, the long shuttle. Although he hadn't been prepared, it was still too fast. Indeed, the Blood Cloud Leader. Even with my body size, he was still able to cause me to lose close to 1% of it. His power is definitely at the pinnacle of the Universe Lords. Deep Flame Master was shocked within. Luckily, it's just this once. Next time, I won't let him attack my body directly. Normally when two people fought. Usually when weapons clashed, the remaining power would be much weaker after the weapon was used to block. However, it was purely exchanging blows. Without a weapon to block, Luo Feng's shuttle pierced straight into Deep Flame Master's body, while Deep Flame Master's hammer smashed into Luo Feng. The Calamity Armor is indeed powerful. It can weaken the attack to 1/100,000th of its power. That hammer's toll on my body is almost negligible, I can completely recover in an instant. Luo Feng looked at the long shuttle in his hand. Indeed an absolute treasure. I can only use the first level to control it. I can only unleash a small portion of its power. It's much stronger than my strongest attack when I fought against Master of Banfa School. Luo Feng had made ample preparations for this battle. The Calamity Armor was after all much stronger than the Beast God Armor. Hence, Luo Feng temporarily swapped with his Earth body. This Blood Cloud Leader temporarily wore the armor. Wielding the Star Pagoda shuttle. Blood Cloud Leader, respect. However, you won't have a chance. Deep Flame Master roared. Ha ha ha, anyone can talk big. Luo Feng and Deep Flame Master clashed once more. Rumble, Deep Flame Master used all his strength to defend this time. He wasn't able to defend against the first hammer, however he was able to barely block the second. This caused Luo Feng to only be able to send Deep Flame Master flying. The Star Pagoda's power is too strong. I've only unleashed a portion of it. Back when I fought Banfa Leader, with the support of the miniature universe, I was only able to suppress him. Right now I'm basically trampling on Deep Flame Master. Luo Feng completely felt the strength of the Star Pagoda. Every thrust was terrifyingly fast. The force of the attack also sent Deep Flame Master flying. This complete suppression and trampling made Luo Feng feel an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Becoming the Blood Cloud Leader made Luo Feng feel extremely free. Right now he was using the Star Pagoda to trample on the Universe Lord. It made Luo Feng incomparably happy. The second level of the Star Pagoda engraving was just a little bit away from completely comprehending it. Plus he had already comprehended the fifth level of the Beast God Path before coming to Primal Star. His understanding of the engraving was even deeper. Plus with his current mental state, during his 35th clash with Deep Flame Master, he had unknowingly completely activated the second level engraving. P.S. Chapter 2 has arrived, seeing the moon reward me again, I'm very thankful. I've already fought very hard this time. However, I'll fulfill my promise. I'll continue writing the third chapter. Not finished yet. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng was completely immersed in the killing. In an extremely excited state, he actually broke through the second level of the Star Pagoda law engravings. One had to know, ever since he acquired the Star Pagoda, other than studying the Beast God Path, he had been constantly studying the engravings to solve the wonders of the Star Pagoda. Because Luo Feng was very clear, the Star Pagoda was his strongest trump card, like creating the Heavy Mountain, Golden Mountain, and even another Universe Lord's ultimate technique Blood Light, they were all done on a whim, casually and without much effort. Even the second level of the Wu Killer Wings was obviously easier than the second level of the Star Pagoda, however Luo Feng didn't actively study it. He was always studying the mysteries of the Star Pagoda. This was even harder than creating the Universe Lord's ultimate technique. Until today, using the identity of the Blood Cloud leader to roam the universe freely, he was extremely free. He could even trample on the high and mighty universe lords. He actually broke through the last obstacle under his extreme joy. Rumble. Countless amounts of burning god energy swiftly penetrated deeper into the star pagoda, the many pillars within the pagoda, the engravings on the ceiling stars all lit up, their power swiftly rising. And before, as he only broke through the first level of engravings, the amount of god energy required to activate the pagoda was extremely high. Now, even though it was much lesser, its power had obviously risen. Luo Feng and the Deep Fire leader clashed for the 35th time. Indeed, the Blood Cloud leader, completely suppressing me. However, I can completely take it. Every stab of his, my twin hammers can block it. Every time it consumes very little energy from my god body. If I continue fighting, I can definitely drag it out until the universe lords from the various powers arrive. Even though the Deep Fire leader was being trampled on, he didn't feel humiliated at all. Didn't he see who was the one trampling on him? His name was well known, ferocious and powerful. He had even killed 2 universe lords, offended almost every power in the universe, yet he was still alive and well, the Blood Cloud leader. Being trampled on by the Blood Cloud leader was normal. If he himself was on par with the leader, that would be weird. Rumble. The two of them clashed again like flowing lights. Luo Feng allowed it to happen naturally, immediately activating the second level of the Star Pagoda. The ridiculously fast Star Pagoda shuttle immediately made a creaking sound, almost as though the gates of heaven and earth were being pushed open. That blood-red shuttle suddenly expanded and became larger. From a mere 1,000 kilometers long shuttle, it instantly became tens of thousands of km long, forcing Luo Feng to follow suit and swiftly reach a height of over 10,000 kilometers. Only then did he feel comfortable holding such a huge shuttle. Pung. Wherever the shuttle pointed, a terrifying whirlpool would appear. The whirlpool shattered the surrounding space, shredding a large amount of land and weeds on the primitive planet. Impossible. The Master of Deep Fire widened his eyes. The flames on the 9 horns on his head soared into the sky. He roared and tried his best to seal the pair of divine hammers in front of him. This seal was like the wall of the universe. The long shuttle brought with it a whirlpool that shattered the universe space. It pierced the center of the twin hammers, and the twin hammers struck the chest of the Master of Deep Fire. Pung. The Master of Deep Fire immediately became a beam of light and flew backwards. His speed was terrifying. How can this be? Even though Luo Feng was shocked that he could suddenly break through the second level of the Star Pagoda, his consciousness revolved at an incredible speed. He knew that this wasn't the time to be shocked. While he's weak, I'll take his life. So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and followed closely. Master of Deep Fire was really stunned at this moment. That terrifying stab just now made him shudder. The stab landed on his twin hammers, and the hammer smashed into his chest. The boundless impact instantly ravaged his top-grade armor, reaching the limit of a top-grade armor. The intense impact caused his huge god body to tremble. Rumble. It actually destroyed 32% of my god body? The Master of Deep Fire was truly shocked. Who was he? A Universe Lord. And an existence that had stepped into the Universe Lord realm for countless years. His god body's genetic level was over 1,000 times stronger. He too wore a top-grade armor, and his body was over 1,000 km long. In the vast universe, there were very few who could destroy 32% of his god body in one move. All of them were terrifying beings in the universe. The Blood Cloud Palace leader was strong. However, the Blood Cloud Palace leader in history wasn't as strong as he was now. Take another stab from me. The blood-red silhouette descended once more. That huge blood-red long spear pierced through the sky. Everywhere it passed, it formed a terrifying whirlpool, destroying the incomparably stable primal space. Pung. There was no way to block it. The Master of Deep Fire was once again thrown far away. Luo Feng followed like lightning. How can his attacks be so terrifying? The Master of Deep Fire swiftly realized that he only had 29% of his god body left. Looking at the incoming blood-red silhouette, he communicated mentally, I didn't expect to appear again. The Blood Cloud Palace leader's strength is even more terrifying than before. It's not a shameful thing for my body to fall under his hands. Rumble. Following a dazzling explosion, even under the powerful bindings of the primal star, it still engulfed an area of over 10 million kilometers before being destroyed. Haha, a universe lord's treasure. Luo Feng extended his hand. His god energy binded and immediately kept the world ring, the huge hammers, the top-grade armor and the green seed-like treasure into his own world ring. After which he immediately became a beam of light and flew into the distance. In mid-air, the wind blew past. It was incomparably cool. Luo Feng flew through the air towards the distant space whirlpool. I actually killed a universe lord. Luo Feng felt his blood boiling. Even though he understood immediately after killing that the Master of Deep Fire had a clone, because the treasures still had life imprints on them. However, the distance was too far. Even though the Master of Deep Fire could sense them, he couldn't retrieve them. He could totally spend some time and use his god energy to forcefully destroy the imprints. Even though it's just a clone and he hasn't truly died, he's still a universe lord. Luo Feng was incredibly excited. He couldn't help but look at the long spear in his hand. Absolute treasure Star Pagoda, it's indeed an absolute treasure. Our human race doesn't even have one absolute treasure. Just one is enough to be our race's treasure, our sex treasure, no wonder. Its power was too strong. When he first activated the first level, in terms of god energy, the Master of Deep Fire surpassed Luo Feng. In terms of techniques, they were equal. Only in terms of treasures did Luo Feng have an incomparably huge advantage. The Master of Deep Fire too used a pair of god hammers. However, compared to the absolute treasures, the difference in power was too huge. Just activating the first level treasure, not only did it negate Luo Feng's difference in god energy, it also completely crushed him, and when Luo Feng broke through the second level. This allowed Luo Feng, whose god body was only comparable to a universe lord's 100x gene level, to rely on the Star Pagoda. His battle strength was completely comparable to the pinnacle of universe lords. The difference in god body was completely made up for by the Star Pagoda. Even the famous Primal Chaos City leader, Star River leader, 9 Underworld leader, none of them had an absolute treasure. Even the creator of the huge axe didn't have one, yet Luo Feng did. Absolute treasure. Just the second level engravings are much more complicated than the Universe Lord's ultimate techniques. I feel like it's completely comparable to I Am the Universe. Luckily I have the engravings, I just need to know how to activate them. Luo Feng exclaimed within, if I can activate the third level of the Star Pagoda, how terrifying would that be? The second level engravings were already comparable to I Am the Universe. And when these engravings were combined with the entire Star Pagoda, the power they unleashed was much more powerful than just using I Am the Universe. And the third level? Haha, with the Star Pagoda, the universe is huge, where can't I go? Luo Feng was extremely happy. Suddenly, rumble of powerful pressure descended, the entire primal planet space was instantly controlled. However, the damage from the battle before had already been completely repaired, no traces could be seen. Control space? The Universe Lord is here. Luo Feng immediately understood, this was just the first wave, very quickly the second and third wave would arrive. Blood Cloud Leader. Blood Cloud Leader, if you have the guts, don't flee. An ear-piercing sound like an electric saw resounded around Luo Feng. Who do you think you are, to shout in front of me? Luo Feng laughed loudly. The whirlpool pathway had already appeared before him. He immediately flew towards it and entered it, leaving this primal planet and arriving at another primal planet. This made the two universe lords that were tens of billions of km from Luo Feng furious and helpless. They could only immediately report, Blood Cloud Leader has entered primal planet 08625. Deep Fire Secret Region, the largest universe secret region with a diameter of 800,000 light-years, it was also the core of the Jiuhua clan. Their clan leader, the Deep Fire Leader, lived here. The entire Jiuhua clan selects the absolute geniuses once every 10,000 years, and they would be led into the Deep Fire Secret Region to receive the best training. Within the Deep Fire Secret Region, a huge mountain range that was over 100 million km long floated in space. Suddenly, a huge eye opened on the mountain wall, it was filled with shock and unwillingness. It's a pity. Back then I chose Li Huashan as my body, it was destined to be hard to move. Otherwise, my Jiuhua body wouldn't have been killed so easily. The Master of Deep Fire sighed. Back then, when he was roaming outside at the Sector Lord level, he had a special encounter and obtained the secret technique of the universe, the second clone, which gave him the ability to nurture another clone. At that time, he had many ideas and in the end, he chose Li Huashan, who had an extremely large divine body. However, the bigger the body, the more inflexible it was. If it was too big even, its flying speed would be slow. Ridiculously big, even making it hard to move. Like the world tree, even though it could move, on that island, it didn't want to move, as it was too tiring. The Deep Fire leader's Li Huashan had a diameter of over 100 million km, even moving it was extremely tiring, much less heading to the primal planet. However, the Blood Cloud leader's strength is really powerful. Too strong. When he first fought me, he completely suppressed me. After which, with a thrust of his shuttle, the universe space was shattered into a whirlpool. Is it an even stronger technique? The Deep Fire leader only felt that the thrust's power was overwhelming, completely different from before. Looks like this time, there's a high possibility of a universe lord falling. In history, he killed 2 universe lords, could it be that he will kill a third? P.S. This is 14,000 votes, tomato, continue writing. Only 1 hour left for the double event. Everyone please support me, ***, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the sky above the boundless ocean on primitive planet 08625, the Blood Cloud Temple Master, who was clad in a blood-red battle robe, a blood-red mask, and a golden horn, was flying through the sky. Meanwhile, his earth deity was handling the spoils of war within his world ring. Within the world ring, dressed in black armor and with a single horn on his forehead, Luo Feng stood on the vast land. Before him was a pair of huge god hammers, an ancient top-level armor and a green seed-like treasure, along with a world ring. Break! Luo Feng looked at the treasures and the world ring, immediately sending 5 threads of god energy, 2 of which pierced into the god hammers, 2 into the armor and the green seed, the last into the world ring. Peng, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to waste his energy on a world ring, forcefully destroying it. With a loud rumble, immediately large amounts of materials, treasures, etc. fell from the sky like a goddess scattering flowers. Immediately the surrounding land became a mountain range. This Deep Fire leader too, the 10 treasures he collected all have life imprints on them. And those treasures, most of them have life imprints on them. Luo Feng shook his head. Hua! 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 Immediately, waves of divine power were sent into the treasures and treasures one after another. The god energy continued to attack, as the saying goes, with enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. To forcefully break the imprints, one had to rely on the god energy to attack and destroy, finally it would completely collapse. One body, as an ancient being of the vast universe, the Blood Cloud leader was roaming the primal planet. The other body was immersed in forcefully breaking the life imprints on the treasures and treasures. Awesome! Awesome! Luo Feng felt the pain and happiness from within. Ever since he left Earth and entered the universe, he had been working hard and risking his life, constantly feeling the pressure, always feeling that he couldn't completely control his own fate, much less control and protect the fates of the people of Earth. Until now, Luo Feng finally had some confidence. In the entire universe, even though I'm not the strongest in the universe are all stronger than me. There are also many who are on par with me. Even with my star tower, I'm afraid I can only be on par with those peak masters of the universe. But at least, I'm already standing at the peak of this vast universe. Joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Wasn't stepping onto the path of the strong precisely to seek this great freedom? This confidence? This battle is just like what the Primal Chaos City Master Teacher said. I am the Universe Master. Luo Feng continued to wear down the life seals with brute force, at the same time anticipating, I believe that after the internal discussion of the Great Alliance, very soon, I will have the right to become a leader of the Great Alliance Palace. At that time, just as the creator of the giant axe promised, the day I can sit with them will be the day Earth is taken back. I've struggled for countless years, 180 million years, soon. Luo Feng thought. Even though the other warriors all thought that Luo Feng had only trained for over 100,000 years, Luo Feng's personal experience was indeed over 180 million years. If one's willpower was not strong enough, the long passage of time was enough to cause them to collapse and decay. He forcefully broke the life imprint. Pooh. 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 The life seals within the treasures began to crumble one after another. After a while, the normal treasure's life seals too crumbled one after another. After a while, the only high-level treasure's life seal crumbled too. After a total of half an hour and a vast amount of god energy, the huge hammers and the top-grade armor were all broken. There's no longer anything here that belongs to the Deep Fire Emperor. Luo Feng used his god energy to carefully filter through the spoils from the Deep Fire Emperor. He had completely cleaned them all. Ah? Luo Feng's gaze landed on the mountain-like pile of materials. His god energy immediately locked onto one of them. A completely purple crystal pillar floated up. The entire pillar had engravings on it. It was slightly different from the others, and this engraving made Luo Feng even more certain. Suppression Valley? Luo Feng frowned and laughed. My luck isn't bad. During the opening of the primal planet, the Qi God Palace was one of the biggest treasures. However, there were many that were a level lower than it. Like the Sword River Luo that had already appeared was one of them. And some of the other treasure shrines had appeared but hadn't been opened yet. The Qi God Palace hadn't been opened yet, and Suppression Valley was another place with treasures. Even though it had appeared, it hadn't been opened yet. Luo Feng also knew about this information. Hence, with a single glance, he recognized that the crystal pillar was the token of the Suppression Valley. It was rumored that there were a total of 9 tokens. The moment all 9 tokens appear, the Suppression Valley will officially open. Those with the tokens would be able to enter Suppression Valley. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter. While the Earthling's true body was breaking the life imprint in the World Ring and looking at the Suppression Valley's keepsake, the Blood Cloud Hall Master, who had already fled to another primitive planet, was already being chased madly. And at this time, the news of the Deep Fire Emperor's body being killed had already swiftly spread amongst the upper echelons of the various powers. The Deep Fire Emperor's Jiuhe body was actually killed and his treasure stolen. The Deep Fire Emperor has already released news that the Blood Cloud leader's strength is even stronger than 3 million eras ago. He's also changed to a new treasure and is using a long shuttle treasure. Even the Deep Fire Emperor can't handle it. I have to be careful. Without enough life preservation skills, I can't fight the Blood Cloud leader alone. Hence, the Universe Lords moved in groups of 2s and 3s. Of course, there were those who chased the Blood Cloud leader alone. Either they had a huge god body or extremely strong protective treasures. Or they had flying palace-type treasures. Or they were already at the pinnacle of the Universe Lord level. Anyway, only those with enough confidence would dare to move alone. Chase me? Luo Feng broke through space and flew, laughing loudly. Every primal planet has a total of 10,081 space whirlpools, allowing me to move as I please. Even if all the powers in the universe send out a few Universe Lords, how many Universe Lords are there in total? And without enough strength, they can't even stop me. Using this fame battle plan, he revealed the identity of the Blood Cloud leader. Firstly, to test the power of the ultimate treasure. Secondly, the appearance of the Blood Cloud leader was enough to divert the attention of the 3 great alliances. After all, compared to the Blood Cloud leader, the pursuit of Luo Feng was merely an internal struggle of the 4 great races. The Blood Cloud leader was the true rage of the various powers of the universe. My goal has been achieved. It's time to return to the God country. Luo Feng muttered within. What's going on? He flew irregularly, even getting close to the whirlpool pathway to the outside world. However, Luo Feng didn't leave. Because he understood, it was too easy to guess his path. There were probably warriors lying in ambush outside. When Luo Feng was thinking about how to leave the primal planet and return to the God country, he arrived at a whirlpool pathway. He entered it without hesitation. Blood Cloud leader, don't flee. Blood Cloud leader, if you have the guts, fight me. The 3 Universe Lords chasing from behind could only watch unwillingly as Luo Feng fled to the next primal planet, number 08605. Number 08605 Primal Planet. Luo Feng had just stepped into this vast universe when he saw the distant 6 silhouettes. The distance between them was actually less than 100 million kilometers. The leader was a distorted dark space, the other 5 majestic silhouettes had extraordinary energy too. Northern Border Alliance. Luo Feng recognized them with a glance. Blood Cloud Leader. The 6 silhouettes shouted almost simultaneously. Ha ha ha, Blood Cloud Leader, we were just preparing to head to the Primal Planet to kill you. I didn't expect you to come here and meet us. It's really our luck. Blood Cloud Leader, you didn't choose any other path, it just happened to coincide with ours. Your Primal Planet is constantly changing, we too are constantly changing our paths. Finally, we've met. It wasn't easy for the 6 universe lords of the Northern Border Alliance either. Along the way, they received news that the leader was heading to XX Primal Planet, and he was heading to XX Primal Planet. The changes were extremely fast. Naturally, the 6 universe lords of the Northern Border Alliance had to constantly change their paths. After all, they couldn't chase behind the leader, they would never catch up. They could only block ahead. However, this block required luck. Because there were many space whirlpools, nobody knew which one Luo Feng would go to. With just a slight change, the difference would be huge. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered with the voices of the 6 universe lords before him. Even though the other 5 were extremely strong and famous, they weren't much of a threat to Luo Feng with his star pagoda. The one that truly caught his attention was the leader, the dark space being. Star River Leader? Luo Feng said. Blood Cloud Leader. The tall dark space resounded. You and I, this should be the first time we've met. I've chased after you twice in the past, but before I even saw you, you'd already slipped away. My luck this time is not bad, to actually meet you. Hua immediately, endless amounts of starlight enveloped the entire Primal Planet. Powerful bindings enveloped the entire area, it was a top-grade domain treasure. Since I've met you, don't try to escape. I heard from the Deep Fire Leader that you're very powerful. Hence, I really want to see, if you can survive from me, I guess you'll be able to escape with your life. I reckon you'll be able to escape from this encirclement plan. A tall voice rang out from the dark void. Luo Feng watched from afar, not daring to be careless. Because Star River Leader's name was out there, in terms of strength, position, and fame, he didn't lose to his teacher, the Primal Chaos City Leader. He was definitely at the very pinnacle of the Universe Lords. Even the strongest warrior in the universe couldn't do anything to the Star River Leader. It was all these that made him so powerful. P.S. Chapter 4 has arrived. Even though the double votes event failed at the last moment, everyone has already put in a lot of effort. After today's update, I'll write a few words of appreciation. Tomato will continue to write the 16,000 votes. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Comment vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. However, this way, I can truly see the difference between me and the pinnacle of the Universe Lords. Luo Feng's fighting spirit burned within. He stared at the distant 6 silhouettes in the dark space. The other 5 Universe Lords, Luo Feng had already completely ignored them, he only stared at the Star River Emperor. You actually didn't flee. The dark space resounded. You didn't flee either? Luo Feng stared at his opponent. Ha ha ha. The dark space resounded with a heaven-shaking laughter. Interesting, Blood Cloud Leader, you are indeed worthy of the fact that almost every power in the universe wants to kill you. At least, you have guts and are very arrogant. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't waste words, my time is precious. Luo Feng shouted, his eyes gleaming visibly. Since he was replacing his teacher to inherit the position of Blood Cloud Leader, naturally he had to perform well. The Blood Cloud Leader was a person who didn't fear anyone in the universe, evil, arrogant and crazy being. Indeed. Worthy of being the Blood Cloud Leader. An arm-shaped void suddenly stretched out from the dark void, and a square-shaped mace treasure weapon abruptly appeared in its hand. At the same time, another void arm stretched out, and a mace weapon appeared in its hand at the same time. These 2 long maces were bronze in color, and there was a touch of gold on the edges. These 2 treasures of mine are called Kuan Yi, they are the absolute treasures of the pinnacle. the Star River Emperor said. The absolute treasures of the pinnacle? Luo Feng understood, even within the same level of treasures, there was a difference in quality. The treasures used by the Star River Emperor could be considered second only to the absolute treasures, similar to the two-faced ancestor god's mace weapon. Just from the treasures used, one could see his status and strength. The other 5 universe lords spread out in all directions, watching from afar. They didn't make a sound or join in. They believed in the Star River Emperor's strength. Receive 3 moves from me, receive them and I won't stop you. The first move, the moment the Star River Emperor's voice resounded, he immediately moved. While they were conversing earlier, the North Border Alliance had already closed in to a distance of 10 million kilometers. At this time the Star River Emperor moved, a black blur immediately swept through the sky, pressing towards Luo Feng. Come. Luo Feng wielded the Star Pagoda shuttle and with a step, he too became a beam of light and rushed over. Blood light. Luo Feng first expanded his god body to over 10,000 kilometers, following which he unleashed his strongest move, burning his god energy and rushing into the shuttle in his hand. Hua, the 10,000 kilometers long shuttle was terrifyingly powerful. As it pierced forward, it created a twisting whirlpool, shredding the surrounding space. It was so powerful that even the 5 universe masters in the distance paled. The master of the galaxy's twin maces were like a bolt of lightning. Crackle, 2 streams of black flowing light shot out and struck the Star Pagoda's shuttle at the same time. The strong energies clashed, causing the 2 god truncheons wielding darkness void to immediately fly backwards. Even Luo Feng was forced to retreat a few steps. This is the first move, screen. In the distant dark void, a pair of divine truncheons appeared, emanating an oppressive might. I've underestimated you. Just this ultimate secret technique of the Universe Lord is clearly not enough to suppress you. Instead, you put me at a disadvantage. Just this move alone is enough for you to be ranked amongst the peak Universe Lords. Now, take my second attack. This is the strongest secret art of a Universe Lord that I've created. The voice drilled into Luo Feng's mind. The Star River Master moved again. Without a sound, the black silhouette pounced at Luo Feng. Rumble with the twin maces raised, the surrounding land and skies immediately turned dark, forming a dark world. Miniature universe? Luo Feng was shocked within. It was very similar to the miniature universe, however there were still some differences. Rumble. Carrying with it the endless power of the dark world, the twin maces were like 2 worlds that smashed at Luo Feng. Break! Luo Feng gritted his teeth and roared as he received the attack. The Star Pagoda's shuttle in his hand pierced forward fiercely, infusing the beast god path within. Pung! Luo Feng felt his entire body tremble as the strong force struck the armor. However, after being weakened by the armor, it was no longer a threat. However, the force still caused Luo Feng to fall downwards. When he reached the ground, Luo Feng stopped. This is the first Ultimate Universe Lord technique I created back then. Dark Night. Star River Master said. Looks like the long shuttle in your hand is at least an ultimate treasure. Otherwise, you wouldn't just be at a disadvantage. Luo Feng gazed at the distant dark space. Ultimate treasure? What a joke. Normal ultimate treasures, there were many within the races. Like the pinnacle of domain treasures, pinnacle of soul treasures, there were many at this level. And the ultimate treasures, that was a level that was completely above them. That was absolute dominance. His god body was weak, his techniques were weak, but with the huge advantage of the Star Pagoda's shuttle over the other 2 ultimate treasures. He was only at a slight disadvantage. His first move was the Universe Lord's ultimate technique, the second was the Universe Lord's strongest, then what about the third? Luo Feng was curious. Could it be, there was a stronger one? That wasn't right. The Universe Lord's strongest technique should be the Star River Master's strongest ability. You have the right to receive my third move, my strongest move. Star River Master said. In the distance, the 5 Universe Lords held their breaths. Look, the ultimate move of the Star River Master. I can see it again. Last time, the Master of the Galaxy used this move to kill a Lord of the Universe in the Cosmic Sea, and 2 Lords of the Universe fled in fright. The 5 of them communicated with each other in anticipation. After all, this ultimate move was something the Star River Master wouldn't use unless it was a critical moment. It was the same stance. When the Star River Master's truncheons rose, the surrounding primal star once again descended into darkness. The endless darkness emanated thick darkness energy, following which a completely opposite energy appeared on his truncheons. Glaring truncheons. The truncheons were a glaring white, incomparably glaring. Even brighter than over 10,000 stars. One black, one white, hua. The truncheons immediately became a blur. An incomparably glaring river pierced through the darkness. The glaring river flowed. It seemed slow, yet it had already reached before Luo Feng. Rumbled a seemingly slow glowing river made Luo Feng feel like he was facing a raging tsunami. Break! Luo Feng even felt a sense of despair when he faced it. He forcefully expelled the negative emotions. This wasn't a soul attack, but a perfect attack that made one feel a sense of awe and despair. Of course Luo Feng's willpower was extremely strong. He immediately expelled the negative emotions and grasped the truncheon tightly, thrusting out again. Rumble one thrust, heaven and earth shook. Rumble rumble, the glowing river madly clashed against the truncheon. The huge truncheon, however, pierced out resolutely, blocking the attack. The truncheon was as stable as empty Tai. However Luo Feng, who was wielding the long shuttle, was weakened by the tribulation armor to 1/100,000 th of the impact. Even so, every bit of his god energy was still trembling. The explosive impact caused Luo Feng to fly backwards, almost as though he was savagely smashed away, only stabilizing himself in mid-air far away. Everything dissipated, the primal star was still calm, everything was calm. I actually lost 2/1000 of my god body? Luo Feng's heart was in turmoil. He was truly shocked. He had used the Star Pagoda's truncheon to block this attack, and then used the tribulation armor to block it, yet he still lost 2/1000 of his god body. If he didn't have the Star Pagoda to block it, and used the Blood Shadow Blade to block it, the attack would probably be 2 levels higher. One move to destroy 50% of his god body, he was shocked. What he didn't know was that the Star River Emperor was even more shocked. What? The Master of the Galaxy, who had been calm all this while, was truly shocked. He now stood at the apex of the Masters of the Universe. The strongest secret techniques of the Masters of the Universe. He had first created the 2 strongest secret techniques, then spent an endless amount of effort and honed himself in the cosmic sea to finally fuse the 2 strongest secret techniques into a single move. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to unleash the 2 strongest secret techniques at the same time and gather their power into a single move. This move, it allowed him to truly shake the universe, giving him the ability to not fear the strongest in the universe. He had always thought that among the universe lords, even though there were a few absolute monsters that could match up to him, none could surpass him. This move of mine expended a huge amount of god energy, yet his god body didn't seem to suffer much. Star River Emperor was shocked. However, he didn't know. Luo Feng had the absolute treasure Star Pagoda, and the pinnacle treasure Calamity Armor, 2 layers of defense. If he knew he lost to an absolute treasure, the Star River Emperor would be relieved. However, he didn't know that the Blood Cloud Palace leader was wielding an absolute treasure. This move, what's it called? The distant Blood Cloud Palace leader spoke. Dark Night River. Star River Emperor spoke. Powerful, very powerful, respect. The Blood Cloud Palace leader spoke. Luo Feng was truly impressed. He had received 3 attacks, the second was called Dark Night. Luo Feng naturally could clearly see, the so-called Dark Night River was the fusion of Dark Night and Dark Night River. Moreover, the power was completely gathered together, forming an incomparably terrifying attack. Luo Feng himself, the only technique he knew, I am the universe, was a gift from the universe, he hadn't created a single one. And the opponent had created a few, and could even fuse them. Indeed the Star River Emperor. Luo Feng exclaimed within. Blocking my ultimate move, even the injuries are light, you can leave. Said the Lord of the Galaxy. At the same time, he put away the endless river of stars, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Star River Emperor. Star River Emperor. The other 5 universe lords shouted, following which they shook their heads helplessly, looking unwillingly at Luo Feng, but they could only follow the Star River Emperor and swiftly leave. The 5 of them were very clear: to be able to block the legendary ultimate move of the Star River Emperor, this Blood Cloud Palace leader might not be much stronger than them, but even if they fought with all their might, they wouldn't be able to injure him much. Since the Star River Emperor had left, they might as well leave too. Star River Emperor. Luo Feng muttered. He had finally seen the pinnacle of the universe lords, so he immediately became a beam of light and swiftly vanished into the distance. 5 chapters have been completed. I've done everything I promised. Tomato will be posting a few more chapters later. I'll also inform everyone that tomorrow's update will be delayed until night. Please forgive me. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Xianxia.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The double monthly votes event had ended. He remembered that on the night of the 3rd, when Tomato saw the requests from Chasing Change and the Moon in the book review and comments section, he was excited. He felt that it had been a long time since he last exploded. Hence, he suggested that it was a good idea. Within 4 days, his monthly votes increased from 5,000 to more than 16,000 votes. According to his promise, he had to update 11 chapters. Within these 4 days, Tomato updated a total of 19 chapters. He had just updated the 16,000 votes and he had done everything he promised. It was not a big deal to be lagging behind temporarily. No one could be an invincible general. At least within these 4 days, Tomato saw the support of all his brothers and sisters, the Red Alliance brothers and sisters chatting in the book review and comments section. This was what Tomato liked the most. He did not care about the other disputes and just did his own thing. With regards to the updates, Tomato realized that the late updates to make up for deficiencies system was a thankless task. Furthermore, it was too tiring for Tomato. How about this? From now onwards, Tomato would update every week. 1. Sunday through Friday. For these 6 days, he would update 2 chapters a day. One at noon and the other at 9:30 at night. He would probably update around this time. 2. Saturday was a break. He would sort out the plots he needed to write for the next week. He could also relax and spend time with his family. The late updates to make up for deficiencies system was abolished. Xianxia did not have such a system. Tomato did it himself. It was a thankless task. Of course, apart from normal updates, Tomato would occasionally release some minor updates when he had spare energy. This was equivalent to changing the late updates to make up for deficiencies system into occasional minor updates. Done. Done. Time to sleep. I have not been able to relax for the past few days. I can relax a little tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Xianxia.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The universe lords of the various powers of the universe were still rushing around the primeval planets, painstakingly searching for traces of the Blood Cloud Hall Master. However, a piece of news suddenly came: the Star River Master of the Northern Border Alliance and the Blood Cloud Hall Master were engaged in a head-on battle. The Blood Cloud Hall Master was only lightly injured by the Star River Master's all-out attack, and his aura did not change at all. After that, the Star River Master voluntarily gave up and left. Impossible. The Star Lord is going all out. I might be able to take on an all-out Master of the Galaxy, but I would still be heavily injured. That Blood Cloud Hall Master's aura didn't change at all? How could he be so powerful? Is the Blood Cloud Hall Master hiding in the Blood Cloud Hall and using the Blood Cloud Hall to block this move? What? No? He blocked the Master of the Galaxy's ultimate move in a head-on battle? The Masters of the Universe, who were searching the primordial planets, were completely shocked. They could not believe what they had heard, and they tried to get to the bottom of everything. The more they asked, the more they understood about the battle, and the more despair they felt. The Master of the Galaxy had used his best treasure, and his most heaven-defying ultimate move. The Blood Cloud Hall Master took it head-on and his injuries were negligible, powerless. Every Universe Lord felt a sense of helplessness. Even existences like God Lord Beacon Fire were confident that they were on par with the Star River Lord. But he didn't dare say he could surpass the master of the galaxy. Let's go. Let's go back. He left just like that? So what if I don't leave? If even the master of the galaxy couldn't do anything to him, then no master of the universe could do anything to the Blood Cloud Hall master. Even the strongest being in the universe was only slightly stronger than the master of the galaxy. In the primeval universe, the power of the universe's strongest expert was greatly restricted. Even the master of the galaxy was unable to injure the Blood Cloud Hall master, so what could the universe's strongest expert do? Heavily injure the Blood Cloud Hall master? Let's go. One by one, the masters of the universe gave up. After all, they felt helpless in this pursuit. Unexpectedly, the Blood Cloud Hall master has become so powerful. Although the Blood Cloud Hall master was powerful back then, he wasn't this powerful. Even the Blood Cloud Hall master would flee at the sight of an existence like the Starry River Lord. They wouldn't even dare to resist. Now that I've become stronger, it'll be even harder to kill him. Some of the universe lords took the initiative to leave. That was how the universe worked. Strength decides one's fate, no matter how crazy, wanton, or evil one was. If one could become the strongest expert in the universe, then the major powers wouldn't dare to provoke them. Instead, they would try to curry favor with them. Like Mountain Guest, Demon God Void, and the other strongest experts of the solitary universe, they had strange tempers and would kill whenever they wanted to. However, none of the forces dared to kill them. They didn't even dare to do so. Why, not to mention becoming the strongest in the universe, as long as one reached the level of the Lord of the Galaxy, it would be enough for them to be invited and worshipped by the major forces. Obviously, the fact that the Blood Cloud Hall master was able to withstand the master of the galaxy's most powerful attack without sustaining much damage meant that he was almost at that level. Don't provoke that madman again. Don't provoke him. He can't be killed, and he's good at escaping. He also has no worries. The only way to suppress and seal him forever is to pay a great price. But no power is willing to pay such a price. After all, the Blood Cloud Hall master is just an individual. He doesn't involve the survival of the major forces. This battle would determine their positions. Back then, the Blood Cloud Hall master had gone from being wanted by the major forces of the universe to someone they couldn't be bothered to provoke. It wasn't that the major forces didn't want to recruit him, it was just that from history, trying to recruit him would result in him attacking and killing him. This was a madman. Luo Feng originally planned to circle around the primal star for a few more days. However, he didn't expect the universe lords to leave one by one. The search had obviously decreased. Naturally, Luo Feng quietly left the primal star and headed to the outside world, Luo Feng's god country. Rumble the ocean had 3 chi waves even though there was no wind. And the endless dark ocean that was tens of billions of km wide had shockingly huge waves. Like thunder rumbling, it surged and surged. In the air above the endless dark ocean, in the center of the god country, within the majestic shrine, Luo Feng stood before the shrine and gazed down at the endless god country. I'm back. It's over. Luo Feng smiled, feeling relaxed like never before. Thinking back to the series of events that made him famous, the main reason was because of the void demon god coming to kill him. When he went to kill Tianhua Knight, he didn't expect him to hide in a flying palace-type treasure. Hence, a huge wave arose. Killing over 800 universe lords, battling universe lords, unleashing his miniature universe to kill over 6,000 of them, his name spread throughout the universe, shocking everyone. The moment the Blood Cloud Palace leader appeared, it caused a huge wave, completely diverting everyone's attention. My goal has been achieved. I'm on par with the Banfu leader, and I've unleashed my strongest techniques. He's completely a universe lord. And an extremely hard to deal with universe lord. Luo Feng thought. His only weakness was, he couldn't control the space around him. This point might be suspected by other warriors. However, so what if they suspected? Being able to unleash the golden light and miniature universe had already allowed Luo Feng to unleash an absolute universe lord's battle strength. From the perspective of the major powers of the universe, Luo Feng was already a clear universe lord's battle strength. Moreover, he had a few clones, he was extremely hard to deal with. However, the Star River Lord is really strong. Luo Feng sighed. Even with the armor, without the Star Pagoda shuttle to block, I'm afraid one move would destroy 50% of my god body. The Star Pagoda shuttle would first block. After that, with the armor weakening, it would still destroy 20% of his god body. If it was just the Blood Shadow Blade, losing 50% of his god body was very normal. 1 or 2 moves would probably be enough to kill him. Unless he was fully equipped. Compared to the pinnacle of Universe Lords, my god body is a little weaker. And my attack weapon is too weak. Luo Feng frowned. Against the Universe Lords, just the Blood Shadow Blade doesn't seem enough. Deep Fire Emperor, one of his clones, used a pair of top-level treasures, the hammers. Their power could be stacked. And the Deep Fire Emperor's position in the universe wasn't that high. Like the Flame Emperor, he used the Flame God Halberd, which was also an absolute treasure. It was on the same level as Luo Feng's armor. The Primal Chaos City leader had 3 great clones, the strongest naturally fought in the Universe C. Even in the actual universe, he wore the 1,000 treasure armor and wielded a gem rod. The 1,000 treasure armor was merely a domain treasure, on the same level as the Galaxy Lord's domain treasure, a battle treasure. Even though Luo Feng hadn't seen his teacher use it, the two were probably not too far apart. My battle weapon is a little lacking. Didn't teacher say that if I killed 10 of the Universe Lords, or 1 Universe Lord, he would create an absolute treasure for me? Luo Feng thought, for example, to create an absolute treasure, like the Flame God Halberd, that's enough. He didn't have to ask for an absolute treasure. After all, the absolute treasures of the attack category were extremely valuable too. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out a green stone tag. Teacher. Luo Feng's consciousness entered the green tablet and transmitted the message. This tablet was a normal treasure made by the Mountain Guest for transmitting messages. This made Luo Feng respect Mountain Guest. The Blood Cloud Pearl was a disguised treasure, the green stone tag was used to send messages, the armor and Star Pagoda were all extremely demanding on the owner. Anyway, when Mountain Guest made a move, it was very different from the normal treasures of the universe. Haha, disciple, I already know everything you've done in the Primal Star. However, why did you clash head-on with the Galaxy Lord? That clash, didn't you scare the other powers? In the future, it'll be hard for them to group up and kill you. A message quickly transmitted over. Luo Feng was speechless. So it was like that. No wonder back then when his teacher met with the Galaxy Lord, he immediately fled and didn't fight at all. With his teacher's strength as the universe's strongest, even if it was just a clone, he could definitely take on the Galaxy Lord. I didn't expect that, and I couldn't even flee back then. Luo Feng said. Right, your fleeing abilities aren't enough. In terms of fleeing abilities, the Blood Cloud Palace leader back then was disguised as Mountain Guest. Naturally his fleeing abilities were extremely strong. What's the matter? Mountain Guest asked. Teacher, I killed the Deep Fire Emperor's clone, that counts as killing a Universe Lord, right? Luo Feng said. My disciple, your thoughts are too fantastical. Mountain Guest said. Luo Feng was speechless. Looks like it wasn't something good. Of course it doesn't count. Mountain Guest said. However, killing a Universe Lord's clone and a true Universe Lord, the difficulty should be the same. Luo Feng refuted. Of course it's not the same. Mountain Guest said, the Blood Cloud Palace leader is infamous. If he didn't have a clone, he wouldn't dare to fight you alone unless he had a certain level of confidence. And those with clones, even if they were weaker, would still dare to take the risk. You say, if that Deep Fire Emperor didn't have a clone, would he dare to fight you alone? Luo Feng was speechless. Right. The many Universe Lords that chased after him all moved in groups of 2 or 3, and those that moved alone all had something to rely on. No one is stupid. To kill a Universe Lord, it's not as easy as you think. With a clone, he would occasionally take the risk and give you a chance. Mountain Guest laughed loudly. To get teacher to make you a treasure for free, it's not that simple. Luo Feng curled his lips. Helpless. Teacher, I killed the Deep Fire Emperor's clone and acquired some treasures. However, there's nowhere to exchange them. If I were to give them to the race, wouldn't that reveal my identity? Luo Feng was worried about this too. The treasures the Blood Cloud Palace leader stole were stolen, many of them were very famous, they could be quickly identified. Hence, selling them was very troublesome. Right. Then leave it to me, come to me to exchange for treasures. Mountain Guest said, these are the universe coordinates to where I live, you can head over directly. A string of coordinates was transmitted over. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. Mountain Guest had been his teacher for so long, yet he hadn't been to his base yet. Yes, your disciple will rush over as fast as possible. Luo Feng didn't care much, swiftly organizing the treasures and leaving the God Country, heading towards the Mountain Guest's base. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. In a desolate region of the universe, it was over 90 billion light-years away from humanity. Luo Feng first used his God Country to teleport to the nearest coordinates, and then using teleportation, he spent 2 days before finally arriving. Teacher, this is where we live? The silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng carried the blood shadow blade on his back and stood in the pitch-black space. With a glance, it was completely pitch black, there was no light at all, not a single star, it was absolutely silent and cold. Universe nothingness? Luo Feng thought. As the universe evolves, galaxies are born, and there's always some distance between galaxies. And large amounts of galaxies form a star field. The distance between star fields is even greater. The distance between star fields is even greater. As for the human domain and the other domains, they were filled with incomparably vast, pitch-black lands. Even in the universe, there are a few 100 million light-years or even a few billion light-years in diameter, completely dark and silent. With Luo Feng's power, if his vision couldn't even see a single light, then this empty space must be terrifyingly huge. Disciple, why aren't you coming in? A voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng immediately turned. Hua, a resplendent golden and beautiful bridge appeared, the entire bridge seemed to be made of transparent crystals. Luo Feng immediately flew over and landed on the bridge, simultaneously walking towards the end. As he walked, he immediately felt the space change violently. Luo Feng immediately checked the universe coordinates, he was shocked to find that every step he took on the bridge crossed over 10 million light-years. From one end of the bridge to the other. The universe coordinates had already moved 1.2 billion light-years. At the end of the bridge was an exquisite pool, within it were all sorts of fishes swimming. Not right. Luo Feng turned to take a look. The bridge before seemed like it was only 100 m long, yet it had crossed 1.2 billion light-years. The pool before him was 100 m in diameter, however with Luo Feng's God energy senses, how was this a pool, how was there any fish, it was simply an extremely powerful domain treasure. Walking along the pool, there were flower beds and grass patches. Not right. Luo Feng looked carefully, those blades of grass were actually ancient trees, even the decorating stones beside were actually star-sized metals. Powerful. His control over space is too incredible. As Luo Feng walked, he was getting more and more shocked. His teacher's residence was extremely quiet, like that exquisite palace and pool, they were respectively a flying palace treasure and a domain treasure. As for the other items, they were mostly precious materials. After entering the palace and arriving at a garden, Xianxia saw the mountain guest holding a rock and stroking it with his eyes closed. Teacher Luo Feng respectfully bowed. Mountain passenger opened his eyes and put the rock in his hand to the side. He smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. You sure came fast, teacher, this place is too remote, otherwise your disciple would have arrived earlier. Luo Feng laughed. Teacher, why did you choose this place to stay? Quiet. The mountain traveler said, furthermore, this part of the starry void has a diameter of over 1 billion light-years. Although it's a vast expanse of nothingness, it's incomparably barren, making it impossible for races to reproduce here. But I'm a lone ranger, and this place treats me quite well. What's more, this is just one of my residences in the primeval universe. By the way, where are your stolen goods? What do you mean stolen goods? Luo Feng was helpless. However, he still took out the godly hammer, armor, and green seed that the Deep Fire Lord used. What do you want? Mountain Passenger glanced at them. Pinnacle treasure blade. Luo Feng said. The pair of divine hammers that he had taken out was a top-grade supreme treasure that could be stacked, and the armor was also a top-grade supreme treasure. However, the green seed was only an ordinary soul-type supreme treasure. It was worth 60 supreme treasure points in the human race, very close to a top-grade supreme treasure weapon. Not enough. Mountain Passenger looked at Luo Feng. I won't take advantage of you. I'll definitely pay 30% less than what you'd pay in the race. But yours is obviously not enough. Plus the blood shadow blade. Luo Feng took out the blade on his back. Since he was going to change, he didn't need the blood shadow blade anymore. Mountain Passenger still shook his head. Teacher. Luo Feng stared. I only have one pinnacle treasure blade. Mountain Passenger said, even though it's not a pinnacle treasure, your treasures are still lacking. Luo Feng frowned. He was already using all the treasures around him. The ones he didn't use were the treasures in the Blood Cloud Palace treasury. Even though he had gotten many normal treasures from the Deep Fire Lord, they were still classified by Luo Feng as part of the Blood Cloud Palace. After all, he owed the Blood Cloud Palace treasury a little. Oh, right. Within the Deep Fire Lord's World Ring, there was still a high-level treasure and a Suppression Valley token. Plus these two. Luo Feng took out a green and gold mixed shield and the Suppression Valley token crystal. Suppression Valley token? Mountain Passenger saw and laughed. I've been very bored recently, going to Suppression Valley isn't bad either. Alright, with these two, I can barely make it. Teacher, you're going to Suppression Valley? Luo Feng stared. The treasure that appeared in Suppression Valley was a Sword River Luo level treasure, and it wasn't a complete one. Luo Feng had the Qi Mirror Stone, and had high hopes for the Qi God Palace. He didn't have much ambition for Suppression Valley. For the sake of an absolute treasure weapon, not going to Suppression Valley wasn't a big deal. This was an absolute treasure weapon, not much weaker than the Sword River Luo. Why, can't I go? Mountain Passenger stood up. Life is long, one has to find some fun. Mountain Passenger walked into the distance, shouting, still not coming, you don't want your treasure blade anymore? Luo Feng followed. This was a hall with very special decorations. There were many carvings on the walls of the hall, and there were many pictures. There were pictures of two experts fighting on a vast plain, and there were pictures of one expert killing a large number of experts. Waves of ancient aura and pressure were emitted from the pictures, and at the same time, the entire hall fell into a strange atmosphere. Almost like I'm in a battlefield. Luo Feng felt his blood boil within the palace, feeling the urge to fight and kill. This made him shocked, even my willpower is being affected. This palace is filled with treasures, including the decorations. They are all treasures, however the majority are normal treasures. Mountain Passenger said. Luo Feng's gaze swept across. Inside the hall, there were many tools, and on the tools, there were sabers, swords, ropes, shuttles, maces, hammers, axes, bells, towers, boats, balls, flowers, grass, cloth, shields, sculptures, cubes. There were all kinds of strange objects, and there were thousands of them scattered in the hall. They are all treasures? Luo Feng was shocked. All of them, even the equipment is. Mountain Passenger laughed, normal treasures can only be casually made. To me, they aren't worth much. Like message tags, decorations, etc., they are all normal treasures. Luo Feng was speechless. Even the craftsman god lord wouldn't dare say this, only Mountain Passenger dared to say that normal treasures were casually made. Which one is mine? Luo Feng asked. In the corner. Mountain Passenger pointed. Luo Feng followed the direction of Mountain Passenger's finger and saw a normal-looking battle blade in the corner. He immediately walked over. The scabbard was gray in color, on it were some carvings, pure and beautiful. The moment Luo Feng touched it, he felt a monstrous killing intent invade him. Rumble, in the endless dark space, this battle blade was tens of thousands of km long. It floated horizontally in the endless dark space. As the blade was slowly unsheathed, a terrifying killing intent invaded Luo Feng's willpower. Chong! The blade was completely unsheathed, killing intent filled the air. At this time, Luo Feng's life imprint within his divine energy was completely imprinted within. The blade's name. Absolute Guest. Luo Feng said softly. You can use it for now, this blade is enough for you. Mountain Passenger said, of course the most suitable for you is to use that gold horn world stone as the core to create a pinnacle treasure blade. That's the gold horn world stone formed from the endless gold essence of your internal world. The moment it's made into a weapon, it would be the most suitable for you. The only thing is it requires a lot of materials, which you can't take out right now. Gold horn world stone? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. So even his teacher had plans. The gold horn world stone is formed from the trillions of kilometers of the internal world's endless gold essence. It's the limit of the metal materials in the primal universe. At least in the primal universe, it's considered the pinnacle of metal. Only in the universe ocean can you find something better than it. However, to your body, a weapon made from the gold horn world stone is the most suitable for you. Luo Feng asked, what materials do I need? Wait until you've killed the Universe Lord, or the 10 Pinnacle Universe Lords before we talk. Mountain Passenger said, this pinnacle treasure blade, Absolute Guest, was made with great effort by my teacher. Don't let it down. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, you can go back now. Mountain Passenger didn't hold Luo Feng back at all. Yes. Since his teacher had already spoken, Luo Feng bowed and quickly left. After watching Luo Feng leave, the Mountain Passenger returned to his garden and sat there. He picked up the stone again and lowered his head to look at it. He lightly sighed and said, when will I be able to improve further? Not long after Luo Feng returned to his god country, he had just begun to familiarize himself with this extremely powerful pinnacle treasure blade Absolute Guest when he received a mail from the Virtual Universe Primal Chaos City Leader. Luo Feng, Blade River Leader, the primal star matter has ended and you still haven't come to find me. Don't you know that the Universe Lords of Humanity haven't rested at all because of your matter? Hurry and come to me. The moment he received the mail, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, his heart couldn't help but race. Naturally he guessed that the primal star matter would cause the upper echelons of humanity to hold an emergency meeting to discuss his matter. Now that his teacher had summoned him, it seemed like there was a result. Teacher called me Blade River Leader? Luo Feng couldn't care less, immediately connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe. The 21st chapter has ended. Luo Feng had the complete 9 levels manual, grasping the Star Pagoda. This chapter could be considered as entering the pinnacle of the universe. This was just the beginning. Tomorrow, Tomato will stop writing for a day to prepare the next chapter. This Saturday's break will naturally be gone. The day after tomorrow, on the 10th, the new chapter will officially begin, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Virtual Universe Thunder Island's highest point. An ancient, grayish-green round table was surrounded by an endless flow of air. Beside the grayish-green stone table were 6 huge stone chairs. At the same time, there were complicated carvings on the back of each chair. Even the grayish-green stone table had a large number of carvings of pictures. Teacher. Sit first. The Primal Chaos City Leader walked over and sat down. He then pointed to the second seat on the left. You sit there. Yes. Luo Feng sat down, simultaneously looking at the table before him. He was filled with curiosity. He had followed his teacher for so many years, yet he never knew there was such a place in his palace. This place was actually a floating land right above the Primal Chaos City Leader's palace. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the carvings on the table. The carvings had many pictures, 3 warriors bowing respectfully to one warrior, a lone warrior massacring everyone, and 2 warriors teaming up to attack a group of warriors. The carvings were very abstract. Luo Feng could vaguely tell that one of them was the Primal Chaos City Leader. And my stone chair. Before Luo Feng sat, he noticed the carvings on the back of the chair too. There were many pictures on the back of the chair too. Like a person facing tens of thousands of silhouettes, like a huge oval covering thousands of silhouettes falling to their deaths. You should have guessed it. The Primal Chaos City Leader smiled at Luo Feng. Humanity's highest decision, unanimously approved. You are already humanity's 19th Universe Lord. Luo Feng first couldn't suppress his joy. After which he was shocked within, he couldn't help but say, 19th? Then didn't humanity have a total of 18 Universe Lords before? This was one of the highest number of Universe Lords Luo Feng knew of. Like the Bug Clan and Automaton race, they had very few Universe Lords. It was hard to say if there were more than 10. And the Demon Race Universe Lord numbers added up would at most be equivalent to humanity's. The Primal Chaos City leader nodded. The data I know, why? Luo Feng was curious. His authority before was that of an elite Universe Lord. Regarding the Universe Lords from other powers, including humanity's Universe Lords, he had access to a lot of information. According to what he found, humanity should have 15 Universe Lords. Why 18? You found 15? The Primal Chaos City leader laughed. No matter which faction, there will always be some secrets. Like the Universe Lords, our human race has a Universe Lord that hasn't been made public. Excluding you, the entire human race has 18 Universe Lords. Our Virtual Universe Company and the Battle Axe Dojo have 5 each, the Universe Mercenary Alliance has 3, the Universe First Bank has 3 and the Universe Galaxy Bank has 2. Luo Feng listened carefully. This was indeed different from what he knew before. The Virtual Universe Company only had 4 members, obviously one had always been in hiding. Of course, including you, our Virtual Universe Company has 6. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled. You are also the first of my disciples to reach the Master of the Universe. Ha ha ha, at least on this point, I have regained some ground in front of my junior brother. Juniors? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher has juniors? There are 2 junior apprentice brothers. The Primal Chaos City Lord said. The 2 junior apprentice brothers I'm talking about are the Universe Masters. If you count those who aren't Masters of the Universe, there are quite a few. Luo Feng nodded. His own senior and junior brothers also had a bunch of them. Not right, if there were juniors, then there should be a teacher. The Primal Chaos City Master's teacher had 2 juniors who were both Universe Masters. That meant, that teacher had taught 3 Universe Masters? Who was this teacher? Let me first introduce you to the Virtual Universe Company's Universe Masters. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled. The first, Dragon Leader. Dragon Leader is one of the earliest elders of the Virtual Universe Company. He's long since stepped into the Universe Master level. You've met him before. Luo Feng nodded. The second, my junior, Ice Peak Leader. He's extremely hard to get close to, extremely cold and solitary. However, he's done very well in many important matters. Luo Feng too knew of this Ice Peak Leader. He was an absolute being in close combat. His battle strength was extremely strong. He too belonged to the pinnacle of the Universe Masters. Compared to the Primal Chaos City Master, he was probably just slightly weaker. In the vast universe, he was definitely an extremely powerful being. Compared to the Flame Emperor, he was probably even stronger than him. The third, my junior, Darkness Emperor. He rarely interferes with the big and small matters of our human race. He rarely shows himself. Not many even know of his existence. Back then, he was an extremely low-profile and secretive disciple under my teacher. Unknowingly, he quietly became a Universe Master. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled. Luo Feng was shocked within. Darkness Emperor, he had never heard of such a being before. The various powers of the universe don't know of such a being within our human race. Of course, the Darkness Emperor is very famous in the Universe Ocean. He's an extremely terrifying Universe Master, haha, even if the various powers of the universe meet him in the Universe Ocean, they probably don't even know that he's actually from our human race. The Primal Chaos City Master said. The fourth, Yuho Leader. The Primal Chaos City Leader said, before you entered the upper echelon, amongst the 5 Universe Lords of the Virtual Universe Company, this Nether Marquis Lord was the youngest. Also, he was the direct disciple of my junior, Darkness Lord. Ah. Luo Feng was shocked. Yuho Leader was an extremely arrogant and flamboyant person. He was also an extremely strong Universe Master. Of course, he was weaker than the Ice Peak Leader and the Primal Chaos City Master. However, he was still one of the stronger Universe Masters. In terms of battle strength, he was close to the Blood Cloud Palace leader's disguise back then. Such a universe master was actually the disciple of the Darkness Emperor. My junior's disciple became a universe master. Now, my disciple too has become a universe master. The Primal Chaos City Master smiled. From now on, our virtual universe system has 6 universe masters. Alright, I'll summon the 4 of them now. At least, our virtual universe system will gather first. The Primal Chaos City Master said. Luo Feng nodded. Father and son soldiers, the human race was split into a few small groups. His own virtual universe system was naturally considered a small group. However, from the looks of it, this small group's battle strength was extremely terrifying. The Primal Chaos City Master and Ice Peak Leader were both at the pinnacle of the Universe Masters. The Dragon Leader wasn't much weaker either. Darkness Emperor was even more mysterious and unpredictable. From the sounds of it, he should be comparable to the Primal Chaos City Master. Yuho Leader was a junior, but his battle strength was extremely strong. Luo Feng in this group, his battle strength was probably comparable to Yuho Leader. Of course, this didn't include the Star Tower. Luo Feng sat there waiting quietly. A moment later, a silhouette walked over from afar. He was tall and skinny, with 2 curved horns on each of his ears, like 2 sides. There was also an eye on his forehead, and he was dressed in a dark green scaled armor. As he was in the virtual universe, he didn't carry his signature Yuho thorn on his back. Yuho Leader. Luo Feng recognized him immediately and stood up. Luo Feng. Yuho Leader was a warrior filled with killing intent. However, when he saw Luo Feng walk over, he smiled and shouted loudly. Yuho. Luo Feng smiled. Teacher uncle. Yuho Leader bowed to the Primal Chaos City Master to show respect. Even though it was just a slight bow, it was enough. After all, he was a universe lord. Sit. The Primal Chaos City Master said. Yuho Leader had just sat down when he laughed loudly. Teacher uncle, right now our virtual universe company has one more universe lord than the Battle Axe Coliseum. Haha, the way those universe lords from the Battle Axe Coliseum looked at us when they were deciding earlier was very interesting. It is interesting. In the distance another silhouette walked over. That tall and sturdy body, extending a dragon tail, one look and one could tell it was the Dragon Emperor. It's been a long time since I've seen those universe lords from the Battle Axe Coliseum so unhappy. The Dragon Emperor smiled as he walked over and sat down. Simultaneously, he smiled and nodded at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you were indeed powerful on Primal Planet. One move killed over 6,000 knights. According to our estimations, each of the 3 great alliances lost at least 1 pinnacle domain treasure. Luo Feng shook his head. I miscalculated. I should have fought with the Banfu Emperor for a while longer, allowing more knights to enter my attack range. The Dragon Lord and the Nether Marquis Lord froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. A cold aura emanated from the laughter. It was a silver-haired man with a blade on his back. He was dressed in an ancient armor that had blood stains on it. Just from his looks, at least amongst the 6 universe lords of the Virtual Universe Company, this Ice Peak Leader was the most handsome. And it was in line with the aesthetics of the human race. The Ice Peak Leader nodded towards the Primal Chaos City Leader and sat down. After which his gaze swept past the Dragon Leader, Luo Feng and Yuho Lord. The Dragon Leader, Luo Feng and Yuho Lord all nodded when their gazes met. Cold enough. Luo Feng thought. After waiting a while, a silhouette walked over from the distance. Before the silhouette could be seen clearly, a strange evil energy emanated. From the endless energy flow, the silhouette became clear. He wore a simple black robe, and within the robe was a silver and black peculiar armor. He was bald, his skin was as white as jade. On his head were extremely peculiar and complicated black engravings. Whoever he looked at, it was like a venomous snake in the night spitting its tongue at the back of someone's neck. Even the surrounding space and time was affected by him. The entire space and time was immersed in a peculiar atmosphere. Junior. The Primal Chaos City Leader said. Senior. Darkness Leader said. Luo Feng was shocked. He suddenly realized the huge difference between his teacher, the Primal Chaos City leader and the Darkness leader. The Primal Chaos City leader sat there, and that region was filled with endless peace and calm. And the region where the Darkness leader sat was filled with endless darkness and evil, making one's heart tremble. The two were completely opposing energies. And they were completely equal. No wonder he was able to teach the Yuho leader. Luo Feng thought. The Darkness leader had already sat down. He looked at Luo Feng. Senior, this is your disciple Luo Feng? P.S. New chapter begins, please recommend me, all the brothers have recommended me, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Being stared at by the Darkness Lord, it was like an evil song reverberating in one's mind, causing one to be affected uncontrollably. If the illusion was said to unknowingly seep into one's illusion, then the Darkness Lord didn't hide it at all. Everyone knew of his formless influence, however it was very hard to break free from it. Luo Feng, I greet your senior uncle. The Primal Chaos City leader said. The moment his voice was heard, the surrounding energy immediately became warm, sweeping away the evil aura from before. I greet my senior uncle. Luo Feng said. I heard you've trained for a little over 100,000 years. The Darkness Lord examined Luo Feng. To be able to reach such a level in such a short time, you are indeed my most exceptional disciple over the countless years. Luo Feng said, actually my training time is far more than 100,000 years. I've once trained in a place with extremely fast light flow for a very long time. Everyone including the Primal Chaos City leader nodded. Only then did they understand. However, the energy required to maintain the time room was extremely shocking. The faster the time flow, the more expensive it was, and the harder it was to maintain. And the evolution of the universe was incomparably long. Plus battle was the best way to train, hence very few powers arranged for geniuses to train in certain places. Good. The Primal Chaos City leaders' gaze swept. Right now, our virtual universe's 6 universe leaders have gathered. Immediately the Dragon leader, Ice Peak leader, Darkness Lord, Yuho Lord and Luo Feng all looked over, listening to the Primal Chaos City leader speak. In terms of strength and position, the Primal Chaos City leader was naturally the leader of the virtual universe. To be able to produce another universe leader, it's our virtual universe's fortune, and also humanity's fortune. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled, and this disciple of mine, in terms of survivability, he's probably at the top of the 6 of us. Ah? The Darkness Lord looked over. The Ice Peak leader too looked silently at Luo Feng. Really? The Lord of the Nether Marquis and the Dragon Travel Lord both asked. Luo Feng. 1. He has the talent to create clones. 2. One of his clones is similar to the 9 Underworld leader. The Primal Chaos City leader said directly. 9 Underworld leader? The Darkness Lord, Dragon leader, Ice Peak leader and Yuho Lord all looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng said, I was lucky. With his teacher saying this, Luo Feng wasn't unhappy at all. He was very clear, position was earned through strength. From the looks of it, the virtual universe lineage was extremely strong. On the surface, his strength should be close to that of the Lord of the Nether Marquis. As long as he revealed some of his techniques, his status would naturally be different. Moreover, there was no difference whether the Boundless Serene Sea's clone was exposed or not. It was just like how even if the Lord of the Netherworld were to announce it to the entire universe, no one would be able to do anything to him. Luo Feng, how big is your God body ocean? Darkness Lord asked curiously. The other universe lords were the same. After all, the Lord of the Netherworld's oceanic godly body was comparable to a supreme treasure, and countless experts were secretly envious of it. My training time is still short, my God ocean is still expanding. Luo Feng said, it's only a few tens of billions of km in diameter. Billions? The Lord of the Nether Marquis took a deep breath. The Darkness Lord, the Dragon Lord, and the Ice Peak Lord were all shocked. Oh my God! Even Li Huashan and the World Tree, which were considered super large, had a size of more than 100 million kilometers. One had to know that such a divine body was enough to make experts despair. As for the divine body ocean that spanned tens of billions of kilometers, they could only stare in shock. The rate at which the experts attacked the ocean with all their might be far from the rate at which the ocean recovered itself. Amazing. Respect. Such a huge god body. Darkness Lord, Ice Peak Lord and the others all praised, and their impression of Luo Feng had changed. Before, they only thought that the human race had another universe lord. However, Luo Feng's battle strength was still much lower than theirs. However, with the addition of the endless ocean, it immediately raised Luo Feng's status. One had to know, why was the Netherworld Lord so terrifying? It was because the Netherworld Lord dared to unleash his strongest natural abilities to risk his life every single time. Even if the Netherworld Lord self-destructed, a new Netherworld Lord would appear in an instant. However, even if the opponent had a clone, the cost of losing a powerful god body to recover would be huge. This made the Netherworld Lord one of the most difficult beings to deal with in the universe. Luo Feng. Darkness Lord had a rare smile on his face. Use your ocean clone to unleash the Universe Lord's strongest technique and self-destruct. This move is enough for you to dominate the universe. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Yes. Unleashing I Am the Universe had a very high requirement for God energy. At the undying level, only perfect gene life forms could unleash it. And after stepping into the Universe Night level, the Ocean Clone's God energy was already 10 times higher than unleashing I Am the Universe. With a body size of over 9,000 kilometers tall, it was completely capable of unleashing I Am the Universe, directly unleashing a miniature universe destruction ultimate attack. Like his Earth body and the golden horned beast, the reason why they didn't dare use the miniature universe destruction was because the power of the explosion didn't differentiate between friend and foe, even they themselves could be destroyed. However, the Ocean Clone had no such worries. However, from Luo Feng's point of view, he was currently only a universe knight, the power of the Ocean Clone's universe destruction wasn't strong enough. Once he stepped into the Universe Lord level, then this move would truly strike fear into the hearts of the other warriors. The trump card of the Ocean Clone was enough for Luo Feng to obtain a special position. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. In a while, we'll be having the highest echelon of humanity's meeting. Before that, Luo Feng, do you have any plans for your Universe Lord title? Universe Lord title? Luo Feng pondered. The Blade River Emperor was just a disguise you made back then. Right now, the universe races call you the Blade River Leader. You can use the Blade River Leader, or change it yourself. The Primal Chaos City leader said. After becoming a Universe Lord, they might have some thoughts, hence most Universe Lords will change their titles. Like me, I was tasked by my teacher to oversee Primal Chaos City. To make sure I don't forget my teacher's instructions, hence, I changed my title to Primal Chaos City Leader. Luo Feng nodded. He understood. When the Universe Lords were weak, they didn't dare name themselves too powerful, as that would cause other beings to look down on them. And as their strength grew, their ambitions and goals would change too. There were even some who changed their universe titles. Titles? Luo Feng thought. Some warriors used their weapons to name themselves. Some of them were there to commemorate their hometown, or some obsession in their hearts. Some of them were purely ambitious and so on. Milky Way Leader. Luo Feng smiled. I'll be called Milky Way Leader. He still remembered back then on Earth, looking up at the endless Milky Way and stars. Milky Way, that was his hometown. He had come this far, wasn't it to protect his family? Protect his hometown? Leader, that also represented his own territory, he had to protect it. Milky Way Leader. The 5 masters of the universe pondered for a moment and then nodded. A title was just a name. When one decided on one's own title, others wouldn't interfere. Unless the title was too ugly or taboo, like a human destroyer leader would naturally make the other humans unhappy. Normally, as long as it didn't violate the taboo, no matter how weird it was fine. Alright, then the 6th Universe Lord of the Virtual Universe will be Milky Way Leader. The Primal Chaos City leader stood up. Let's go meet the creator of the virtual universe. Creator of the virtual universe? Luo Feng was shocked within. The creator of the huge axe, the creator of the huge axe dojo. Just who was the creator of the virtual universe? Luo Feng had investigated before, but he couldn't find anything. His authority wasn't high enough. Let's go meet teacher. Darkness Lord stood up too. Let's go meet teacher. Ice Peak Lord stood up too. Immediately the 6 universe lords flew towards the endless chaos energy in the sky, following it. Luo Feng. The primal chaos city leader said as he flew, me, Darkness and Ice Peak, we are all teacher's disciples. Teacher has contributed greatly to our human race. If not for him, the human race wouldn't have become the pinnacle race so easily. Even the creator of the huge axe received his guidance and kindness. He is the first strongest warrior of our human race in the universe. Because of him, me, Darkness and Ice Peak, we are where we are today. Following the primal chaos city leader's voice, Dragon Leader beside said, I too received the guidance of Senior. Luo Feng held his breath. He knew, he had touched upon the deepest secrets of the human race. All these years, he only knew that the human race had the creator of the huge axe. Even from Mountain Passenger, he only knew the creator of the huge axe. He only knew that the strongest human was the creator of the huge axe. He had never heard of another one. Teacher's name is Primal. The primal chaos city leader said, back then our human race was just a strong race. Under teacher's leadership, we grew and grew stronger. Teacher roamed the universe, roaming the universe sea, killing countless. His fame was unparalleled, causing our human race to grow stronger. In the primal universe, there were many strong warriors. However, teacher was unrivaled. The other strongest warriors of the other universes could only avoid him. Even roaming the universe sea, he was the most famous. Unrivaled. No one could compare to teacher. The primal chaos city leader's eyes were filled with worship, almost as though he was recalling the scenes back then. Even the Darkness Leader, Ice Peak Leader and Dragon Leader were silent, all immersed in their memories. Back then, the human race was the universe's strongest power. Even the ancestral god sect, protected by the universe energies, didn't dare to mess with us humans. Back then, it was our strongest time. The 6 warriors broke through the skies and flew. The surrounding chaos energy constantly parted. It was completely silent. Only the primal chaos city leader's voice could be heard. Luo Feng was completely immersed in his thoughts. What a powerful being. Even in the primal universe and the universe sea, he was considered invincible. Even the other strongest warriors of the universe avoided him. We've arrived. The primal chaos city leader said. The surrounding endless energy flow had thinned. In the distant endless space, there was a majestic statue. Luo Feng looked up. Under the energy flow, that unfathomably tall majestic statue had endless law ripples. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, space, time, gold, wood, water, many origin laws and even the movement laws rippled out from that statue. Suddenly, Luo Feng felt that this majestic statue was very similar to the universe energies. Author's note, 2 chapters completed. Virtual Universe Creator unveils, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Primal Chaos City Leader, Ice Peak Leader and Darkness Leader were at the front, Dragon Leader, Nether Marquee Leader and Milky Way Leader Luo Feng were behind. 6 silhouettes broke through space and flew. In the endless space, the closer one got, the clearer the majestic statue became. The greatest being in human history? The strongest being in the primal universe and even the universe ocean? Nurturing the primal chaos city leader and the other 2 universe lord disciples? Luo Feng looked at the distant majestic statue. Even though he had only listened to his teacher's explanation before, his heart was already filled with respect and worship. What a heavenly being, creating the virtual universe, forcing the other universe's strongest warriors to avoid him. Making humanity the strongest power in the universe, even the ancestral god sect didn't want to mess with humanity. His achievements. This is Yuan? Luo Feng observed quietly. Originally, it was a slightly skinny man wearing a simple white robe. He had a smile on his face. His smile was one of perfection after seeing through everything. Just by looking at the statue from afar and seeing the slight smile on his face, Luo Feng's state of mind became incomparably calm. The warmth of returning to a mother's embrace filled his heart. His eyes seemed to see through everything in the infinite universe, there was nothing he didn't know. His stature was imposing, indomitable. The endless universe revolved around him. Teacher. The Primal Chaos City leader, Ice Peak leader and Darkness leader all stopped. The Primal Chaos City leader bowed. Our virtual universe has another universe leader, he's also my disciple. Milky Way leader Luo Feng, today I've specially brought him here to pay my respects to. Teacher. Luo Feng. The Primal Chaos City leader turned to look at Luo Feng. Greetings to your teacher. Luo Feng immediately walked up to the Primal Chaos City leader and bowed respectfully. Luo Feng greets the teacher. Towards this legendary being, Luo Feng had absolute respect. The human race was able to rise because of the primal, even the creator of the huge axe was guided by him. The virtual universe was also created by him. If not for him, Earth's history would have changed. Your disciple has received teacher's orders. The Primal Chaos City leader looked up at the majestic statue, his eyes gleaming with a special glow. Guarding Primal Chaos City, protecting humanity, countless years, I have never slacked. Now that Luo Feng has become a universe lord, humanity's strength has grown even stronger. I believe that the human race will become stronger and more prosperous. The Master of Darkness and the Peak of Ice bowed as well. They spoke softly, but their voices were completely isolated. The atmosphere in front of the statue was very oppressive. The invisible atmosphere affected the 6 masters of the universe present. Even the evil Lord of Darkness was like an obedient child. After a while, disciple will take his leave. The Primal Chaos City master bowed. The other universe masters bowed as well before flying off. The 6 of them disappeared into the depths of the airflow. The majestic statue was still there, just like countless eras. Only the statue's eyes moved slightly, looking towards where the 6 silhouettes vanished. A faint voice resounded, Luo Feng? The 6 silhouettes flew within the energy flow. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, Teacher, why do I feel many origin law ripples from the ancestor statue? It's almost like the universe source land. The universe source, just how powerful was it? Even the strongest experts of the universe did not dare to resist. Billions of races and countless life forms cultivated by sensing the origin of the universe. Only by obtaining the divine power from the origin ocean could they achieve everything. That is the universe origin energy. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Right. The always silent and cold Ice Peak leader said, however, that is the virtual universe's universe origin energy. The virtual universe's universe origin energy? Luo Feng was shocked. There really was another universe origin energy? Within the virtual universe, everything can be simulated. Any origin law can be comprehended and trained within. This time the one who spoke was the Darkness Lord. His voice was evil and elegant. To be able to sense it within the virtual universe, this virtual universe naturally has its own universe origin energy. If it's just some illusions, how can it allow you to truly train? Luo Feng was speechless. Right, according to his knowledge of the illusions, there was indeed not a single one that could allow the strong to train. Illusions can also allow one to train. The Primal Chaos City leader said. It can even make one feel no different from reality. However, these illusions can only be unleashed by a handful of the strongest in the universe. Secondly, the nomological laws cultivated there had to be those that the universe's strongest experts knew. Thirdly, illusions that allow powerhouses to cultivate in them consume a lot of energy. The virtual universe was created by the ancestor. Luo Feng said. The laws that can be trained within the virtual universe, does that mean the ancestor knows them all? For the universe origin energy to be formed within the virtual universe, does that mean any ancestor knows it? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Could it be that the various fusion laws, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all the individual laws, even the universe laws were all learned? No. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled and glanced at Luo Feng. Back when Yu-Ho became a universe lord and went to visit the ancestor, he too had his doubts. Haha. Yu-Ho, speak to Luo Feng. The Yu-Ho leader nodded and smiled at Luo Feng. The ancestor shouldn't know all the laws. Also, the virtual universe isn't an illusion. It's different from an illusion realm. In an illusion realm, experts would need a large amount of energy to cultivate laws and so on. However, the virtual universe maintains countless experts' cultivation at all times. Even universe supremacies and universe lords are practicing their secret techniques. And so on. Luo Feng nodded. If it's an illusion, to maintain so many warriors practicing, how much energy would it take? The Yuho leader smiled. And in truth, the virtual universe doesn't consume energy at all. Ah. Luo Feng was stunned. Doesn't consume energy at all. If it was a large virtual space, it would require a lot of energy. And the virtual universe seemed to cover the entire universe. Countless humans connecting to the virtual universe network actually didn't consume energy at all? Junior Luo Feng. The Yuho leader smiled. You said that this primal universe sustains countless races and races every day. The strong battle, even the strong train and swallow the god energy of the origin ocean. You say, does the primal universe consume energy at all? The primal universe energy is eternal. Luo Feng said. The primal universe energy never dissipates, then why does the virtual universe have to consume energy? The Yuho leader said. Luo Feng was shocked. Could the virtual universe really compare to the primal universe? It couldn't be that powerful. Don't underestimate your ancestor. The primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. Darkness leader and Ice Peak leader's eyes too were filled with respect and worship. Darkness leader said, back when my teacher was in the Universe Sea, not a single strongest warrior dared to clash with him. They all stayed far away. If he was still here, the other 3 alliances wouldn't dare plot against you. If they did, he would have long killed his way to the 3 alliances and they would have to hand over treasures as compensation. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, then how did how did he fall? Luo Feng didn't finish his words, but the primal Chaos City leader and the other beings naturally understood. Teacher, he hasn't fallen. The primal Chaos City leader emphasized. Right, he's still alive. The Darkness leader nodded. How could he die? The Ice Peak leader said too. Luo Feng was stunned. That, no matter what, the human race only had one strongest warrior in the universe. Even the one he went to visit was just a statue. Teacher's power is overwhelming. Even amongst the strongest warriors in the universe, he is the strongest. The Darkness leader's eyes gleamed with a dark light. No life form is his match. However, he's still searching for a stronger path. Hence, this goes against the laws of the primal universe. This is challenging the universe origin laws. Luo Feng listened quietly. Challenging the universe origin laws? Previously, when the Void Demon God came to kill him, chains appeared in the void and bound the Void Demon God because of his explosive strength. It was only when the Void Demon God lowered his strength that the chains disappeared. The laws of the universe cannot be challenged. However, Teacher is after all a powerful being. Naturally, he has to break through and surpass them. He has to go against everything. Time and time again. Hence he incurred the universe origin law's punishment. The Darkness leader said confidently. However, Teacher's strength has already reached the pinnacle of the strongest warriors in the universe. Even when the universe origin laws raged and tried to punish him time and time again, it couldn't stop Teacher's progress. Luo Feng was shocked. He could imagine the universe origin laws punishing him time and time again. Finally, Teacher and the universe origin laws engaged in a battle. The Darkness leader's eyes were filled with worship and respect. The result was, Teacher was eternally suppressed by the universe origin laws. Suppressed? Luo Feng held his breath. My God. There was actually a universe strongest warrior that dared to battle the universe origin laws. It was too crazy. However, the result was tragic. He was eternally suppressed. However, even after he was suppressed, the Darkness leader's voice was loud. Teacher continued to unleash the virtual universe technique, causing the virtual universe to cover the entire universe. Only the strongest of the other universe and the universe origin laws, who are able to control the laws, can slightly obstruct him. Luo Feng nodded. The area controlled by the star ancestor was unable to connect to the virtual universe. This was the will of the star ancestor. Even the primal stars were unable to connect to the virtual universe. This was because of the universe origin laws. A technique that goes against the heavens. covering the entire universe. The darkness leader looked at Luo Feng. Have you heard of such a powerful technique? Teacher even has a Universe Lord slave, the Automaton Universe Lord. Teacher made that Universe Lord the Automaton Universe Lord the entire virtual universe's AI core. The darkness leader said. You should know that the virtual universe has to deal with countless programs every day. It's extremely complicated. Even the strongest Universe Lord can't take it and crumble. And the Automaton Universe Lord was originally a living AI. After becoming the Universe Lord, he became even stronger in this aspect. Naturally, he can maintain all of this. Usually, everything is handled by the Universe Lord. Teacher won't even check on our movements. To see Teacher and let him know, the only way is to go to the virtual universe origin laws. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The ancestor is eternally suppressed by the universe origin laws. Is there a way to get out? P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Even though he only had some knowledge of this legendary being today, it didn't stop Luo Feng from worshipping him. From Luo Feng's point of view, to have a Universe Lord slave, to build the virtual universe, to stand at the pinnacle, to fight with the universe origin laws, to finally be suppressed forever, all these made him feel respect from within. Such a leader of the human race, if he could once again appear in the universe, it would be an unparalleled event for the human race. Is there a way? Luo Feng looked at the Universe Lords. The Darkness Lord was silent. The Primal Chaos City leader sighed, no. The creator of the huge axe has thought of it before, but there's no way. The Dragon leader said forcefully, the Ancestor's servant, which is the virtual universe AI core, told us too that he couldn't find a way. Luo Feng sighed within and nodded. After all, he was suppressed by the universe origin laws forever. Who could save him? Luo Feng and the others had just returned to Thunder Island. Within moments, they received a mail from the creator of the huge axe, inviting them to attend the highest level meeting of the human race. There are two types of human highest level meetings. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. The first is a large-scale meeting, where all the Universe Lords, the strongest of the universe all attend. This kind of large-scale highest-level conference was usually a big matter or a big matter that affected the interests of the universe's venerables. And other important matters that affect the race are usually discussed internally by the highest level. This highest-level meeting is attended by the Universe Lords, the strongest of the universe. As it's convened by the creator of the huge axe, it's also called the Huge Axe Meeting. Huge Axe Meeting? Luo Feng nodded. Actually, the previous highest-level meeting, with large amounts of the Universe Lords attending, was just to listen to the Universe Lords' message. The true decision-makers were still the Universe Lords, the strongest of the universe. Hence, this huge axe meeting was the true soul. It decided all sorts of matters within the race. Your authority has risen, you can teleport directly to the huge axe shrine. The Primal Chaos City leader said, the huge axe meeting is held right before the shrine. Ah. Luo Feng checked and realized, however, there were more teleportation points. Let's go. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Immediately, the 6 Universe Lords of the virtual universe disappeared from Thunderbolt Island. Their faction was obviously the one giving the orders was the Primal Chaos City Lord. In the endless darkness, there were stars in the distance. A simple temple floated in the air. There was a long stone table in front of the temple. There was only a single stone chair on the main seat of the long stone table, and there were rows of stone chairs on both sides. At this moment, there were already towering figures sitting on these stone chairs. Haha, Huang Jian, last time none of you were willing to return Earth to Luo Feng. Finally it was Huge Axe who said, that the day Luo Feng sits with us would be the day we return the rights to Earth to him. How long has it been? Luo Feng already has the right to sit with us. Didn't you object at the time? I don't have a family, and I don't have any ties. Naturally, I don't support or oppose it. Actually, looking at it now, agreeing to Luo Feng's request back then was a good thing. He used the Qi Mirror Stone to exchange for half of Earth's ownership. What about now? Right now, Luo Feng is on the same level as us. According to what Hugh Jack said back then, the rights to Earth would be returned to Luo Feng. We wouldn't even be able to get the Qi Mirror Stone. Humph. The Masters of the Universe conversed. They were divided into several factions, and it was natural for them to tease each other. Hua. 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 6 silhouettes appeared at the same time. It was the Primal Chaos City leader and the 6 warriors from the virtual universe. Primal Chaos. Primal Chaos, you're here. Primal Chaos. The universe lords that had arrived first all greeted him as the Primal Chaos City leader. After all, within the human race, in terms of position, it was undoubtedly the creator of Hugh Jax and the eternally suppressed ancestor of the universe. Other than these two, the Primal Chaos City leader who had guarded the primal universe was right behind them. Naturally, he was respected. Darkness, you're here too? It's rare to see you here. I didn't expect Darkness to come too. It's been so many meetings and Darkness hasn't appeared. The universe lords conversed. Simultaneously, the Primal Chaos City leader and the other 5 sat down too. The 6 universe lords of the virtual universe all sat in a row, with the Primal Chaos City leader sitting closest to the main seat, followed by the Dragon leader, Darkness leader, Ice Peak leader, Nether Marquee leader and Milky Way leader. Luo Feng sat down and observed the other universe lords. At the same time he said humbly, "It's luck. I've been training in a place like the Time Room for a long time before I managed to reach this level. I also created that move by chance. Haha, if the 3 great alliances want to kill me, of course I won't hold back." While saying that, Luo Feng observed carefully. After all, these were the highest echelons of humanity. He had only read about them from the information before. He had never seen them in person. The Hugh Jax dojo is led by the creator of Hugh Jax. Normally it's led by the Void Gold Lord. He was the temporary teacher of my big brother Hong back then, and he even created the Sky Ruins tablet. Luo Feng looked over. The Void Gold Lord was a majestic man with glaring golden long hair and a smile on his face. His eyebrows were long and hung down to his chest. In terms of bearing, he was very similar to the Primal Chaos City leader. The Universe Mercenary Alliance is led by the Desolate Mirror leader. Luo Feng looked carefully. The Desolate Mirror owner looked very savage. His entire body was covered in complex scales, and he had 3 horns on his head. At first glance, he looked like a human-shaped beast, and his aura was equally tyrannical. This Desolate Mirror owner sat there and examined Luo Feng multiple times. He was one of the top 3 out of all the universe lords present when he examined Luo Feng. The Universe First Bank is led by Green East leader. The Green East Lord was clad in cyan armor and a cyan cloak. The complicated mysterious patterns on the cloak formed a beautiful picture of a strange beast. However, the picture of the strange beast did not belong to any of the 8 major beast deities. The Universe Galaxy Bank is led by Pengworker leader. Luo Feng glanced at Pengworker leader. Pengworker leader was the one who looked at Luo Feng the most out of all the universe lords present. He was very fat, bald, and had a long beard hanging down. His aura was probably the weakest of the universe lords present. And the Universe Galaxy Bank he led only had a total of 2 universe lords. It was the least. However, according to Luo Feng's information, Pengworker leader's strength was at the top of the human race. Even the Void Gold Lord couldn't compare to him. He was completely comparable to the Primal Chaos City leader. The human race is really strong. Luo Feng exclaimed within. There are many at the pinnacle of the universe lord level. There are even a few at the very top. In terms of quality, they are considered extremely high in the vast universe. According to Luo Feng's current understanding, the universe lord's strength could be divided into beginner, normal, pinnacle and pinnacle. Beginner referred to those who had just stepped into the universe lord level. Their life genetic level was 100 times, yet they still hadn't had the time to create their ultimate techniques. Usually these types of universe lords rarely appeared. They would hide and focus on improving themselves. Normal referred to those who spent some resources to raise their life genetic level to a level that was hard to raise, like 1,000 times their life genetic level, creating their ultimate techniques and acquiring decent treasures. Pinnacle, or acquiring heavenly treasures. Or creating their strongest techniques. Or reaching 10,000 times their life genetic level. If one satisfied one, the other 2 had to be close, and that was more or less the pinnacle. Pinnacle was the Star River Lord. Primal Chaos City Leader and Darkness Leader, their life levels, treasures and techniques all reached extremely high levels, only then could they be considered the pinnacle. The human race is split into 5 branches. From what I see now, the virtual universe is the strongest. Especially the 3 disciples taught by the Ancestor, Teacher, Darkness Lord and Ice Peak Leader, all of them are at the pinnacle. Luo Feng exclaimed within, the disciples taught by the Ancestor were indeed powerful, the quality of the other 4 branches were slightly lacking. Actually, even the creator of the huge axe was taught by the Ancestor. As Luo Feng sat there calculating the strength of the human race, sighing at the bottom, the creator of the huge axe was the last to appear. Hua! With his hair draped over his shoulders, a huge savage appeared in the main seat. Immediately the universe lords went silent, their expressions respectful. Only Luo Feng's expression was respectful, yet he couldn't hide his shock. The huge savage nodded at Luo Feng. Luo Feng. This is the first time we've met. Creator of the huge axe. Luo Feng replied respectfully, simultaneously glancing at the creator. The more he looked at the huge savage, the more he felt he was similar to his good friend Rong Jun from back then. Even though Rong Jun's aura was far from this creator's, he still had a similar aura. Similar boldness, even looks and aura, just like how Chinese people and Europeans have different temperaments. The creator of the giant axe and savage Rong Jun obviously have the same temperament, and in terms of appearance, etc. Just like how Luo Feng's first impression was, they were from the same race. Back when Rong Jun appeared in Primal Chaos City, his performance wasn't that outstanding. Back then we were just a bunch of punks from the genius battles, many of the knights didn't even notice. Just like me, where would I find the time to pay attention to such punks? Back then even Bolin wasn't taken in as a disciple by a universe country leader, Rong Jun was the first to be taken in as a disciple. Luo Feng thought. Rong Jun, when he was taken in as a disciple by a universe country leader, he even incurred the jealousy and unwillingness of the other genius battle members. Luo Feng gritted his teeth back then, determined that even with the guidance of a universe country leader, he would still surpass Rong Jun. Even after his performance was exceptional, even the leader of the Tianshi Palace made a bet that Luo Feng still couldn't compare to Rong Jun. Why do they favor Rong Jun so much? Looks like it's very likely that it's the huge axe creator's bloodline. Luo Feng muttered, how many warriors are there in the huge axe creator's bloodline? Luo Feng's mind swiftly recalled large amounts of information about the knights, however they were all dressed in armor and boots. Unlike Rong Jun's savage form back then, there seems to be 4 or 5 with that aura. Luo Feng carefully recalled, he was somewhat sure. After all, he had only been a warrior for a short period of time, he was only friends with Yunzhou Knight and a few others, the other knights were only nodding acquaintances. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. As Luo Feng was pondering about the relationship between Rong Jun and the creator looked around at the universe lords and laughed. It's been a long time since our human race has seen such a scene. Haha, all the universe lords have gathered together. The 19 universe lords sitting at the sides of the table all smiled. Today, we've all gathered here to welcome Luo Feng as one of us. The creator looked at Luo Feng. From today onwards, our human race has one more universe lord. Luo Feng has the talent to create clones, and his survivability is ranked in the top 10 of the universe. This is also humanity's fortune. Hua. The universe lords all looked at Luo Feng, some even discussing privately. Obviously the creator's words about being ranked in the top 10 in survivability shocked them. Looks like the creator of the huge axe knows about my ocean clone. Luo Feng's gaze swept across and thought, and the other universe lords of the other factions probably don't know about it yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so shocked. According to the rules of my human race. The creator of the huge axe smiled. Every single one that becomes a universe lord will receive a top-level weapon from the race. This valuable treasure, Luo Feng, do you have any requests? Luo Feng heard and couldn't help but exclaim within. This was the difference between the pinnacle races and the smaller powers. Even the Northern Border Alliance, even though it was one of the 9 great Leviathans, there were too many races and too many strong warriors. Unless they invited a very powerful Universe Lord and prepared a huge gift. Normally when a knight broke through to Universe Lord, the gift they received was very little, it still depended on the individual's hard work. Luo Feng, speak. The creator looked at Luo Feng. The many Universe Lords all looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned to look at the creator of the huge axe in the main seat, smiling. I don't ask for any other treasures, I just hope that the race can transform my territory, the Milky Way galaxy. I'm prepared to stay there forever. Forever in my home, hence I hope that it can be built more stable. Forever in Milky Way galaxy? The Primal Chaos City leader and Dark Lord were all shocked. Normally Universe Lords would stay in the Primal region or other secret regions. It was very rare for a Universe Lord to be stationed in a galaxy. However, the Primal Chaos City leader and the others didn't say anything to stop him. Because when Luo Feng gave himself the title of Milky Way leader, the Primal Chaos City leader and the others understood how much Luo Feng valued his home. This Luo Feng will stay in the Milky Way galaxy forever? The other masters of the universe were also secretly astonished. However, since the virtual universe lineage didn't say anything, they could only suppress their suspicions. Since you have a request, I will naturally agree. The creator of the giant axe nodded. The Milky Way is just a galaxy with a very small area. Even if we use a top-grade treasure to stabilize and build it, there would still be some left over to create the most stable galaxy. This is enough. Luo Feng said. The great construction of the Milky Way, using a place where the Lord of the Universe was stationed, required a huge price. Even if it was not as valuable as a top-grade treasure, it was not much different. And Luo Feng had quite a few treasures on him, normal treasures were nothing to him. I remember the last time Luo Feng wanted to return to his home Earth. The huge axe creator continued. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The other Universe Lords immediately went silent too, all looking at the creator. Since Luo Feng has already become a Universe Lord and is sitting with us, then, the other rights of Earth will be returned to him. Naturally, Earth will be completely under his control. The creator said. Huge axe. The three-horned scaled giant suddenly said, us Universe Lords need to contribute, we need to carry the entire race. Other than the one and only gift after becoming a Universe Lord, we need to pay for it at all times. To get powerful treasures, we need to give them up to get treasure points, only then can we exchange for them. One theory, since the free gift has already been given, the Milky Way leader can't get anything else for free. Half of Earth belongs to the race, since the Milky Way leader wants it, he has to pay something of equal value. To get Earth, he has to pay something of equal value. Another Universe Lord said. Luo Feng looked at the three-horned scaled giant, that was the Desolate Mirror owner. The Desolate Mirror owner nodded at Luo Feng. Desolate Mirror. The Primal Chaos City leader said, this half of Earth was originally signed by the Virtual Universe Company with Luo Feng, the other half is under the company's name. Even though your large sects all have descendants on Earth, back then the 50 billion mixed elements were given by the Virtual Universe Company, the other half was under our hands too. It wasn't shared by the entire race. Right now, returning half of Earth to Luo Feng is naturally possible. The Virtual Universe Company is also a part of the human race. The Desolate Mirror owner said, the Virtual Universe Company's huge fortune, how can it be given away so easily? You have to pay before you get, this is the law. Haha, back then my Virtual Universe Company bought it for 50 billion mixed elements, Luo Feng, spend another 50 billion to buy back half of Earth from the Virtual Universe Company. The Primal Chaos City leader said. Yes teacher, your disciple is willing to pay this 50 billion. Luo Feng said. 50 billion mixed elements, what a joke. Any random treasure would far exceed this value. To the Universe Lords, 50 billion mixed elements was like a drop of ocean, and Earth was an endless ocean. How could its value compare? We all know the value of Earth. The Desolate Mirror owner creased his eyebrows, using 50 billion to buy it, isn't that equivalent to giving it away? Don't even mention the 50 billion back then, I wasn't clear of Earth's power, and also, Luo Feng was very weak back then, 50 billion was already enough for him. Ah, Desolate Mirror, you want to interfere with the Virtual Universe Company's trade? The Primal Chaos City leader said, are you the person in charge of the Virtual Universe Company, or am I? I'm not interfering with the trade, it's just that everything has its own rules. If it were your personal items, I wouldn't care how you want to give it away. However, this is the property of the Virtual Universe Company, and the Virtual Universe Company belongs to the ancestors. How can the treasures of the Virtual Universe Company be given away so easily? The Desolate Mirror owner said. The Primal Chaos City leader and the Desolate Mirror owner were arguing. One of them was the person in charge of the Virtual Universe Company. The other was the creator of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. The two were the pinnacle existences amongst the Universe Lords. Their positions in their races were very close. As for the other two factions, Qingdong Master and Pungong Master, they watched silently. After all, Earth had its own benefits too. All right. The creator of the Huge Axe spoke. The Desolate Mirror owner and the Primal Chaos City leader looked at the creator. I've said it before. The creator creased his eyebrows. The moment Luo Feng is able to sit with us, that's when the ownership of Earth returns to him. The promise I made, naturally I'll keep it. Since half of Earth belongs to the Virtual Universe Company, I'll transfer an absolute treasure to the Virtual Universe Company to make up for this loss. Huge Axe. Huge Axe. The Desolate Mirror owner and the others immediately spoke. How could they let the creator of the Huge Axe give up his treasure? Creator of the Huge Axe. Luo Feng couldn't help but shout. This matter ends here. The creator's gaze swept across. Immediately the Universe Lords all quietened down. The main purpose of this meeting was to welcome Luo Feng, after which they discussed about the Primal Star and Universe C, after which the meeting was dismissed. The Universe Lords of the Virtual Universe sect dispersed too. Only Luo Feng was called over by the Primal Chaos City leader. Teacher, this matter, how did it end up as the creator of the Huge Axe transferring the absolute treasure to the Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. He too felt that he owed the creator of the Huge Axe for this matter. Don't think too much about it. The Primal Chaos City leader shook his head. The creator of the Huge Axe is the strongest in the human universe, and also the one with the most treasures. Even during normal times, he wouldn't ask for anything and would just give it to the race. Like the many treasures that can be exchanged for within the race, they were all given to the race by the creator of the Huge Axe. Transferring one to the Virtual Universe Company now isn't a big deal. After this matter is over, I'll just give it to the race. Luo Feng nodded within. Sighing, it wasn't easy to support an entire race. Weaklings would be at a disadvantage if they traveled alone, but the strongest experts in the universe who traveled alone were very carefree. Their strength stood at the top of the pyramid of the universe, and they could obtain many treasures. But if they were alone, they would only need a few treasures, and the rest were generally useless. Hence they were carefree. However, if they had something to worry about, one would have to be careful and cautious, two would have to constantly contribute to the race and nurture the next generation. I understand. Luo Feng nodded and sighed within. This favor from the creator of the Huge Axe, he would have to work hard to repay it in the future. Even if the Desolate Mirror leader and the others obstruct you, don't hate them for it. The Primal Chaos City leader said, everything is about benefits. Look at why the other Universe Lords don't speak up, because this involves the benefits of the other four clans. The Desolate Mirror leader speaking up is actually speaking up for them. There are many rules in the universe, almost all of them are about benefits. Whether it's individual benefits, faction benefits, or the race benefits. Luo Feng nodded. Right. The Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng. You really intend to stay in the Milky Way galaxy forever? Right. Luo Feng nodded. Stay in the Milky Way galaxy forever. Humanity's universe lords, they usually stay in the important areas of our human territories. Firstly, our race's knights, undyings, and geniuses etc. gather there. They require absolute warriors to protect them. Secondly, in the important areas, there are usually many universe lords. This way, the moment they meet with a huge crisis, they can help each other, and it'll be easier to overcome the threat. And you alone in the Milky Way galaxy, if you suddenly meet with trouble from the other races, even if the other warriors of the race rush over, it'll take some time. Of course there are universe lords who guard their homes, but most of them only leave a body there. You won't change your mind? The Primal Chaos City leader said. Luo Feng smiled, very relaxed. I won't change my mind, I'll stay in the Milky Way galaxy forever, forever guarding my home. Over the long years, struggling time and time again, life and death battles, what was it for? It was to one day stand at the pinnacle of the universe and protect his home. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Rumble. The vast divine kingdom was filled with volcanoes that spewed blazing magma. This was a kingdom of magma. Volcanoes were erupting almost every second. And in the center of the entire god country, surrounded by endless flames, there was a majestic shrine. In front of the shrine was a statue of Mo Luo. Shua, a silhouette appeared in mid-air in front of the shrine. It was Mo Luo. Mo Luo was one of the geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company. 30,000 years ago, he broke through to the undying level. Even though he was only an official, he was at the pinnacle of official level. His title was Mad Beast Official. Back when he was defeated by Luo Feng, he gritted his teeth and wanted to surpass Luo Feng. Unexpectedly, not only did he not catch up to Luo Feng, even Bolin and Rongjun surpassed him. Now, Bolin and Rongjun were Emperor-level Undyings, while Mo Luo was an official-level Undying. Even though he was weaker than Bolin and Rongjun, his talent was undeniable. He was accepted as a disciple by the South Fox Emperor. Someone's coming. Mo Luo stood in mid-air and his expression changed. This was his god country. How could others enter his god country? Rumble. 3 majestic silhouettes appeared in a corner of the endless volcano god country. Following that, they teleported and appeared in front of Mo Luo. Mo Luo looked at the three before him and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He revealed a look of joy and respectfully stepped forward. Disciple greets teacher. The South Fox Emperor looked at Mo Luo with a look of pity. Ganwu, Bei Ming. The South Fox Emperor looked at the two universe knights beside him and nodded. The Ganwu Emperor looked coldly at Mo Luo and shouted, Mo Luo, do you know your crime? Crime? Mo Luo was so shocked that his heart trembled. He could not help but look at his teacher. The South Fox Monarch. The South Fox Monarch had a look of pity and sorrow on his face. This made Mo Luo immediately feel that something was amiss. He quickly said, I, Mo Luo, have always followed the rules. I have never done anything improper. May I know what crime I have committed? The Universe Knight, who was dressed in a snow-white robe and emitted a cold aura, sneered, South Fox, your disciple still dares to quibble. I'm not quibbling. Mo Luo said anxiously. I'm guilty. Please show me the evidence so I can accept it. Teacher, at the same time, he looked at his teacher anxiously. You still don't know your sins? The monarch of the South Fox Nation shook his head. The Milky Way Overlord has ordered that if you admit to your crimes immediately, you will be sent to the first Starfield's prison for 10,000 eras. If you don't admit it, you'll be sentenced to death. Mo Luo's body trembled. His expression changed drastically. Death penalty? I've sinned. I've sinned. Mo Luo hurriedly said, Master, I've sinned. 2 universe supremacies, Mo Luo is guilty. What crime? Lord Northstemborer asked coldly. The Ganwu country king also looked at Mo Luo coldly. What crime? I don't know either. Mo Luo's face was full of panic, but his mind was rapidly thinking, and his consciousness was operating at an unprecedented speed. He was born as an orphan and had gone through numerous deadly tribulations. He had long since formed his way of dealing with the world through countless tribulations. Those who posed a threat to his growth would be eradicated. And when he destroyed them, he didn't even leave a single trace. Now that the upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company had come to question him, many things flashed through his mind. He had done many cruel and merciless things. Logically speaking, everything he did should have been watertight. Even though there were a few who knew, none of them had any evidence. Milky Way leader's orders. Who is this Milky Way leader? Milky Way, Milky Way. A name immediately appeared in Mo Luo's mind. Luo Feng. Luo Feng's home is Milky Way Earth. Don't tell me the Milky Way leader is him? Even though Mo Luo was an Undying, he was so scared his forehead was filled with sweat. Actually, he had always been paying attention to Luo Feng's growth, Especially when he heard that Luo Feng had entered the Primal Chaos City leader's tutelage, he was even more terrified. He thought that the moment Luo Feng complained to the city leader, he, Mo Luo, would be done for. However, Mo Luo had investigated carefully, he knew that the city leader was famous for his fairness. Without evidence, he probably won't touch me. Mo Luo was afraid back then, but after so long, Luo Feng never found trouble with him, he didn't panic either. As for Luo Feng's accomplishments on Primal Star, one had to know, normal Undyings didn't have the right to know about Primal Star. Luo Feng's name had spread throughout the universe. Even the trillions of races, universe lords and knights, along with a few extremely powerful invincible emperors that were highly regarded by their races, Mo Luo indeed didn't know about it at all. He didn't know about Luo Feng's hunting on Primal Star, much less about Luo Feng killing over 6,000 knights in one move. Is it Luo Feng who wants to kill me? Mo Luo looked up at the three knights. North Borer and the Ganwu country leader were cold, the South Fox Emperor even shook his head. It's really him. Mo Luo looked anxiously at the South Fox Emperor. Teacher, don't tell me even you don't believe me? I really didn't, it's just that back then when Luo Feng and I were exploring Demon Note Mountain, due to a dispute over treasures, I had a grudge with him. I didn't expect that after so many years, he would still bear a grudge. Teacher, you have to uphold justice for me, otherwise your disciple won't be satisfied. Still quibbling. The North Borer Emperor sneered. Interesting. The Ganwu country leader shook his head too. There's no difference whether you admit it or not. The South Fox Emperor sighed. Mo Luo, I knew you were decisive, but I didn't expect you to be this vicious. Teacher, your disciple is innocent. Mo Luo said anxiously. He didn't dare admit it. Admitting it meant death. He had to fight for a chance of survival. Teacher. Mo Luo clenched his teeth as tears flowed out. Your disciple is innocent. Even if Luo Feng broke through to the universe realm, it's hard to say what a person's personality is. How can you judge your disciple based on his words? Your disciple has no other choice but to die to prove his innocence. When a powerful god energy suppressed and restrained every bit of Mo Luo's god energy. Under the Ganwu country leader's forceful suppression, Mo Luo couldn't even self-destruct. Mo Luo couldn't help but look at the Ganwu country leader in shock and anger. Senior Ganwu country leader, you. Mo Luo knew that there was the concept of reviving through spacetime. As long as he acted a little more agitated and used his death to prove himself, he would definitely be revived in the future. But he didn't expect the Ganwu country leader to not give him a chance to self-destruct. Don't self-destruct. The Ganwu country leader said coldly, we are here under the order of the Milky Way Lord to punish you. Since you didn't admit it immediately, I shall sentence you to death. Mo Luo's eyes instantly burned with complicated colors, unwillingness and madness. Under the order of the Milky Way Lord? Who exactly is the Milky Way Lord? Mo Luo said hoarsely. It's the Lord Luo Feng you mentioned. The North Borer said. Luo Feng? That's impossible. He's at most just stepped into the universe night level. How long has he been training for? A little over 100,000 years. No matter how powerful he is, he should at most be a universe knight. How can he order you all? Mo Luo shook his head in disbelief. I know I have to die. However, I want to know, just who made me die? The Ganwu country leader looked coldly at Mo Luo. It's Lord Luo Feng. Lord Luo Feng has already become the Universe Lord. The pinnacle of humanity's existence. Universe Lord? Mo Luo stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng? Universe Lord? Back then, the Luo Feng he kicked into the abyss had become the Universe Lord? The Milky Way Lord is the Universe Lord. With such a position, why would he malign you? His one word is more effective than any evidence. The Ganwu country leader said, you are ruthless enough. You actually went against the Virtual Universe Company's orders. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Mo Luo roared, I don't believe it, I don't believe Luo Feng has become the Universe Lord. Impossible. Pung. Like the earth collapsing, Mo Luo's body crumbled inch by inch, before turning to dust and vanishing. Immediately, the god country that was originally brimming with life and vitality, the volcanoes that erupted seemed to have lost its life force. The volcanoes that were erupting also suddenly dimmed. With the last two eruptions, the rest of the volcanoes in the God country all quietened down. The temperature of the God country too began to drop. This God country would continue to wither as time passed. If Luo could reverse time and space and be revived, with the God energy, the God country could be revived once more. It was a pity. Luo would never be revived. Let's go. The Ganwu country leader, North Borer and South Fox country leader, the three of them immediately teleported away from the withered God country. While Luo was being executed, in the distant Milky Way galaxy, Earth. They want us all to migrate? Who gave the order? I sold one of my galaxies and obtained a slot to live on Earth for 1,000 years. They want me to leave just like that? Who will compensate me for my losses? Impossible. They actually dared to chase us away. I'll report this to my family. I'll make you all regret it. In front of the cold law enforcers, the aliens in the floating cities above Earth's oceans roared. One had to know that ever since Earth's might was discovered, the right to live on Earth had become incredibly expensive. Only those with power and authority from the 5 big sects could enter, and they were all here to let the younger generation have children. The moment the children were born, they would immediately leave Earth, not wasting any time at all. They were considered powerful family members in the entire human domain. After paying such a huge price to come to Earth, they were now being chased away? The Virtual Universe Company, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank have all given their orders. Within 3 days, leave Earth immediately. Those who disobey, die. In front of a master of the universe, what were the descendants of those influential clans? They could only leave unwillingly. After the law enforcers chased away all the aliens, the shrine that was originally guarding the solar system space finally vanished, leaving directly. From today onwards, this was where the Milky Way leader would reside. And the entire Milky Way galaxy began a mad construction. Earth. A black-haired youth stood in the solar system space, looking at the blue planet from afar, smiling. With a step, he entered Earth's atmosphere and flew downwards. P.S. Update complete. I've been tormented by my back pain for so long to finally finish the update, sweating. If you like this work, please come to Cheat.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Earth after 100,000 years, what would it be like? The grass was long and the birds were flying, the greenery was dotted with unique residential buildings, birds could often be seen flying in the sky was azure blue, the air was fresh. If it was according to the human domain standards, Earth was definitely the pinnacle of SSS-grade life planets. Nature and technology, forming a perfect harmony. Many men and women dressed in training clothes or casual clothes walked on the streets. There were no cars or other forms of transportation in the city. The underground tunnels that connected the cities of Earth moved at 30,000 kilometers per hour, allowing people to easily reach any city on Earth. Of course, to be able to allow a few continents to pass through the ocean floor and form a tunnel, that was also Luo Feng's authority. Earth is completely different. Luo Feng exclaimed. It'll be even more different in the future. Xianxia smiled. The husband and wife pair walked on the streets, just like a normal couple, others couldn't even tell the difference. In truth, even if they saw Luo Feng before, in a blink of an eye, their memories of him would immediately vanish, they wouldn't be able to remember him at all. Luo Feng carefully observed everything. Even though he had ordered the ocean clone to stand guard on Earth earlier, the ocean clone had only quietly sat crossed-legged within the Luo family's meditation room, only appearing when there was an important situation. Other than the 2 times Luo Feng went to accompany his family, the ocean clone didn't do anything else. Xianxia, I've discovered that we often see star travelers on the streets. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, are star travelers so common? Over 100,000 years, Earth shouldn't have developed to the point where most of them are star travelers. Xianxia shook her head, it's like this, Earth's secrets are the upper echelon secret, even though it hasn't been made public. However, the Virtual Universe Company, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance and the other 5 big powers all think of ways to enter Earth. You should be able to guess how popular Earth's right to live is. Luo Feng nodded. Before, Earth's oceans belonged to the aliens. And the land belonged to us. Xianxia said, over 100,000 years of development, Earth's people have long spread throughout the Ganwu universe country, and even the other universe countries, their numbers are incomparably large. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. In the past, Earth's population couldn't break through because of the land restrictions. Without the land restrictions, with large amounts of food, the rapid growth of Earth's population is very normal. Xianxia said, that's right. The population of Earth has already reached an incomparably large level. Let's not talk about other things, just the population of my Luo family is already frightening. Luo Feng nodded. The population of the Luo family had long surpassed that of a star field. One had to know that if one continued to develop, it was normal for the population to increase by over 100 million times in 5,000 years. 100,000 years of development, how ridiculous would the population be? Even with the Luo family's power and influence, they were currently restricted by their territory, causing many of their disciples to be scattered across many planets and even other universe countries. If the Luo family alone was like this, then what about the entire Earth? Earth's management, even with the help of the virtual universe, was unable to record the identity of every Earthling. After all, in the vast universe, space accidents, people who were captured and sent to some mineral planets to become slaves. In the face of such a huge population, even the Earth's Management Association was unable to take care of everything. There are too many people. Right now, we are trying to identify the Earthlings. First, identity registration. More than 99% of them were recorded. The second was genetic identification. The genes of Earthlings are unique, and they are very different from the other races in the human race. Xianxia said, on Earth, only Earthlings can live on land. If it's another race, no matter how powerful or wealthy they are forbidden to live there. As time passed, because of Earth's residency rights. And some of the Earth's residents wanted to live a luxurious life. Hence, they sold their residency rights and left for other planets. Maybe they could become the leader of a planet, etc. Xianxia said, as the residency rights on Earth can only be traded between Earthlings, hence the prices aren't as exaggerated as the aliens, but it's still extremely high. To become the leader of a planet, to live a luxurious life, or to become a strong warrior and purchase large amounts of resources, anyway, the residency rights on Earth are constantly traded, and the elites with status and power are constantly entering Earth. Changing from generation to generation. To be able to enter Earth, they are all incomparably outstanding in the universe, either building business empires, or powerful fighters and spirit readers. Hence, on Earth, over half of the elites of the trillions of citizens of Earth have gathered. Xianxia smiled, hence on Earth, star travelers are very common. Even star levels and universe levels are commonly seen, and there are a few undyings living on Earth. Luo Feng sighed and nodded, undyings, yes, the chances of Earth's people becoming strong under sufficient nurturing were indeed very high. Right now, there were a total of 11 undyings on Earth, including Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, and 5 of them were living on Earth. There were even quite a few sector lords. It was because of Earth's power that made the universe lords of the 5 great sects of humanity value Earth so much. The residency rights on Earth, can they be traded so freely? Luo Feng asked. It can only be traded between Earthlings, and the free trade is the best choice. Xianxia shook her head, one is willing to buy, one is willing to sell. How can we stop it? This way, our sacred land Earth's position will continue to rise. After all, over half of the elites of Earth are gathered here. But those with high statuses and powers all want their descendants to be strong, even if they are used to living on other planets. For the sake of their descendants, they will still buy residency rights on Earth, sending 2 or 3 family members to live here. You can say that Earth gathers over 50% of the elites of Earth, and the top 1 million elites, 99% have residency rights on Earth. Luo Feng nodded. This was good too. As time passed, the position of Earth's sacred land Earth would get higher and higher. After all, Earth had only developed for over 100,000 years after entering the universe. The number of warriors, the power of the trading companies etc. weren't that heaven-defying. As time passed, the elites would gradually reveal themselves. One had to know, according to the calculations of the upper echelons of humanity, just the development of Earth alone would be comparable to at least 1/10 of humanity. How many undyings would that require? How many nights, Obviously the potential of Earth had only just begun to emerge, it hadn't fully exploded yet. This eruption required sufficient time. Right now the biggest problem is that our elite disciples of Earth are unable to receive the best nurturing. Xianxia said, according to the data we got from the aliens, the moment the wife gets pregnant, the moment she enters Earth within 3 months of pregnancy, the baby will grow and be influenced by Earth, causing changes. She has to reach Earth within 3 months of pregnancy, any later and the effects will be much worse. Our Earth Management Group manages large amounts of Earth youths, carefully nurturing them, absorbing the elites and nurturing them. We have wealth. However, nurturing them requires a lot of resources, like good teachers, training environments etc. Just our Luo family alone can't do that. Xianxia said, what our Luo family does can't even compare to the Ganwu universe country's nurturing system. This has also affected the rise of the Earth people to a certain extent. Luo Feng nodded, pondering for a while. I'll quickly arrange it. Luo Feng said. Nurturing was very important. Like Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, if they hadn't stepped out of Earth and entered the universe, if Luo Feng hadn't acquired the Yunmo Planet Master's treasures and Babada's pointers, naturally they would have been sacrificed gloriously if they met the golden horned beast. Their accomplishments would obviously have been greatly limited, even their chances of reaching universe level would be very low. However, the moment they were nurtured, the three of them would all shine, immediately becoming completely different. And for the Earth people to rise, obviously the nurturing of the new generation was very important. The other universe lords' nurturing systems are already very mature, I'll just borrow from them and use my resources to do it. Luo Feng nodded within, humanity had many places to nurture their people, it was just that even the knights didn't have the right to arrange for large amounts of members to train there. However, the universe lords could, for example sending them to Blood River World, to other places etc. Of course Luo Feng would have to pay a price for this, however to Luo Feng, it was a piece of cake. After the great migration of the aliens left Earth, Earth began to be remodeled once more, using the resources of the ocean to harmonize the land and ocean, making the entire natural system of Earth even more perfect. Furthermore, the floating cities built by the aliens were also modified to make them more suitable for Earthlings to live in. Those floating cities were usually hundreds or even thousands of stories high. If 1 or 2 stories were used for living on land, then the floating cities of the aliens were the most efficient use of space, including the area of the ocean, it was much larger than the land. Even though every floating city was very far from each other, the Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Oceans, all the floating cities above the oceans added up, could easily house over 100 billion people. It can house over 100 billion. Then we can allow a large scale of pregnant women to swiftly arrive on Earth, try to reach within 3 months of pregnancy. The Earthlings born on Earth have a higher possibility of nurturing. And the Earthlings born on an alien planet have a terrifyingly low chance of producing a strong warrior. All sorts of plans were swiftly formulated and implemented one by one. The first thing Luo Feng did when he returned to Earth was to use his own energy to perfect the development of Earth. Only by combining his own resources and the race's resources could the development of the Earth people grow even faster. He believed that in the future, it wouldn't be a dream for the Earth people to be stronger than the Flame God race. The Earth people will produce a few universe knights and a large group of undyings. Or even another universe lord, that would be even better. Luo Feng anticipated. However, that would require a very long time. P.S. First chapter has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The shadows of a few monsters could be vaguely seen in the dilapidated farmland that was overgrown with weeds, and there were all kinds of broken cars on the cracked highway. Some of the cars were overturned, and the dust on the highway told the story of its history. A figure was walking on this highway. Protected area? Luo Feng walked on the broken highway as he thought back to the distant past. When he was young, he joined the Fire Hammer Squad for the first time in the wilderness. He still remembered Chen Gu, who used firearms and treated him extremely well back then, that broken arm Zhang Ku, the Wei brothers who used scimitars well. Of course there was also the intrepid dual-wind hammer Captain Gao. Over 100,000 years have passed. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed, those brothers that he had gone through thick and thin with back then. Luo Feng had always been roaming the universe, he hadn't even seen his family many times, he had only seen these old friends a few times. However, the Luo family had always been secretly helping these old friends, and wouldn't affect their lives. However, time was merciless, over half of these old friends from back then had already died of old age. Even though the Luo family had endless wealth, they still controlled the resources of their own disciples. Towards the old friends, even though they would help, they wouldn't go as far as to force them to the universe level or domain lord level. Earth still had many protected areas left. These were left behind from the headquarter city era. Some of the monsters were treated as rare animals and protected. These monsters were allowed to survive in the protected areas, as it had been too long. In truth, the cracked highways, overturned cars, old residential buildings etc. were all refurbished. With new materials, they were able to exist for an extremely long time. The outer appearance was just old. After all, how could the concrete and other materials from back then remain the same for over 100,000 years? And to visit this protected area, one had to sit in a ship from above. It was forbidden to barge in and attack the monsters within. Of course, Luo Feng teleported in, and the person with the highest authority in Earth's defense system was Luo Feng. Naturally, there weren't any obstructions. So, Luo Feng leapt up, directly jumping onto the balcony of a 6-story residential building, sitting down, looking at the bright moon in the sky, listening to the roars of the beasts within the protected area. It feels a little like back then, Luo Feng said softly. Luo Feng frowned. Shua, then, he disappeared from the rooftop. Roughly 800 light-years away from Earth, in the starry space, there was a majestic and luxurious palace complex. One could faintly see some powerful guards, sector lord guards and even undying guards, walking along the tens of millions of km-long corridors. The security was very strict. This was Luo Feng's shrine. Within the majestic main hall of the palaces, beside the 12 huge pillars, there were flames burning, and on the throne of the main hall sat a majestic silhouette. It was the 10,000 kilometers tall Luo Feng, looking down at the 3 silhouettes below. Greetings, Milky Way Lord. 3 figures bowed at the same time. Ganwu, Naizhou, Beiming. Luo Feng gazed below, smiling. It's been hard on you all these days. The 3 of them had been dealing with some trivial matters according to his instructions and had only returned today. Of course, he had to see these 3 great heroes. In the future, there would be plenty of places for these 3 universe supremacies to serve him. It's our honor to serve the leader. Naizhou looked up, the Ganwu country leader, and Beiming looked up at Luo Feng too. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. From now on, everything here will be managed by the 3 of you. If there's anything, you can contact me through the virtual universe. If there's anything urgent, you can crush the token I gave you. Yes. The 3 universe supremacies bowed. Luo Feng nodded. Go. The Ganwu country king, Venerable Bei Zhou, and Venerable Bei Bo bowed slightly and left the palace. Luo Feng was 10,000 kilometers tall. Both his hands were placed on the armrests of the throne, looking up at the majestic shrine. This shrine was 10,000 kilometers tall. Even Luo Feng looked at it. He felt as though this majestic shrine was like an endless galaxy. No wonder the shrines are getting bigger and bigger. Luo Feng said softly. I've been studying the 2nd level of Star Pagoda over the past few days. However, I haven't been able to understand the 2nd level of the Wu Killer Wings, which is easier than the Star Pagoda. During this peaceful time on Earth, I'll focus on training and studying the Wu Killer Wings. Luo Feng immediately vanished. This place was less than 1,000 light-years away from Earth. One teleport and he could reach there. As for the 3 universe supremacies, many undying guards, large amounts of sector lord guards and large amounts of servants, they were all arranged by the Virtual Universe Company. Under normal circumstances, a universe lord would pick a few universe supremacies to be his disciples. There were only so many human universe lords. Most of them weren't willing to wantonly take in disciples. Hence, the majority of the universe supremacies couldn't become a universe lords. Disciple, the primal chaos city leader allowed Luo Feng to take in disciples. However, Luo Feng needed to properly study and train. His law comprehension hadn't reached the universe lord level yet. Hence, he didn't accept any. In the end, he only picked 3 universe supremacies to help him deal with his affairs. These supremacies that were directly under Luo Feng were equivalent to having Luo Feng as their backer. Having a backer and not having one was completely different. Luo Feng first picked the Ganwu country leader and Nai Zhou, who were on good terms with him. After which, the Ganwu country leader picked his good friend Bei Ming. Hence, these three universe supremacies became Luo Feng's subordinates. With Luo Feng as a backer, at least the Ganwu country leader wouldn't fall into such a difficult situation like back then. Ganwu, this time you spoke up for me, allowing me to become the leader's subordinate. This favor, Bei Ming, you and I have a friendship of life and death. You've helped me many times, this is nothing. The Ganwu country leader, Nai Zhou, and Bei Ming could be considered to have turned their fortunes around. With a backer, naturally things were different. One had to know that the moment the three became Luo Feng's subordinates, they were each given a normal treasure. This was enough to make the other universe supremacies that didn't become the universe lord's subordinates jealous and envious. Luo Feng built a fixed pathway that connected his god country to Earth. He could easily return to his god country from Earth, and he could swiftly reach Earth from there. With this fixed pathway, even if there were space ripples or other situations, they wouldn't be able to stop him from reaching Earth. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. Haha, killing Wu Yui was harder than I expected. After spending a total of 12 years, I've finally comprehended the second level. Shua, with a teleportation, Luo Feng immediately teleported from the Luo family mansion on Earth to a silent space a few hundred light years away. He didn't dare to recklessly test out the power of the Wu Killer Wing's second level on Earth. With his current strength, the moment he unleashed the Wu Killer Wing slightly, he could cause Earth to crumble and he would regret it. In the silent space, the stars were resplendent. A silver-armored and silver-winged Luo Feng stood in space, his eyes filled with anticipation. Let me see the second form's power. This four-winged killing Wu Yui was a top-level treasure. Just the first form alone was much stronger than the two-winged killing Wu Yui's second form. Right now, the second form should be even stronger than the two-winged killing Wu Yui's third form. The first form was called chaotic space. Then, what about the second form? Chi countless amounts of burning god energy surged into the killing Wu Yui on his back. Following the large amounts of engravings, they swiftly extended outwards, intricately activating the engravings. In an instant, the entire second level of engravings had been activated. Immediately the silver wings began to change. Each feather became even sharper, with golden threads wrapping around it, causing the entire wing to have golden engravings. A powerful and luxurious energy emanated from it. Just this pressure alone made the killing Wu Yui even stronger than normal top-level treasures. Rumble. Vast, the endless space was enveloped in a golden glow, endless and endless. Luo Feng stood stunned in midair. After a long while, the killing Wu Yui's second form's power, no matter how strong it wouldn't shock Luo Feng. However, the power it was displaying right now completely shocked Luo Feng. This. Luo Feng looked in all directions. 2 light years away, there's a star-level beast living on that planet. Luo Feng turned and looked in another direction, 2. 9 light years away from me, on that planet there's a construction team from the entire Milky Way galaxy, they're currently remodeling the planet. 3, 8 light years away, there's a spaceship flying in the sky. 19, 6 light years away, there's a Sector Lord team from my Undying Shrine patrolling space. Majestically, with Luo Feng as the center, an area of 80 light years was completely enveloped by a formless golden light. This entire area was completely under Luo Feng's control. It was a form of complete control. How can it be? How can it be? The more Luo Feng sensed everything, the more shocked he was. Even if it's a universe lord, he wouldn't be able to control space to such a ridiculous extent. Suppress. With a push from Luo Feng, immediately the space and time within a radius of 80 light years rose in power, causing the universe ships far in space to slow down and some planets to tremble. Luckily Luo Feng controlled it carefully, otherwise those planets would have been destroyed long ago. Full force suppression. Luo Feng pointed at a distant star. Rumble that star along with the surrounding 3 large planets and many small planets, under the power that was enough to wipe out a universe night, they immediately vanished. That entire galaxy vanished from space. What a strong power. Luo Feng used his full force suppression on himself, immediately feeling a powerful pressure pressing down. This is even stronger than the Universe Lord's control of space and time. Luo Feng had personally felt the Universe Lord's control of space and time, hence he could clearly judge that his control of this 80 light-year area was much stronger than the Universe Lord's control of space and time. Of course, it would definitely be weaker than the Universe Lord's control of space and time. In terms of area. In terms of power. Both are much stronger than the Universe Lord's control of space and time. My Wu Killer Wings. Luo Feng was extremely excited. The first form is to mess up space and time, the second form is to completely control space and time. And it far surpasses the Universe Lord's control, the area far surpasses mine too. With Luo Feng's control, the vast blurry golden light swiftly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk from the 80 light-years around Luo Feng. The area can be big or small. It's extremely powerful. Luo Feng laughed. From today onwards, with this move, I'll naturally control space and time. Who would dare suspect that I'm not the Universe Lord? Haha. The Wu Killer Wing's second form was actually this powerful. It was indeed out of Luo Feng's expectations, however it made him extremely happy. The Wu Killer Wing's second form, I'll call it. Endless golden light enveloped the silver-armored Luo Feng. He said softly, Golden Country. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The first form of the Slayer Wu Wings, chaotic time and space. The second form of the Slayer Wu Wings, Golden Country. It was still a support ability, however it made Luo Feng very happy. After all, the biggest difference between him and the Universe Lord was that he didn't have control over time and space. For example, in terms of chasing and killing, he was very weak. Right now, his weakness had been made up for a radius of 80 light-years. Luo Feng exclaimed, even a top-level domain treasure like the Thousand Treasure River isn't that ridiculous. The second form is already so strong. I wonder what the third form is. Immediately, Luo Feng's god energy began to search the entire Slayer Wu Wings, covering every part of it. The engravings on the wings appeared incomparably clear in his mind, tens of millions of times clearer than the naked eye. With one look, Luo Feng was immediately disappointed. He understood that this was currently the limit of the Slayer Wu Wings. At least this incomplete Slayer Wu Wings third form was still lacking. Obviously, the Slayer Wu Wings are still lacking parts, at least the engravings themselves are lacking. Without a part of the engravings, no matter how strong I am, I can't activate the third form. Luo Feng sighed within. To activate the third form, one is for my own origin law comprehension and engravings to reach a higher level. 2 is to find the parts of the Slayer Wu Wings and make it even more perfect. Just one fusion and it made the Slayer Wu Wings reach the pinnacle treasure level. Then the fusion, the Slayer Wu Wings are indeed extraordinary. However, I don't know where to find those parts. Luo Feng explained within. He knew this would be very difficult. After all, the Slayer Wu Wings had been in the hands of the Primal Chaos City leader for so long, yet he hadn't found any other parts. This was also related to the Primal Chaos City leader not using them. Luo Feng had used them. Along with the countless warriors gathered on the Primal Star, he coincidentally sensed the Tian Kuan Night. Only then did he know of the other part of the Slayer Wu Wings, the Flowing Light Wings. However, over these years, Luo Feng had been to the Primal Star many times. Without any new senses, to find the next part, the difficulty was obvious. That's weird. The Slayer Wu Wings definitely didn't come out of the Primal Star. If it did, the Primal Star would clearly indicate the treasure's level, and split it into many parts. Although everyone had only received parts, they all understood how precious they were. However, Tian Tai the knight and teacher, just the wing alone, they couldn't even tell that it was an incredible treasure. Back when teacher gave it to me, he even said that other than him, no one else in the universe had seen it before. Luo Feng thought. I'll have to ask teacher when I get back, where exactly did he find it? Luo Feng had already made his decision, he had to find the other parts of Wu Killer's wings. The second form was already so heaven-defying. The power of the third form. Luo Feng was naturally filled with anticipation. Time to go back. Shua, Luo Feng had already vanished from this part of space. The space was still silent, the only thing missing was a distant star system. The lifespan of an expert was eternal and long. During this long period of time, there was a long period of peace. However, this peace was also for the sake of an even crazier battle in the future. Perhaps it was for the clan, for the faction, or for themselves. I didn't expect that Qishan Palace still hasn't opened yet. Luo Feng waited for the palace to open. After all, a pinnacle domain-level treasure, in terms of itself, only the Star Pagoda surpassed it. The other treasures were weaker, the Calamity Armor, the Blade Absolute Guest etc. were all weaker by a level. It was rare to get such a treasure. Naturally Luo Feng was filled with endless battle spirit. At the same time, Luo Feng was training the Beast God Path and studying the engraved diagrams. He temporarily gave up on studying the Star Pagoda, because the third level of engravings was so complicated that it left him dumbfounded. It obviously far surpassed his current level, only with higher origin law comprehension and engravings would he be able to comprehend it. 165 years since Luo Feng became the Milky Way leader, Elder God's secret region, within the Rainbow Light Lake, within Circus Island. Luo Feng stood before the railings of the pavilion, looking at the distant plaza before the island leader's palace. He immediately teleported and with a schwa, he arrived before the fountain and entered the inheritance grounds. After a while, Luo Feng came out from the fountain again. I can already unleash the Universe Lord's ultimate techniques, and with the Beast God heart, training the Beast God path is indeed godly speed. Luckily, I have the inheritance grounds, able to instill energy over and over again, allowing my efficiency to be maximized. Luo Feng was very clear, every infusion of energy would consume a large amount of energy, hence the inheritance grounds actually had a very powerful control over the number of times. Normally, only those who had just stepped into a new level would have a free inheritance chance. The others would have to exchange for it. It was rare for the other inheritors to exchange for it. However, Luo Feng's mad challenge back then, battling over 620,000 times, this allowed him to have a huge amount of honor points, allowing him to exchange for large amounts of inheritance. And usually only with some comprehension would he proceed to the next inheritance, hence the amount of inheritance per level wasn't too much. Luo Feng. A loud voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears and mind. Luo Feng stood beside the fountain and looked up into the sky. Hua, a beam of light shone down from the depths of the Rainbow Light Lake, enveloping Luo Feng. One end of this light pillar enveloped Luo Feng, the other. And, if one looked carefully, it extended towards the depths of the five-colored extreme light lake, the Ancestral God Palace. Ancestral God Palace? Luo Feng looked up, the rainbow lights of the lake automatically parted, forming a path for the beam of light to pass through. Ancestral God. Luo Feng spoke, he could tell that this was the voice of the two-faced ancestral god. Come to me. The voice continued. Immediately a formless energy enveloped Luo Feng, so Luo Feng swiftly followed the beam of light and flew out of Bauhinia Island, rushing into the depths of the Rainbow Light Lake and towards the Ancestral God Palace. At this time, Luo Feng's speed had already far surpassed light speed. To be able to do this in the primal universe, it was obviously something only the strongest in the universe could do. Luo Feng didn't resist this energy. With his abilities, he could easily break through the restraints. As he flew, he saw the 3,000 stars, that was the 3,000 god envoys' world. He also saw the 72 god general continents, every continent was majestic and boundless. He then flew past the Beast God Palace. There were 16 other palaces around the 8-direction Beast God Palace. I've arrived. Luo Feng landed on the majestic palace plaza. This majestic ancestral god palace from afar on Bauhinia Island was indeed terrifyingly huge. At the same time the entire palace emitted an endless amount of power. The power made even Luo Feng, who had seen many treasures, shocked. This ancestral god palace should be a pinnacle flying palace treasure. Luo Feng thought, indeed the ancestral god sect. Even before our human ancestor was suppressed, it was only comparable to the ancestral god sect. Luo Feng, come in. The voice came from the distant shrine. Outside stood 8 guards. These 8 guards were all dressed in golden armor. They were all universe knights. From the pressure emanating from their treasures, their armor and weapons were all treasures. At this time, these 8 knights were all looking at Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng took a step and arrived at the entrance of the palace, after which he entered. Within the majestic palace, there were many sky pillars so tall that one couldn't see the end. Every pillar had totem carvings, the carvings of different races, human carvings, bug carvings, automaton carvings. There were also countless alien carvings. In the furthest throne sat the two-faced ancestral god. He gazed down at Luo Feng, smiling. According to the information you humans have released, you've already decided on your title. Milky Way leader? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Milky Way leader Luo Feng, you've been in the ancestral god sect for quite some time. You've also joined our outer circle. The ancestral god said, even though you're the Milky Way leader now, the grand universe origin laws tell me, you haven't actually stepped into the universe lord level. The reason you can unleash the universe lord's ultimate techniques is because of the first appearance of the primal universe's other path. Luo Feng was shocked within. The ancestral god sect had publicly announced that they were the protectors of the universe origin laws. Even the primal chaos city leader and the others said that the universe origin laws were protecting the ancestral god sect, from the fact that they were able to pass on their inheritance, and even knew that his techniques were created from another path. Looks like all of this wasn't just a rumor. The day you truly become a universe lord will be the day you become our protector god leader. The ancestral god looked at Luo Feng. Don't think too much, every protector god leader of our ancestral god sect is an extremely powerful universe lord. Normal universe lords can't take up the position. Every divine lord protector has several masters of the universe under him. Luo Feng nodded, he knew. Feng Tian God Lord, 9 Nether God Lord, all of them were legendary beings of the universe. His current strength was indeed insufficient to become a protector god leader, on par with the others. You've been in our outer circle for so long, yet you haven't received a single mission. The ancestral god looked at Luo Feng. I have a mission for you now. It doesn't involve the human race. The location is extremely far away from the human territories. I wonder if you're willing? As long as it doesn't involve the human race, or my good friends, I'll naturally comply. Luo Feng said. He had received the inheritance so many times, and had received many benefits from the ancestral god sect. Back then the ancestral god even personally protected him from the demon god. He naturally had to do his part. Hua, a golden light flew up and stopped before Luo Feng. It was a golden toad carving. The toad's eyes were gray. Take it and head to this territory. Any life form that can cause its eyes to turn red will be destroyed. The ancestral god gazed at Luo Feng. And you have to investigate what's happening there. The universe origin energy tells me there is something unfavorable happening to our primal universe. Luo Feng took the golden toad and looked at its eyes, turning red. Ancestral god, once its eyes turn red, it means how far away is the life form that caused it? How big is its monitoring range? Luo Feng asked. About 100 million kilometers, the ancestral god said. Imprint your life force within it, control it, and you can clearly sense it. Determine if it's a life form or some wonder that caused this reaction. If it's a life form, no matter who it is, it'll be destroyed. If you're not willing to act, send a message to me, I'll send another member. This is a new communication tag. Back then the one 9 Nether gave you was too low, it couldn't contact me directly. This one can. A golden tag floated over. Luo Feng immediately received it. Looking at it, why did this golden tag look so much like the one his teacher sitting mountain passenger made? Go, for the great universe origin energy, all life forms that cause its eyes to turn red, destroy them all, don't leave a single one alive. The ancestral god said. Yes. Luo Feng bowed. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Today, Saturday, there's an event from 8 p.m. to 9:20 p.m. See the book review section for details. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. According to the range the ancestor god gave me, it should be within the Yuan mystery region. On the surface of a barren mineral planet, a silver silhouette broke through the sturdy rocks. Rocks flew everywhere. The silhouette was already in space, floating. Luo Feng stood in space, gazing into the distant space. This is the closest place my slaves can teleport to the Yuan mystery region. Luo Feng nodded and swiftly swapped his body. His earth body entered the world ring and the blood cloud leader appeared out of thin air. With a sweep of his tail and a wave of his hand, a palace appeared in space. Blood Cloud Palace. Go. Entering the Blood Cloud Palace, it became a beam of light and swiftly rose, quickly entering the dark universe, beginning to move at high speeds towards the destination, the Yuan mystery region. After all, he was working for the Ancestor God sect, and it wasn't a life-saving emergency. Luo Feng wouldn't teleport continuously. After all, teleporting time and time again, continuously teleporting for a day or two was extremely tiring, and sitting in the Blood Cloud Palace, even though it was much slower than teleporting, in the dark universe, it was still considered fast. Human Domain Primal Region, not far from the Primal Chaos City Leader's palace in space, there were two silhouettes. One was the Primal Chaos City Leader, the other was the Huge Axe Creator. Primal Chaos. The Huge Axe Creator said, I'm preparing to go to the Universe Sea. I might not be able to return for a long time. I'll leave the protection of humanity to you. To the Universe Sea? The Primal Chaos City Leader frowned. A long time? With the Huge Axe Creator's level, one training session could take up to 10,000 years, hence when he said a long time, it probably wasn't short at all. It could very well be in terms of epochs. However, the Primal Chaos City Leader was curious, with the power of the Huge Axe Creator, why would the Universe Sea take him so long? Don't tell me. The Primal Chaos City Leader looked shocked at the Huge Axe Creator. I'm preparing to go explore the Qing Feng world in the Universe Sea. The Huge Axe Creator saw the city leader's expression and decided to say it. Huge Axe. The Primal Chaos City Leader couldn't help but say, that's the Qing Feng world. I've acquired one of the incomplete maps of the Qing Feng world. The creator of the giant axe said, with this piece of map, I can also carefully explore the areas recorded on the map. If I'm lucky, I might be able to obtain a supreme treasure. Even if I'm a little unlucky, I should be able to get a peak domain type supreme treasure. Incomplete map? Primal Chaos City Master said in surprise, the incomplete map of Fallen Peak Realm? Yes. The creator of Great Axe smiled and nodded. Even the Primal Chaos City Master couldn't help but be excited. One had to know that the Cosmic Sea was an even more dangerous place outside of the Primal Universe. The Cosmic Sea could be said to be truly boundless. To this day, not a single expert knew the limits of the Cosmic Sea. The strongest experts in the universe were considered to be very low-key in the primeval universe. However, in the Cosmic Sea, the strongest experts in the universe were more savage, cunning, and ruthless than the last. Fight, plunder, this happened time and time again in the Cosmic Sea. The Cosmic Sea was the place where the most supreme treasures were born. Almost all of them originated from mysterious places in the Cosmic Sea. For example, the Pinnacle Realm was one of the most dangerous places in the Cosmic Sea. All sorts of treasures, even pinnacle treasures and ultimate treasures, were hidden in some secret places in the Pinnacle Realm. Of course, the Pinnacle Realm was also filled with endless dangers. Just one of them, lost, was enough to make the strongest people in the universe fearful. Because there was no direction to guide them, it was easy to get lost. Even if the strongest experts in the universe could defend against all sorts of dangers, they would never be able to leave the Qing Feng world. They would forever be lost in the depths of the Qing Feng world. Without a map to guide them, the strongest experts in the universe wouldn't dare to casually wander about. The complete Qing Feng world map didn't exist. There were only a few maps that were recorded by countless experts who wandered about and then combined together to form a few incomplete maps. The incomplete maps were the treasures of the various superpowers. The rarer the map, the fewer the explorers and the higher the chances of finding the most valuable treasures. A single incomplete map was enough to make the strongest experts in the universe fight to the death for it. This is an incomplete map of a region in the depths of the Qing Feng world. The creator said solemnly, based on my understanding, there should be very few explorers there. I was lucky enough to obtain this map. I have to rush over and explore that region as soon as possible. Giant Axe, my main body will go with you. The Primal Chaos City Lord said. No. The creator shook his head. The deeper one goes into the Qing Feng world, the more dangerous it gets. Just that bewitching sound, even the Universe Lord might fall into eternal slumber. The Primal Chaos City Lord was shocked. Right, the dangers in the Qing Feng world were even scarier than the strongest experts in the universe. Even if one had the ability to create clones, the moment one's soul was affected, the other clones would be affected too and fall into eternal slumber. This wasn't much different from dying. I know the few most dangerous regions in the Qing Feng world. As long as you don't go there, your life won't be in danger. At most, you will be lost. The Great Axe creator replied, however, I will follow the incomplete map. If there are any errors in the map, I will immediately return the way I came. You have to be careful. The Primal Chaos City Lord emphasized. Haha, to be able to obtain this map is already a huge fortune. This map describes a huge area. It's probably left behind by a power before the Great Apocalypse. With this map as a base, I can explore even more. With some time and luck, I can definitely get an absolute treasure. The creator said, I'm leaving, I'll leave everything to you. Hua, the creator of the Great Axe, vanished into thin air. The Primal Chaos City Lord stood in mid-air for a while, nodding, if Giant Axe can get an absolute treasure, our human race will naturally become stronger. Following which he teleported back to his palace. Luo Feng used his identity as the Blood Cloud Palace leader to ride the Blood Cloud Palace through the dark universe with extreme speed. In just 8 days, he arrived at a corner of the Primal Universe secret region. Yuan Mysterious Region. Yuan Mysterious Region. The silver-armored silver-winged Luo Feng stood in the space of the Yuan Mysterious Region. With a flip of his hand, the golden toad appeared. The golden toad looked normal, its eyes still gray. According to what the ancestor god said, it should be within the Yuan Mysterious Region. Yuan Mysterious Region, according to the information, there are 12 vast continents. Every continent has a diameter of over 1 light year, while the largest is close to 8 light years. There are large amounts of different races living there. Luo Feng nodded. The entire Yuan Mysterious Region is the territory of the Lone Ranger, the Yuan Mysterious Lord. The vast continents within the universe secret region were able to sustain a shocking amount of life. It was normal for large amounts of sector lords to be born. However, the special life energy in the universe within a territory was limited. The fewer life forms there were, the more nourishment each life form could receive. For a continent like this, where there were countless people, although the population was large, the number of experts produced was far less than that of a normal star field. Universe secret region continents, with large populations, producing undyings is considered easy. However, universe lords are extremely rare. The entire Yuan Mysterious Region, other than the Yuan Mysterious Lord, there has never been a universe lord. Luo Feng thought, the Yuan Mysterious Lord is a special life form. The Yuan Mysterious Lord was a special life form. His strength was extremely strong, and he roamed the universe alone. Maybe because he felt lonely, he began to wantonly plunder the population of the universe. Those he plundered were all from the weaker races. Over 100 million from one race, over 100 million from another race, many of the weaker races only had a universe knight at most, who would dare go against the universe lord. What's more, the number of people he plundered wasn't much. A race's population was usually in the trillions. The Yuan Mysterious Lord only plundered over 100 million, there were many races in the universe. Other than the pinnacle races and the strong races, there were simply too many normal races and weak races. The Yuan Mysterious Lord wantonly plundered in the universe, taking a total of over 100 lives. He then split them into 12 vast continents, allowing them to multiply and survive. The multiplication was very exaggerated. As time passed, the number of people grew. The Yuan Mysterious Lord also expanded the 12 continents time and time again, causing them to grow larger and larger, until they reached their current scale. On these 12 continents, there were also trillions of living beings. On these 12 continents, undyings were born, causing the normal life forms to worship these undyings and listen to their orders. God wars after God wars were incomparably crazy. Of course, there was a legendary supreme god on the 12 continents, the supreme god Yuan Ao. All living beings worshipped the supreme god Yuan Ao. The Yuan Mysterious Lord relied on plundering to multiply, relying on the undyings under him. The God Wars caused countless normal life forms to kill each other, training the strong through the battles. Life and death battles were indeed a very effective way to train the strong. On the 12 continents, with thousands of gods controlling the God Wars, the endless battles continued. The rate at which the battles consumed life forms was completely able to support the reproduction rate, the endless meat grinder God Wars. Luo Feng said softly, over the countless years, he actually managed to nurture 10 universe knights and thousands of undyings. Luo Feng smiled. Of course, these universe supremacies were useless in a battle between universe lords. One had to know that he had killed over 6,000 universe supremacies in one move. The true use of universe supremacies was that there was a high possibility of a universe lord emerging from them. Just one was sufficient. According to the ancestor god, there's actually something detrimental to the universe laws happening in the Yuan mysterious region. Luo Feng nodded. I'll first head to the 12 continents to investigate. After all, the life forms of the entire Yuan mysterious region are all on those 12 continents. So, Luo Feng immediately teleported 1,000 light years, time after time. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled over 1,000,000 light years. A majestic endless continent appeared before Luo Feng. This was the Yuan mysterious lord's territory, one of the 12 endless continents. This should be the Dark Awareness continent. Luo Feng nodded. With a single step, he entered the land of infinity. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The skies of the endless land had a thin 7-colored light membrane. It had an extremely strong resistance. Luo Feng naturally passed through it easily. This resistance, I think only sector lords can pass through it. Luo Feng nodded and descended. Just from the air alone, Luo Feng could feel an extremely strong suction force coming from below. The suction force was so strong that even Luo Feng was shocked. Such a strong suction force, I'm afraid only a universe level can maintain flight. In mid-air, it only flickered for a moment before landing on the vast land. The moment his feet touched the ground, the suction force instantly weakened to a negligible level. He said softly, the Yuan Ao Lord really put in a lot of effort to create these 12 continents. One land, one 7-colored light membrane. Between the two, there would definitely be a strong repulsive force. Only by landing on the ground would one not be affected by this repulsive force. Luo Feng couldn't help but praise the ability of the Yuan Ao Lord, who had existed since the birth of the universe. At least the creation of these 12 continents probably took a lot of effort. Luo Feng's gaze swept around. This was a black wasteland. With a glance, there were countless bones left on the wasteland. Many of them had already decayed, some were still very sturdy. Obviously they hadn't been dead for that long. This battlefield has an area of about 10,000 kilometers. The strength of the bones varies. The strongest is only a sector lord. Luo Feng thought, in the entire battlefield, with his holified god energy scanning, he only found a total of 3 sector lord bones. One was buried deep underground, the other 2 were deep in the mountains. There was an extremely majestic and ancient city on each side of the battlefield. There were many soldiers patrolling the city walls that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was easy to tell that the soldiers were from different races, and the bloody aura coming from the city walls told of the cruel history of war. Battlefield? 2 impregnable passes? Luo Feng swiftly changed. His wings became dark green, his hair became fiery red, and his skin became dark green. This appearance was rather similar to one of the races among the soldiers he scanned with his holified god energy. I actually can't recognize this race. His consciousness swiftly scanned through the virtual universe. What he saw shocked Luo Feng. Card Eagle race? This weak race actually disappeared from the universe a long time ago, leaving only some remnants in the Yuan arcane secret realm. Luo Feng sighed within. Back then when the Yuan Ao Lord plundered without restraint, I didn't expect him to leave this bloodline for the Card Vulture clan. Schwa, Luo Feng took a step and passed the majestic border city, reaching over 100 million km away. That was an incredibly luxurious and vast city, with over 10 million citizens within. It was extremely lively. Luo Feng appeared in the air. Naturally those normal life forms couldn't even see him. It's still gray. Luo Feng's left palm had a golden toad, its eyes were still gray. Every continent is incomparably huge. This gray toad needs to get within 100 million kilometers of its target before it can sense it. How long will this take? Luo Feng took another step and continued his search. After 100 million kilometers, Luo Feng began his long days of exploration. One had to know that the diameter of these 12 continents ranged from 1 light-year to close to 8 light-years. Every time Luo Feng teleported, he maintained a distance of 100 million kilometers. Even if he teleported 10,000 times a day, it would take him 10 days to pass through a light-year continent. It was a light-year wide. To search all 12 continents, it'll probably take tens of thousands of years. Luckily, I only need to spend a little effort. Luo Feng only split a bit of his consciousness to begin this long journey. The rest of it was completely focused on the beast god path and the engravings. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had already spent half a year on this continent. None here either. Here, it's red. Luo Feng, who was teleporting time and time again, suddenly stopped. In his hand was the golden toad. Its eyes had already become fiery red. This was the first time in half a year that the golden toad's eyes had turned red. Naturally, it made Luo Feng shiver. His clones stopped their training. It's in that direction. Luo Feng looked up into the distance, after which he teleported to about 1,000,000 km away from his target, following which he began to fly. 1,000,000 km, I'll reach it in a moment. I have to check and see what's going on around the target. To actually be able to make the ancestor god of the universe's #1 power, the ancestor god sect, pay so much attention to it, even saying that something bad has happened to the primal universe. Luo Feng didn't dare be careless. Even the ancestor god said something bad was going to happen to the primal universe. It probably wasn't that simple. Flying high in the sky, his godly energy scanned the surrounding 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng didn't dare scan too far. This was to prevent the target from escaping. This was also Luo Feng's first time carefully inspecting this vast path. As he did so, he immediately saw many scenes. There were many loves and grudges happening on this land, and this dark awareness continent's unique civilization was revealed to Luo Feng, causing him to be extremely happy. Interesting punk, unlucky punk. Luo Feng's godly energy suddenly locked onto a spot on the ground below. Wei Yan family, just you wait. I, Bua, will definitely become a great saint, raising the entire Wei Yan castle to the ground. On the back of a demon beast with huge fangs was a majestic knight. The knight was tall and sturdy, his entire body was covered in thick armor. Beside the demon beast were 2 huge blood-colored battle axes. His face was revealed. There was a blade scar, cutting across half of his face, making him seem even more ferocious. You dare insult me like this? I've worked for him, fought life and death battles, yet you dare insult me like this, even stealing my maid and giving her to someone else. I will definitely take revenge, definitely. When I return, I will definitely become a great saint, raising the entire Wei Yan castle. The demon beast knight cursed. The demon beast too galloped on all fours. Rumble, the galloping sounds behind him rumbled. The magical beast rider looked behind him, and his eyes instantly widened. His face turned pale, as he saw over 100 magical beast riders charging towards him. Gagagagaga, an ear-piercing cry rang out in the air, causing the magical beast rider, Bua, to turn his head and look towards the sky. There was an enormous exotic beast in midair. That exotic beast's entire body was fiery red, and its scaled wings were surrounded by flames. Fire-winged dragon. There are only a total of 9 fire-winged dragons in Wei Yan Castle. To kill me, a level 5 knight, they actually sent 1 and over 100 demon beast knights. A crazed look appeared in Bua's eyes, and he suddenly grabbed the 12-meter-long knight's spear that was resting on the back of the demon beast. He gripped the spear with both hands, facing the rapidly approaching fire-winged dragon in the sky, causing beads of sweat to roll down Bua's face, his entire body trembling slightly as he stared at it with clenched teeth. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that the pressure from the fire-winged dragon in the sky was too strong. The fire-winged dragon required a level 9 knight, second only to a saint, to be able to match it. He was a level 5 knight. Even if there were 1,000 of them, they wouldn't be able to defeat a single fire-winged dragon. Boom. The demon beast he was riding on went limp at the knees, causing Bua to tumble in mid-air and quickly fall to the ground. Although his body tumbled to the ground, the huge spear in his hand was still pointed at the distant sky. Wei Yan family. Wei Yan family. Damn it. Even if your grandfather Bua dies, he will still turn into a demon knight to find you. Bua roared. Ha ha ha, demon knight? Dream on. The fire-winged dragon circled in the sky, the other demon beast knights swiftly caught up, quickly surrounding Bua. In the middle. This group of demon beast riders, according to Luo Feng's judgment, they should be from 3 different races. In terms of power, that flying beast should be at least a star level 7 or 8, even though only a universe level could fly. This beast could use its wings to borrow strength and its own body's strength to fly. As for the other knights, they were all Star Traveler level, the highest was only a Star Traveler level 9. Bua, I won't bully you, my underlings won't make a move, just me alone, will deal with you. A knight dressed in the most beautiful armor rode a snow-white unicorn beast. Come, come, let your grandfather Bua spank your butt. Bua, wielding the enormous spear, grinned like a mad demon as he stared at the handsome knight. He understood, in front of the Blaze family, he was just an ant. Even though he knew that he would die if he resisted, he could not swallow his anger. Suddenly, the land and skies quietened down, time seemed to stop, the wild grass by the side of the road bent and stopped moving, the knights and the beasts circling in mid-air also stopped moving. What's going on? Bua wielded his spear in fear. A silhouette slowly walked over, smiling as he looked at Bua. It's you. The man with the dark green wings looked at him and said, following which a formless energy wrapped around Bua. Shwa, over 1,000 km away in the wilderness, Bua fell to the ground. He immediately stood up, mumbling to himself, what the hell, did your grandfather Bua meet the devil? Where's the fire-winged dragon? Where is this, ah? This tall and sturdy big man looked in fear at the silhouette standing before him. That silhouette was dressed in a seemingly simple black robe, with dark green wings, dark green skin, fiery red short hair, his entire being seemed to emit a strange demonic energy. Lord. Bua bowed. I've come to this world to find a life form to ask some questions. You have been chosen by me. Luo Feng looked at Bua. I know you're afraid of the Wei Yan family, don't worry, the team chasing after you will only think you've escaped. Ah? You're guessing my identity? Saint? Legend? Half-god? Bua was even more terrified, this being before him actually knew exactly what he was thinking. Luo Feng laughed, a universe level could easily search the soul of a star traveler, with his current power, how could this weak punk's thoughts escape his detection? Luo Feng casually teased this punk, at the same time swiftly scanning his memories, carefully searching through them. Interesting world. Interesting punk. Luo Feng looked at Bua, simultaneously turning to look at the distant mountain range, the place that caused the golden toad's eyes to turn red. The person living there is actually a legend among the aboriginals? I admire your mental state, only I'm curious, if you have enough power, what will you become? Luo Feng looked at the fearful and uneasy Bua before him. Immediately, from the sea of materials in his world ring, a very normal and unique fruit from the universe appeared in Luo Feng's palm. Following which, it became a green light and enveloped Bua. Ah! Bua was shocked, immediately covered in the green light. Under Luo Feng's divine energy control, Bua's body constantly absorbed the energy essence and broke through time after time. His life force and genes rose at a terrifying rate, the energy within him constantly broke through. In an instant, a universe level 9 was born. And Luo Feng smiled as he watched this, since he had already obtained the information he wanted, he did as he pleased, to a great universe lord, a universe fruit's value was negligible. After which he turned and took a step and left. P.S. First chapter has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Bua felt endless pain spread throughout his body. The pain brought about by the continuous rise of his genes was incomparably terrifying, and Bua could not even think. Only when the pain faded did Bua slowly open his eyes. Looking around, he could even see the distant mountains clearly. Bua instantly felt his vision and hearing increase by thousands of times. Such great power, too powerful. The scar on Bua's face had already disappeared, revealing his rough face that seemed to be carved out of stone. He stretched out his thick arms and tried to exert force. Crack the full-body heavy armor on his body that even a grade 7 knight would need to go all out to break cracked. Bua only felt that the armor he was wearing was as weak as mud, as if the armor would completely shatter if he tightened his muscles even a little. He could not help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that I? Could it be that? Bua immediately began to inspect his body, and this inspection left him dumbfounded. Really, this is real? Bua began to slowly float in midair, and the vigorous origin power in his body caused him to suddenly let out a low roar. Boom! He turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. Following that, he flew in an S-shaped arc in the sky at high speed. Finally, he spun and fell rapidly from the sky, only stopping when he was only an inch above the ground. Ha ha ha, it's true, I've become a saint. And a pinnacle saint. Just a little bit more and I'll become a legend. Ha ha ha, Supreme God Yuan Ao above. Mighty God Boa. Bua was wild with excitement. In this endless dark perception continent, there were billions of races, and it was an extremely difficult path to go from 1st to 9th grade. For example, Bua had been a knight apprentice since he was young, doing such chores as serving tea to a 2nd grade knight, and occasionally receiving pointers. Only then was he able to slowly grow. Once he became a knight, he began to experience many wars between lords, and even wars between empires. He had been in the army, and had also been trapped in a slave camp. He had crawled out time and time again, surviving battles of life and death, crossing the threshold from 3rd to 4th grade. Only then could he enter the Blaze family and become a knight of the Blaze family. The Blaze family was a family that ruled over a vast territory, and there was even a saint in the family, 3rd to 4th grade. This is a big threshold. Advancing from rank 6 to rank 7 was also a huge threshold. As for advancing from the 9th rank to the saint realm, it was even more difficult. Once one became a saint, one would be able to roam the world with unparalleled might. In the dark perception continent, one would be considered an expert. Once he became a legend, it would be even more incredible. It would be easy for him to establish a lordship kingdom. Once he became a demigod, he would be able to establish an empire and become the founding emperor. Those below grade 3 were cannon fodder. Bua had worked hard to become a grade 5 knight, but he could only be considered an elite knight. A saint. He's still a peak saint, just one step away from the legend rank. Bua was extremely shocked. I've only heard that one can ascend to the heavens in a single step after receiving a divine gift. Otherwise, it would take thousands of years to cultivate from a rank 5 knight to a peak saint. That great existence actually allowed me to reach such a level in an instant. He must be a god. But that's not God Pova. Bua's body trembled. There were a total of several hundred gods in the entire Dark Awareness continent, and each god ruled over an area that was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. Yes, God? Bua was shocked. The war between gods was the main theme of the entire Dark Awareness continent. Over the countless years, the war between gods had never stopped. I can't tell anyone. I can't tell anyone. In the future, I can't even tell my women or my son. If it gets out, it'll be a disaster. If others know that I actually received a gift from ES God, it'll be over. Bua gritted his teeth and memorized it. Then, he grinned and looked in the direction of the Wei Yan Castle. The Wei Yan Castle, the legendary master of the Wei Yan Castle, only became a saint 100 years ago. He is still far from being a peak saint. Haha, my, Bua's, blissful days are coming. I want to rule over a territory and build a huge castle. There will be tens of thousands of beautiful women living in it. I'll sleep with one a day, haha. Bua's body trembled. Immediately, his armor shattered into pieces. At the same time, his genetic energy condensed into a set of armor on the surface of his body. Following which, he became a beam of light and flew towards the Wei Yan Castle. Luo Feng stood in midair and gazed at the distant mountain range. Raging Flame Mountain Range. The target is within. Luo Feng gazed from afar. To actually attract the attention of the ancestral god Sex Elder God, is it a life form or wonder? He had casually helped Bua earlier. This had been thrown to the back of Luo Feng's mind. Before, he purely needed to understand the situation of the surrounding world. Hence, he chose Bua. He found Bua pleasing to the eye. It was a form of compensation for browsing through his memories. According to Bua's memories, the mountain range ahead was called Raging Flame Mountain Range. There lived a great legend within it. Legend? Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Even though the Dark Awareness continent was in a universe secret region, due to Lord Yuan Ao's wanton breeding of his people, the amount of universe energy they received was too little. Also, the races that Lord Yuan Ao stole from back then were considered weak and had little potential. Hence, the majority of the life forms in the Dark Awareness continent had just reached adulthood, not much stronger than the adults of Earth. Level 1 to 3 were below the Star Traveler level. Level 4 to 6 were Star Traveler level. Level 7 to 9 were Star level. Saints were Universe level. Legends were Domain Lords. Half-God were Sector Lords. And the gods were naturally undying. There's definitely more than one legend living in this Raging Flame Mountain range. Luo Feng thought. He could faintly feel the ripples of God energy. The moment I make a move, I'll definitely make sure the enemy can't escape. Luo Feng's expression became serious. The Raging Flame Mountain range spanned over 1,000,000 kilometers. There were many powerful demon beasts living within. Hence, there weren't any civilians living within 10,000 kilometers of the Raging Flame Mountain range. And deep within the Raging Flame Mountain range, a completely black castle was built in the center of many mountain peaks. Below the entire castle was boiling magma. Within the magma, one could see many beasts living within. On the walls of this black castle were many golden armored knights. Every one of them was level 9. This was enough to take over a large piece of territory in the outside world. The castle was surrounded by magma. A black metal bridge connected the gates to the outside world. An old man wearing a long white robe was approaching from afar, each step crossing over 100 meters. There was also a faint white radiance swirling around him, and if one had enough experience, they would be able to tell that he was a legend with a domain. The legend soon stepped onto the bridge. "Open the gates," the old man ordered. Yes. The gates rumbled as they slowly opened. At the entrance stood a knight covered in flames. That knight was also a legend. "Why have you come?" The flame knight said, "Don't you know not to come if there's nothing important? I have urgent military news to report to the great god Pova." The white-robed old man swiftly headed into the black castle. Within a large hall deep within the castle, a god who was emitting endless light was sitting high up on the throne. God Boa was overlooking the servants below him, listening to the reports from the servants. There was a sense of superiority and control in his heart. After all, he was the one who was in control of a large number of bloody battles between empires within a territory of hundreds of millions of kilometers. He was the one who was controlling everything in the dark. He was controlling the empires to deepen the hatred between them, and he was controlling everything to become crazy. It was only when everything was out of control that he would show himself, and show his majesty as a god. "You've done well." God Pova finally spoke. The white-robed old man, who was kneeling below, was so moved that he started crying. The great god had actually praised him. The white-robed old man wanted to wait for God Pova's instructions for the next step, but he only felt a blurry flash of golden light. He immediately raised his head and discovered to his astonishment, "Where's God Pova?" God Pova, who was originally emitting an endless amount of light on the throne, had actually disappeared into thin air. The other attendants and even the 3 demigods in the hall were slightly astonished. Immediately after, one of the demigods immediately said, "God Pova has already gone to rest. All of you can leave. There's still no instructions for the next step." The white-robed old man was anxious in his heart, but he quickly replied, "Yes." One by one, the people in the hall left rapidly. Even the demigods left. They all thought that God Pova must have something important to do when he suddenly left. However, they didn't know that. They thought that God Pova had left, but in reality, God Pova had always been sitting on the throne. It was just that the sector lords and region lords had suddenly disappeared. "You, who are you?" God Pova sat on the throne, looking at the man in front of him in terror. He had been sitting on the throne for a long time, but he had never been so terrified before. The blurry golden light enveloped the surrounding 100 area. The power of this golden light made God Pova tremble in fear. Luo Feng looked at God Pova before him and couldn't help but mock himself, to think I was so careful. The moment I arrived, I immediately unleashed my strongest binding technique. Golden Country. I didn't expect the target to be a weak little undying. Luo Feng had instantly unleashed the Golden Country in the air above Raging Flame Mountain Range. The moment he unleashed it, he realized the target was too weak. He immediately teleported before the target and simultaneously shrunk the area of the Golden Country. Hence, the demigods and white-robed old man from before noticed the flash of the golden light. "Tell me all the important events from your birth till now," Luo Feng ordered. "Yes, yes." God Pova said. I was born. Luo Feng seemed to be listening. In truth, he had already unleashed his illusions. His willpower and consciousness was after all at the Universe Lord level. And he was a spirit reader, even though he wasn't proficient in illusions, that was only when compared to others of the same level. As a warrior of the engraving school, he had long created many illusions, easily causing God Pova to fall completely into his illusions. His memories were easily searched by Luo Feng. Because Luo Feng used the golden toad to confirm, the target was this God Pova before him, however a weak little undying, would it be detrimental to the primal universe? Would it make the high and mighty ancestor god of the ancestral god sect ask him to make a move? Luo Feng felt that something wasn't right. He could feel the layers of mystery within. This God Pova was just the tip of the iceberg, hence he had to carefully search through his memories. P.S. 2 chapters completed. It's a new week. I hope everyone recommends and votes for Tomato. If you like this work, please come to Chidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. An undying that had lived for countless years had a vast amount of memories. Luckily Luo Feng's consciousness's thinking speed was shocking, as he went through Boa's memories over and over again. However, he still spent a total of 5 minutes to go through all of Boa's memories. The results shocked Luo Feng. I actually can't find anything special, anything suspicious. Luo Feng was shocked. After I became a saint, I became a famous general of the empire. Pao's eyes were lifeless, he said mechanically. Luo Feng frowned as he looked at Pao. Pao was an undying that came from the Dark Continent. He climbed up step by step from the bottom, becoming a half-god, sector lord, and built an empire. He led the empire to participate in many battles, after which the empire fell. He wandered alone in the Dark Continent, experiencing many dangers before finally becoming an undying. After which, Pao was controlled by the Refinement God's soul and became a member of the Refinement God's camp. According to Pao's memories, the hundreds of undyings in the Dark Continent were split into 2 camps, one was the Refinement God camp and the other was the Tao camp. Every battle between the 2 camps, countless of the empire's elite warriors, legends, half-gods, would gather together, led by the undyings, engaging in the most terrifying camp battle. That's all. There's nothing special in Pao's life. Luo Feng was suspicious, at least from the memories he searched, everything was normal. Since I already know his memories. Luo Feng looked at Pao before him. According to the ancestor god's orders, anything that causes the golden toad's eyes to turn red will be destroyed. The blurry gold that revolved around also enveloped Boa. With a thought from Luo Feng, the golden country's power was slightly released. Pung Boa's body trembled and was immediately destroyed. What kind of power was the golden country? It was even stronger than the universe lord's control of time and space. It wasn't any weaker than a pinnacle domain treasure. When fully activated, even an elite universe lord would fall. A mere undying, naturally would be destroyed immediately after unleashing just a little bit of its power. In the vast Dark Continent, there was an endless desert that spanned 10 billion kilometers. Past the desert was an endless forest, and at the end of the forest was an endless swamp. At the end of the swamp was an endless mountain range, and at the end of the mountain range were many volcanoes, and in the center of the volcanoes was a majestic shrine. This was the highest shrine of the Refinement God camp, and also where the Refinement God was. Just the dangerous environment around the refinement god palace and the demonic beasts that had reached the demigod level were enough to make countless experts stop in their tracks. Paua is dead. The refinement master god wielded a scepter in his hand as he stood at the highest point of the temple, looking down at the boundless heaven and earth. His brows furrowed with a hint of doubt. According to the information that God Bova had informed me, the enemy was someone so powerful that he could not resist at all. That person was able to release a golden domain, and just the golden domain alone was enough to make him feel fear. To be so strong, could it be another Lord God? Refinement God thought to himself. He didn't expect it to be another being from the outside world, because this secret region was the territory of the Yuanao Supreme God, Lord of Yuanao, and the Lord of Yuanao was in existence with a high position in the vast universe. He became the universe Lord during the early days of the universe's birth, and until now, he was definitely in existence not to be messed with. No powers were willing to come to the secret region and offend the Lord of Yuanao. Refinement God, from the looks of it, the Yuanao Supreme God couldn't possibly deal with a small punk, and the person who unleashed that power was at least a Lord God, Universe Lord. According to the description, it seems like the card vulture race, but they don't have a Lord God. My enemy transformed? That golden domain was so strong, was it a domain treasure? Or a domain treasure? It should be a domain treasure. Refinement God guessed. The Lord of Yuanao only had tens of universe lords under him, and there were strong ones and weak ones, and only 3 of them were given treasures. Why did you kill God Boa? Refinement God was troubled. Even though he could control God Boa with his soul, allowing them to communicate, God Boa only sent a short message and then stopped. Even if he tried to contact him, it would be useless. Naturally, he couldn't do anything in a short period of time. As for directly teleporting to the God country, Refinement God didn't think about it. He didn't want to fight a Lord God so easily. One had to know that the Lord of Yuanao encouraged his subordinates to fight to the death. I'll wait and see. I have over 100 gods under me. If you kill God Boa, forget it. If you kill again, even if I don't want to start a Lord God war, you can't blame me. You can't blame me for this. A cold light flashed through the fiery eyes of the Refinement Sovereign. In the air above Raging Flame Mountain Range, Luo Feng floated. His golden-horned beast and Masha clansmen were inspecting the large amounts of items within Pao's world ring. However, from the Golden Toad's inspection, there wasn't a single item that could cause the Golden Toad's eyes to turn red. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a golden tag appeared. Ancestor God. Luo Feng was familiar with this, using the same method he used to communicate with his mountain passenger teacher. Luo Feng, there's news? The Ancestor God quickly replied. I've just discovered a target. It's a normal undying. The thing that caused the eyes to turn red was that undying himself. I've searched his memories, and discovered that the undying has always been in Dark Awareness Continent. There's nothing special. Luo Feng swiftly reported, I wonder if my mission is over. Ha ha ha, how long has it been? Luo Feng. You've only killed a normal undying. An undying definitely can't do anything to the primal universe. Continue killing. Any life form that causes the eyes to turn red will be destroyed. Then when will it end? Luo Feng asked. He couldn't just keep killing, right? When it's over, I'll tell you. Once the matter over there is settled, the grand universe origin laws will tell me too. Luo Feng, go. According to the universe origin laws guidance, the effect of killing God Boa is very small. Continue searching for the source. Following which the communication was cut. Luo Feng flipped his hand and kept the golden tag, shaking his head. The Golden Toad scanning range is only 100 million kilometers. Dark Awareness Continent is so huge. I've spent half a year and only managed to scan a very small part of it. How long will this go on? Maybe I'll alert the enemy, but there shouldn't be anything in Dark Awareness Continent that can escape from me, unless there's some absolute being hiding. Then let's begin. Luo Feng's eyes were cold, his god energy immediately ignited and poured into the Killer Wu wings, activating its strongest power. Rumble endless hazy golden light descended on every corner of the vast dark Ju continent. Be it the boiling magma, the dark underground abyss, the islands of legendary magical beasts, or the terrifying sea of death. Everything was covered by the endless golden light. Even the highest point of Dark Awareness Continent's 7-colored light was covered. This was the Golden Country. The Golden Country had a maximum area of 80 light-years, and Dark Awareness Continent was obviously much smaller, hence to cover the entire continent was a piece of cake. Within my Golden Country, even the pinnacle of Universe Lords can be easily killed by me. Even Universe Lords would be greatly affected if they were to enter. Luo Feng released the Golden Country, immediately causing the space ripples within the Dark Awareness Continent to freeze. No warrior could teleport. The Golden Country had the ability to control time and space, naturally sealing it was very easy. Standing in the air above Raging Flame Mountain Range, the endless blurry gold light enveloped Dark Awareness Continent. Luo Feng closed his eyes and carefully felt every movement. Why is the sunlight in the sky tinged with gold? Look, the ocean seems to be covered with a layer of gold. The entire Dark Ju continent was in an uproar. Fortunately, the golden light formed by the Golden Kingdom was very thin and hazy. In addition, it was released over a large area. Therefore, one had to look carefully in each small area to see the golden light. Or even look at it in a huge area. What power is this? It's too terrifying. Don't tell me the main god has descended? The undyings of the entire Dark Awareness Continent were all shocked. The weak ones couldn't feel it, but these undyings could feel the endless power within the blurry and thin golden light, almost as though the moment it was released, it could destroy them all. What they didn't know was that the two main gods, Universe Lords, of Dark Awareness Continent, Flame God and Tao Wu God, were also in shock. The Refinement Master God wielded his staff and looked around at his surroundings. That endless golden light was like an endless rope that was binding him tightly, rendering him immobile even if he wanted to. His fiery red eyes were filled with fear. How could he be this strong? I can't even move, even the space around me has been sealed. Grr. Damn it. In another part of the Dark Perception Continent, the Swanee Sovereign's enormous scorpion tail was frantically trying to flail about, but the golden light binding him didn't allow him the slightest bit of resistance. His triangular head let out a cry. Over God Yuan-Ao, are you going to punish me? Luo Feng stood in the Raging Flame Mountain Range and nodded. It's still alright, there aren't any terrifying beings hiding. The strongest are the two Universe Lords, they should be Flame God and Tao Wu God. Luo Feng released the space seals in the other areas, only maintaining the 1 million kilometers space around Flame God and Tao Wu God. Shwa, Luo Feng teleported twice, appearing 10 million kilometers away from Flame God and Tao Wu God respectively, scanning through the Golden Toad. Tao Wu God, it didn't cause the Golden Toad's eyes to turn red. Flame God, indeed, the source is here. Luo Feng stood in the air above a volcano about 10 million kilometers away from Flame God. He was holding the Golden Toad in his hands, its eyes were already red. P.S. First chapter has arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng, who was standing in the air above the volcano, suddenly vanished, appearing in many regions of the entire Dark Awareness Continent. As long as there were undyings, Luo Feng would appear within a 1 million kilometers radius. They didn't turn red. They didn't turn red. They turned red. They didn't turn red. After teleporting a few hundred times, in a short time, he had scanned the hundreds of undyings. Of these undyings, there were a total of 12 that could cause the Golden Toad's eyes to turn red. Luo Feng was cautious and immediately placed heavy restrictions on them, locking up the space, causing them to be unable to move. Right now, I'll go see this Zhu Lian leader. Luo Feng walked in midair. With a step, he reached the majestic shrine that was surrounded by the volcano. Luo Feng frowned. There are actually 2 targets within this shrine? Through the Golden Toad, he could completely sense the 2 targets below. Within the shrine, within a quiet hall, Zhu Lian leader wielded his scepter and stood there. Under the formless restrictions, he couldn't break free. Suddenly it was silent. A dark green feathered man slowly descended from above, landing in the highest point of the shrine. The entire shrine's guards didn't seem to see anything at all. Zhu Lian leader looked fearfully at the man before him, saying, I wonder why Lord has come to my Yuan-Ao secret region? I can help you report to Yuan-Ao Lord. Why don't you call him Yuan-Ao over God? Luo Feng laughed softly, simultaneously swiftly determining that what caused the golden toad's eyes to turn red was the Zhu Lian leader himself and not the treasures. Lord, with such power, you should be a universe lord from another power in the universe. Zhu Lian leader said respectfully. Luo Feng didn't deny it. Lord, please instruct me, I will definitely do my best. Zhu Lian leader was extremely respectful. Let me ask you. Luo Feng said. Lord, please speak. The moment Zhu Lian leader spoke, his eyes dimmed and he entered an illusion. Luo Feng frowned as he looked at Zhu Lian leader. He's probably just a beginner level knight, yet I can only cause him to enter an illusion, yet I can't search his memories. Searching memories, 1 had to be skilled, 2 had to be extremely different. This Torch Master God was also a universe knight. Even though he was one of the weaker ones, he was still proficient in the aspect of the soul. Even though Luo Feng was able to cause him to fall into an illusion, he was unable to search his memories. Luo Feng stood there, silently waiting. I finally can't hold on anymore. Luo Feng nodded. This Zhu Lian knight had finally fallen within the illusion. Of course this only meant that Luo Feng could question him, he still couldn't search his memories. Let me ask you, what special secrets do you have? Asked Luo Feng. I once ambushed and killed Sto's god. Honorable Zhu Lian held the scepter in his hand and began to speak mechanically. Luo Feng frowned as he listened. Something was not right. It did not sound like it would be detrimental to the primeval universe. The primeval universe gave birth to billions of races, even the invincible human progenitor had been directly suppressed by the universe's origins. It had the right to be considered detrimental to the primeval universe. Furthermore, the ancestor god had sent him to take action. It was definitely not a trivial matter. Have you ever left the Yuan mystery realm? Did Lord Yuan Ao ask you to do anything important? What kind of treasure or fortuitous encounter did you obtain? Compared to the other knights, what do you think is special about you? Luo Feng continued to ask the Torch Master God. The Torch Master God who had completely fallen within the illusion told him everything he knew. However, Luo Feng was getting more and more confused as he listened. With a thought, Shua, a silhouette wrapped in golden light flew over. This was the other undying that had caused the golden toad's eyes to turn red. This tall and sturdy completely black life form stood there. His eyes were lifeless, he was already being controlled by Luo Feng. Search his memories. Luo Feng was unable to search the Torch Master God. However, he could search this undying. After a while, Luo Feng looked at the dark and sturdy undying and the Torch Master God. What a coincidence. This undying and the Pova God I killed before, they are both soul servants of the Torch Master God? Combining their memories, Luo Feng realized this similarity. With a thought, the 12 undyings that could also make the golden toad's eyes turn red in some distant places of Dark Awareness Continent, with a thought from Luo Feng, he first removed the space lock around them and then caused the space to change, immediately teleporting them into this majestic shrine. There were a total of 15 silhouettes gathered within the shrine. Luo Feng, the Torch Master God and the 13 undyings. They are all targets. Search. Luo Feng immediately began to search through their memories. Other than the Refinement God, the other 13 undyings' memories were searched through once, and carefully compared to each other. There's nothing wrong with them. They are all normal undyings. And they all climbed up step by step from the Dark Consciousness Continent. Luo Feng thought. The only similarity is that the 13 of them are all soul servants of the Torch Master God. Torch. Luo Feng looked at him. How many soul servants do you have? A total of 20, 4 have fallen. Only 16 remain. Torch Master God said directly. Luo Feng glanced at the 13 undyings standing there numbly. They are all undyings? And 3 of them are demigods. Torch Master God said. Which undyings are they under, which empire? Luo Feng asked. Since he had searched the memories of the 13 undyings, naturally he was familiar with the geography of the Dark Consciousness Continent. According to Torch Master God's words, Luo Feng very quickly found the 3 sector lord soul servants of Torch Master God. With this search, Luo Feng was surprised. Because these three were unable to cause the golden toad's eyes to turn red, obviously they weren't the targets. Even though these three sector lords aren't the targets. However, Torch Master God's soul servants and undyings are all targets, even he himself is a target. Luo Feng pondered. And Torch Master God himself doesn't seem to have any problems. Don't tell me, Torch Master, is the Yuan Mystery Lord your master? Luo Feng asked. Yes. Torch Master God said mechanically. Luo Feng immediately laughed. It really is him. Following which he asked, do you know the Yuan Mystery Lord has other soul servants? Yes, I know of two more. Torch Master God said mechanically. Tell me their names and where they are. Luo Feng said. After a while. Including the Refinement God, the other 14 targets were immediately destroyed. Luo Feng deactivated the Golden Country and immediately teleported away from the Dark Awareness continent, heading towards another of the 12 huge continents, the Emogao continent. In the UNL Secret Realm's corresponding space layer, in the depths of the endless space fragments, there was a boundless majestic God kingdom. The God country was vast and boundless. A huge continent floated in mid-air within the God country. This floating continent, however, had many black chains that were over 100 million km long, directly connecting to the bottom of the endless ocean below. The entire floating continent seemed to be connected by these hundreds of huge black chains, preventing it from drifting away. In the center of the floating continent, there was a vast lake. Within the lake was a burning black liquid. Even a knight would be instantly incinerated the moment he entered. And an incomparably majestic silhouette was lying there. This majestic silhouette was like a giant carved from a mountain, lying in the endless burning black liquid lake. Hua! The giant suddenly sat up. His head was square, with only one eye and one mouth. His body was covered by a layer of gray armor that looked like flowing mercury. The moment he sat up, it was as though a majestic mountain had emerged from the black liquid lake. The black liquid constantly flowed from his body back into the lake. He was the famous Yuan Mystery Lord of the universe. A blurry golden domain that even Torchmaster couldn't resist? Similar to the Card Eagle race? He has unrivaled strength? Oh, he fell into an illusion? The Yuan Mystery Lord said solemnly. Torchmaster God was his soul servant. Naturally he could communicate with his soul. Even the moment he fell into an illusion, he immediately informed the Yuan Mystery Lord. It was a pity that he quickly fell and couldn't send any more messages. Such power, an elite universe lord? No, it should be a universe lord. The Yuan Mystery Lord waited quietly. After a while, the Lord of Mysteries could sense that his servant, the Torch Refinement Master God, had fallen. He's indeed dead. Lord Yuanao's voice was low, but his eyes were burning with a strange light. Everything is as expected. Once the plan is activated, the Ancestor God Church, which claims to be the guardian of the origin of the primeval universe, will definitely make a move. This move came quite quickly. The Ancestor God Church should have sent a Lord of the Universe. Come. With such a huge sacrifice, what's the point of just sending the Ancestral God sect in? Since the strongest from the Ancestral God sect has arrived, the next step is about to begin. Demon Race, Space Beast Alliance, Northern Border Alliance, they should all come. Luo Feng didn't know anything. That's weird. I killed God Powa. It's understandable that the Yuan Mystery Lord doesn't know. However, I've already killed his soul servant Torch Master God. The Yuan Mystery Lord would definitely know immediately. Luo Feng stood in the air above the endless Emogao continent. He frowned. However, the Yuan Mystery Lord hasn't made a move at all. Even though the Yuan Mystery Lord was strong, Luo Feng didn't fear him. However, if the Yuan Mystery Lord didn't show himself, it made Luo Feng feel that something was wrong. If there was anyone randomly killing warriors in the human domain, the Universe Lords would have appeared long ago. And based on the information he had gathered, the Refinement Master God himself and his undying soul servant had both been identified as targets. In that case, since the Lord of Yuan Arcana was the master of the Refinement Master God, it was very likely that the source was the Lord of Yuan Arcana. Let's watch. I want to see just what kind of plaything can harm the primal universe. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Rumble endless blurry golden light, bringing with it the power of the Milky Way leader, immediately descended on the Mogao continent, which had a diameter of 5.1 light-years. At this time, not a single warrior on the Mogao continent could escape Luo Feng's control. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Tomato recommended 2 books, both books that Tomato was following. They were not bad. The first was Martial Emperor Massacring the Heavens, book number 217-1440. The second was Wisdom I, book number 216-2759. These 2 books had ordinary names, but the contents were indeed not bad. They were 2 of the few books that Tomato was following. Let's get some recommendation votes too. Today was Monday. The competition for recommendation votes was intense. I needed the Red Alliance brothers and sisters to throw in votes and support ***, to be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come and vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. I have to postpone the update until tonight. Tomato felt that it was time to explain. There are many things to do before Chinese New Year. My dad is celebrating his 50th birthday, and I'm waiting with my relatives. My relatives and classmates are coming back before Chinese New Year, and they're having a gathering. Also, my father-in-law has been hospitalized in Shanghai, and he's going back to his hometown. My wife and I have traveled a long distance to my father-in-law's place, and we're rushing back again today. The rhythm of my life is completely messed up. Of course, after the abolition of late updates, I'll relax my expectations of myself. I'm ready. I must save my chapters, 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 save my chapters. Once I save my chapters, I'll be able to update steadily. At the same time, I also talked about Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year update shouldn't be much of a surprise. After all, it's the first year of marriage. From the 1st to the 5th day of Chinese New Year, tomatoes were sold to my relatives, and from the 6th to the 10th day of Chinese New Year, they were sold to my mother-in-law's relatives. They bought a lot of gifts. Therefore, there's almost no time to play during Chinese New Year. I'll make sure to update every day and every night. This Saturday and Sunday should be swapped. Tomato will update normally on Saturday, and on Sunday, Chinese New Year's Eve, I can rest and watch the Spring Festival Gala with my family. That's the situation. I'll inform you in advance. Alright, Tomato isn't good enough. I'll accept my punishment if you want to scold or beat me. You can throw tomatoes at me. I definitely won't dodge, **, to be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mogao continent was one of the biggest continents out of the 12. There were countless lives on this continent. Every moment, because of the overlords' wars, empire wars, and god wars, hundreds of millions of lives were lost. It was because of these crazy meat grinder-like wars that generations of experts were trained. Mogao continent had a total of 6 main gods, close to 1,000 undyings, as well as a sea of demigods and legendaries, seal. Standing under the 7-colored light, Luo Feng spread his 4 wings and gazed down at the vast land. The hazy and thin golden light covered the entire Mogao continent. Whether it was the weak babies or the incomparably strong main gods, they were all under the control of the endless golden light. Those half-gods, legends, saints etc. could still move normally, but the undyings and main gods couldn't move at all. Plus the space was sealed, teleportation was impossible. What a powerful restriction. What terrifying power, The great Yuan-Ao Supreme God. The close to 1,000 undying scattered all over Mogao continent all called out the Supreme God Yuan-Ao's name. These undyings too had some soul servants, and through their servants, they knew, the hazy golden light covered a vast area. It was simply unbelievable. These undyings had interacted with the main gods before, and knew that their power wasn't this ridiculous. It was fine if the main god only used his pressure on an undying, but to use it on an area over 10 billion kilometers away, they had never heard of it before. Only Yuan-Ao Supreme God could do such a thing. My 22 servants are scattered in various regions of the Mogao continent, but they are all enveloped by this golden light. How big is this? It's more than a light year. This is the means of the Lord of the universe. Floating in midair, in the depths of the clouds, there was a shining temple. Inside the temple, there were servants and attendants wearing either white or golden robes. This was the temple of the legendary god of light. To be able to serve the great god of light, Tavo, was the pride and honor of these saints, legends, and demigods. However, at this time, their radiant master god, on the other hand, was seated on his throne, unable to move at all. His eyes were filled with fear. If it isn't over God Yuan, then who is it? Who is it? The radiant sovereign, Tavo, was utterly terrified. This is definitely the work of a Lord of the universe. Some of the undyings below shouted out, Yuan Ao high God above. The demigod guard outside the palace, upon hearing this, hurriedly called out, over God Yuan Ao. The legendary attendants followed suit and called out, over God Yuan Ao. Luster main god Tavo sat on his throne, his face filled with shock and rage. However, he couldn't be bothered to reprimand his subordinates. The undyings under him had no connection with Yuan Ao high god, but he was Yuan Ao high god's sole servant. Naturally he knew that this wasn't done by Yuan Ao high god. All hail the over-god Yuan Ao. All hail the over-god Yuan Ao. A large number of experts in the divine hall of the radiant sovereign god shouted out, their voices rising and falling. Amidst these shouts of worship and respect, suddenly the surrounding space seemed to have stopped. Even the undyings and half-gods all shut their mouths under this pressure. Everything went silent. In the distance, a dark green-winged man bathed in golden light slowly walked over. Step by step, all of the undyings, half-gods, legends, including the radiant main god Tavo who couldn't move at all looked at this man. Tavo. This winged man slowly walked over, looking at the radiant main god on the throne, his voice reverberating throughout the palace. You are Yuan Ao's sole servant? You dare disrespect the over-god Yuan Ao. You dare call out the over-god Yuan Ao by his name. One of the legendary attendants within the shrine was the first to scream out. Even though he was afraid of this being, he had been instilled with faith in the over-god Yuan Ao since young. His faith towards the over-god Yuan Ao had already surpassed his fear of death. Hearing this powerful being call out Yuan Ao's name, he was instantly enraged. Calling out the over-god Yuan Ao by his name, you should be sent to the endless black hell and burned to death. You, Peng. 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 Suddenly, the three half-gods and legends that spoke up immediately turned to dust and vanished. Luo Feng didn't even look at them. Daring to offend the might of the universe lord, a mere domain lord or sector lord was suicidal. On the other hand, the few undyings within the shrine and the radiant master god Tavo didn't dare make a sound. Not speaking? Luo Feng said softly. Answer me, are you Yuan Ao's sole servant? On the throne, Tavo's gaze suddenly dimmed, replying mechanically, yes, I am the sole servant of the over-god Yuan Ao. The few undyings below were immediately shocked as they looked up at Tavo on the throne. Looking at Tavo's dim gaze, his mechanical and numb voice, they immediately understood, this Tavo was actually controlled without a sound. They were very clear, the Tavo main god was a universe knight even in the vast universe, he was considered a true warrior that roamed the universe. To be able to control a universe knight so easily, what kind of being was that? Indeed. I thought Zhu Lian's information was fake. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. Tell me the names of your sole servants. Kuya, Busi Magu. Light main god Tavo continued to speak mechanically. As expected, any sole servant, as long as they are undying, they are all targets. Luo Feng turned to look at the few undyings below. It's about time, it's time to send you all on your way. Before Luo Feng came here, he had already done a large-scale teleportation on Emogao continent. Teleporting time and time again, he quickly discovered that there were a total of 2 universe knights and 49 undyings that were targets. When he was searching the memories of the undyings on Dark Consciousness continent, one had to know that there were a total of 1,000 gods on the 12 continents. They all knew each other. Luo Feng searched his memories. Naturally he recognized these gods on Emogao continent and knew their names. Now, upon hearing the names that the sovereign god of radiance, Tavo, had mentioned, indeed, all undecaying soul servants were the targets of this operation. No, spare us. Great being, please spare us. Great being, we don't have any thoughts of becoming enemies with you, please spare us, we will always be grateful for your kindness in our lives. The few Undyings saw that Luo Feng was about to kill them and immediately begged. Luo Feng turned fiercely to look into the distance, his gaze almost piercing through the layers of space, looking at the being that had suddenly descended on Emogao continent. Emogao continent, in the air above an ice-cold dark green vast ocean, a huge arm suddenly tore open the seven-colored light and stepped into Emogao continent. He was tall and majestic, his single eye gazing into the distance. He was the Lord Yuan Ao. The legendary overgod of the 12 endless continents, Yuan Ao. Humph. With a cold snort, his entire gray armor suddenly erupted in flames, the endless blurry gold light couldn't even shake him. What a strong power. I can't control a part of spacetime. This power is as strong as a top-tier domain-type treasure. I'm lucky I have a top-tier domain-type treasure. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Lord Yuan Ao's god body suddenly emitted endless, blinding flames. Hua 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 in an instant, the endless flames descended on the entire Emogao continent. Ah, flames. Fire. Ah, danger. My god. As the trillions of lives on Emogao continent were shocked, they were shocked to discover that the seemingly terrifying flames didn't seem to have the power of a true flame at all. Even the weakest babies weren't harmed by the flames at all. Under the golden flames, it was like a light breeze brushing past their skin. Look. The ocean and the flames are together, there's no movement at all. So strange. The entire Emogao continent was shocked, even the ongoing battles had stopped. Because under the endless flames, even though the flames were thin, it was still like a thick fog, causing their vision to be limited. And the endless flames from the sky, this was simply unbelievable, a miracle. It surpassed any miracle in the legends. Previously, when the golden light enveloped him, the hazy golden light was not eye-catching, and it did not affect life, war, or anything else. However, the endless flames caused the entire Emogao continent's vision to be much smaller. Radiant Shrine. Spare us. Spare us. As the Undyings begged, suddenly the endless flames descended. The golden country formed by the Wu Slayer wings. It was fundamentally different from a domain treasure. Two domain treasures, the moment they were unleashed, the two would clash, etc. Just like back on Primal Planet, the Primal Chaos City leader's 1,000 treasure river clashed with another top-grade domain treasure, Fu Shan Hai. However, if it was a completely different power, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just like in Luo Feng's miniature universe, the Banfa Lord's Ola world from back then still existed. It wouldn't clash. Luo Feng's Wu-slaying wings activated the Golden Country. It was actually a form of control over space and time. It was similar to the Universe Lord's ability to control space and time, it was just that through the Wu-slaying wings technique, it was even stronger. This caused the Yuan Ao Lord to be unable to control the time and space. All targets have to die. Luo Feng's gaze swept. Insolence. Yuan Ao's voice resounded from within the endless golden flames. The endless flames immediately protected the light god Tavo and the Undyings. With the power of a top-grade domain treasure, even though the area wasn't as large as the Golden Country, the binding power was similar. It could completely block the Golden Country's pressure and protect the light god Tavo and the Undyings. Yuan Ao, you can't protect them. Luo Feng said indifferently. These words caused the radiant chief god, the Undyings, the large number of demigod guards and legendary servants to all be shocked. Could it be that this being didn't even care about the supreme god Yuan Ao? This, from birth, they were instilled with one belief. Yuan Ao was the highest. Over God Yuan Ao, save me. Tawolian, the sovereign of radiance, called out frantically. Almighty Yuan Ao over God, save us. The Undyings all called out. He can't kill you. The golden flames resounded with an authoritative voice. Laughable. Luo Feng shook his head. Rumble. 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 A golden river emanated from Luo Feng's body. The Nine Snow River clashed with the Golden River. The endless flames that were originally suppressed by the Golden Country immediately dispersed. Under the sweep of that Golden River, the Sovereign of Radiance, Tavo, and his 3 soul servants were instantly annihilated. Damn. A roar resounded through the endless flames. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng looked at the stunned, shocked, and terrified undyings, demigods and legendaries within the shrine, after which he turned and took a step, leaving the shrine. Within the shrine, there were still 2 undyings, not soul slaves, a group of demigod guards and a group of legendary servants. The overlord god above, he was actually able to kill the radiant chief god even with the protection of the overlord god. Just who is it? The group of legendaries, demigods, and the 2 undyings' minds were in turmoil. The 2 undyings had some understanding of the vast universe outside the secret region. Hence, they were able to guess that the enemy was a universe lord that rushed over from the vast universe. However, the demigods and legendaries were different. They had always been instilled with the belief that the overlord god's might was inviolable and that the overlord god was invincible. Within these legendaries, domain lords, and demigods, sector lords, a new seed was planted. They had already gotten rid of the idea that the overlord god was invincible. They suddenly understood, the vast universe didn't only have their 12 continents as the center, there was probably even more vast land. If that enemy can match the overlord god, then why can't I? The seed had already been planted, there was hope for it to bear fruit. Luo Feng walked out of the radiant shrine with one step. The waves of the Nine-Sea River flowed around him. With the support of the Golden Country, this weak Nine-Sea River was still able to smash and disperse the endless flames. Yuan, mysterious lord. Luo Feng looked at the distant majestic silhouette within the endless flames. The majestic silhouette's single eye stared angrily at Luo Feng. Report your name, don't hide it, you're not from the Cardeagle clan. Haha, Luo Feng laughed. Immediately his red hair turned black, his armor and wings returned to their original color. It was a silver-armored silver-winged black-haired man. You are? Yuan, mysterious lord, was curious. Luo Feng. Luo Feng said directly. Yuan, mysterious lord's single eye was filled with shock. That absolute genius of humanity from back then has become a universe lord? How long has it been? When did you become the master of the universe? Lord Yuan Ao did not belong to any superpower because he had quickly become the lord of the universe since the birth of the universe. Over the countless years, his strength had naturally become very powerful. He did not need to join any superpower at all. He was a solitary existence in the universe. Because he was a loner, he was not well informed. Not long ago. Luo Feng said. Lord Yuan Ao muttered to himself, his eye filled with a complex emotion. After a while, he said, so it's Milky Way leader Luo Feng. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the short time I was asleep. You actually killed more than 6,000 universe supremacies from the 3 great alliances. You're really ruthless. Just SOSO. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. This Yuan Ao lord before him had obviously just found out about everything that had happened on Primal Star these few years. Humph. Lord Arcanum roared. Even if you're the lord of the universe, even if you're from the human alliance, you can't be this impudent. The secret region I control is my territory. You came here to kill, that's provoking me. However, since you're a universe lord, I won't pursue this further. Hand over a high-level treasure as an apology and quickly leave my territory. This matter will end here. It was very hard for universe lords to kill each other, unless the difference in strength was huge. Hence, most of them ended with negotiations or grudges. High-level treasure? Luo Feng shook his head. Milky Way leader, you think just because you're from the human alliance, I'll let you go? Lord Yuan Ao roared. My apologies, there's no way to end this. Luo Feng looked at Lord Yuan Ao. I'm under the orders of the Ancestor God sect to come and kill you and your many warriors. Silence. Lord Yuan Ao's eye was filled with shock, followed by shock and rage, endless rage. You're talking about the Ancestor God sect? Lord Yuan Ao roared. The Ancestor God sect sent you to kill me? Damn, bastard, damn the Ancestor God sect, I, Yuan Ao, roam the universe alone. Even the strongest in the universe can forget about killing me, why would I be afraid of them? Come, come, I'll be here in the secret region. I'll wait, I want to see who'll come and kill me, ha ha ha. Luo Feng frowned. Through the golden toad. Luo Feng could confirm that Lord Yuan Ao himself had indeed caused the golden toad's eyes to turn red. Also, Lord Yuan Ao had another target on him that caused the toad to turn red. Two targets, one is the Lord Yuan Ao himself. The other one was carried by his side. Is it the soul slave in his world ring? Or some other special item? Luo Feng thought. No matter what, as long as it caused the toad's eyes to turn red, it would be a target that needed to be eliminated. And when he unleashed the Golden Country, enveloping Dark Sense Continent and killing Refinement Lord, Luo Feng was already prepared to deal with Lord Yuan Ao. That flamboyantly descending on Mo Gao continent, Luo Feng had long been waiting for the Yuan Mystery Lord. Indeed, the Yuan Mystery Lord had appeared, and everything was as he had expected. The Yuan Mystery Lord had indeed caused the Golden Toad's eyes to turn red. The reason why he mentioned the Ancestor God sect was because Luo Feng was very clear, he couldn't kill this Lord Yuan Ao. Lord Yuan Ao is a special life form. His body is over a million km tall, his God energy purity is even higher than mine by a level. Luo Feng thought. And from the birth of the universe till now, he has accumulated countless treasures. According to my understanding, he has a top-level domain treasure, a pinnacle armor etc. To kill him, even the Star River Lord wouldn't be able to. When Lord Yuan Ao said before, even the strongest in the universe can forget about killing him, it wasn't a lie. This was the truth, just like the Star River Lord, Primal Chaos City Lord, Nine Underworld Lord, they didn't fear the strongest in the universe at all. And even though Lord Yuan Ao's battle strength was weaker than the Star River Lord, his huge body allowed him to roam the universe without fear. Lord Yuan Ao stared angrily at Luo Feng. Milky Way leader, I'm not afraid of those bastards from the Ancestor God sect at all. As for you, you're just an outer member of the Ancestor God sect. I can't be bothered to deal with you. If you know what's good for you, hand over a high-level treasure as compensation and scram from my territory. Otherwise, I'll let you see my methods. Ah, I'm indeed very curious about your methods. Luo Feng laughed softly. I really want to spar with you, the Universe Lord who has risen since the birth of the universe. Why, you intend to fight in Mo Gao continent? Destroying the entire continent, I don't feel any heartache. Lord Yuan Ao snorted coldly. Since you're looking for death, then follow me. We'll fight in the secret region space. Very good. Luo Feng nodded. So, the two, one in front and one behind, almost simultaneously vanished from Mo Gao continent. The Golden Country and endless flames that enveloped Mo Gao continent immediately vanished too. The hundreds of millions of living beings on the Mo Gao continent were in an uproar. Previously, the hazy golden light and the endless flame had descended one after another, and now they had all disappeared. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Mo Gao continent. In the void about dozens of light-years away from the 12 continents, the void was dark, with only thin mist-like cosmic energy. Two silhouettes, one in front and one behind, appeared in this space. You're just an errand boy of the Ancestral God sect. I originally didn't want to make things difficult for you. You killed two of my subordinates, many undyings, and I couldn't be bothered with that. I just wanted you to hand over a high-level treasure and get the hell out of my territory. I didn't expect you to dare challenge me? A punk that's only trained for 100,000 years, I'll let you know the huge difference between me and the Ban Fu leader's hypnotism. The tall figure looked at Luo Feng with a single eye. Luo Feng stood in midair, carrying a blade on his back. Is that so? Rumble boundless hazy gold descended, turning the dark void into a golden kingdom. Boundless power suppressed Lord Yuan Arcana. Lord Yuan Arcana roared, and boundless flames appeared out of nowhere. The power of the Golden Kingdom wasn't much different from the boundless flames. Luo Feng however knew, in truth, the Wu slaying wings was even stronger. However, his god energy was still weaker than Lord Yuan Ao's by a level. That was why the second layer of this incomplete supreme treasure, the slaying Wu wings, was able to match the boundless flames. Other warriors have no way of using two domain treasures at the same time, because the domains and domains repel each other. Luo Feng thought. However, my golden country controls space and time, it can work perfectly with the domain treasures. The 9-Sea River itself is too weak, I'll have to get a powerful domain treasure in the future. Luo Feng anticipated within. Since the Golden Kingdom was even more powerful than a top-grade territory supreme treasure, if he obtained another top-grade territory supreme treasure, it would probably be comparable to a top-grade territory supreme treasure. Right, the miniature universe is another method. Miniature universe, golden country, domain treasure, all three don't repel each other, I can use them simultaneously. Luo Feng suddenly found a path that suited him. Up till now, unless he stepped into the universe lord level, it would be hard for him to have an explosive increase in strength in a short period of time. However, the miniature universe, golden country, domain treasure, when the three combined, it would form a powerful technique that belonged solely to Luo Feng. Even the Star River Lord, who can unleash the Dark Knight technique similar to the miniature universe, he has domain treasures. However, he doesn't have a treasure that can control space and time like the Wu Slaying Wings. Luo Feng thought, in terms of controlling space and time, I'm afraid only the strongest of the universe surpasses me. Wu Slaying Wings, that's mysterious. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment. At least Luo Feng had never heard of any other treasure with such power. Also, the Wu Slaying Wings was still damaged, this made Luo Feng filled with anticipation for it. Many thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Luo Feng's eyes stared at his opponent from afar. A being that was only slightly weaker than the Star Pagoda. Without using the Star Pagoda, how far could he go? Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. A little human doll that's only trained for 10 eras, I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. With a roar, endless flames rushed towards Luo Feng. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Lord of Arcana had 2 thick arms. One of them was holding a dark red shield, while the other was holding a long-handled hammer. This hammer was bronze in color, and it was stained with blood. The handle was very thick, and the hammer was very large. There were sharp nails on the hammer. How the hammer burned with flames, bringing with it endless power as it arrived before Luo Feng, even the surrounding space had become a particle flow. Luo Feng's blade Absolute Guest was immediately unsheathed. Absolute Guest was a pinnacle treasure blade crafted by Mountain Guest. It was much stronger than the Blood Shadow blade Luo Feng used back then in his battle with Banfu Leader. A good treasure had a huge effect on one's strength, and the closer one got to the absolute treasure, the more obvious the difference was. Dang! The sharp blade struck the long handle of the hammer, receiving a huge force. Luo Feng was forced back 3 steps in mid-air, only then did the force dissipate. The Lord of Arcana took 2 steps to the side before stopping. You? The mysterious lord looked angrily at Luo Feng, roaring, when you battled against Banfu Leader, didn't you use your strongest technique to gain the upper hand? I saw that your blade technique before wasn't that powerful, it was only at the Universe Lord's final technique level, how could it block my random hammer? Luo Feng laughed coldly, don't talk nonsense. Random hammer? Then take out your true strength. Even though he shouted that, in truth Luo Feng was very clear on how strong the mysterious lord was. With the Golden Country and 9 Ming River support, he had already suppressed the mysterious lord before they even clashed. Hence even though it seemed like they were evenly matched, in truth the mysterious lord was indeed stronger than Luo Feng. Compared to the battle with Banfu Leader back then. 1. Back then the Banfu Leader relied on the Fushan Ocean to suppress Luo Feng, gaining the upper hand. 2. Luo Feng used the Blood Shadow blade back then. Now it was Luo Feng who had the upper hand. The treasures had changed too. Even without relying on I Am the Universe, he could still fight evenly with the mysterious lord. Arrogant, you've only trained for 10 eras and already have such strength, you have the right to be arrogant. But you must know, in the vast universe, when experts fight, it doesn't matter how long you have cultivated. I'll show you my true power. Lord Arcanum roared. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling flame vortex appeared around Lord Yuan Ao's divine body. This flame vortex was like a resplendent nebula that revolved around Lord Yuan'ao. And that expanding flame whirlpool was emitting unbelievable power. Even Luo Feng's golden country buffed 9 Sea River was instantly destroyed. What a strong power! Luo Feng was shocked as he looked at the distant huge flame whirlpool. It feels like it's comparable to the Star River Emperor's strongest technique, Dark Night. Rumble the beautiful, dreamy, and resplendent flame whirlpool instantly rotated and shrank. In the blink of an eye, it had completely gathered on the huge round hammer, causing the flames on the round hammer to immediately soar. For a moment, the entire round hammer emanated boundless power, as if it was a peak-level domain-type treasure. Incinerate! Lord Yuan Arcana's voice boomed, filled with boundless killing intent. Boom! One strike, that huge round hammer with countless spikes was enveloped by the flames and became slightly red. The blood stains on the hammer seemed to have been triggered and an overwhelming killing aura began to emanate. It ignored all defenses and drilled into Luo Feng's body and began to attack his willpower. Kill, kill, kill. Die. Endless roars resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Humph, the Yuan'ao lord laughed coldly. From his point of view, even though Luo Feng was an absolute genius of humanity, even in the vast universe he was an absolute genius. However, he had only trained for a short period of 10 eras, and the willpower that required endless time to train was probably a weakness. The killing aura released from his hammer to its maximum might not be much of a threat to a true universe lord, however against this human genius with a weaker willpower, it would probably have a huge effect. Not mentioning anything else, just being able to cause Luo Feng to be stunned for a moment was enough to send him into a dangerous situation. Pung! Following which, the round hammer arrived before Luo Feng. Hua, a glaring gold light flashed, sharp and cold. It immediately clashed against the surface of the hammer. Along with a huge rumble, Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew backwards, flying a total of 1,000 kilometers before stopping. The Lord Yuan'ao stood stunned in midair. He blocked it, his body wasn't weakened at all? Lord Yuan'ao stood there stunned. Ha ha ha, Lord Yuan'ao, this is your annihilation? Luo Feng laughed loudly. In truth, he was shocked within. In that exchange earlier, even with the 9 Sea River and Golden Country, he was still at a disadvantage. That move was indeed terrifying. Even though it wasn't as strong as the ultimate move of the Star River Lord, it was only slightly weaker. However, it was different from the battle with the Star River Lord. With the Golden Country and 9 Sea River buffing his blade, even though he didn't have a Star Pagoda, it still made Luo Feng, who had the Calamity Armor's defense, lose 0.200 of his body. This Lord Yuan'ao used such a powerful technique. The amount of God energy he used probably took up 0.100 of his body. Luo Feng thought. Humph, I have the Calamity Armor to protect me, you want to kill me? Alright. Powerful. Indeed an absolute genius of the human race. How long has it been? From your battle with Ban Fu Lord till now, not even an era has passed. Your strength has actually soared again. You can't even get injured under my attacks. I originally wanted to rely on my body being stronger than yours to exhaust you to death. But now it seems, you have the right to make me use it. Lord Yuan'ao looked at Luo Feng, his single eye burning with a twisted madness. Luo Feng was shocked within. Use it? Haha, anyone can talk big. Unless, you still have a powerful treasure? Luo Feng spread his 4 wings and stood on the 9 Sea River, looking at the Lord Yuan'ao. Humph, ever since I got it, I've only used it once in the cosmic sea. In the primal universe, this is the first time I've used it. The Lord flipped his hand and the round hammer in his hand vanished. Following which a peculiar black object appeared in his huge palm. The moment it appeared, it emitted an endless amount of power. What a terrifying power. Luo Feng was shocked. Following which he used his mark on the golden toad, he confirmed that the black object was one of the targets. That's the target? That mystical item is the target? Luo Feng was shocked. After being in the Yuan mystery region for so long, he had killed many Undyings and Universe Knights, however the only things that caused the golden toad's eyes to turn red were life forms. According to what the ancestor god had said, such life forms were to be annihilated without exception. This time, the ancestor god had entrusted Luo Feng to investigate what exactly happened here. Luo Feng suddenly felt. The target this time was most likely that mystical creature. That wonder, upon closer inspection, was a huge piece of black wood. One could even see the broken stubble on the other end of the black wood. The markings on the black wood were extremely peculiar, almost as though many semicircles were intertwining with each other, forming a peculiar style. The entire black wood emitted a powerful pressure. That made Luo Feng's expression change. So powerful. Although I've seen many treasures, I've never seen them before. However, the only ones that surpass him are the Star Pagoda and the Five-Colored Lake. Luo Feng thought, with the Star Pagoda in my hands, I can only unleash a portion of its power. It doesn't even seem to compare to this black wood. Even though he hadn't made a move yet, the moment the black wood appeared in his hands, the pressure it emitted had already surpassed the Star River Lord's dual truncheons. Even the pinnacle treasures Luo Feng had seen the two-faced ancestor god Sek's dual-faced ancestor god use before. He felt it was slightly weaker than the black wood. The last time I used it, with just one move, I destroyed a universe lord. Lord Yuan Arcana stroked the black wood. This is a wondrous item I obtained after experiencing countless trials and tribulations in the cosmic sea. I'll use it to tear you, the brat who provoked me, to pieces. I'll destroy your avatar and take your treasure. This will be your punishment. As for the ancestor god sect? Haha, even if the ancestor god comes, I won't fear him. One at a time. In the distant demon territory. In the dream progenitor mystic realm, in the void where demon progenitor Dream's endless palace was located, a winding silver snake floated in the void, looking far into the universe. Ripple. It's that ripple. It's from the Yuan Mystery region. Did the Yuan Mystery Lord obtain the item? The huge silver snake said slowly. What an idiot, to actually bring such an item back to the primal universe. Don't they know that the primal universe rejects such treasures? Immediately, the huge silver snake began to pass down the order. Sky Wolf, Spirit Demon, the two of you immediately head to the Yuan Mystery region. The moment you encounter any danger, I'll rush over immediately. Yes. The Heavenly Wolf Lord and the Serene Devil Lord immediately accepted the order. Both of them had lived for a very long time. Among them, the Skywolf Lord was at the pinnacle and had extremely strong survival abilities. The Nether Devil Lord was also adept at survival and was at the pinnacle. Sending these two universe lords who were adept at survival was just a vanguard. It's actually that level of item. It's so rare even in the universe C, and it actually appeared? Even though it can't compare to the absolute treasures. However, it's still extremely close to the absolute treasures. Even those pinnacle treasure sets can't compare to it. The moment that item appears, the strongest people in the primal universe will probably know about it. I'll send two universe lords to investigate first. I'll be able to rush over at any time. Soon, the Northern Border Alliance also sent two universe lords. The Ancestor God sect also sent 3 universe lords. The Insectoid race also sent 1 universe lord. The Cosmic Beast Alliance also sent 2 universe lords. All the super factions sent their universe lords over, while the strongest people in the universe silently observed from behind. They knew that the strongest people in the other universes were paying attention to what was happening. On the other hand, the automaton race and the human race, the creator of the giant axe was in the universe C, while the godfather of the automaton race was in another universe, could not sense it. Naturally, they did not send any experts over. P.S. Here's the first chapter. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Luo Feng used the Golden Country's absolute control of space and time to sense the black wood. That piece of black wood must have been broken for some reason. The broken pieces were very clear. And it should be a natural treasure-level treasure. It could be big or small, its power was limitless. I've never heard of such a treasure before. Luo Feng thought, the Lord of Yuan Mystery, Torch God, Radiant God, they were all life forms. Due to some special reason, they were harmful to the universe and needed me to get rid of them. However, this black wood is just a dead object. It's actually harmful to the primal universe? No matter how. Powerful a treasure was, like a star tower, it wouldn't be harmful to the primal universe. This made Luo Feng even more cautious. Human punk. The Lord of Yuan Mystery laughed as he looked at Luo Feng, his single eye filled with glee. Regretting? Afraid? However, it's too late. Out of the countless warriors of the primal universe, you are the first to truly taste it. Your armor, wings, weapons, etc., you can't blame me for losing them, ha ha ha. Suddenly the Lord of Yuan Mystery roared, Annihilate. The same move, it was the only move the Lord of Yuan Mystery had comprehended. The same scene appeared once again, that resplendent, eye-catching, dreamy huge flame whirlpool was like a nebula whirlpool, engulfing the Lord of Yuan Mystery, causing his aura to explode. I can't play anymore. Luo Feng stared and unleashed his strongest technique, roaring, I am the universe. Rumble. Luo Feng's burning god energy was depleting at an incomparably terrifying speed. Simultaneously, the secret area that was originally covered in golden light suddenly changed, endless chaotic energy emanated. These chaotic energies floated about everywhere. At this moment, the entire area with a diameter of 1,000,000,000 km had become a chaotic energy world. Chaos energy? The Lord of Yuan Mystery laughed happily, your strongest move has finally been unleashed, very good. Good my ass. Luo Feng roared. Pung. Pung. Pung, inside the egg-sized miniature cosmos, primal chaos energy filled every corner. In terms of power, this miniature cosmos was even stronger than the Golden Kingdom. Back then Luo Feng relied on this move. Even with the Luo world, Luo Feng was still able to kill over 6,000 of his knights. At this time. Miniature Universe, support. Golden Kingdom, support. 9 Underworld River, charge. Luo Feng roared. Other than the Star Pagoda, his strongest techniques were the Miniature Universe, a miniature version of the universe, the Golden Kingdom, an absolute control over spacetime, and the 9 Netherworld River, a domain of a domain-type treasure. These 3 were of different types and would not conflict with each other. In an instant, they completely overlapped with each other. When the 3 of them were stacked together, just the Golden Kingdom and the 9 Netherworld River were enough to cause the boundless flames to collapse. Not to mention the addition of the even more powerful Miniature Universe. Rumble forceful suppression, the boundless flame domain around Lord Yuan Ao collapsed completely. Under the buffs of the Miniature Universe and Golden Kingdom, the 9 Nether Rivers' might was boundless. It rampaged and even affected Lord Yuan Ao. Ha ha ha, this feels great, but, die. The Lord of Yuan Arcana let out a fierce roar. Boom. His divine body suddenly expanded, instantly reaching the size of his true divine body, millions of kilometers. The gigantic Lord of Yuan Arcana, which was millions of kilometers long, grabbed the black divine tree with both hands. The boundless might formed by incineration was completely concentrated on the black divine wood, causing strands of black air to rise and swirl around the black divine wood. Pung, a direct attack, the broken end of the black divine wood immediately smashed towards Luo Feng. This attack, even with the buffs of the 9 Nether River, it still crumbled inch by inch. The waves split into 2, unable to stop the boundless flames and black energy swirling around the black divine wood. And the black divine wood was still constantly expanding and growing, heading straight for Luo Feng. Miniature Universe, gather. Luo Feng roared. The entire chaotic miniature universe suddenly, the boundless chaos energy was like a tornado that gathered towards the blade in his right hand. Bringing with it the power of the fusion, Luo Feng slashed fiercely at the incoming black divine wood. Pung pung pung. The power rushed through the sky, Luo Feng retreated a few thousand kilometers. The Lord of Yuan Arcana too was pushed back a few hundred kilometers by the terrifying force. Impossible. The Lord of Yuan Arcana's eyes were filled with madness. Looking at the godwood in his hand, he roared madly, go and die. You think I'm afraid of you? You're the one who deserves to die. Luo Feng's 4 wings flapped. The Miniature Universe, the Golden Country, the 9 Nether River, he had the upper hand. The blade in his hand brought with it the power of the Miniature Universe. Once again, he slashed furiously, trying to destroy the Lord of Yuan Arcana. Pung. 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 Pung, the 2 clashed at lightning speed. All of them were using their strongest attacks. Suddenly the endless miniature universe vanished without a sound. The 9 seconds of casting was up. Even though he could continue, Luo Feng didn't want to fight anymore. The Lord of Yuan Arcana is indeed the Lord of Yuan Arcana, respect. I won't stay any longer. Luo Feng became a beam of light and swiftly fled. The surrounding space had long been sealed, he couldn't teleport at all. Want to leave? Dream on. The Lord of Yuan Arcana roared as he chased after Luo Feng. Haha, just you and you want to chase me? Luo Feng laughed loudly. With the Golden Country and 9 Nether River blocking him, the Lord of Yuan Arcana's speed couldn't compare to Luo Feng's. Seeing Luo Feng flee, the Lord of Yuan Arcana couldn't do anything. He had already noticed that Luo Feng's energy was obviously weaker by a level. He estimated that he had lost 10% of his energy. And even though he had unleashed his strongest techniques over 10 times, he had only lost 2% of his energy. If this continued, he would definitely exhaust Luo Feng to death. It was a pity that with the support of the Golden Country, the 9 Nether River was completely under Luo Feng's control. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would fight. However, if it seemed like he might lose his life, he had to flee. Luo Feng. Human punk. Even if you run fast, I don't believe the other universe lords of the ancestral god sect can run that fast. I'll just wait in my territory. Let's see what your ancestral god sect can do to me. The Lord of Yuan Arcana let out a sky-shaking roar. Within the roar, Luo Feng had already flown out of the spacelock and with a teleportation he vanished. That Lord of Yuan Arcana is actually that strong. Just what is that black god wood? Luo Feng was in a space within the huge Yuan Arcana region. In terms of techniques, he's obviously much weaker than the Star River Lord. However, with that god wood, in terms of attack power, he doesn't lose to the Star River Lord. No wonder he was able to destroy a universe lord with one attack in the cosmic sea. I've already unleashed the Golden Country, Miniature Universe and 9 Nether River, and I'm still at a disadvantage. Luo Feng realized. Even with the Miniature Universe, 9 Nether River, Golden Country and the Golden Light technique from the Absolute Guest Blade, he could barely match the power of the Star Pagoda level 2, using the Star Pagoda didn't consume much god energy. However, the Miniature Universe consumed a full 10% of his god body. If I hadn't unleashed the Miniature Universe earlier, I would have been at an absolute disadvantage. I would have been instantly blown away and my body would have been heavily injured. Luo Feng thought. With the support of the Miniature Universe, he was only at a disadvantage. Maintaining the maximum power, every time I unleash it, it consumes 10% of my god body. Using it a few times, I'll have to risk my life. Luo Feng shook his head. He wasn't a match. Ancestor God. Luo Feng flipped his hand and took out the golden tag. Luo Feng. Ancestor God, that Lord of Yuan Arcana is also a target. And he has a black godwood, that's also a target. The black godwood is extremely powerful. Lord Yuan Arcana is relying on it and not something I can fight against. Luo Feng said, to get rid of him, I'm really helpless. You've already done very well. When Yuan Arcana unleashed the black godwood, I already knew the reason. The true reason is that black wood. I've already sent out the 9 Nether God Lord and 2 Universe Lords. They'll first head to Purple Thorn Island to gather. Hurry and receive them, directly teleport from the God Country to your place. 9 Nether God Lord? Luo Feng replied, I'll immediately go receive them. Luo Feng stood in space. Beside him, a jade green light glowed. It was Luo Feng's soul servant activating the God Country teleportation. 3 silhouettes walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a beautiful black long robe. His pale white face had black engravings. His entire being emitted a demonic aura, one that was different from the primal Chaos City leader, and different from the Darkness Lord. It was a kind of freedom that came from looking at the entire universe. Milky Way leader. The demonic middle-aged man looked at Luo Feng and said, 9 Nether Lord. Luo Feng said too. The two exchanged glances. Interesting, the punk from back then has become so strong in a blink of an eye. 9 Netherlord turned and said, these two beside me, you should recognize them, right? Luo Feng looked and smiled. This is Yunnan from the Thorn Ring Alliance, and this is the Dark Python leader from the ancestral god religion. Through the virtual universe, he had already checked up on the famous lords of the universe of the various large organizations in the universe. Naturally, he had memorized some of the information about the lords of the universe. If he knew some of the techniques that the lords of the universe were good at, he would be able to prepare and defend against them during battle. Right. Nine Netherlord nodded. The two of them are also outer members of the ancestral god religion. They belong to our Nine Nether bloodline. You two belong to our Nine Nether bloodline. The four of us are rather close. Milky Way leader. Milky Way leader. Yunnan and Dark Python leader said simultaneously. Yunnan was a bald man with bone wings. The Dark Python leader was a huge python with silhouettes all around him. The two looked at Luo Feng with goodwill. It's a pleasure to meet the two of you. Luo Feng smiled. Nine Nether Lord nodded. This matter regarding the Yuan Ao Lord, our Nine Nether bloodline will deal with the ancestral god religion's side. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Our ancestral god sect? Luo Feng could hear the hidden meaning behind it. He couldn't help but say, Nine Abyss leader, don't tell me it's not just the ancestral god sect that's here? Right. Nine Abyss leader nodded. It's not just the ancestral god sect. All the other superpowers with the strongest warriors in the universe will probably send their universe lords over. Next to him, Lord Yunnan spread his skeletal wings. His voice was very gentle. The Beijiang Alliance, the Astral Beast Alliance, the Fae, the Automaton, the Bug, the Crystallizers, the Jail, and the humans will probably send lords of the universe here. The Dark Python leader's voice was hoarse, with Milky Way leader leading us, using the God Country transfer is the fastest. The other powers will probably need some time. After all, this is Yuan Ao leader's territory. I don't think many will leave their tokens here. Why would they rush over? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Because they know about the wonder. Yunnan leader said. How do they know? The wonder is a special item that can only be born in the 3 great danger zones of the universe sea. They all seem to exist naturally, be it trees, grass, or vines. Anyways, they all seem to grow naturally, and they are all extremely powerful. They can be said to be existence's closest to absolute treasures. And there's another difference between the wonder and absolute treasures. For an absolute treasure to unleash its full power, one has to study its secrets. If one isn't able to unleash it perfectly, then the power won't reach the absolute treasure's limit. Luo Feng nodded. Star Pagoda, he could only unleash the 2nd level. However, just unleashing the 2nd level was already ridiculous and heavenly. The wonder is different. The wonder doesn't have any engravings, etc. Hence, the moment a warrior unleashes it, he can unleash its full power. Yunnan leader said warmly, if one doesn't have a treasure that can unleash its full power, it might just be on par with the wonder. Only treasures that unleash its full power can be stronger than the wonder. Hence, you can imagine how precious it is. Luo Feng nodded within. Like the two-faced ancestor god's pinnacle set, like the galaxy lord's pinnacle dual maces, they couldn't compare to the wonder. Even his 2nd level star pagoda felt like it was on par with the black god wood. Moreover, the black divine wood could directly unleash its strongest power. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? However, mystical beings have a huge weakness. Lord Yunnan sighed. They are naturally rejected by the universe. Regardless of whether it was the core or the largest primeval universe, or the various small universes, they would all repel strange objects. Once a mystical object is in the universe, it will affect the stability of the universe's origin source. It is as if it and the universe's origin source are natural enemies. Luo Feng realized. Natural enemies? No wonder. It was no wonder the ancestor god said that something bad would happen to the primeval universe. It's a pity that Lord Yuan Arcana is a lone wolf. Although he's free, there are some secrets that no one will share with him. In addition, mystical items are rarely born. Even I only learned of these secrets from the ancestor god. Lord Yunnan smiled. Lord Yuan Ao didn't know, that the black godwood was rejected by the primeval universe, so he brought it back to the primeval universe. It would have been fine if he hadn't used it, but the moment he did, the black godwood's power immediately collided with the universe's origin source. Other experts might not be able to sense it, but the strongest experts of the universe could clearly sense the existence of the black godwood. Luo Feng nodded. Even though the black godwood can't be brought back to the primeval universe, bringing it back is a crime. However, the absolute warriors, most of them roam the universe ocean, hence they can leave the black godwood in the universe ocean for their own protection. This can already be considered a second-level absolute treasure. How could the other powers not go crazy over it? If it wasn't for the strongest of the universe knowing, and the other powers knowing, they probably wouldn't have sent the universe lords, but would have rushed over personally. Luo Feng completely understood. Everything was like this. Yuan Ao brought the item back, it should have been a long time. 9 Abyss Lords said slowly. The item knows it's been rejected by the primeval universe, hence it began to infuse part of its energy into his body, causing the primeval universe to reject him. Hence this time, we need to get rid of that Lord Yuan Ao. Luo Feng was shocked within. Energy infused into his body? That item is very special, very evil, and very powerful. 9 Abyss Lords said. Not many warriors can resist its temptation. Who can resist the temptation of a second-rate supreme treasure? Lord Yunnan and Lord Dark Python also sighed. Luo Feng nodded. Absolute treasures, the chances of obtaining them were too low. At least in the primeval universe, there had never been any universe lord with an absolute treasure. Even the Primal Chaos City leader and the Star River leader didn't have one. Even the creator of the huge axe and the other strongest warriors didn't have one. Who wouldn't want an item slightly weaker than an absolute treasure? It doesn't tempt me at all. 9 Abyss Lord shook his head and smiled. Every time I battle, my body is always ready to be destroyed. I don't bring any important treasures. Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. Let's go. Our ancestral god sect is the fastest. Even if the others rush the fastest, they'll still need half a day to reach. Using this time, I'll first deal with Yuan Ao Lord. I want to see how strong he is with that item. 9 Abyss Lord said directly. Let's go. Alright. I've never seen 9 Abyss Lord in action. Luo Feng smiled too. So, immediately, the 4 absolute beings of the ancestral god sect vanished from this part of space. In space, the 4 silhouettes dispersed, looking at the distant 12 floating continents. How do we get that punk to come over? Yunnan said. The simplest way was to directly attack with god energy from a distance. If a continent exploded, it would naturally infuriate the Yuan Ao Lord. However, Yunnan and the others all had extremely high positions. If those normal life forms didn't provoke them, they wouldn't do such a thing. Leave it to me. Luo Feng said. This made 9 Abyss Lord, Yunnan, and Dark Python Lord all look at him. Shwa. Luo Feng spread his 4 wings. Boundless golden light suddenly spread out, forming a huge hazy golden space with a radius of 18 light-years. This was the Golden Kingdom. The entire Golden Kingdom completely enveloped the 12 continents. This move immediately made 9 Abyss Lord and the others look shocked at Luo Feng. Such a large area? Even normal top-level domain treasures didn't have such a large area. Immediately, none of them dared to underestimate this human Luo Feng. Yuan Ao. Luo Feng shouted fiercely. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao. Luo Feng's shout pierced through the gold country. Immediately, it resounded throughout every inch of the 12 continents, causing the countless life forms on the 12 continents to feel fear and unease. Human Luo Feng. A raging roar resounded. A glaring fiery light rushed out from one of the continents. After which, with a teleportation, he appeared in space a million km away from Luo Feng. You fled earlier, and you still dare to come? The majestic Yuan Ao Lord's single eye was filled with madness. Sweeping his gaze, he immediately laughed. No wonder this cowardly Milky Way leader dared to come. So his help has arrived. Let me see who this is? 2 little playthings, and isn't this the 9 Abyss Lord? The famous Nine Abyss Lord, the famous Nine Abyss Lord. Nine Abyss, why, are you preparing to join forces with these three punks to attack me? I don't care. The Nine Abyss Lord looked at him. Relax, I alone am enough. I admit that you madman are powerful. Your godly body is endless. I'd rather meet the Star River leader, Primal Chaos City leader and the others than meet you. Without the treasures, I'd hide when I see you. However now, I'm not afraid of you. Yuan Ao Lord laughed loudly. I'm not even afraid of the strongest in the universe. Is that so? Nine Abyss Lord took the initiative, immediately locking down the surrounding space. Come. In Yuan Ao Lord's hand appeared the black god wood that emanated endless power. His single eye was filled with confidence and madness. Luo Feng, Yunnan, and the dark python lord watched from afar. In the distance, the Lord of the Nine Nether turned into a streak of light and charged at Lord Yuanqi. He suddenly let out a sharp roar, and the Lord of the Nine Nether suddenly turned into boundless seawater. The seawater created waves that were tens of millions of kilometers long and directly charged at Lord Yuanqi. Lord Yuanqi also crazily used his strongest secret technique, incineration. Rumble the ocean water surged and formed a huge whirlpool, completely enveloping Yuan Ao Lord within it. Nine Abyss, Ocean Eye. Yunnan Lord couldn't help but say. Luo Feng held his breath. Nine Abyss, Ocean Eye was a legendary ultimate move, and one that only the Nine Abyss Lord could unleash. The power exploded in an instant. This was a terrifying move that was executed at the cost of self-detonation. Luo Feng knew this move too. Miniature universe, universe annihilation, of course, Luo Feng's natural talent was bestowed upon him. And the Nine Abyss Lord used his own Nine Abyss Ocean's nature to comprehend and create this Nine Abyss Ocean Eye. Pung pung pung, the endless whirlpool water madly exploded and instantly shrunk to the size of a normal Earth human's fist. Only after did it completely dissipate, revealing the extremely haggard fist-sized Yuan Ao Lord. Just the energy from the madly shrinking from before had already caused the surrounding space to become a burning hot particle flow. The countless particles were like soup in a huge pot, everything dissipated. Yuan Ao Lord, who had shrunk to the size of a fist, suddenly grew larger. Luo Feng was anticipating within. Once he became a universe lord, his ocean body would also be able to unleash a similar level of power. P.S. First chapter has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The Yuan Ao Lord, who had shrunk to the size of a fist, suddenly expanded fiercely. Simultaneously his mad laughter resounded. Ha ha ha, 9 underworlds, the legendary 9 underworlds. The terrifying 9 underworlds, his legendary move 9 underworlds Ocean Eye is famous throughout the universe sea, causing all the large powers to fear it. However, I have the God Wood. 9 underworlds doesn't pose a threat to me at all, haha. In the primal universe, the strongest of the universe is only that strong, only slightly stronger than this legendary move of 9 underworlds. No one can do anything to me? Come, human Luo Feng. Yunnan, dark python, you 3 punks, come over, let me ravage you. Yunnan's expression was serious. Let's go. Luo Feng nodded, the dark python's huge head nodded too. So, 3 streaks of light streaked across the sky and quickly flew away. The Yuan Ao Lord wielded the huge black god wood and stood in mid-air, looking at the 3 beams of light fleeing. He laughed recklessly, only knowing how to flee. Haha, ancestral god sect? Haha, you guys can't do anything to the strongest of the universe. I have this god wood, I'm not much weaker than them. I'm not afraid of you guys either. Haha. As soon as the 3 streaks of light in the distance flew out of the sealed space, they immediately teleported and disappeared. Within the silent space of the Yuan Ao region, there was a continuous mountain range floating. Within the mountain range there was a waterfall. Luo Feng, Yunnan, and the dark python lord were below the waterfall beside the pond. Hua! A blurry light lit up. A silhouette walked out. It was the black luxurious robed 9 underworlds lord. 9 underworlds lord. Luo Feng, Yunnan, and the dark python lord all looked over. Very strong. 9 underworlds lord shook his head. My strongest technique and self-destruct attack. If he didn't have that god wood, I could have heavily injured him. However, he relied on the black god wood to defend. causing over 90% of my attack to be blocked. I estimate I only managed to damage 1/1000 of his body. Luo Feng, Yunnan, and the Dark Python Lord all went silent. To be able to make him lose 1/1000th of his body, that was already impressive. Luo Feng's battle with him earlier didn't even injure him at all. Instead, it was the Lord who used his strongest techniques over and over that caused him to lose some of his body. If Yuan Ao Lord used the Black God would to unleash his ultimate technique, even though he would be at a disadvantage, he would definitely be able to block Luo Feng's attack, and his body wouldn't be damaged at all. 9 Gloom, in the primeval universe, only the universe's strongest experts can surpass you in terms of offensive means, said the Dark Python King. If even you can't do it, then what should we do? Lord Yunnan also said. Luo Feng frowned too. Ever since he became the Milky Way leader, Luo Feng would occasionally chat with his teacher the Primal Chaos City leader, gaining a deeper understanding of the universe lord's strength. According to what we know, the lords of the universe were divided into 4 categories: novice, ordinary, peak, and apex. Peak referred to the level of one's genes, treasures, and secret techniques that had all reached the peak. The Ice Peak Lord, the Lord of Void Gold, and many other beings in the universe could be classified to this level. However, Star River Leader, Primal Chaos City Leader, 9 Gloom Lord, etc., were even more exceptional. Like the Star River Leader, his techniques could reach the perfect fusion of 2 of his strongest techniques. Every time the 9 Gloom Lord's clones, even though their genetic levels were only 1000 times weaker, when he unleashed his strongest technique, the moment he exploded, it would cause all the energy in his body to explode in an instant. His power would explode at a shocking rate, hence, Star River Leader, Primal Chaos City Leader, 9 Gloom Lord, etc., could be considered the pinnacle of the pinnacle. They could be considered the strongest known universe lords in the universe. Of course, the weakness of the 9 Gloom Lord was very obvious, and that was that every clone could only unleash that terrifying attack once. After unleashing it, he would have to send another clone over from the God Country, and by then, the enemy would have long fled. Hence, comparatively speaking, the Star River Leader and Primal Chaos City Leader were much more terrifying. Comparing the Star River Leader and Primal Chaos City Leader, the Primal Chaos City Leader's ability to unleash his strongest techniques wasn't as strong as the Star River Leader's. The body of the Star River Leader had always been a mystery. One only knew that he could unleash his strongest techniques time and time again, and maintain it for a long time. Naturally, this made the Star River Leader's power in the vast universe actually slightly stronger than the Primal Chaos City Leader. Above the strongest master of the universe was the strongest person in the universe. The primal universe had a strong restriction on the strongest in the universe. Every strongest in the universe would be restricted, causing the strongest in the universe to unleash power slightly stronger than the Star River Leader and Primal Chaos City Leader. That was all. Of course, their strength was obvious too. They could unleash their techniques time and time again without worrying about their body's exhaustion, as this was far from the limits of the strongest in the universe. In a head-on battle, no one in the primal universe can kill Lord Yuan Ao. 9 Gloom Lord said. Then what do we do? The few of us can't handle him at all. The 9 Gloom Lord's gaze swept past Luo Feng and the other 2. Wait first. Wait for the others to arrive first. We can only do that. The first to arrive was the Bug Clan Black Lotus Lord. The Bug Clan had pitifully few universe lords, however every one of them was terrifyingly strong. The Bug Clan Universe Lord, even the weakest, was considered at the pinnacle level. Not only were they proficient in hypnosis and soul techniques, they could also rely on the Bug Clan soldiers under them to unleash material techniques. They were extremely hard to deal with. Rumble, the universe space collapsed. The space particles were like countless grains of sand moving about. A glaring dark golden mother nest floated in space. Around it revolved a total of 1,000 powerful Bug Clan soldiers. Every single one of them emitted an overwhelming power. Every single one of them could be considered an elite overlord of the universe. Under the control of the universe lord's consciousness, their power was incomparably explosive. Hua! Countless blade lights gathered and swept across the sky. Ha ha ha, Black Lotus, it's useless. Your techniques are useless. Lord Yuan Ao was 1,000,000 km tall. He wielded 1,000,000 km long black godly wood. Sweeping and smashing in space, he was unstoppable, immediately blocking the bug soldiers' combined attacks. In the distance, Nine Gloom Lord, Luo Feng, Dark Python Lord and Yunnan Lord watched from the side. Black Lotus Lord's escape techniques were vicious. Knowing he couldn't win, he quickly left with his bug clan soldiers. After which he met up with Nine Gloom Lord and the others. Nine Gloom, you're not helping me either. The thin wings of the breathtakingly beautiful sovereign of the Black Lotus trembled slightly as she looked at the sovereign of the Netherworld with her beautiful eyes. You've seen how powerful he is. Even if I help you, it's useless. Nine Gloom Lord shook his head. Then what does your ancestral god sect plan to do? Black Lotus Lord said. What about your bug clan? Nine Gloom Lord said. I'll just watch and report everything back to the Empress. What to do next will be up to her. Black Lotus Lord said. Nine Gloom Lord laughed, then we'll wait. Every time the various powers rushed to the Yuan Arcane secret realm to find the Lord of Yuan Arcane, they all suffered greatly. Fortunately, the strongest experts of the various superpowers knew that the Lord of Yuan Arcane had a mysterious item. Therefore, the universe lords they sent were either extremely strong or had extremely powerful life-saving methods. Therefore, no one died. Haha, look, Sky Wolf Lord and Netherworld Lord are here too. Just the two of them are destined to be trampled on. In the void, a battle was going on. It was the Sky Wolf Lord and Netherworld Lord sent by the demon race. The two of them were working together to deal with the Lord of Yuan Ao. Haha, Sky Wolf, Netherworld Lord, you two want to fight me? Who do you think you are? Lord Yuan Ao held the black divine wood in his hand and stood majestically in the void, like an undefeatable god. The black divine wood in his hand suddenly expanded and became longer, and at other times, it was violently smashed. The Lord of Yuan Ao understood that he couldn't kill these fellows with trump cards. Hence, he was too lazy to use his strongest secret technique. He only used his ultimate secret technique each time. With the Lord of Yuan Ao's huge divine body, the consumption of the ultimate secret technique could be replenished naturally. He wouldn't feel tired no matter how long he fought. Haha. Even if I use my ultimate secret technique, I can still trample the two of you. Every time Lord Yuan Ao's black divine would swung out, the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf would be thrown away, or the Lord of the Nether Devil would be forced to retreat in midair. Bastard. Despicable Yuan Ao. The Sky Wolf Lord and Netherworld Lord were enraged. The two of them had long noticed that their fight with the Lord of Yuan Ao had attracted the Nine Nether Lord, the Black Lotus Lord, the Golden Horn Lord, and the other universe lords from the ancestral god sect, the insect race, and the Astral Beast Alliance. These universe lords were leisurely watching from afar. The Sky Wolf Lord and Netherworld Lord also wanted to fight for some face, but the Lord of Yuan Ao, who wasn't much stronger than the two of them, had the blackwood in his hand. Even if he used his ultimate secret technique, he was clearly stronger than them. The two of them were basically being ravaged. Let's stop fighting. The Nine Nether Lord and the others definitely didn't gain any advantage. Let's go. Let's go. The moment the Sky Wolf Lord and Netherworld Lord made their decision, they immediately acted. The Sky Wolf Lord instantly entered the Sky Wolf Palace, while the Netherworld Lord instantly turned into endless black gas and left. Ha ha ha. Ancestral God Sect, Insect Race, Space Beast Alliance, Demon Race, they've all been beaten away by me. I know you all want the God Wood, but with it in my hands, you can just stare. Even if the strongest warriors of the universe come, it's useless. Ha ha ha. In space, the Lord of Yuan Ao laughed loudly. As time passed, batches of warriors arrived. Most of the superpowers of the universe had arrived, and every batch was trampled upon. After which, they naturally gathered with the Nine Nether Lord and the others. The completely black as ink Sky Wolf Lord looked at the distant human Luo Feng. His four paws stood on a floating mountain peak in the secret region, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Human Luo Feng. In the distance, Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged on a boulder, felt his gaze and looked over, clashing with the Sky Wolf Lord. Sky Wolf. Luo Feng laughed softly, after which he turned and ignored the Sky Wolf Lord. Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings. Whether they were standing, sitting crossed-legged or lying in the distance, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. That's weird, why hasn't my human race's universe lord arrived yet? Right now among the superpowers, only the automaton and my human race haven't arrived. I'll ask my teacher. Immediately, Luo Feng's consciousness connected to the virtual universe. P.S. 2 chapters completed. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Virtual Universe. Luo Feng immediately arrived at the peak of Thunder Island, visiting the Primal Chaos City leader. Teacher. The moment he appeared, he saw a golden-robed silhouette in the distant mist. Luo Feng, why are you here? The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. I've been waiting in the Yuan mysterious region, waiting for the human universe lord, but I've never seen him. Hence I've come to find you. Luo Feng said directly. Yuan mysterious region? The Primal Chaos City leader was suspicious. What are you doing in the Yuan mysterious region? You're waiting for the human universe lord? What does that mean? Don't tell me the human universe lord should be there. The Primal Chaos City leader was completely confused, however he could vaguely sense a few problems. Luo Feng was shocked. Didn't the creator Xianxia give the order? Right now all the large powers teams had arrived, only the humans and automaton had yet to arrive. In theory, a race would have the strongest warrior in the universe, and the strongest warrior would usually stay within the race. Even if they went to the Universe C, they would usually return in a short period of time. After all, with the speed of the strongest warrior in the universe, even in battles and massacres, their speed would still be extremely fast, hence they would usually stay within the race. Xianxia isn't with the race now, he's gone to the Universe C. The Primal Chaos City leader emphasized. Just what happened, quickly tell me. It's like this. Luo Feng immediately began to explain in detail. A while ago, the two-faced ancestor god from the ancestral god sect came to find me. After a while, Luo Feng finished. Right now among the superpowers in the Yuan mysterious region, the only ones missing are the automaton race and our human race. Luo Feng said. It's actually like that, a wonder? The Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. If it wasn't for Luo Feng telling him this time, the human race wouldn't even know. After all, the other powers wouldn't spread the news to the others. After all, they couldn't wait for as few powers to go as possible. This time it's all thanks to you. The Primal Chaos City leader smiled. Teacher, then what about our human race? Luo Feng asked. Right now, it's not just a matter of one side. The Primal Chaos City leader said that wonder is rejected by the primal universe. Hence even the owner of the wonder, the Yuan mysterious lord, will be rejected by the primal universe. The moment he's rejected, even if the strongest warrior of the universe kills him, he won't be punished. Luo Feng was shocked. Furthermore, if we work together to bring the mystical item out of the primeval universe, we will have made a great contribution. For example, if the human race makes a great contribution, the primeval universe will favor the human race for a short period of time. This will increase the amount of beneficial cosmic energy in the human domain. This will increase the potential of a human baby born in a longer period of time. The master of the city said. Was there such a thing? Everyone knows that it's impossible for one party to monopolize it. The Primal Chaos City master said, let's see how capable you are. How about this, you use your god country teleportation and come to my primitive mystic realm to receive your senior uncle Bing Feng. Let him join hands with you. Let's see how strong the other parties are. With your senior uncle around, that should be enough. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The Ice Peak Lord. He was one of the 3 disciples of the original ancestor. Amongst the 3 disciples, all of them were powerful. Ice Peak leader might be a little bit weaker than Primal Chaos City leader, but the difference wasn't huge. After all, how could a personal disciple of the ancestor be simple? Yuan mysterious region, one of the more desolate regions. On a floating mountain range, on a boulder, a jade-green light suddenly lit up. Luo Feng, silver-armored and silver-winged, carrying a blade on his back, along with a silver-haired man dressed in blood-stained ancient armor with a blade on his back. The moment this silver-haired man appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the absolute warriors in the mountain range. Like Sky Wolf leader, Nine Underworlds leader, Yunnan leader, Black Lotus leader, Golden Horn leader, Chi Demon leader, they all turned to look. Ice Peak Lord. Ice Peak, you've come too. The humans sent Ice Peak and this Luo Feng? In an instant, the Ice Peak Lord became the focus of the close to 20 universe lords. The Ice Peak Lord's gaze swept across, nodding to the few he was familiar with. Like Nine Underworlds leader, Golden Horn leader, Chi Demon leader, they all had similar high statuses. Ice Peak Lord, he was a disciple of the original ancestor. His own strength was extremely strong. Like Nine Underworlds leader, each clone could only unleash his strongest move once. The Ice Peak Lord's strongest move might be slightly weaker, but it could last for a long period of time. Plus, the Ice Peak Lord was unafraid of anyone in the Universe C. He wasn't something a regular Universe Lord could compare to. As time passed, the strong arrived one by one. Ancestral God Sect, Monster, Bug, Human, Space Beast Alliance, Prison Clan, Crystal Race, North Border Alliance, these 8 had all arrived. Even the slightly weaker Nine Regions Alliance had sent 2 Masters of the Universe. In theory, the Nine Regions Alliance shouldn't have known. However, from the looks of it, it was probably some lone universe strongest that ordered it. Nine Regions Alliance. Flame Emperor and Ju Feng leader. How did they get here? The Nine Regions Alliance is a second-tier power. Even though they have 10 universe lords, they don't have the strongest in the universe. Did some lone universe strongest tell them? The 8 powers that arrived early were all suspicious, simultaneously looking at the 2 in the distance. The Flame Emperor's body was tall and sturdy. His entire body was covered in a layer of densely packed scales. On his forehead was a single horn, emitting a domineering aura. This was the famous Flame Emperor of the universe. The other one was a strange beast. It had a rock-like body and the shape of its body was similar to that of a lion. However, it had a total of 9 heads. The eyes on the 9 heads swept in all directions, emitting a faint pressure. It was the Ju Feng Master, whose strength and status were not inferior to the Flare Emperor. The Nine Regions Alliance was a second-tier power, yet the 2 they sent were extremely strong. They were at least stronger than the monster Sky Wolf leader and the Ghost Demon leader. Flame Emperor, Ju Feng leader. According to Luo Feng's classification, they were all at the pinnacle. Flame Emperor. The Ice Peak Lord glanced coldly and snorted. You dare to come to where we humans are? Why wouldn't I dare? The Flame Emperor's domineering aura shot through the skies. He glanced at the Ice Peak Lord. If not for everyone gathering here, I'd definitely show you. The Ice Peak Lord's killing intent shot through the skies. The Flame Emperor too laughed as he looked at the Ice Peak Lord. However, the Flame Emperor's eyes were filled with rage. Back when he was still in the human race, the moment the matter was exposed, the first to rage was the cold and aloof Ice Peak Lord. The Ice Peak Lord drew his sword, forcing the Flame Emperor to rely on the armor to survive and flee. Even after countless years, the Flare Emperor knew that he was still weaker than the Ice Peak Lord. He could only swear in his heart, one day, I will trample you under my feet and make you disappear from the universe. Flame Emperor. Another voice resounded. The Flame Emperor turned to look and smiled. Ah? This should be the absolute genius of humanity, the Milky Way leader Luo Feng. To be able to see the Flame Emperor here, it's really shocking. Luo Feng said softly. Haha, our Nine Regions Alliance shouldn't know about this. However, Senior Mountain Guest gave us some pointers. Only then did we know. It is my honor to be able to serve Senior Mountain Passenger. The Flame Emperor laughed. These words, however, shocked Luo Feng. Teacher Mountain Passenger? Mountain Guest? Everyone else present was shocked too. The strongest lone warriors of the universe were all hard to deal with. And Mountain Guest was definitely the hardest to deal with. He rarely clashed head-on with other warriors. However, his countless special techniques were enough to make everyone go crazy. Mountain Guest had connections with many superpowers. For example, his relationship with the Nine Regions Alliance wasn't bad. Many powers guessed that Mountain Guest and the Flame Emperor should have some connection. Because Mountain Guest had helped the Flame Emperor a few times. Mountain Guest's relationship with the ancestral god sect wasn't bad either. It's been so long. The 9 Abyss Lord surveyed his surroundings. The automaton race hasn't arrived yet. It looks like their father god should be in his universe. He doesn't know about all this. We won't wait any longer. We won't wait any longer. The powers present were still subtly led by the ancestral god sect. And the ancestral god sect was represented by the 9 Abyss Lord. Actually, everyone had guessed that the father god of the automaton race was in their universe. Our 8 powers plus the 9 regions alliance, a total of 9 sides. The 9 Abyss Lord said directly. I believe everyone knows the strength of the Yuan-Ao Lord. How should we deal with him? Speak. The Yuan-Ao Lord has a special item that causes his strength to soar. He's almost on par with the Star River Lord. In the primal universe, not just us, even the strongest in the universe can't deal with him. What can we do? We can't kill him. There's no other way. There's only one way. Right. That's the only way. The powers nodded. The 9 Abyss Lord nodded too. Looks like everyone has reached a consensus. With the Yuan-Ao Lord's strength, it's indeed impossible to kill him head-on. There's indeed only one way: suppress and seal him. Suppress and seal him, then send him to a separate universe. At that time, we can kill him. Everyone nodded. Luo Feng understood too. After becoming a Lord of the Universe, ordinary Lords of the Universe would be very difficult to kill. Only Lords of the Universe like Lord of the Cosmos or Lord of Yuan-Ao, who possessed the Black Godwood, could kill ordinary Lords of the Universe. And the stronger ones or those with better treasures, even the Star River Lord would find it hard to kill them. As for the Star River Lord level, or even the Ice Peak Lord and the other pinnacle beings, even the strongest in the universe couldn't deal with them. Then what to do? Suppress and seal. Maybe they couldn't kill him, but they could usually suppress him and gain the upper hand. As long as one could first suppress the opponent and then use the sealing treasure to force the opponent to be swallowed, then the opponent would be trapped within the sealing treasure. With the stability of the sealing treasure, for example, a top-notch sealing treasure would be something that even the strongest experts in the universe wouldn't be able to destroy. And then send it to the primal universe or other places. In the primal universe, the primal Chaos City leader used the primal universe's origin energy. He was invincible, even the strongest in the universe could be killed, much less a Yuan-Ao Lord. P.S. Chapter 1 has ended. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. End of chapter 1175. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.